Feed these little brats some pig slop, at least let them survive the night. Who is speaking? Could I have gotten drunk and fallen asleep on the street? Rinnegan slowly opened his eyes, but all he saw was pitch blackness. The familiar ceiling of his home was gone, and the familiar white light was nowhere to be seen. Only the faint light of oil lamps on the corridor beyond the dark iron bars brought any illumination here. What is going on? Rinnegan jolted upright, his gaze quickly sweeping around. His heart sank. Nothing around him was familiar. Iron bars separated the cages. The floor was cold and hard. In the huge cage, ragged children huddled together, curled up in a tight cluster. Looking down at his own small, tender hands, Rinnegan was drenched in sweat. I am at most 6 or 7 years old. If this wasn't a dream, then there was a huge problem. These hands were not his old, rough, free hands. Clearly this was not his body. Most importantly, the fierce, burning hunger in his stomach told him this was not a dream. What the hell? Lowering his arms, Rinnegan's lips curled into a bitter smile. He lay back, weakly, finding it hard to accept for a moment. He could confirm that he had transmigrated. Suppressing his hunger, Rinnegan closed his eyes tightly, trying to find memories from the original owner of this body. But the kid's brain was blank, even cleaner than the tissues on his bedside table. My money. Rinnegan was no stranger to transmigration. In his past life, he worked as a salesman. Apart from talking to clients, his favorite thing was reading novels. He often felt tired of his monotonous life and envied the transmigrators who experienced countless adventures. But now that it was his turn, Rinnegan really didn't want to transmigrate. The tens of thousands of yuan he had saved up. At least let me spend it first. Thinking of his money lying in the cold, dry safe, just like him, Rinnegan's heart ached so much he could hardly breathe. But after all, he had been beaten by society and knew when to bow his head. Transmigration was such a bizarre thing that he couldn't resist it at all. Thinking of this, his mentality gradually calmed down. At least my past life memories are still here, otherwise there would be no fun. You know, in his past life, Rinnegan was a somewhat famous salesman. He had faced countless difficult clients and bosses, so his mentality was extremely stable. That was the foundation of his survival. Silently adjusting his mindset, Rinnegan recalled everything he had seen since waking up. A dark, windowless cage, a cold, damp floor, air that was foul, but not cold, and ragged children. Everything revealed cruelty and misery. The only conclusion Rinnegan could draw was that this was underground. Combined with the illegally imprisoned children, including himself, this could be the secret base of some international criminal organization. Just as Rinnegan was deep in thought, a sudden harsh, clanging sound startled him. Clang, clang, clang. He jumped. Damn, are you ghosts? You don't make a sound when you walk. Rinnegan muttered quietly, then opened his eyes. By the faint candlelight, he saw a cold, middle-aged man, wearing a gray linen short tunic cinched at the waist with a hole-ridden top underneath. The man was banging a stick against the iron bars. Strangely, he had a headband with strange patterns on his forehead. The middle-aged man expressionlessly tossed handful after handful of black pills into the cage, scattering them all over the floor. Rinnegan was lying near the edge of the cage. He sat up, picked up a pill, and watched the man's retreating back, muttering, "This guy must have a screw loose. Wearing a hole-ridden shirt inside. Either a pervert or a gay." As he spoke, Rinnegan suddenly froze. A flash of lightning struck his mind, and his pupils slowly dilated. I think I've seen this kind of clothing before. The next second, the words Naruto burst into his mind. Waves of shock surged through his heart. Suddenly, he remembered the words he heard before waking up. The pronunciation was no different from the yamete he often heard in the files he studied. Then the headband with the iron plate on the middle-aged man's forehead. Could it be a forehead protector? Thinking of this, Rinnegan looked down at the black pill in his hand, and his teeth went sour. No, not sure yet. Maybe that guy is just a pervert with a gender identity disorder. In the cage, children scrambled desperately for the black pills on the ground. Those who got one immediately shoved it into their mouths and continued the scramble. Soon the pills on the floor were gone. Rinnegan noticed that many children who had grabbed more than one carefully hid them, curled up in corners, and stared at others with full vigilance. And the children who hadn't gotten any stared at others with greedy, hungry eyes. A few of them fixed their green, glowing eyes on Rinnegan's hand holding the pill. It was hard to imagine children only 6 or 7 years old having such ferocious looks. With a soft sound accompanied by chewing, the green light in the eyes of the children around Rinnegan shifted away. Rinnegan swallowed the pill, secretly relieved. When poor, take care of yourself. Oh, when rich, help the world. I only have one and my stomach is burning with hunger. They'll take care of myself first. After one pill, a feeling of fullness soon came and a warmth rose in his stomach. Rinnegan smacked his lips, marveling inwardly. Though it tasted awful like eating mud, its effect was outstanding. One pill equaled a meal. Feeling his stomach pain ease, Rinnegan moved away from the children who had started fighting, found a quiet corner against the wall, and tried to recall the Naruto plot he had watched. Damn, why is my mind full of I Madara declare you the strongest, and Pain Shinra Tensei. This is I've watched too many epic AMVs. He muttered, then a smile crept onto his lips. Youth. As the candlelight dimmed, Rinnegan closed his eyes and fell asleep. After an unknown time, Rinnegan, half asleep, was awakened by a harsh clanging sound. Outside the cage stood an old man in a white coat, followed by 4 or 5 ninja-clad men. The middle-aged man who had been feeding the children was banging on the bars with a stick. Get up, all of you. Stand by the cage. The middle-aged man roared, his sinister eyes filled. The ragged children woke up, huddling together like frightened lambs. Rinnegan stood up, hiding his face in the crowd, his peripheral vision secretly observing the movements of the people outside the bars. Creak. The grating sound of the cage door opening. Come out. Hurry. The middle-aged man continued to bang fiercely, producing loud thuds. Rinnegan remained in the crowd, and under the shouts he followed the old man in the white coat into a narrow, endless corridor. A huge underground cave. Water dripped from stalactites above. In the center of the cave, a massive stone platform was stained with mottled dark blood. The air was thick with the smell of blood. In front of the stone platform, a man wrapped in a cloak, completely covered, stood with his hands behind his back, expressionlessly staring at the huge raised platform. Lord Isamu, the sacrifices for the evil god are ready. Behind the man, a ninja-clad figure knelt on one knee, his voice filled with reverence and fervor. The cloaked man called Isamu nodded silently, still turned away. His hoarse voice sounded. And the vessels, hey? The ninja immediately bowed his head. All prepared. This time we have 152 vessels. Isamu nodded more emphatically, visibly pleased with the number. Go prepare. The evil god will remember your contribution. Hearing this, the kneeling ninja's face lit up with barely suppressed delight. Surrounded by a sea of people from the dark tunnels in all directions, large numbers of children were driven out. Expressionless cultists brandished whips, indulging their cruelty. Soon the emaciated children were herded onto the huge altar in the center of the cave, crowding together in fear, awaiting their unknown fate. The hooded, tightly wrapped Isamu looked at the restless children on the platform. His bloodshot eyes were full of fanaticism, and his lips muttered low, insane ravings. As the children were in place, the previously quiet tunnel entrances filled again with people. This time the ones pouring out of the caves were countless numb, withered adults. Among them were men, women, and white-haired elders. They had different appearances, genders, and ages. The only thing they shared was eyes that were purely white. Staggering like zombies, this group surrounded the altar. With the sacrifices and vessels in place, Isamu threw back his hood, revealing a hideous face covered in vicious scars. His eyes, with more white than black, were filled with bloodshot veins and fanaticism. Begin the sacrifice. With Isamu's piercing scream, the guards in ninja uniforms all knelt on both knees toward the central altar, bowing their heads. Their murmuring lips emitted a cacophony of profane sounds that disturbed the mind. Rinnegan stood on the altar, suddenly feeling the world spin and twist. Even his mind felt rusty, grinding to a halt. Damn. Cult. I can't move. I must save myself. Though he didn't know what these abnormal people were doing, he was sure it wasn't good. Just as Rinnegan was struggling to regain control of his body, a cruel scene unfolded. The cultists pulled out all kinds of strange, dark red, ferocious torture instruments from somewhere. Like a meat grinder, they charged into the crowd of adults, churning up a storm of blood and flesh. How could ordinary people be a match for these ninjas? Especially since they had no awareness of resistance, they didn't even scream. Soon blood stained the ground, and the base of the stone platform was covered in severed limbs. Isamu closed his eyes, savoring the smell of blood with a look of ecstasy. Then his bloodshot eyes snapped open, his hideous face twisting violently. Not enough, not enough. Too few sacrifices. Kill some of the vessels. A sharp roar echoed. The cultists grinned wickedly, brandishing their instruments and rushing onto the stone platform. Seeing this, Rinnegan's back broke out in cold sweat. But his body was like a rusty machine, creaking and barely moving. As he watched the blood-stained axe blade approaching his neck, Rinnegan was frantic, his eyes nearly tearing apart. Move. Dodge. A hysterical roar echoed through the cave. The string inside his body stretched to its limit, and with a soft twang, the intense, burning desire to survive broke the boda's shackles. His body fell backward, rapidly dodging the cultist's decapitating strike by a hair's breadth. But before he could catch his breath, the cultist's demonic face appeared again, the axe in his hand seeming weightless as it sliced through the air, chasing after his neck. Rinnegan's pupils shrank to pinpricks. Watching the blade draw closer, despair filled his heart. It's over. The sharp blade swept past. Rinnegan felt a dizzying spin as if thrown into the air, then a heavy thud as he hit the ground. In his darkening, blurry vision, a familiar headless body slowly toppled, raising dust. Damn, decapitated. I'm dead. Thick blood soaked the stone platform as the heretics' massacre drew to a close. On the platform, only a few solitary children stood trembling in place, yellow fluid trickling down their pant legs. Yet even in such terror they could not move an inch. A mysterious force bound their movements. At the brink of life and death, Rinnegan burst forth with a terrifying will to survive, managing to stir slightly. Rinnegan's lone head lay sideways on the ground, staring unblinkingly at the pitiful children. Am I going to die? Ah, how tragic. In his solitary head, countless thoughts involuntarily emerged. It is said that death is a return to a warm embrace, that death is the source of all peace. Quickly end my suffering. Take me to the beautiful sea of red spider lilies. Take me to the vast shores of Lethe. Let me taste the delicious Mangekyō soup. Is Mangekyō an old granny or a beauty? I remember from the doujinshi I read before, Mangekyō was at tsundere golden-haired lowly. No, Mangekyō shouldn't be a golden-haired lowly. She should be a gentle, big-busted, mature woman. Suddenly Rinnegan froze. On his lone head the corners of his mouth twitched awkwardly. How am I not dead yet? Where's the promised sea of red spider lilies? Where's the Lethe? Where's the beautiful Mangekyō? Damn it, I was already mentally prepared to kick the bucket. Staring at his own headless corpse before him, Rinnegan felt somewhat embarrassed. Even with my head separated from my body, I still didn't die. Not only that, but mysteriously he could even sense his headless corpse. Apart from some spatial disorientation, he could still control everything about that body. As long as he wanted, he could make his headless body stand up, pick up his own head, and sprint 500 meters. He pursed his lips, came to his senses, and suddenly a name appeared in his mind. Haiden. That guy seemed to believe in some cult of an evil god. Damn, it couldn't be this very cult. Rinnegan strongly suspected that the mysterious evil god cult that Haiden had joined back then was exactly the one before him now. On the stone platform the killing had ceased. The only remaining child had fainted from fear. Yet even so the child remained standing, unable to move at all. From below the platform a cold voice rang out. Take the blessing away. Chop the rest into pieces and fill the blood pool, preparing for the next time. Yes, divine envoy-sama. On the platform Rinnegan could not stay still. Chopped into pieces. Without my head I can still live, but if they grind me into mince, how can I survive? Seeing Ine Isao carrying the child about to walk into the corridor, Rinnegan could no longer bear it. Damn it, captured or not, a bad life is better than a good death. He had originally planned to play dead and escape this damned place, maybe surviving the ordeal, but never expected this divine envoy to be so dishonorable. Ignoring everything else, Rinnegan let out a desperate shout. Wait! His voice echoed, and the entire cave fell silent. Rinnegan controlled his headless corpse, staggering to its feet, like a drunkard, clumsily picked up his own head, and with an awkward smile on his lips spoke weakly, Big brother, if you're leaving, take me with you. The heretics were also dumbfounded. Even though they were cold-blooded executioners, seeing this scene made their backs chill and cold air run everywhere. Seeing these fierce-looking men shrinking back in fear, Rinnegan embarrassedly hid his head behind his back, grinned awkwardly, and stumbled forward to follow Ine Isao's footsteps. Time flew by, and half a year passed in a blink. Underground in a closed room filled with scrolls, Ine Isao sat cross-legged on the ground with a huge scroll placed before him. March 24th. Experiment the effect of cutting on the undying body. Method: blade cutting. Conclusion: separation of body tissues does not cause substantial harm to the target, as long as sutured the target can still move freely. After being thoroughly minced, the target's tissues tend to aggregate and recover, albeit very slowly. Notes: 1. The target cannot be killed by conventional cutting. 2. There is no sign of tissue strengthening in the target's body. 3. The target has not lost pain sensation. During the experiment, it continuously screamed and cursed. March 26th. Experiment the effect of fire on the undying body. Method: fire release. Conclusion: the undying body is the same as ordinary test subjects with no resistance to flames. After high temperature, tissues briefly lose activity. But even if all tissues are carbonized, the target's tissues will still regain activity, and aggregate cannot be killed. Notes: the target's body has a strong tendency to self-recover. As long as nutrition is sufficient, any part can regenerate. April 18th. Experiment the effect of freezing on the undying body. Method: ice release Kekei Genkai. Conclusion: the target's tissues are no different from ordinary people. When subjected to freezing, no special effects, but when freezing is removed, the body self-repairs. Notes: the target seems to be very afraid of cold. His curses are especially fierce. It is recommended to seal using ice release ninja. June 1st to October 1st. Experiment the effect of starvation and air drying on the undying body. Method: wind release. Conclusion: air drying is completely ineffective against the undying body, but starvation will cause the undying body to gradually wither and die. You estimated to take about 1 year. October 2nd. Experiment utility value of the undying body's tissues. Method: implantation into other test subjects. Conclusion: experiment failed. All 231 test subjects died. The target's tissues are extremely invasive. There is no way to prevent the target's tissues from killing the test subjects. Notes: the undying body does not seem to be a blessing from the evil god, but rather a curse. Experiment: the effect of lightning on the undying body. Method: lightning release. Conclusion: lightning release not only causes no damage, but also greatly stimulates the target's body tissues, accelerating recovery and causing intense hunger. Notes: it is recommended not to use lightning release. Final conclusion: the undying body cannot be killed by sealing fire, lightning, or low temperature. It can only be slowly eliminated by starvation. Aside from that, the test subject has no special abilities, cannot extract chakra. Final suggestion: starve to death. After confirming that the scroll had reached its end, Ine Isao frowned deeply and slowly raised his face covered with fierce scars. Besides the undying body, where is the only surviving blessing? As his voice fell, an old man in a white coat stepped out of the darkness and stood humbly before Ine Isao. Divine Envy-sama, as per convention, the blessing has been brainwashed and named Yongren. As long as we obtain the blood of the Fire Country's daimyo, we can activate the cursed technique Death Control Possession Blood, trading one life for another. Very good. Ine Isao nodded, his expression unchanged. Take good care of the blessing. No, take good care of Yongren. He will be our most lethal coma. The old man in white knew that the Divine Envy-sama was very fond of shogi and understood Yongren's status in his heart. He silently decided to take good care of Yongren when he returned. And the undying body? The old man asked curiously. Ine Isao was momentarily stunned, his brow, which had just relaxed, furrowed tightly again. He knew that Rinnegan's existence had become a burden to the organization. Relying on his immortality, the guy ate a large bowl of soldier pills every meal. If not given, he would frantically dig through the walls with his hands and steal food from other cells. In less than a year, he had tunneled through an entire row of cells. After a long silence, Ine Isao gave a dissatisfied glance at this tactless subordinate and let out a heavy sigh. Has he been brainwashed? Hearing this, the old man's face instantly turned bitter, and he answered sheepishly, he has been brainwashed, but the effect is strange. Oh. Ine Isao raised an eyebrow. The undying body seems to think he has become the ninja world incarnation of the evil god, and he often hits and curses people. As he said this, the old man seemed about to continue pouring out his grievances, but Ine Isao raised his hand to interrupt. Enough, that's it. From now on, the undying body will be used as a test subject for ninjutsu power. Also, have the preparations for the sacrifice in 3 days been made? Upon hearing this, the old man's face became stern, and he replied, everything is ready. With that, he rolled up the scroll and turned away with hurried steps. Watching Ine Isao leave, the old man in white, thinking again of the monster of the undying body, let out a helpless sigh, turned around, and walked away muttering under his breath. Sigh, in my opinion, we should just starve this guy to death. He eats to death because he can't die from eating. Is soldier pill free? He's cut my experiment budget in half. As the director of this base, the old man knew all too well about Rinnegan's appetite. To be blunt, all the test subjects in the entire base only consumed 100 to 200 soldier pills a day. And Rinnegan, that guy, eats 3 meals a day, each meal a huge bowl. His daily food intake equals the total of all test subjects combined. Moreover, Rinnegan loves to visit other cells. The originally quiet and peaceful dungeon has been turned into a bustling market by him. Crucially, based on various surveillance results, this guy is a complete fanatic. In the base, many heretics have already expressed dissatisfaction with imprisoning Rinnegan. In short, this guy not only gets along with the guards, but also becomes a huge burden to the entire organization. Thinking of this, the old man's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, feeling extremely exhausted. Damn it, after this sacrifice, they'll seal this monster. In the cell, our protagonist Rinnegan was leaning leisurely against the iron bars, grinning and chatting with the guard outside. Rinnegan, haven't seen you for months, been out on a mission. Hearing this, the guard outside shook his head with a bitter smile. It's all because of you, glutton. I heard that most of the brothers in the base have been sent out to earn money. Hearing the guard named Rin call him a glutton, Rinnegan rolled his eyes, without hesitation, looking at him with disdain. If you don't mind me saying, Rinnegan, you're just too small-minded. An organization that can't even guarantee basic food, how can it win people's hearts? Take our Jashin cult, for example. It can't even fill the stomach of me, the incarnation of the evil god. How can it make everyone submit? Cut it out. It's obviously a curse. The evil god hates your chatter. The guard immediately retorted. Rinnegan had said countless times that he was the incarnation of the evil god. At first, the guards, seeing him insult their faith, took turns teaching the prisoner a lesson. After countless methods of torture exhausted and racking their brains, the guards reached a desperate conclusion: this guy cannot be killed. Thus, a small portion of fanatics began to believe Rinnegan's words. In their less than bright minds, only the incarnation of the evil god could possess such power. and Rinnegan, whom Linren had been talking to, was among those with less firm belief. Clang clanged. Lazily tapping the cage, Rin prepared to end the chat and continue his patrol. Wait a minute. Linren reached out through the bars, grabbed Ren's sleeve, and grinned, narrowing his eyes. Rinnegan, let's chat a while longer. Why is everyone back this time? I saw Captain Chuanpu yesterday. Hasn't he been out earning funds all year? Rin pulled back his sleeve, turned around, and smacked Linren's clenched fist with his baton, saying grumpily, Don't know, don't ask me. With that, he walked into the dark corridor without looking back. TCH stingy. Linren withdrew his arm, where a red welt was swelling, but a faint smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. In his palm, a bronze key was tightly gripped, and he sneered inwardly. In that instant just now, Linren had taken this key from the guard's waist. He didn't know which cell it belonged to, but the Rinnegan that Linren had been talking to had just returned from outside some time ago and taken over the guard duty for this row of cells. The key ring on his waist held the keys to this entire row. Whether this key was for his own cell or not, it didn't matter. He had long ago, under the pretext of stealing food, broken through the earthen walls of this row of cells. At first, the guards tried to repair the large holes between the cells, but each time they filled them, Linren would dig them open again within 2 days. The guards grew tired, and since no major trouble occurred, they simply gave up repairing the holes. At first, many reclusive prisoners were very annoyed by Linren's visiting habits. But after an adult prisoner who had bullied Linren was found with his neck bitten off at night, no prisoner dared to bully this monster that looked only 7 years old, but could not be killed by any means. After all, the monster was immortal and didn't need to sleep, but they did. This led to one result: Linren could freely visit cells in this row. As long as he had one key, he could try them one by one and eventually find the matching cell door. In a corner, Linren gritted his teeth, his small face twisted, and tore open his abdomen, placing the bronze key inside. Then, enduring the discomfort of having a foreign object in his body, he pressed down on the wound. Soon the wound healed. Linren slowly raised his head, and in his dark eyes a strange white light gleamed. Freedom. The secret base of the cultists. Just like the sacrifices of the past 6 months, a large number of ragged, terrified children were driven into the vast cave where the altar was located. Jing Ginyong, the divine envoy, still stood in the same spot as last time, his eyes gleaming as he stared at the altar, fantasizing about how this sacrifice might yield more knights. Suddenly a strange thought appeared in his mind. If the immortal body of Linren combined with the blood-based curse of the Sun Tribe could be obtained, he could possess a powerful strategic weapon. Then he could effortlessly control those so-called powerful beings by collecting their blood on the battlefield. In that case, would his ambition to rule the world still be far away? With this thought, Jing Jinyong waved his hand at the old man in the white coat in the distance. Divine envoy, what commands do you have? The old man rubbed his hands together, approaching with a flattering demeanor. What about the immortal body? Jing Jinyong scanned the crowd. The old man was momentarily taken aback, then immediately grimaced and said, My lord, for such an important matter as a sacrifice, let's not involve that troublesome creature. As the lead researcher on the immortal body experiment, the old man understood Linren better than Linren himself. In his eyes, this guy was useless except for wasting food. Simply testing a poison, this guy neither vomited blood nor succumbed to poison, and instead asked for more, completely failing to demonstrate the difference between poison and military rations, driving him crazy. Most importantly, the sacrifice was a serious killing occasion, and having a buffoon who grinned and asked for food mixed in was likely to kill the great evil god out of frustration. Seeing the old man shirk responsibility, Jing Jinyong's face immediately darkened. He only wanted to know if involving the immortal body in the sacrifice would create an ultimate weapon that was both immortal and possessed the blood-based curse. You go, no more nonsense. Seeing the divine envoy upset, the old man's head drooped even lower. Yes, my lord, he said, waving to a cultist behind him. Bring the immortal body. Yes. The cultist turned to leave. At this moment, in an empty cell area, Linren sat in the dark corner, muttering to himself. Since I have to escape, I can't bring any unnecessary items. Saying this, his sharp nails tore open the skin of his forearm, while he inhaled sharply, pulling out a square iron block from the flesh and casually tossing it to the ground. The block hit the ground with a heavy clang, the sound echoing through the empty corridor. Then, with a surge of energy, he endured the immense tearing pain, sequentially tearing open the skin of his left hand, left leg, right leg, and abdomen, extracting 7 or 8 similar burdens from the flesh. Looking at the blood-stained burdens on the ground, Linren blinked reluctantly and murmured, If it weren't too inconvenient to carry you, I would never abandon you. After saying this, he slowly got up, lightly jumped twice, clenched his creaking fists, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. With a forceful push, Linren passed through a large hole in the cell wall and appeared in the neighboring cell. Feeling the immense strength within his arms, Linren smiled. If his estimation was correct, he could easily take down a lower ninja like Rinjun with just his strength and speed, If it were an ambush, he could definitely eliminate one first, then leisurely deal with the other. As for a middle ninja, while Rinnegan might not be able to defeat them, escaping would be no problem with his instantaneous speed. It's time to escape. Taking out the keys, he tried each room one by one. With a click, a light sound echoed and Rinnegan's face broke into a joyful smile. Suddenly a voice emerged from the darkness outside the door. Immortal body, are you preparing to escape? Who? Rinnegan was startled and immediately looked up. A guard dressed as a ninja stepped out of the shadows, his playful gaze fixated on the sneaky Rinnegan. Rinnegan instantly recognized him as Zhu Kangping, a guard from the old man's laboratory. Zhu Kangping's gaze swept back and forth between the keys and Rinnegan's youthful face as he slowly extended his hand, mocking. Hand over the keys, stop playing these useless tricks. Rinnegan extended his hand, placing the keys into Zhu Kangping's palm, then looked up at him, suddenly feeling, hello divine envoy Jing Jinyong. After speaking, he hurriedly stood straight and bowed. Zhu Kangping was taken aback by Rinnegan's sudden action. After all, Jing Jinyong held great authority among these cultists. Only the old man in the white coat who managed this underground secret base usually had the qualification to speak with Jing Jinyong. Zhu Kangping quickly adjusted his posture and turned to look back. In the next moment, a sharp pain shot through his spine, and he suddenly felt his body below the neck go numb. Accompanying this was the playful laughter of the immortal little ghost. Did your ninja school teacher not teach you not to expose your back to the enemy? With a dull thud, Zhu Kangping fell heavily to the ground, his gaze fixated on Rinnegan with disbelief. Why? Why escape? Why betray the great evil god? How dare you? How dare I? Rinnegan retorted, then burst into a fit of laughter, tears streaming down his face. After a long while, the suppressed laughter slowly ceased, and Rinnegan wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes. In the past 6 months you have given me 34,551 cuts, burned me 13 times, struck me with lightning 5 times, starved me for 2 months and 4 days, and made me drink 6 bottles of lethal poison. But I forgive you. As he spoke, Rinnegan's mouth suddenly curled into a cold, sarcastic smile. Great evil god. He let your great evil god come and save you. His tone was filled with mockery and disdain. Hearing this, even though Zhu Kangping was severely injured, his eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared at Rinnegan like a mad dog. Shut up, you damn monster. How dare you question and insult the great evil god? Before he finished speaking, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, then desperately twisted his head, staring at Rinnegan's feet like a starving wolf. The monster that defiles the divine. Just wait. I will be the one to punish you. To punish you, just my teeth will suffice. I will crush you to pieces. They'll be waiting. Rinnegan picked up Zhu Kangping's ninja pack, stood up with a calm expression, and looked down the corridor. But for now I must leave. Pardon my departure, Mr. Zhu Kangping. I am off to meet my beloved at the horizon. Saying this, Rinnegan paused, his dark eyes filled with joy. With freedom. As soon as he finished speaking, Rinnegan ignored Zhu Kangping's roaring and stepped into the darkness, disappearing without a trace. At the other end of the corridor, Rinnegan circled around other cells, bypassing Zhu Kangping, and walked purposefully in another direction. On the altar side, everything was ready. Jing Jinyong stared at the passage that had been silent for a long time, a hint of unease rising in his heart. Where are your people? Jing Jinyong coldly asked the old man in the white coat beside him. At this moment, the old man was fervently staring at the altar. Upon hearing Jing Jinyong's question, he was taken aback and smiled awkwardly. My lord, perhaps they were delayed on the way. You know that troublesome little monster never listens. After finishing, he casually summoned a cultist and said, Ringo, urged them. Don't let Zhu Kangping and that little monster delay the sacrifice time. Yes, my lord. Rin respectfully bowed and rushed towards Rinnegan's cell. After an unknown amount of time, Jing Jinyong's unease grew thicker, and the old man in the white coat became anxious as well. In the corridor, the ninja-clad Rin suddenly burst out, his brows furrowed, panic etched on his face. My lord, Zhu Kangping is seriously injured, and Rinnegan. The immortal monster has disappeared. What? Jing Jinyong exclaimed, his scarred face suddenly turning exceptionally grim. Although Rinnegan was seen as useless by the old man in the white coat, Jing Jinyong believed that if Rinnegan were trained well, he would become a fierce weapon that feared nothing. Beside him, the old man in the white coat suddenly had a strange expression, a mix of anger and joy, looking like he wanted to laugh but couldn't. This guy finally escaped, how wonderful. I gave him so many chances, and this time he finally seized it. What the old man didn't know was that Rinnegan hadn't escaped before, not because he was unaware of the defensive loopholes, but because he feared that his strength was too weak to run far without being caught. After all, who knew if these loopholes were intentionally left by Jing Jinyong for him? At this moment, it was the time of sacrifice, and even if everyone wanted to chase, there was no opportunity. Likewise, Jing Jinyong was aware of this point. If he abandoned the sacrifice now to pursue Rinnegan, it would undoubtedly displease the great evil god. Continuing the sacrifice while temporarily giving up on retrieving Lin Ren would only allow this guy to run far away. This time Lin Ren won. This little ghost who pretended to be devout had boldly humiliated the great divine envoy. Watching the doubtful glances from his subordinates, a strong sense of humiliation surged within him, making Jing Gingyong, who had long held a high position, feel a wave of shame. Desperately suppressing the raging anger, he ground his teeth together, and through clenched jaws, he spat out one phrase deliberately. Prepare for the sacrifice. With the order given, the cruel slaughter began. Jing Gingyong stared coldly as vibrant lives were stripped away, and he vowed in his heart, "Damn little ghost, you can't escape. Once I catch you, I will slice you piece by piece and smash your bones to powder, making you realize that not dying is the most painful thing." On the other side, after twisting and turning, Lin Ren finally exited the cult's secret base. He shielded his eyes from the light, slowly adapting to the somewhat glaring brightness, and gazed into the distance. There the endless forest radiated a vibrant green filled with life, stretching all the way to the horizon, while the blue river meandered forth, merging seamlessly with the pure sky, as brilliant as a gemstone. Thin wisps of white clouds drifted across the sky, the pure white and blue reflecting off one another. Taking a deep breath, the air was free of the musty smell and humidity of the underground base. Instead, it was fresh, carrying the fragrance of grass and trees. A gentle breeze brushed against his face, bringing the scent of camellias. Lin Ren gazed into the distance, never before feeling that the world on the surface was so beautiful, nor that the once ordinary freedom was so precious. Gradually, a genuine smile erupted from his heart, replacing the habitual fake grin. All right, enjoying life can wait for later. The most important thing now is to escape. Temporarily suppressing his excitement, Lin Ren, feeling his body extremely light after shedding the burdens, accelerated to full speed, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed toward the distance. Watching the lush trees on either side recede rapidly, a sense of liberation surged within him, while simultaneously he calculated his next route. Right now, I must first find a populated place to hide from the subsequent pursuit. Although the old man in the white coat wished he could run as far as possible, this was no reason for him to let his guard down. It should be known that within the entire underground base, there was a rarely seen divine envoy. Jing Gingyong. That guy was the true commander. If Jing Gingyong wanted to recapture him, then the old man had no right to refute. So right now he must find a populated place to hide. Only in this way would these insignificant cultists dare not conduct a large-scale search for him. Moreover, cultists had bounties. This information was something he had heard while tied to the testing platform under electric shocks. It was said that Jing Gingyong's bounty was worth 20 million taels, and the remaining leaders also had their own bounties. Thinking of this, Lin Ren couldn't help but curse. Once I get the chance, I'll report your illegal assembly to the bounty office, and let Kakazu take you all down. As he pondered, the trees ahead grew sparser, and a light rain began to fall from the sky, revealing a muddy path. Lin Ren's heart leaped with joy. With a path, there would be people. Following the road, he would surely find a place where people settled, and he could blend into the sea of the masses, feeling delightful. After an unknown amount of time, dusk fell, dark clouds obscured the sun, and a fine rain fell continuously from the sky. At the end of his sight, a massive lake rippled in the rain, and in the center of the lake stood a village with an exceedingly peculiar architectural style. Lin Ren looked closely. The buildings were primarily made of pitch-black steel entwined with various pipes of different thicknesses, and every structure pierced the sky like towering blades. On the inland lake, a straight bridge connected the two shores, and at the end of the bridge was the entrance to the village. Looking at the nearby village, Lin Ren was stunned, a wave of memories flooding his mind. After a long pause, he finally sighed. This can't be the village hidden in the rain, right? Although his memories of the ninja world were pitifully sparse, he still knew about the big boss Nagato. Even someone as powerful as Jiraiya was impaled when he entered the village hidden in the rain. What would happen to me? Am I not going to end up as fish feed? But then he thought it over and calmed down. As a little wanderer who wasn't even a lower ninja, how could he have the qualifications to enjoy such treatment from the big shots? With this thought, Lin Ren's tense body relaxed, and he followed the crowd onto the bridge leading into the village. Before long, it was Lin Ren's turn. The rain ninja guarding the entrance saw that he was just a soaked, harmless little kid, and impatiently waved him in. Walking down the not-so-bustling street, Lin Ren casually found an alley and slipped inside. Hiding in the darkness, he leaned against the wall and felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Having experienced the freedom of the outside world, he never wanted to return to that dark, oppressive underground base. Looking up at the drizzling rain, a genuine smile gradually crept onto his face. Finally, I'm free. Is that so? Lin Ren. Just as Lin Ren was feeling emotional, a mocking hoarse voice echoed from the darkness, startling him. A hoarse voice rang out, sending a chill down Lin Ren's spine and making every short hair on his head stand on end. As the voice faded, a tall figure emerged from the darkness. It was none other than the cult envoy Jing Jinyong. Accompanied by rumbling thunder and flickering lightning, Jing Jinyong's scar-covered ferocious face beneath his hood was revealed, exuding an eerie and terrifying aura. Holy crap! Little bro, are you part dog? How did you find me even after I ran this far? Jing Jinyong had no intention of answering Lin Rin's question. Instead, he grew curious about this fellow he had never paid much attention to and asked in return the undying. No, Linrinkin. Linrinkin, I'm curious. Why would you suddenly want to escape the base despite having been brainwashed? Well, it's a long story. Are you sure you want to hear it? Sure. Jing Jinyong nodded slightly under his hood, not minding wasting a little time. After all, in his eyes, the weak Lin Rin posed no threat except for his immortality. Jing Jinyong was a full-fledged jonin. Seeing that Jing Jinyong didn't intend to seize him immediately, but instead toyed with him like a cat with a mouse, a thought crossed Lin Rin's mind, and he conceived a plan. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he spoke calmly. There are too many reasons for leaving the base. First, the food. I'm not picky, but eating soldier pills every meal is hell on my stomach. You have no idea. I've been constipated so badly lately that every time I go I bleed. Speaking of which, the latrine in our base is so primitive. No automatic bidet, not even proper toilet paper. As he spoke, Lin Rin winced and clutched his rear, grumbling indignantly. The paper is too rough, it always scrapes my hemorrhoids open. Listening to Lin Rin's rambling, Jing Jinyong's mouth twitched wildly under his hood. He had expected the immortal freak to say something about freedom, dreams, bonds, or the like. But this guy couldn't stop talking about his butt. How utterly vulgar. Come on, you're immortal, why would you even complain about something as trivial as hemorrhoids? Maybe the moment you finish wiping and pull up your pants, the wound is already healed. You cursed creature, have you ever considered the feelings of us, ordinary people? Suddenly Jing Jinyong froze, his scarred face contorting as if wearing a mask of agony. Damn it, I got caught up in his nonsense. There were so many absurd points in his speech that I couldn't help but retort. No wonder that subordinate named Rin told me before I left, if you find the immortal, don't exchange a single word with him, just capture him immediately. Unaware of Jing Jinyong's inner turmoil, Lin Rin kept chattering on. And another thing, the drinking water in the base needs serious attention. It tastes like lime. I suspect everyone's yellow teeth come from drinking that unfiltered hard water. And seeing Lin Rin in full swing, seemingly ready to talk until the end of time, Jing Jinyong quickly growled, cutting, save your nonsense for the road. Now it's time to go back. As his low, gravelly voice fell, a killing intent filled the alley. Basking in this atmosphere, Jing Jinyong felt much more at ease. Lin Rin seemed to radiate an aura of absurdity. Jing Jinyong feared that another exchange of words would make him want to retort, which would ruin the fearsome image he had painstakingly built. No. Seeing Jing Jinyong about to take him back, Lin Rin shook his head like a rattledrum. Though he knew he probably couldn't resist, he still had to put up a front. That's not for you to decide. Before he finished speaking, Jing Jinyong instantly drew a kunai and hurled it at Lin Rin's feet with a speed beyond ordinary perception. But Lin Rin was no longer the same person who had just transmigrated. Without boasting, his physical fitness was now more than 10 times stronger than before. Along with his physique, his dynamic vision had also grown tremendously. The moment Jing Jinyong struck, Lin Rin reacted, pushing off the ground and shooting toward the alley entrance like a gale. He was gambling, betting that Jing Jinyong wouldn't let him escape onto the main street or into the crowd. And clearly he was right. At the entrance, Jing Jinyong's clone had appeared at some point, holding a sharp kunai. It's useless. Lin Rin charged ahead like a raging bull, forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. Lin Rin's calm voice rang out instantly, making Jing Jinyong frown. Impossible. How could this guy know hand seals and perform ninjutsu? The clone at the entrance leaped high, kunai held before it, seemingly ready to sacrifice itself to block Lin Rin. After finishing what appeared to be a series of hand signs, Lin Rin's chest swelled and he spat a mouthful of spit at the leaping clone. At that moment, Jing Jinyong's real body behind him realized he had been duped. Lin Rin was faking the gestures convincingly, but the seals he used were nothing like those for the great fireball. Even through the dark alley, Jing Jinyong could tell the kid was just flailing around. You damn monster. You're asking for death. Deceived, Jing Jinyong's fury exploded. Damn it, he had been tricked by this brat again. It wasn't entirely his fault after all. A scoundrel like Lin Rin who disregarded martial ethics was a rarity in the ninja world. Normally ninja duels either concealed techniques and struck unexpectedly or fought openly with skill and strategy. Lin Rin, however, had neither superior hand speed nor extraordinary chakra. He relied purely on bluffing, a man of zero principles. Immortal freak, you've angered me. A cold voice sounded from behind. I was going to bring you back intact, but now I'll cut you into pieces and drag you back. Earth release rock spears. Hearing this, Lin Rin's heart tightened. The clone was fooled into the air, so this jutsu came from the real body. Seeing the entrance right ahead, Linren instinctively lunged forward, thinking that if he could escape the dark alley, he might still have a chance. At that moment, a tremendous force struck from below, and in the next second Linren felt a sense of weightlessness. When he regained his senses, his line of sight was level with the ground, but the anticipated earthen spears never appeared. Haha, how does it feel to be deceived, eh? A pair of large feet entered his view. Jing Jinyong stood over him, hands forming seals, looking down with a mocking gaze. With that, Jing Jinyong crouched, slowly drew a sharp kunai from his ninja pouch, and contemptuously tapped it against Linren's cheek. Linren sighed helplessly, showing no sign of being caught, and looked up at Jing Jinyong with innocent eyes. Lord Envoy, what technique is this? No harm in telling you. This is Earth Release Headhunter technique. Linren nodded and pressed on. Lord, since I've been caught, and probably won't have another chance to escape, could you grant me one small request? Lord Envoy, you see, since I've been caught, and probably won't have another chance to escape, could you fulfill one small request of mine? Feeling certain of victory, Jing Jinyong smiled cruelly and shook his head. Linrenkin, the only request you can make is to ask me to cut you up quickly. No, no, no. Linren struggled to shake his head, buried in the ground, as if indifferent to the grisly scene to come. That's not the request, Lord Envoy. I just want to know, after running so far, how did you find me? Haha. Jing Jinyong's gaze unconsciously dropped to Linren's heart, then quickly pretended nothing, but Linren caught that tiny movement. Instantly, a memory surfaced in his mind. In the memory, he was tied down in the base's lab with strong chains securing his limbs and unusually a black cloth bag over his head. Then he felt his chest being brutally cut open and a sharp pain stabbed through his heart, as if someone had driven a shovel deep into it. At the time, he thought it was just another ordinary experiment, but now it seemed they might have tampered with his heart. After all, these cruel people had never shied away from using his body for experiments. And in the ninja world, all sorts of bizarre curses and techniques were commonplace. It's the heart, isn't it? Linrenkin, you're very sharp. Jing Jinyong smiled grimly. But you realize it too late. This time I'm going to plant that curse mark on every single bone in your body. Hearing such inhuman cruelty, Linren showed no reaction, simply closing his eyes as if resigned to his fate. Seeing Linren's silent, Jing Jinyong's face twisted in fury. None of the reactions he had anticipated came. No desperate struggle, no groveling, please, no streaming. He knew Linren valued freedom above all else, otherwise why would he have racked his brains to escape at such a perfect moment? Enraged by this thought, Jing Jinyong violently grabbed Linren's hair and slapped him across the face like a madman. You little bastard, why won't you struggle? Scream. Maybe some lookers will come and save you. Seeing Linren's cheek swollen but still unresponsive, Jing Jinyong felt as if he was punching cotton, and his anger only flared higher. Beast. He'll gouge out your eyes and feed them to the dogs. With that, the increasingly crazed Jing Jinyong hooked his rough fingers like claws, tore open Linren's eyelids, and gripped his eyeballs. The moment the Linren's eye was gouged out. Bang! A soft sound. In front of Jing Jinyong, the Linren buried in the earth burst into a cloud of white smoke. The next second, a wooden stump appeared in the pit. Substitution jutsu. Jing Jinyong's pupils contracted sharply, and a violent storm surged within his heart. Damn it, the experiment showed that the immortal monster couldn't extract chakra. How could it use substitution jutsu? Just as he was stunned, a paper-wrapped, still beating heart had somehow appeared at his feet. A faint hissing sound interrupted Jing Jinyong's train of thought. No, an explosive tag. But before his body could react, the blazing light of the explosion instantly engulfed him. With a deafening roar, the entire dark alley was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. Deep in the alley, the soaked figure of Rin, clutching his chest, gradually emerged. The firelight reflected in his eyes, his face a mixture of pain and satisfaction. Aju Kangjun's ninja pouch is truly a lifesaver, filled with jutsu scrolls and explosive tags. Too bad I've used up all the tags. With the violent explosion, a broken body was thrown out, crashing heavily onto the ground, lifeless. Looking closely, it was Jing Jinyong. Now Jing Jinyong had lost all his former swagger. His body was covered in burns, and his legs were severed just below the knees. Linren's face was deathly pale. Though he had an immortal body, he still felt pain. The agony of losing his heart twisted his handsome face violently. Holding his chest, Linren slowly walked over to Jing Jinyong's corpse, carefully examining this sole figure of the Jashin cult. Even after such a close explosion, which had blown off both legs, the bastards had still covered his head. For some reason, Linren desperately wanted to see the face of this killer, who showed no mercy. Pressing one hand against his chest, he slowly extended the other to lift the shameless cover of this despicable creature. Suddenly, Jing Jinyong's eyes snapped open, wide with only black pupils, no whites. Illusion jutsu, mind control. In the next second, Linren's body froze as if struck by a paralysis jutsu. His outstretched hand and the hand holding his chest were both locked in place. On the ground, the legless Jing Jinyong's black eyes faded rapidly. He spat out a mouthful of black blood, and his hand, which had been forming seals, fell limply. Damn it, you cunning little fox. I swear for the rest of your life you will live forever under my torment. Jing Jinyong ground his teeth, blood still seeping from the corners of his mouth. Though the torrential rain had extinguished the explosion's flames, the deafening noise would surely attract the ninja of the Hidden Rain village. He had to leave immediately. Thank goodness I still have mind control to keep this monster in check, or I'd have been done in by that brat today. At this thought, rage consumed Jing Jinyong. The surging blood he had barely suppressed erupted again, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. You damned monster, come here, and carry me out of this place. Jing Jinyong glared fiercely at Lin Ren's innocent-looking face, wanting nothing more than to tear his flesh and eat it, but for now he had to rely on this bastard to save his life. Hearing this, Lin Ren, still trapped in the illusion jutsu, extended his arms and effortlessly lifted Jing Jinyong in a princess carry. Hurry up. Just as Jing Jinyong was about to give orders, a very familiar sound reached his ears. Hiss, hiss, hiss. What's that sound? Terror instantly seized Jing Jinyong. The sound. This was an explosive tag. And why did it sound so close? At that moment, beneath Lin Ren's torn shirt, a blinding white light suddenly flared. The next second, a violent explosion erupted between them. White light and flames instantly consumed them both. In the last second before losing consciousness, Jing Jinyong's mind flashed back to the warning from the old man in the white coat before he left: find the immortal, dismember it, and bring it back. Stop blathering. Didn't he say had run out of explosive tags? Hey, damn it. What a trap. He didn't know if he himself would survive, but the bastard holding him was 100% certain to live. After all, he was a goddamn immortal. Flames raged, and two figures flew in opposite directions. One toward life, the other toward hell. With two consecutive thuds, Lin Ren and Jing Jinyong hit the ground one after the other. Stimulated by the excruciating pain, Lin Ren snapped awake. His scorched eyelids struggled open. Seeing the scene before him, he understood instantly. A chilling smile slowly crept across his burned face as he murmured, "Oh, why didn't you just die obediently? Had to pull some stunt." But what mattered now wasn't collecting Jing Jinyong's corpse. It was dealing with the approaching Hidden Rain ninja. If they discovered the secret of his immortality, he'd probably end up being sliced and studied anyway. With that thought, Lin Ren ignored his missing organs and the extensive burns on the front of his body. Enduring the tearing pain of his skin, he reached into Zhu Kangjun's ninja pouch behind him, pulled out a few soldier pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. This was a lesson Head learned from long-term research. As long as he had enough food, his wounds healed a little faster. And unlike Haiden, he hadn't been dismembered by countless explosive tags. Zhu Kangping's ninja pouch had only 2 explosive tags. One had blown apart his cursed heart and Jing Jinyong's calves. The other had killed Jing Jinyong and blasted his own organs to pieces. Thinking about this, Lin Ren gave a bitter smile. Thank goodness he wasn't Tsunade's little brother Nawaki, or he'd be dead for sure. While stuffing soldier pills into his mouth and taking off his tattered hemp clothes, Lin Ren quickly darted deeper into the alley, waiting for his body to heal. At the same time, a strange thought crossed Lin Ren's mind. What if I learned the 8 gates? Then I could morning peacock by dawn, daytime tiger by dusk, evening elephant emerges, night guy dances, open any gate I like, even dance breakdance with the gate of death. Just thinking about it got me excited. Damn illusion, jutsu, ninjutsu, dojutsu, all trash before my iron fist. What's 6 paths sage? A single kick sends him flying. If one kick isn't enough, he'll throw a few more. He'll kick my way straight to the finale. At this thought, Lin Ren felt a surge of security. However, he remembered that Might Due Guy's father had turned the 7 ninja swordsmen into the 3 lucky treasures, but his combat power was still far below Guy's. Indeed, the 8 gates training varies by person. Those with strong taijutsu gain greater benefits from the 8 gates. He had to stay the course with taijutsu, no wavering, for 100 years. Sitting in the darkness of the alley's depths, Lin Ren pulled the skin on both sides of his abdominal wound together. In this short time, his organs couldn't grow back, but he could let the skin fuse first. The organs beneath would have to regenerate slowly over time. Watching the slow healing, Lin Ren grew a little anxious, regretting he hadn't learned tailoring. If he had thread to stitch it up, the wound would close much faster. Lin Ren's immortality wasn't much different from the Haiden he remembered, aside from lacking Haiden's broken cursed death possessing blood. In short, it was a nerfed immortality. But according to the old man in the white coat at the lab, this kind of immortality wasn't a gift from the Jashinsama. It was more like a curse. For the most part, Lin Ren agreed with this view. First, the pain. He wasn't like Haiden, who reveled in agony. Lin Ren hated pain. Even after being cut, burned, struck by lightning, and airdried for over half a year, he still hadn't adapted to this soul-crushing physical torment. The most unbearable pain was during healing. Lin Ren still vividly remembered the maddening itch that emerged from the depths of his soul when shattered bones slowly pieced themselves back together. Second was chakra. To be precise, Lin Ren had already mastered chakra extraction in the underground base. That was one of the old man's experiments. Though Lin Ren acted as if he couldn't extract chakra at all, he had secretly tested it himself. His body could indeed extract chakra, but the quantity was truly pitiful. He had observed another test subject in the lab, a boy named Yang Ren. If Yang Ren's chakra extraction speed was like a normal urination, then Lin Ren's was like someone with kidney stones, a slow agonizing trickle. Fortunately, his immortal cells seemed able to extract chakra indefinitely. That meant given enough time, he could trickle out a full bladder. But these weren't the most important things to Lin Ren. What truly mattered was that his body was only 7 years old, and he was delighted to find that immortality didn't hinder his development. In other words, his body could grow, and little Lin Ren would grow with age. At the same time, he could enhance his physical fitness through training. Precisely because his body had endured so much punishment, his bone density was abnormally high. An explosive tag detonated at point-blank range couldn't even break his bones. Look at Jing Jinyong not far away. Only a single spinal column barely connected his upper and lower halves. And himself, aside from his organs being completely obliterated, his sternum had merely suffered some hairline fractures. Just as Lin Ren was lost in thought, a disorderly rustle of footsteps accompanied by splashing water rapidly approached. Stay alert. The explosion happened here. At the mouth of the alley, a mature, magnetic male voice sounded. Swish, swish, swish. A faint sound echoed. By the light of the lanterns carried by the ninjas outside the alley, Rinnegan saw 7 or 8 ninjas dissolve into afterimages and vanish. It seemed these rain ninjas were quite professional, wary of hidden enemies. The leading rain ninja wore a loose raincoat, a special breathing mask on his face, and was tall and robust. With his sharp eyesight, Rinnegan noticed a patch of black birthmark on this man's face right next to his eyes. The birthmark extended from his forehead down to his cheekbone, covering nearly half his face. Seeing this uniquely ugly face, Rinnegan instinctively shrank his neck and brushed his hand across his chest. On his chest and abdomen, the massive wound had healed with skin tightly clinging to his breastbone, making him appear severely malnourished and gaunt. But fortunately, as long as no one cut open his belly, no one would notice that beneath that skin there were no internal organs at all. Seeing this, Rinnegan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, the gruesome wound had healed. The secret of his immortal body should not be exposed. Thinking this, Rinnegan propped himself against the wall and struggled to stand. Suddenly, a sharp tanto appeared from nowhere, pressing against his neck. Don't move. Rinnegan froze for a moment, immediately stopped rising, and slowly raised his hands. All right, I won't move. Big brother, hold your blade steady. Don't cut me. I'm afraid of pain. The conversation was quiet, but it instantly caught the attention of the leading man. Holding his rain lantern, the ugly-faced man strode and stopped before Rinnegan and scrutinized his face with a stern gaze, looking him up and down. Who are you? Why are you here? Rinnegan grinned obsequiously. Sir, my name is Zhu Comping. Rinnegan had no intention of revealing his real name to these rain ninjas, as he couldn't confirm whether there was a scroll recording his information on Mangekyō's corpse. If there was, his chances of being imprisoned and dissected again would be high. Sure enough, a rain ninja searching Mangekyō's body found a sealing array marked with strange symbols under his arm. The seasoned ninja simply dipped his thumb in Mangekyō's blood and smeared it on the seal. Poof! A puff of white smoke dispersed, and a massive scroll appeared in the ninja's hands. Rinnegan kept one eye on the ninja's actions, while simultaneously answering the ugly-faced man's question. As for why I'm here, it's simple. I was captured by the Jashin cultists, and I escaped yesterday. I thought hiding in the powerful rain village would be safe, but the Jashin followers still caught up. He then pointed at Mangekyō's corpse not far away. Did you kill him? The ugly man asked again. Rinnegan nodded. There was no need to lie about such a thing. The battle traces in the alley were too obvious. Any experienced ninja could roughly analyze the fight's course. How did you kill him? Rinnegan hesitated, then replied. Reporting, sir, substitution jutsu, traps, explosive tags, and a little bit of cunning. Hearing this, the ugly man's lips pursed imperceptibly. As he scanned Rinnegan and Mangekyō's corpse, a hint of disdain flickered deep in his eyes, unconcealed. It seemed he looked down on Rinnegan's petty tricks, and even more so on Mangekyō for being killed by a child. At that moment, the ninja who had finished inspecting the body hurried over, cupped his hand over his mouth, and whispered into the ugly man's ear. Lord Shinda, after identification, the deceased is confirmed to be Mangekyō, a Jashin envoy with a bounty of 20 million ryo. The scroll on his body cannot be opened in a short time. The man called Shinda glanced disdainfully at Mangekyō's corpse and asked in a low voice, how did he die? The victim first had both legs blown off by explosive tags, then his chest and abdomen were blown open by another tag at very close range. As for who killed him, it should be the child before you. The pit on the ground appears to be from Earth Release Headhunter Jutsu. Its depth matches the child's height. Inside the pit, there is also a log, likely a substitution jutsu performed the instant the Earth Release struck. The timing was extremely precise. Upon hearing this, Shinda looked at Rinnegan with some surprise, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. By the way, what was the bounty on that dead waste? 20 million Ryo, the ninja replied softly. Shinda's lips curled slightly as a scheme formed in his mind. Go take this kid back and lock him up. Since the body is unrecognizable, throw it into the river to feed the fish. After speaking, he silently winked at the ninja beside him. The ninja, having served Shinda for a long time, immediately understood his meaning. He nodded insincerely and turned away. Rinnegan, though his hands were bound behind his back, remained calm. He hadn't heard their conversation, but he could clearly read the expression in the ugly man's eyes. The man's gaze brightened and dimmed alternately. He was definitely plotting something sinister, nothing good in mind. However, Rinnegan didn't care. Jinga-Yong's possessions meant even less to him than a set of training weights. Moreover, within his 7-year-old body dwelled an adult soul, and the biggest difference between an adult and a child was that, having been hardened by society, he knew the principle: when under a roof, one must lower one's head. Most importantly, he appeared as nothing more than a small child. No use to them, only a drain on food. Still, that bastard had swindled him out of the 20 million Ryo bounty. This grudge would be remembered. Oh, when he mastered the 8 gates one day, he would kick this ugly man to death first. Silently memorizing the ugly man's distinctive face, Rinnegan outwardly played the role of a weak, helpless, and pitiful child. Obediently, he was led away by the rain ninja, leaving the alley. In a dark, damp cell, Rinnegan slept blissfully through the night. Now, through a fist-sized window, dim sunlight streamed in. The day had dawned. Whistling a tune, Rinnegan sat cross-legged against the cell wall, scratching marks on the stone with a kunai. Day 2 after leaving the Jashin cult, and his mood was excellent. Although he had barely regained his freedom before being caught by rain ninjas and locked up, he believed these kind-hearted people would soon let him out. That's what Rinnegan wrote, and that's what he thought. His cell not only had a fist-sized window with good lighting, but the ninja who locked him up had only given a cursory search of his ninja pouch, not even taking away the kunai inside. All in all, it indicated that the rain didn't take him seriously. Or rather, even though he had killed Jinga-Yong, they didn't respect his strength. This attitude was somewhat intriguing. Still, Rinnegan could roughly guess the reason. The 2 successive leaders of the Rain Village were Hanzo of the Salamander, known as the demigod of the shinobi world, his strength needless to say formidable, and the next generation's Nagato, whose power was explosive, once single-handedly demolishing the entire real estate industry of Konoha. No wonder they didn't care about a nobody like him. With such powerful leaders, who the hell would care about some 7-year-old brat? They were keeping him locked up simply to bypass him and claim the bounty. Once the bounty was collected, they'd naturally release the little brat. As for Jinga-Yong's 20 million Ryo reward, Rinnegan couldn't care less. When he got strong enough, he'd definitely kick that ugly face-stealing bastard to death first. Rinnegan's guess was right. After hastily eating a strangely flavored prison meal, the ugly man's lackey ninja from last night arrived. Expressionlessly, he opened the cell door. Kid, follow me. Oh, and later don't take anything you shouldn't. With that, he led a bewildered Rinnegan out of the cell. After many twists and turns, just as Rinnegan was getting dizzy from the strange building's corridors, they finally reached their destination. Knock, knock, knock. The iron door engraved with the Rain Village symbol was struck. Enter. A young, steady voice came from inside. The lackey pushed open the door and let a slightly stunned Rinnegan into the room. Inside, a huge, striking desk stood in the center with a large stack of documents neatly arranged. Behind the desk sat a tall, imposing young man, wearing a special mask with tubes extending from its sides and a Rain Village forehead protector on his head. What drew attention were the young man's eyes, which exuded authority. Beside him stood the ugly-faced man from last night, wearing a reluctant expression and shooting threatening glances at Rinnegan. Behind the two, a massive map hung on the wall marked with various arrows. After one glance, Rinnegan instinctively lowered his head. Though he was a military novice, he knew better than to stare at an operation plan. Seeing Rinnegan quickly bow his head, as if he had seen nothing, the man behind the desk revealed a glint of appreciation deep in his black eyes. Sit. The sonorous voice rang out. Rinnegan kept his head down, swiftly pulled out a chair in front of the desk, and sat down. The man nodded, picked up a scroll, and said, Zhu Kongping. It's me, Rinnegan nodded. Then I'll call you Ping. The man cleared his throat and continued. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hanzo of the Salamander, leader of the Rain Village. I've learned about your situation from Shinda. You were once a child imprisoned by the Jashin cult, escaped during a sacrifice, and came to my village. Later you were caught by the Jashin envoy Jinga-Yong, fought him, and killed him cleanly. By the way, do you know that the man you killed was the Jashin envoy Jinga-Yong? Rinnegan nodded. Lying in front of such a powerful figure was meaningless. Besides, a child who had been imprisoned for so long, not knowing the head of the Jashin cult would be illogical. Rinnegan firmly believed that one lie required 10 more to cover. A true liar either glossed over the truth to avoid attention or buried a lie amidst countless truths to make it indistinguishable. Seeing Rinnegan nod, Hanzo's expression visibly softened. He despised liars, or rather all leaders detest deception. Can you tell me how you escaped, and how you killed Jinga? Rinnegan sighed inwardly. Could he refuse? It was a pointless question. Still with an adult soul inside him, he didn't show any impatience. Feigning honesty, he began. It's like this: about half a year ago, I was captured and taken to the Jashin cult's base. Along with other children, I was locked in a cell day after day. The cultists brought us food every day, taught us chakra extraction methods, and occasionally took us to brainwashing sessions. Oh, brainwashing? How? Hanzo asked curiously. They kept us awake, constantly droning the Jashin cult's doctrines in our ears, preaching how wonderful the cult was. And how did you avoid being brainwashed? Hanzo pressed. Rinnegan shook his head. I didn't avoid it. I'm still a believer of the Jashin cult, it's just that I'd rather live in freedom. After saying this, Rinnegan put on a sheepish expression. While they handed out soldier pills every day, that stuff is barely edible, like eating dirt. And the drinking water was terrible, many kids my age couldn't even urinate. The sanitation was awful too. The toilet paper had fuzz that scraped my backside every time. And we couldn't bathe. Everyone's clothes were full of lice biting us, so we couldn't sleep at night. What bothered me most was that the guards made us work, cleaning and such. Outrageous. Who does chores like a proper person? Oh, and the cell was so crowded. No privacy at all. If someone had an upset stomach, everyone had to smell. Seeing Rinnegan rambling endlessly, even the calm and composed Hanzo couldn't stay still. With a peculiar expression, he raised a hand to stop the talkative boy. Pinguin, get to the point. Basically, I don't mind believing in Jashin, but not if I have to eat poorly and work. The three in the room were speechless. They finally saw it. This kid was a lazy donkey to the core, with gluttony and sloth ingrained in him. Rinnegan slightly raised his head. From the corner of his eye, he saw the three looking at each other in disbelief. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had rambled on, and while most of it was true, he hadn't actually been locked up with other children. As for chakra extraction methods, only he and Yang Rin had been privileged to learn. He said all this to gloss over his unique immortal body, using his fabricated special talent to divert Hanzo's attention. In truth, the special talent of being lazy wasn't entirely fabricated. Could a modern person's nature really be called sheer laziness? It should be. Lazy people drive technological progress. After a long silence, Hanzo cleared his throat and forced down his urge to retort. Well, Pinguin, did you know Jinga had a bounty of 20 million Ryo? Rinnegan nodded again. I heard the guards mention it occasionally. That's why I slipped into your village along the back roads. I thought that with more people around, the envoy's behavior might be more restrained. Hanzo nodded in agreement, finding this child, despite his laziness, remarkably wise. Though children in the Warring States era matured early and many entered battlefields at 7 or 8, few were half as clever as this boy, let alone as shrewd. With that thought, Hanzo no longer hesitated. He closed the scroll on his desk and slowly stood. Pinguin, since you know about Jinga bounty, he'll give you two choices. Rinnegan knew the pivotal moment had come and immediately sat up straight. First, I've already collected the bounty on Jinga. Since you killed him, the money is yours, but the alley repair costs will be deducted. As soon as the words were spoken, Rinnegan felt a knife-like gaze sweep over him. No need to guess. It was Shinda, whom he would definitely kick to death one day. At the same time, Rinnegan understood why the lackey ninja had said, don't take anything you shouldn't back in the cell. The second choice, Hanzo's voice rang out again, is that you join the village and become my disciple. Before he could finish, Shinda interrupted loudly, disregarding etiquette. Lord Hanzo, even if he killed Jinga, he's not qualified to be your disciple. What Shinda really meant was, Lord Hanzo, if you're choosing a disciple, choose me. I'm outstanding, loyal, and hardworking. As Shinda spoke, Hanzo abruptly raised his right hand, signaling silence, and fixed his determined gaze on, become my disciple, and you won't have to worry about the Jashin cult harassing you. As for the bounty, Rinnegan quickly shook his head, cutting him off. Interrupted twice, Hanzo's face showed clear displeasure, but Rinnegan's next words quelled his anger. Lord Hanzo, what bounty? I have no bounty. As long as I can join the warm family of the Rain Village, I'm willing to pay out of my own pocket. Hanzo nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, Rinnegan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he didn't take me seriously about paying you, otherwise sorry I'd become a rogue ninja. Although he officially became the disciple of Shanjiu Banzang, since their last parting in the office over a week ago, Lin Ren hadn't seen that shameless man even once. In his place, a special jonin named Shuexiong was assigned to teach. By the way, this jonin Shuexiong had an ordinary and somewhat ugly appearance, especially his large nose and his conspicuously balding forehead. Every time Lin Ren attended class, he couldn't help worrying that the small, carefully combed tuft of sparse hair on his head would drift away like dandelion seeds in the wind. Lin Ren once asked him why he didn't just shave off that bit of hair and go for a cool bald head. Upon hearing this, Shuexiong told him in a melancholy tone this. It wasn't just about hair, it was a man's last stubborn pride. Later Lin Ren learned that this mature-looking man was only 18 years old in the prime of youth. Shanjiao Banzang arranged Lin Ren's room in a high-rise building in the center of the village adjacent to his own office building. Lin Ren's room was on the top floor of this building. Although it was the top floor with excellent lighting and ventilation, this was the rain village, not Mai. The constant rain meant the country saw the sun only a few times a year, and the drainage on the top floor was several levels worse than on the lower floors. This also gave rise to a strange custom in this country. Most people lived on the lower floors while the upper floors were mostly where coffins of the deceased were placed. The only fortunate thing was that outside Lin Ren's room there was a fierce human-faced statue with its tongue sticking out far enough for a person to sit on it. Lin Ren dared not sit on it. The thing was very slippery in the rain. He feared that if he accidentally fell and turned into a meat patty, then came back to life as a corpse, it would be hard to explain. A week had passed since the first and last time he saw Shanjiao Banzang. During this week, Lin Ren had been learning the rules of the ninja world under Shuexiong's guidance. It was after understanding these rules that Lin Ren realized how lacking in martial ethics his use of the great fireball technique to bluff Jing Jinyong had been. No wonder that guy was almost furious to the point of explosion. It turned out that this kind of move was a default underhanded trick in the ninja world. Any ninja who considered themselves somewhat respectable would never use it. Moreover, if an opponent pulled such a move, it would be regarded as extreme disrespect toward oneself. At this thought, Lin Ren silently mourned for Jing Jinyong for 3 seconds. Knock, knock, knock. Rhythmic knocking sounded, interrupting Lin Ren's mourning. Sighing, Lin Ren apologized to Jing Jinyong in his heart, promising to make up for the mourning next time, then got up to open the door. Outside the door, Shuexiong, wearing a raincoat over his Jonin uniform, walked into Lin Ren's room and casually placed the breakfast he had brought on the table. Eat up. After you finish, we'll officially begin the chakra extraction course today. Saying this, he pulled out a chair, sat at the table, took a teapot from his bosom, and as if by magic produced a teacup, poured hot tea, and placed it before Lin Ren. Watching Shuexiong's smooth and effortless movements, the corner of Lin Ren's mouth twitched slightly. It had to be said, this guy was really attentive, what the locals called Yasashi kind. And at only 18, he was already a special Jonin, a typical case of being naive and rich. If not for his old-looking appearance and his uncooperative hair, he might have married and had children long ago. Lin Ren reached out, took the teacup from Shuexiong, thanked him, then grabbed the breakfast and began to eat heartily. Seeing Lin Ren eating happily, Shuexiong didn't idle and began to chatter. A week has passed, and you've grasped the basic ninja knowledge. Starting today, we'll learn the chakra extraction technique. I already know it. Lin Ren, with his mouth full, mumbled indistinctly. Upon hearing this, Shuexiong rolled his eyes without disguise. You don't know? I know exactly what the Jashin cult is like. The chakra extraction method they taught you is a castrated version. Huh. Lin Ren swallowed the food in one gulp, his eyes wide. There's a castrated version of this thing. I've never heard of it. Forget it. You don't need to know what a castrated version is. Just consider yourself as never having learned it. After saying this, he stood up, walked to the bed, and sat cross-legged on it. Lin Ren's bed, to be honest, was like a leaking waterbed. After all, his room was so humid that if he weren't immortal and immune to illness, even arthritis would be enough to give him trouble. Brushing the moisture on the mattress, Shuexiong furrowed his brow almost imperceptibly and muttered, Lord Shinda is too much. How can anyone live in a room like this? No, we'll go to Lord Banzang today and ask him to change your room. Muttering, he ignored the dampness and sat cross-legged on the bed, assuming the posture for chakra extraction. Watch closely. He'll demonstrate once. After saying this, his eyes slowly closed. The most important thing in extracting chakra is concentration. Empty your mind, completely control the combination of your spiritual energy and physical energy to generate chakra. Lin Ren finished his breakfast, moved a chair to the bedside, and watched intently. Then a blue glow of chakra emerged on Shuexiong's body surface, adhering to his skin and flowing continuously along fixed routes. No longer a novice ninja, Lin Ren knew that this ability to emit chakra outside the body was extremely draining on both chakra and energy. After all, not everyone could release their chakra, like Naruto, who recklessly borrowed the power of the Nine Tails. Seeing this, Lin Ren stopped letting his mind wander and carefully recorded the chakra flow routes. After a long while, Shuexiong, with sweat beading on his forehead, asked in a deep voice, Did you memorize it? Lin Ren nodded quickly. When focused, his memory was extraordinary, and he had already committed all the routes to. Seeing Lin Ren nod, Shuexiong released his hand seal, and the blue chakra around his body vanished instantly. He then let out a long breath, showing that this teaching method placed considerable strain on his body. You try it, Shuexiong said, standing up and making way. Lin Ren nodded again, sat cross-legged on the bed, and imitated Shuexiong by forming the ram seal. At the same time, the memory of how to combine spiritual energy and physical energy surfaced in his mind. First mix spiritual energy and physical energy to form physical stamina, then convert stamina into chakra through specific techniques. There were two difficulties, and these two difficulties determined the difference among ninjas. One was the process of converting stamina into chakra, also known as chakra production technique. In this process, some ninjas could convert every bit of stamina into chakra with precision. However, some ninjas wasted a portion of their stamina during conversion, with only the remainder turned into chakra. This was precisely the difference Shuexiong had mentioned between the orthodox chakra extraction technique and the castrated version. As for the second difficulty, it concerned the process of converting chakra into techniques. Some ninjas could precisely control the amount of chakra used, converting it into ninjutsu without any waste. However, other ninjas could not do this. They couldn't accurately control their chakra usage, inevitably caused. These two difficulties were what people called conversion and utilization. Lin Ren sat cross-legged on the bed. The techniques for extracting chakra kept surfacing in his mind. Inside his body, a stream of warmth slowly generated from his limbs and bones, then began to flow along a peculiar route. Lin Ren was slightly startled. This speed was indeed much faster than the extraction technique the Jashin cultist had taught him. At the same time, a wave of fatigue came from the cells throughout his body. Lin Ren knew this was because his stamina was being consumed. However, there was no need to worry about it. He had an immortal body. His immortality not only prevented him from being killed, but also eliminated the possibility of exhausting himself to death. In simple terms, his body had infinite physical energy. Understanding his situation, Lin Ren made a mental move and secretly halted the chakra extraction progress, merely forming hand seals for show. As for the reason, it was nothing special. Simply that when one's strength was weak, one did not want to reveal their special nature, especially when his master was Shanjia Banzang, known as the demigod of the ninja world. In Lin Ren's memory, although this guy was overwhelmingly powerful, his brain was really not that sharp. First, in the Second Ninja World War, he declared war on the three great nations, fire, earth, and wind, simultaneously draining the Rain Village's reserves and causing heavy losses. Then he colluded with Danzo, killed Yahiko, causing Nagato to directly turn dark and unleash his ultimate power. Although he himself escaped both times, what about his subordinates, the Rain Ninja? Some croaked, some perished. Thinking of this, Lin Ren sucked in a cold breath and complained inwardly. I'd better stay low-key and be a staff officer. The ninja world is too dangerous, especially when living under Shanjia Banzang. The danger factor directly rises by 50%. If only I had escaped to the Leaf Village back then, peaceful with an excellent living environment and sunbathing whenever I want. Unlike the rain country where it rains all day, I feel like I'm going to get shingles on my butt. Another week passed. It had been over a month since Lin Ren arrived at the Rain Village. On this day, Lin Ren still sat cross-legged on the bed, diligently practicing chakra extraction. Meanwhile, Shuexiong, as if tireless, still watched Lin Ren's every move with a serious expression. Suddenly, a rare knock broke the room's silence. Shuexiong frowned slightly, stood up with displeasure, and opened the door. Lord Banzang. With an exclamation, Shuexiong immediately respectfully opened the door wide and stepped aside. Outside the door, the tall and imposing Shanjia Banzang, wearing a mask, walked into the room with a blank expression. Behind him, three ninjas wearing Rain Village headbands guarded the left, and right among them Shanji Oshinda, whom Lin Ren recognized. Seeing this, Lin Ren stood up, looking meek, standing by the bed. Shanjia Banzang's gaze swept over Lin Ren, then he strode to the table, sat down, and beckoned Shuexiong over. It's been 15 days. How's the training going? Upon hearing this, a bead of sweat slowly formed on Shuexiong's head. He stammered, well, Lord Banzang Pinguin has been training in chakra extraction, and he's been very diligent and serious, never slacking off at all. He would have liked to say something else to praise Lin Ren, but after spending this time with him, not only had Lin Ren's chakra not improved, it had even decreased, leaving Shuexiong racking his brain for the reason. Thus, he could only watch Lin Ren's training with even more serious responsibility, like an anxious parent, hoping for their child's success. But how could he know that Lin Ren, who was determined to hide his ability, not only had childhood experience of outwitting his parents, but also accumulated a wealth of valuable experience in slacking off and daydreaming during his adult work career? In simple terms, Lin Ren's slacking skills completely overwhelmed Shuexiong's supervision skills. The result was that in the past 15 days, Lin Ren hadn't improved at all. He had become even worse. Hearing Shuexiong's words, Shanjia Banzang nodded expressionlessly. In his view, in a chaotic world, training desperately was only to be expected, and this point needed no praise. What about his chakra amount? Banzang asked again. Shuexiong was startled, and more sweat beads appeared on his forehead. The chakra. He has mastered the cultivation technique well. He can now extract chakra anytime and anywhere. Seeing Shuixiang's stiff expression as he tried to change the subject, Lin Ren felt a little amusement, and a small wave of gratitude welled up in his heart. He knew that if he didn't show any talent and strength, the treatment he was currently enjoying would certainly be taken away. This meant the daily food delivered on time, the house close to the village center, and the personal tutoring from Shuixiang's special jonin would all be ruthlessly revoked. Although cruel, he knew this was reality. Those without great value were not worth investing too much energy in. However, this was also what Lin Ren hoped for: freedom. Being valued, being given hope, being burdened. Wasn't that also a form of deprivation of freedom? In this world, Lin Ren had not yet found someone for whom he was willing to sacrifice his freedom. Seeing Shuixiang beating around the bush, Banzang's brows furrowed slightly. Instantly, Lin Ren felt the air in the room rapidly cooling down. I asked, "Has Ping's chakra amount increased?" Seeing that Shanjiao Banzang was somewhat angry, Shuixiang dared not change the subject. Immediately he drooped like a withered eggplant, and said listlessly, "Lord Banzang, no. No increase at all." However, the time was still too short, and look, the environment is also too poor, not suitable for focused cultivation. As he spoke, Shuixiang's voice grew lower and lower. He shouldn't have said so much. After all, he was just a temporary introductory teacher. Enough. Banzang's cold voice interrupted Shuixiang. If not for the fact that Shuixiang was a special jonin highly skilled in teaching, any other chunin who debated with him like this would have been dragged out and killed. "Ping, inject your chakra into this." So saying, he expressionlessly tossed a piece of paper onto the table. Watching Shanjiao Banzang's expression, Shanjiao Shinda, beside him, was already beaming with joy. As the person who had followed Banzang the longest, Shinda clearly understood Lord Banzang's expressions when normally Lord Banzang always maintained an expressionless and dignified appearance. If someone angered him, his brows would slightly furrow, but his overall mood wasn't very obvious. However, if Lord Banzang was extremely disappointed or extremely angry, at such times his expression would return to being blank. At the same time, Lord Banzang would naturally emanate a stranger's keep-out aura that made people feel it. At this thought, Shinda sneered inwardly. To be honest, from the first time he saw Lin Ren, he hadn't liked this slippery kid, considering him utterly lacking in ninja spirit. In his view, ninjas should be like Lord Banzang, defeating opponents fair and square with overwhelming strength. Later, Banzang's exceptional acceptance of Lin Ren as a disciple further fanned the flames of envy in Shinda's heart to the limit. Seeing Lin Ren being treated coldly, Shinda felt as refreshed as eating an ice-cold watermelon in the dog days of summer. Lin Ren was unaware of Shinda's mindset. He simply nodded silently, still maintaining a meek expression, walked to the table and picked up the chakra test paper. Then, under Shuixiang's expectant, Banzang's cold and Shinda's mocking gazes, he made a great effort to look strained, but in reality, he didn't channel any chakra at all. At that moment, everyone's eyes converged on the chakra test paper. The next second, Shinda's mouth curled up uncontrollably and ecstasy climbed onto his ugly face. It didn't get wet. It's not the water that Lord Banzang values most. Not only that the chakra test paper showed no change at all, it didn't burn, didn't split in two, didn't wrinkle, and didn't crumble. This guy is a rare non-attribute. A fool, utterly foolish. The people in the room saw the unchanged test paper and showed various expressions. Several bodyguards looked at Lin Ren with contemptuous sideways glances, their disdain palpable. As for Shanjiao Banzang, his pupils contracted. Although he had no expression, the trace of disappointment deep in his eyes betrayed his heart. This guy, aside from a bit of cleverness, is worthless. At this thought, Shanjiao Banzang abruptly stood up and walked toward the door without looking back. Behind him, Shinda, harboring ill intentions, and the bodyguards hurriedly followed. Shuixiang, utterly dejected, gazed at the receding figure of Shanjiao Banzang, looking like a wilted eggplant. He supported himself on the table and slowly sat down, drained of all strength. Ping Juan, don't lose heart. Things like chakra nature can be cultivated. Big deal. Lin Ren, watching Shuixiang force a bitter smile and stammer out words of comfort, felt a pang of emotion. He wiped his nose and casually tucked the chakra paper into the ninja pouch at his waist. A flash of blue light flickered. Inside the unseen ninja pouch, the chakra paper drifted down, then clung tightly to the soul kunai within like a magnet. Magnetism, the ability to imbue objects with magnetic force and attract fairest ones. Lin Ren was well aware of the chakra paper's transformation, but outwardly, he maintained a stubborn facade. "If I'm not upset. My ambition has always been to loaf around and wait for death." Seeing Lin Ren still forcing calm, Shuixiang fell silent. After an unknown stretch of time, Lin Ren's door was pushed open again. Shanjiao Shinda stood triumphantly at the entrance, looking down into the room. "Oh, one more thing, Zhu Kongping, your room has been requisitioned. Here's your new address." He tossed a slip of paper with the address written on it contemptuously, then turned his gaze to Shueishiong, whose eyes were slowly kindling with fury. And you, Shueishiong, your next assignment is to continue instructing the daimyo's son. You're no longer needed for Zhu Kongping. With that, he let out a nasal snort, shook his head, and closed the door with a sneer. Mocking laughter drifted in from the distance. Trash is trash. Not a shred of value to exploit, yo. In the room, Shueishiong suddenly stood ramrod straight, eyes gleaming as he fixed his gaze on Linren. Ping. Don't mind what others say. What you must do is hold fast to your conviction. Life is simple. Find your goal and charge toward it with all your might. Pull yourself together. Seeing Linren still listless, Shueishiong's eyes suddenly lit up as if struck by an "Follow me. I'll take you to strengthen your resolve." He instantly dashed to Linren, grabbed his hand, and pulled him out of the room. Amid the towering buildings of Yuin village, Shueishiong led Linren along the lower-level paths. Due to constant rain and the dense high-rises, the cramped lower roads were unusually dim. Yet on both sides, various orange paper lanterns cast a warm glow, lending a unique charm. Rounding a corner, Shueishiong guided Linren into a narrow alley. At first glance, the alley seemed deep and endless, its walls covered with a dense array of colorful signboards. Among them, red lanterns and signs stood out vividly. The street bustled with passers-by, most wearing contented smiles. Beside the open doorways, alluring older sisters waved incessantly at the flow of people. Chirping and melodic, the sounds of that delightful alley seemed to exude a seductive, intoxicating. In this gray world, perhaps only these faint lights hidden in the depths could bring warmth and happiness. Linren, his expression strange, looked up and read the sign at the alley entrance word by word. Gowuji ting yifunjia. Sensei, you said, strengthen your resolve. Surely you don't mean this place. At that, Shueishiong's eyes lit up as he scanned the beckoning older sisters on the street, drooling. Don't you feel that all your worries and sorrows melt away here? He wiped the drool from his lips and raised his fist with a sanctimonious air. We shinobi must use this magnificent ikebangai to purge inner distractions, see our true nature, fully recognize the goal we most desire, and solidify our conviction. Linren facepalmed. Damn it, you lecher, can just admit you're perverted. No need to be so hypocritical. I misjudged you. I thought you were a decent man, but you're nothing but a lowlife. Standing on the moral high ground, Linren sternly condemned Shueishiong for a full 10 seconds, then, with a grave expression, tugged at his sleeve. Sensei, do they take kids? He raised an eyebrow jauntily, his expression slowly turning lecherous. Hearing this bizarre question, Shueishiong frowned and hesitated. Well, I really don't know. I've never brought a brat here before. Want to try? Linren asked, eagerly, eyes sparkling. Let's try? Shueishiong nodded emphatically. And so two lecherous figures, one big, one small, arm in arm, walked in unison into that enigmatic alley. In the alley, Shueishiong deftly navigated the backstreets, leading Linren to a small door tucked in a corner. A worn red lantern hung above the door, and a sign glowed with the words, Eimuryo Anaiho. Amid the bustling lane, this spot seemed rather quiet. Linren gave a speechless glance at the impatient Shueishiong, then pointed with a childish expression at the flashy big sign opposite, and the young lady, holding an advertisement at the entrance. Sensei, why don't we go to that Huadao Yidingmu over there? It looks. Before Linren could finish, Shueishiong covered his mouth. Should keep your voice down. Going to a place like that once means I'd have to survive on instant noodles for a month. Linren silently cursed that expensive. Gold-plated. He pried off Shueishiong's hand and whispered in the same manner. Huadao. Is the spending that insane? Shueishiong nodded like a bobbing pestle. Not insane, extremely insane. Only big shots like the Rain Country daimyo and Lord Hanzong can afford to visit there every day. They say the owner of this kabukicho is from the Tang Country, and Tang Country's Tangyin village has the original Huadao Yidingmu. Tang Country, huh? Linren sighed, his mind flooded with endless fantasies. Cuddling a girl while soaking in a hot spring. That kind of life would be incredibly blissful. These damn shinobi sure know how to enjoy themselves. Linren couldn't help recalling Kawabaya Izunari's Snow Country, which he had read in his past life. A book that openly indulged in eroticism. The scene he remembered most vividly was the heroine in a yukata saying to the protagonist, "You're always touching one side, so now one is bigger than the other." Just thinking about it made his nose feel hot. But he had no chance to step inside for a visit right now, since Shueishiong's wallet couldn't support such extravagance for both of them. Seeing Linren still staring enviously at the opposite side, Shueishiong gritted his teeth, tremblingly took his hand, and reluctantly began to walk toward it. Stop. Linren instinctively pulled Shueishiong back, the force nearly toppling him. Let's just go here. I'm afraid you won't have enough money, and we'll both be stuck washing dishes. With that, he dragged the touched Shueishiong into the chilly Eimuryo Anaiho before them. Normally, as a Tokubetsu Jonin responsible for instructing the daimyo's son, Shueishiong's salary was quite decent. But Huadao Yidingmu was an absolute money pit, consuming a month's pay in one go. In contrast, the aim across the street was far more affordable. Shueishiong visited every now and then and could still save enough for a wife. Pushing open the creaky double wooden door, Shueishiong strode in with grandiose swagger, showing no shame for bringing a little brat to a brothel. Welcome. Oh my, if it isn't Master Shueishiong. What took you so long? The girls have been yearning for your arrival. The voice was coquettish and captivating. Just hearing it painted a picture of an exquisitely voluptuous mature woman. Sure enough, following Shueishiong into the room, Rinnegan saw the owner of that voice. A beautiful older sister with elegant curves. His first thought, big. Not just big, cow-grade enormous. Instinctively, the phrase gentle nest crossed his mind. Compared to this woman, other women could only be called gentle villages, a whole administrative level lower. The enchanting woman had limpid eyes like rippling water that seemed to pierce the soul, with delicate, slightly raised nose and tender ruby lips that begged to be tasted. Damn, she's a succubus. Rinnegan silently assigned a danger level to this woman. If the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous, then this siren was on par with a nuclear weapon. Seeing Rinnegan, the beautiful woman's eyes lit up as if she had spotted a rare curiosity. She crouched down, covering her cherry lips with her hand, her chest heaving violently. Rinnegan instinctively shrank back, feeling dizzy, and couldn't help worrying about the kimono she was wearing. Damn, this kimono must be incredibly sturdy to hold that weight. Though Rinnegan had seen countless genres in his past life and considered himself a professional connoisseur, he had rarely encountered a monster of this caliber. The female demon wore a pure smile as she crouched before Rinnegan, her graceful silhouette fully displayed. She extended a delicate hand and pinched his cheek. Little brother, you're so cute. Ahem. Sister, please restrain yourself. Rinnegan coughed lightly, slapping her hand away with a serious face. Hee hee, you naughty boy, I'm not an auntie. I'm a big sister. The siren's big eyes crinkled with laughter. Unwilling to give up, she reached out again and pinched his cheek. Sensing Rinnegan's embarrassment, Shueishiong smiled and clapped his hands. Miss Makiko, please take us inside. Hearing this, the siren, named Makiko, smiled and nodded, rising to her feet. Of course, Master Shueishiong. Please wait here a moment while I have the girls prepare. With that, she stepped inside, her white tabi socks and wooden clogs clicking softly, her alluring figure swaying. Taking advantage of the moment, Shueishiong quickly crouched and whispered into Rinnegan's ear. Pingjuan, this is Miss Makiko, the owner of this establishment. Don't underestimate her. The Huadao Yidingmu across the street offered her a huge sum to work there, even as a jewel, the rank where she wouldn't have to serve guests, but she still refused. Rinnegan wasn't surprised. After all, a siren like her would be a nation-toppling beauty anywhere. So does she run her own business here? He asked curiously. No, Shueishiong shook his head. She only runs the shop, she doesn't entertain. As they chatted, the inner door opened. Makiko stood gracefully at the threshold, waving at Shueishiong, and Master Shueishiong, the girls are ready. Please come in. Great. Shueishiong nodded, eagerly, tears of anticipation streaming from his mouth. But despite that, he remained reliable enough not to forget his comrade Rinnegan, dragging him along into the inner room. It was a modest room dimly lit by warm yellow light, dry and cozy. Opposite the door, a spacious sofa dominated half the space. Two moderately attractive women sat on it, before a low tea table laden with. The table was filled with bottles and glasses of alcohol. Shueishiong sat in the center of the sofa, casually embracing two young women in a rather lecherous manner. What are you dawdling for? Come sit. One of the women poured wine for Shueishiong with a flirtatious smile, while the other twisted around in his embrace. Damn it, stop squirming. Do you have a rash or something? Rinnegan thought maliciously. Shueishiong was so annoying, not only hogging all the food and space, but also acting like a gracious host. Feeling dejected, Rinnegan moved beside Shueishiong, sitting down next to a girl with a long rash between them, silently picking up a glass. Rinnegan moved beside Shueishiong, sitting down next to a girl with a long rash between them, silently picking up a glass of oddly colored juice. This couldn't all be blamed on Shueishiong. Perhaps it was Rinnegan's overly mature demeanor that caused him to often forget his own age, just as Rinnegan occasionally forgot that he was merely a 7-year-old child. Soon the two girls left the sofa and moved in front of Shueishiong, one playing the guqin and the other dancing. Shueishiong leaned closer to Rinnegan with a mischievous grin, nudging Rinnegan's arm with his elbow, speaking softly. So what do you think? This is a great place. I wasn't lying to you, was I? Shueishiong slyly gestured towards the performers in front of them. Upon seeing Rinnegan nod, he laughed heartily, patting Rinnegan's shoulder with enthusiasm. That's right. What does it matter if you lack attributes? Even if you never have chakra attributes, you can still train in physical techniques. Moreover, let me share a secret. Ninjas who excel in physical techniques are more popular among the ladies in the first street of the entertainment district. Think about it. Train hard in physical skills, become a ninja, take on missions to earn money, and firmly establish your beliefs on the first street. Then with unwavering determination, continue training to earn more money. Visit. Cough cough. Find even more beautiful girls and hone your steadfast beliefs. This is simply a perfect virtuous cycle. Trust me, in the end you will surely become a great ninja like Lord Hanzo. Nonsense. Rinnegan choked on his drink, nearly suffocating. You Shui Xiong are full of twisted logic. What kind of ridiculous cycle is this? I have ample reason to suspect that you are a spy from the evil god cult sent to Yuan Village. Your goal is to turn all the ninjas of Yuan Village into useless cowards to execute your evil scheme of invading the land of rain. That being said, Rinnegan still accepted Shui Xiong's absurd reasoning with a wry smile. After all, he could sense the sincere heart beneath Shui Xiong's frivolous exterior. Shui Xiong's motives were simply twofold: one, to alleviate Rinnegan's gloom from being mercilessly abandoned by Hanzo of the Pepperfish, and two, after spending half a month together, he realized Rinnegan was actually quite aimless and wanted him to find his direction early on. After saying a lengthy monologue, Shui Xiong, feeling parched, grabbed a cup of sake and gulped it down. And what about you? Rinnegan suddenly spoke up. What about me? Shui Xiong replied, puzzled. Why are you taking such good care of me? Upon hearing this, Shui Xiong scratched his head, his gaze slightly evasive before feigning a hearty laugh. Ha ha, Pinguin, don't think too much of it. Why treat every student this well? Who said I wasn't a kind person? Just as he finished speaking, the two young women rushed into Shui Xiong's embrace with adoring expressions. Yes, Brother Shui Xiong is the kindest. Brother, please have another drink. I admire men like you so much. Shui Xiong, who was being flattered, laughed heartily again. Listening to the sweet nothings exchanged between the pair, Rinnegan's face darkened like a pot bottom. Damn it, give me back my feeling of being moved. Frustrated, Rinnegan silently pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Outside, Miko sat on the tatami with a dazed expression, her once alluring charm subdued, replaced by a neighborly innocence. What a fickle little fairy, Rinnegan muttered as he strolled to the entrance, watching the bustling crowd outside, Shui Xiong's words echoing in his mind. Although he didn't know where the theory had gone awry, he still grasped the essence of what Shui Xiong was trying to convey. So how should he as an outsider in this world live on? Firstly, standing out was impossible. This world was too dangerous with death gods and six-path sages. Even the mighty Senju Hashirama could easily catch the Ninetales, yet still fell victim to Uchiha Madara's schemes. Thus, surviving quietly was the way to go. Moreover, this world is one where bloodlines matter. Those without prestigious backgrounds can only be bystanders. So, should he invest in real estate in Konoha? Or invest in a brothel in the land of water? Or perhaps settle in the land of iron to forge a living? Fighting was out of the question. He would never engage in combat in this lifetime. Little brother, what are you thinking? A soft, gentle voice suddenly came from behind. Rinnegan didn't even think and instinctively reacted, lunging forward to create distance. Upon turning back, he found Miko, the owner of the brothel, crouching in the spot he had just vacated, looking at him innocently. Damn it, do you walk without making a sound? As Rinnegan spoke, his gaze swept over Miko's wooden clogs and the mischievously curled toes. Miko giggled playfully like a mischievous girl. Upon witnessing this, Rinnegan's eyes widened in amazement. He felt that this woman's charm was simply extraordinary, as she could embody any style. I was just teasing you. What's wrong? Did Mr. Shui Xiong kick you out? Miko dusted off the non-existent dust from her knees, slowly rising, and gazed at Rinnegan with a charming smile. Something like that. Men are all like that, Rinnegan replied with a mature air as he walked over to Miko's low table and sat cross-legged on a cushion. Upon hearing this, Miko shot him a playful glance filled with flirtation, kneeling across from Rinnegan. It sounds like you're not a man either. If you're not tempted, what's the deal? Ah, you're mistaken there. Rinnegan waved his hand and casually picked up a cup of tea from the table, taking a sip. To be precise, before I had the ability to be mischievous, all men were big pigs. Miko looked at Rinnegan holding the cup. She had just used, her cheeks slightly flushed. What about after you gained that ability? Then we need to talk about that. After finishing, he took another sip of tea, smacking his lips before diverting the topic. This tea is quite good. Oh, where did it come from? Hey, little brat, hurry up and tell me. Miko opened her small folding fan, covering her flushed face, urging in a sweet tone. If it were anyone else touching her cup, Miko might have already drawn her blade, but this little guy, who looked to be only 7 or 8 years old, was hard to despise. Moreover, the little brat was quite interesting to talk to. Seeing Miko's flirtatious gaze, Rinnegan thought, since I can't slightly harden myself to show respect, I might as well enjoy the view. Once I can be mischievous, the men in this world will automatically be divided into 2 types in my eyes. What 2 types? Most men are friends, but if any man marries a beauty like you, then he becomes my enemy. Upon hearing this, Miko burst into laughter, shaking with mirth. In an instant, Rinnegan felt the room bloom with flowers and sunlight pouring down. Damn it, this woman, every smile and frown is pure charm, making it hard for me to resist. Adhering to the principle of not looking at indecency, Rinnegan lowered his gaze. What the hell? Rinnegan thought, I'm just a 7-year-old child. No one can stop me from admiring beautiful ladies. At that moment he felt that his body was simply unbeatable. Everyone hates Tono, yet everyone wants to be Tono. After laughing for a while, Miko finally calmed down, though her chest was still rising and falling. Little brother, you really know how to flatter. Is your sister really as beautiful as you say? Yes. Rinnegan nodded, immediately thinking that compared to you, all those teachers and seniors are left far behind. Miko laughed again, shaking with delight. Every woman loves to be praised, it's a genetic instinct. As the owner of a brothel, Miko, who was also stunningly beautiful, had heard too many compliments and was already immune. Rinnegan's creative flattery was both novel and amusing. While laughing, Miko suddenly halted, a sly smile forming at the corners of her mouth as she leaned closer to Rinnegan, revealing a captivating curve. Since sister is so beautiful, would you be willing to marry me when you grow up? Upon hearing this, Rinnegan's head shook vigorously as if it would break. You little rascal. Seeing Rinnegan shake his head furiously, Miko straightened up, her expression instantly turning cold. Rinnegan seemed oblivious to Miko's change and continued, I don't want to wait until I grow up. Ooh, I want to marry sister right now. Miko froze for a moment, the frost on her face melting away like snow in spring, her fan shielding her shyly blushing face. Then it's settled, my little man, you better grow up quickly and take responsibility for me. Rinnegan, still looking like a little brat, nodded and smiled within. Hee, whoever takes this seriously is a fool. Do you really think I can't see the playful glint in your eyes? You're just teasing me, and I'll play along. After all, I won't lose out. By the way, my little man, what's your name? Rinnegan instinctively blurted out, then quickly corrected himself. Zhu Kongping, my name is Zhu Kongping. Just after Rinnegan's words fell, the inner door swung open, and Shui Xiong, reeking of alcohol, with lipstick marks on his face, stumbled out, supported by the two young women still clamoring for another drink. Rinnegan offered Miko an apologetic smile, then stood up quickly, rushing over to support the unsteady Shui Xiong. Sorry, I'm taking him home. After saying this, he helped Shui Xiong out of a maze-free guide. Miko leaned against the doorframe, watching the backs of the two with a smirk, suddenly recalling something as she called out to Rinnegan. My little man, remember to come see me often. Sister will always be here waiting for you. Do I have to pay? Rinnegan asked without looking back. Of course, Miko's gentle voice came. As your wife, do I have to pay? Yes, of course I need to eat. Her sweet voice rang out again, attracting the attention of passers-by. Hearing this, Rinnegan stumbled, turned to look at the blushing Miko, and clasped his hands in a salute. Farewell, may we meet again by chance. After saying this, he quickly steadied Shui Xiong and hurriedly blended into the crowd, disappearing without a trace. Miko, leaning against the doorframe, watched Rinnegan's disappearing silhouette, then turned back into the room, closed the wooden door, and a beautiful smile crept onto her lips as she murmured to herself, Rinnegan. What an interesting little brat. As dusk fell, the drizzling rain showed no sign of ceasing. Rinnegan supported the drunken Shui Xiong, strolling through the streets of the rain-hidden village. Teacher, how did you finish so quickly? Rinnegan asked casually, effortlessly supporting Shui Xiong's shoulder. Quickly. Shui Xiong slurred, what's quick? Not what is quick. You were too quick. I counted, in 10 minutes you handled 2 women, averaging 5 minutes each. And in those 10 minutes you also drank yourself dizzy. Hearing this, Shui Xiong, already unsteady on his feet, began to squirm, wobbling with an expression of defiance. Bullshit. I'm not drunk. Besides Maya and Yujizi and I, we have a pure friendship. They are performers, not prostitutes. Enough, Rinnegan said, tightening his grip to steady Shui Xiong. Selling art, not body. Do you think I'm a fool, By the way, I don't know how much you spend at Zajizi's, but your money pouch is at least 10,000 Rio short, leaving just over 20,000 Rio. Rinnegan spoke while placing Shui Xiong's doghead money pouch into his ninja pack. It's fine. Shui Xiong waved a hand, a blissful smile spreading across his flushed face. Maya. My little Maya had a birthday today. The extra was her birthday gift. Hearing Shui Xiong's incoherent words, Rinnegan was at a loss for words. At that moment, he couldn't tell whether this guy was drunk or not. If he was drunk, he still clearly remembered giving his money to the geisha. If he wasn't drunk, giving birthday gifts to a geisha was something a sane person wouldn't do. After escorting Shui Xiong all the way to his home, Rinnegan took out the key, unlocked the door, and tossed the already too drunk Tuppenheises Shui Xiong onto the sofa. Placing the keys on the coffee table, Rinnegan shook his stiff shoulders, looked at Shui Xiong snoring loudly on the sofa, let out a self-deprecating laugh, and prepared to leave. Just then Shui Xiong suddenly propped himself up, swaying as he sat. Pingjuan, let's keep drinking. Drink my big head. Lie down and sleep. Rinnegan replied irritably. But Shui Xiong suddenly reached out, grabbed Rinnegan's sleeve, and began to speak in a thick, slurred voice. Pingjuan, don't resent Lord Banzang. He did it for the village, for peace. That he became so ruthless. I am like you, an orphan, a war orphan. But am not as good as you. You are far more talented than I. I can sense that you've been hiding your own abilities, your chakra. Ah, capacity is immense. You think you've hidden it well, but I know everything. Hearing this, Lin Ren's entire body tensed, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. But Shui Xiong, eyes closed and drunk, didn't notice Lin Ren's change, and continued speaking intermittently. Don't worry, I'd die before telling anyone. Though I don't know why you haven't told Lord Banzang, I believe you have your reasons. Pingjuan, do you? Do you have a dream? Lin Ren sighed, the harshness in his eyes gradually fading, and shook his head. No. I do. Shui Xiong laughed proudly, as if having a dream was a great honor over Lin Ren. I was born at the end of the Warring States period. At that time the entire ninja world was in turmoil. Children as young as 7 or 8 had to rush to the battlefield and fight for their lives. As he spoke, Shui Xiong's voice grew increasingly low. My parents were killed in those days. Afterwards, Lord Banzang saved me and brought me back to the village. I remember when I was younger than you, Konoha, Sunagakure, Wagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure were established one after another. Yet even with the one known as the god of shinobi, the ninja world remained chaotic. Skirmishes between small villages never ceased. Later, I went to the battlefield where I witnessed the deaths of comrades, friends, and teachers. I hate war. It mercilessly took their lives. Looking at the man sobbing like a child, Lin Ren pressed his hand to his forehead and sighed silently. After his transmigration for the first time, he felt he was living in an incredibly real world. Shui Xiong's monologue continued. Since then I've been thinking, why do we live? By what right do we live? Later I set a goal, a dream. As he spoke, Shui Xiong's tone grew more resolute. I am a person without talent. I cannot change this world, but I will do my utmost to protect the village, protect children like you. When I die, I will pass on the conviction to protect the village to the next generation as they grow up. Pingjuan, can you accept such a conviction? Looking at Shui Xiong's eyes, which had opened at some unknown time, Lin Ren fell silent. After an unknown amount of time under Shui Xiong's longing gaze, Lin Ren shook his head slowly but firmly. Sorry, teacher Shui Xiong, I've been in the village for only a few tens of days. Lin Ren stumbled over his words, a rare occurrence. He didn't want to deceive Shui Xiong, for Shui Xiong was the only person he acknowledged in this village. Hearing Lin Ren's words, Shui Xiong gave 2 awkward dry laughs and muttered to himself. Pingjuan, it's my being too hasty. Forget it, don't take it to heart. By the way, if you have any training questions, you can come to my house and ask me. After all, I am your teacher. With that, he gave Lin Ren a big smile. Lin Ren nodded slowly. Under Shui Xiong's complicated gaze, he walked out expressionlessly, closing the door behind him. Leaning against the doorframe, Lin Ren stared into the distance. The incessant drizzle finally stopped. In the night sky, the bright moon rarely peeked out, casting its moonlight over the dark land. Lin Ren looked at the moon and sighed again. Freedom and bonds. Though they were twin siblings of fate, they diverged on different paths. Meanwhile, in the center of the village, Shanjia Banzang sat expressionless in his office, listening to his subordinates' intelligence reports. Judging by the trembling bodyguards around him, it was clear that Banzang was in a very bad mood. Indeed, his mood was terrible, and after a day of accumulation, his anger had reached its limit. First in the morning, a jonin from the intelligence division reported an attack on the intelligence department, with numerous classified scrolls gone missing. Important ones included the Rain Village's water release secret technique scrolls, the village's defense map, and various intelligence communications with undercover agents sent to other villages. The less important ones included the Yedo Beta-coded intelligence scroll obtained from Jing Jinyong. In the afternoon, scouts stationed at the Bounty Exchange reported that a large amount of intelligence documenting Rain Village's spies had appeared there, bought by representatives of the major ninja villages. Just now, more bad news arrived. All undercover agents within the 5 great ninja villages had lost contact without exception, and even those that had never been activated had been eliminated. In comparison, the disappointing disciple Zhu Kongping was nothing. In fact, as early as this morning, upon receiving news of the intelligence department's attack, Shanjia Banzang immediately activated undercover agents to recall scouts from other villages. But in the end, message transmission required time. His speed ultimately failed to match that of the mastermind and the 5 great nations. Thinking that he had investigated all day without finding any news of the attackers, Banzang's breathing grew. Investigate. Continue investigating. Find all the foreign spies in the village. At that moment, Banzang only regretted not having the Yamanaka clan from Konoha. Otherwise, he would force everyone in his village into a round of truth or dare. Shinda cautiously approached Banzang and whispered, Lord Banzang, could it be that brat Zhu Kongping? No one new has entered the village recently. He's the only one worth suspecting. Hearing this, Banzang whipped his head around his fierce glare, causing Shinda to retreat several steps. Shinda swore he had never seen Lord Banzang so angry. Save your petty tricks. Do you think him a fool? That brat has been under 24-hour surveillance by my men. I even know when he takes a shit. And how much? I know everything. Seeing this, Shinda shrank his neck, looking like a bullied little wife. Then the most important thing now is to rebuild the spy network, Lord Banzang. With the recent passing of that figure in Konoha, the 5 great nations are acting frequently. We cannot be without eyes. Hearing this, Banzang nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, "Tell me your thoughts." Seeing Banzang listen to advice, Shinda's heart leaped with joy, thinking smugly, Lord Banzang still favors me more, only I can help him minimize losses at this time. Shinda's eyes rolled, and a plan instantly formed in his mind. My lord, since all undercover agents have been eliminated, sending adults now would definitely be met with vigilance by the 5 great nations. Therefore, we should train a group of orphans and send them to infiltrate the 5 great nations. This way we won't be detected by the 5 great nations, and we can build a force from scratch. If they do well, they might even infiltrate the upper echelons of the 5 great nations. Take Konoha, for example. They are quite kind to foreign orphans. It's a triple win. Admittedly, this Shindao was full of schemes. The 5 great nations might guard against foreign adults, but they would never be wary of the countless war orphans. After all, monitoring the influx of so many orphans would consume too much manpower and resources. Good, but how do we ensure loyalty? Banzang hit the nail on the head, finding the weakness in Shinda's plan. Hearing this, Shinda smirked sinisterly and leaned close to Banzang's ear. My lord, doesn't our village have a secret technique? That cursed technique, brain insertion jutsu. Banzang's eyes sharply narrowed as he gave Shinda a stern sidelong glance. Shinda was so frightened by Banzang's gaze that his scalp tingled, but he steeled himself and persisted. Lord Banzang, this is no time for mercy. For the peace and tranquility of the village, the sacrifice of these children is worth it. Moreover, if they are careful in their infiltration, their chances of survival are high. My lord, think of those in the village who trust and rely on us. And think of the deceased. They dedicated their lives to the village. We must protect their children. At this point, Shindao was almost hoarse. It was clear that he genuinely believed this. As if seeing through Shinda's heart, Banzang slowly turned his head to look at the scroll on the desk, which recorded the orphan children of the eliminated undercover agents. After an unknown amount of time, Banzang let out a long sigh, his special mask hissing, and his expression became resolute. Go bring the forbidden technique scroll from the vault. Yes. A bodyguard took the keys from Banzang and walked toward the safe on the other side of the room. After a series of complex operations, a palm-sized bundle of scrolls appeared on Banzang's desk. Since you proposed the plan, you will carry it out. Saying so, Banzang quickly pushed the scroll toward Shinda, as if touching it for a second longer would sting his. Also root out all foreign spies in the village. 3 days. In 3 days, I want to see a clean village. Yes. Shinda took the scroll, standing straight with a smug smile he couldn't hide. By the way, Lord Banzang, I would like to borrow someone. Who? Zhu Kongping. Zhu Kongping. What use is he? Upon hearing this, Shinda flashed an ingratiating smile. Lord Hanzo, I find this child exceptionally intelligent and quick-witted. He would be an excellent choice for infiltration. If we entrust him with the mission against the Iwagakure village of the Land of Earth, our greatest threat, he will surely establish an intelligence network in no time. In truth, his thought was to send Lin Ren far away so that no one could vie for favor with him. Moreover, banishing Lin Ren would achieve multiple goals at once. If Lin Ren succeeded in this task, he would let him continue as long as he stayed out of Lord Hanzo's sight. If Lin Ren was exposed and captured, he would use the IWA ninja to kill that detestable brat. Even if he escaped back to Mangekyō after exposure, he would be despised, loathed, and even abhorred by Lord Hanzo for his failure. At this moment, the exasperated and overwhelmed Hanzo of the Salamander paid no heed to Shinda's ulterior motives. After a brief consideration, he found that Lin Ren was indeed a fine candidate for espionage, and since the boy had little talent for cultivation, making himself useful to the village could be considered putting waste to good use. With that thought, Hanzo of the Salamander gave a slight nod, and then commanded, summon both Zhu Kongping and Shuexiong to me. After a long while, Shuexiong and Lin Ren, who had parted not long ago, gathered in Hanzo's office, staring at each other with wide eyes. At this moment, Shuexiong had not a trace of his former drunkenness. His expressionless face fixed on his own feet, his entire demeanor restored to that proper and serious mien. Lin Ren stared at the feigned upright Shuexiong in amazement, finding it hard to imagine that this very fellow had not long ago been reveling wildly at Amirio Anasho, clamoring that he wanted to celebrate his sister's birthday. Perhaps feeling uneasy under Lin Ren's burning gaze, Shuexiong slowly raised his head, flashing a forced smile that was uglier than weeping his eyes, signaling, "This is Lord Hanzo's office. Stop staring at me. Stare any longer, and he'll break out in heat rash." Lin Ren caught Shuexiong's meaning, blinked in acknowledgement, and ceased his scrutinizing gaze. Seated behind his spacious desk, Hanzo watched the two clowns exchanging glances with utter exasperation. Once upon a time, Shuexiong was such a proper and sensible person. Unexpectedly, after less than half a month of associating with Rinnegan, he had already learned to wink and grimace right in front of him. At this thought, Hanzo's resolve grew even firmer. He had to send that brat far away. Ahem. A light cough brought Rinnegan and Shuexiong instantly to rigid attention. Hey Race, the matter, the village has decided to dispatch a group of clever and flexible children to the 5 great nations as undercover agents. Zhu Kongping, as my disciple, you cannot shirk this dangerous mission. That said, I'll entrust you with the Iwagakure village of the land of earth, our greatest threat. Hanzo of the Salamander waved his hand grandly, deciding Rinnegan's fate. Huh. Rinnegan was dumbfounded. You want me to be a snitch? A turncoat? A traitor? And in such a godforsaken place as the land of earth? Instinctively, Rinnegan wanted to refuse, but upon seeing the murderous glint in Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes, the words turned around in his throat and retreated back down. Air. Lord Hanzo. Rinnegan shrank his neck and tested the waters. Seeing that Hanzo of the Salamander did not stop him, he mustered his courage to continue. I completely accept the organization's arrangement. It's just, could I make a small request? Speak. Air. Could it be changed to Konoha village? I rather. Detest Konoha. He had initially wanted to say he liked Konoha, but on second thought, since he was representing Mangekyō as a turncoat, how could he admit to liking Konoha? Suddenly Shuexiong, as if recalling something, hurriedly looked up, intending to speak, but was instantly cowed by Shinda's threatening glare from behind Hanzo. Agreed. Hanzo of the Salamander made the final decision. Upon hearing this, both Rinnegan and Shinda rejoiced inwardly. Rinnegan rejoiced because he could finally go on an official business trip to the legendary Konoha. As for Shinda, he recalled the Yamanaka clan of Konoha. For his sleeper agent techniques like would release Sharingan or be a Kugan paled in danger compared to the Yamanaka clan, which oversaw Konoha's counterintelligence operations. Simply put, every member of the Yamanaka clan was a natural member of the anti-turncoat alliance, which meant that Konoha was far more treacherous for double agents than other villages, especially when trying to infiltrate high ranks. It was nearly impossible. Nevertheless, this was good news for Shinda. Had it not been for fear of arousing Lord Hanzo's suspicion, he would have long assigned Rinnegan to the most dangerous Konoha. Zhu Kongping, good luck. The village will remember your contributions. Hanzo finished speaking and waved his hand. Seeing this, Rinnegan nodded and turned to leave. After dealing with Rinnegan, Hanzo of the Salamander shifted his gaze to Shuexiong. Shuexiong. Yes, Lord Hanzo. I have a task for you. For the next week, you will train 12 children, including Zhu Kongping, in the art of infiltration. Yes. Shuexiong nodded solemnly, standing ramrod straight. Hanzo, seeing that Shuexiong still maintained that reliable demeanor, nodded in satisfaction and then waved him away. Yet Shuexiong remained rooted to the spot. What is it? Is there something else? Noticing Shuexiong hadn't left, Hanzo's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he asked. Shuexiong looked at Hanzo with a complicated expression, as if on the verge of speaking, but then stopping. Lord Hanzo, you said that we protect the village, protect the children in the village. He paused mid-sentence, then changed his tack and continued. My lord, I believe children lack the capability to carry out missions. Not only are their values immature and easily subverted, but the most crucial ability for a sleeper agent, an extraordinary psychological endurance, is something even most adults cannot achieve, let alone immature children. After finishing, his expression shifted from heroic resolve to shrinking timidity. In truth, it was not his fault. He was a child rescued by Hanzo of the Salamander, and instinct made him fear this benefactor. To have spoken so much under such immense pressure today was a testament to his steadfast conviction and an extraordinary performance. Hanzo of the Salamander stared blankly at this child he had pulled from a pile of corpses. He never imagined that the boy who had once been so afraid of him would now be so bold. But in the blink of an eye, that little brat from back then had grown so big. For a moment, Hanzo of the Salamander was lost in thought. Nevertheless, as the village leader and a cage-level powerhouse, he snapped back to reality in an instant. The softness on his face vanished, replaced by his usual expressionless demeanor. Take a look at this. With that, he tossed out a scroll. Hearing this, Shuexiong stepped forward, picked up the scroll, and rapidly scanned its contents. The more he read, the more evident the fury on Shuexiong's face became. Those damned attackers. They dare to brazenly invade the intelligence department and so arrogantly sell our village's secrets. If only we could catch these bastards, tie them to rocks, and drown them in the lake. Catching sight of Shuexiong's bristling fury from the corner of his eye, Hanzo of the Salamander nodded inwardly with satisfaction. If you were in charge and all sleeper agents were sacrificed, what would you do? Air. Faced with Hanzo's question, Shuexiong fell silent instantly, a deeply complex expression crossing his face. My lord, I don't know. At this answer, which was hardly an answer, a flicker of disappointment flashed in Hanzo of the Salamander's eyes. He retrieved the scroll and waved his hand. Shuexiong understood and with hesitant steps turned and left. Meanwhile, Lin Run was led by Shinda to a hidden chamber. The chamber was modest in size, reminiscent of the laboratory in the underground base of the Jashin cult. A single bed-sized stone platform occupied the center, surrounded by bustling researchers coming and going. Hanging around the platform were chains thick with dark rust. Evidently, these people had not shied away from conducting heinous experiments in secrecy. After all, these chains were likely not used for pigs, but for humans. On the stone platform lay a boy with his eyes shut tightly, his mouth roughly pried open. Two individuals dressed as ninjas were busying themselves with the boy's tongue. "Do you know what that is, eh?" Shinda's mocking voice came from behind. Lin Ren innocently shook his head. Seeing Lin Ren's naive expression, a cruel smirk curled at the corner of Shinda's mouth. He hooked an arm around Lin Ren's shoulder and led him to the stone platform. "That's a cursed seal, and one of the most formidable seals in our village." Lin Ren said nothing, instead watching the two operators' movements with keen interest. He was in no hurry, for he knew that Shinda had brought him here solely to intimidate him to satisfy his own strange pleasure. To be honest, Lin Ren had known from the very beginning that this man, named Shinda, bore him hostility. As to why, Lin Ren couldn't fathom, but it didn't matter. He had long since mentally sentenced the man to death. Once he mastered his divine arts, Shinda would be the first to be kicked to the afterlife. Seeing that Lin Ren showed neither fear nor anxiety, but rather the curiosity of a child, Shinda felt as if his punch had struck only air. "You little brat, revel in your happiness while you can. When it's your turn, you'll be sobbing." With that, he pointed at the strange raindrop-shaped mark on the boy's tongue and explained viciously. "This is called the cursed seal brain impalement technique. Its purpose is to keep little brats like you tight-lipped. Once your mind is controlled, or if you divulge any intelligence about Mangekyō, the seal activates." And then, Shinda paused, then abruptly spread his fingers in an explosion gesture. Boom. The cursed seal will instantly churn your brain into a paste. Secretly, Lin Ren rolled his eyes, then promptly clutched his chest, forcing a terrified expression onto his face. "Damn brat, it churns your brain, not your heart." "Huh." Lin Ren froze, then released his chest and covered. Sorry, I'm used to covering my chest." Watching Lin Ren's perfunctory expression, Shinda felt that this child was simply insufferable. Soon the boy on the stone platform was carried out, and the two operators moved to pin Lin Ren down for the procedure. Just then, Lin Ren hastily raised his hand to stop them, then turned to Shinda. "Lord Shinda, could I make a small request?" Hearing this, Shinda recalled the request Lin Ren had made in Lord Hanzo's office and readily agreed. "Bring me a bucket of water and a cup of water." At this odd request, the operators looked uncertainly at Shinda. Shinda too wanted to see what trick Lin Ren was up to, so he signaled the operators with a glance to comply. Shortly, a bucket of water and a cup of water arrived. Lin Ren pointed at the bucket and directed, "You two, yes you two, go wash your hands." The moment the words left his mouth, Shinda and the two operators exchanged glances, their faces instantly darkening like a pot bottom. But since the water had already been brought, what else could they do? Wash it. After washing their hands, one operator produced a thick, hefty syringe to administer anesthesia to Lin Ren. "No." Lin Ren leaped up and quickly refused. "No way. With his constitution, not even anesthesia, let alone potent poison, could knock him out. If he were anesthetized, it would be like dropping dumplings into cold water. Everything would be exposed. No anesthesia. I'm volunteering for the village's sake." How could taking anesthesia be considered volunteering? With that, he snatched the anesthesia syringe from the operator and in one smooth motion jabbed it into the thigh of Shinda, who had been watching gleefully. "You little shit." Before Shinda could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Staring at the prostrate Shinda, Lin Ren covered his mouth in feigned horror and muttered, "This stuff really packs a punch." Soon, with no interference from Shinda, the implantation of the cursed seal was completed. After sticking out his tongue for ages, Lin Ren's first reaction was not to examine his own tongue, but to grab the cup of water, gargle loudly, and casually spit the rinsed water onto the unconscious Shinda lying nearby. Seeing the two operators' faces as dark as charcoal, Lin Ren scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't mean you're dirty. I mean, everyone present is dirty." Time flowed, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. During this week, Lin Ren and a dozen other children had been learning various skills of undercover agents from Shuexiong, a course that could be succinctly described as the self-cultivation of a mole. The curriculum included expression control, how to seamlessly integrate into a group, 100 ways to interject in conversations, how to play dumb, and how to leverage the advantage of youth to gather information. All kinds of techniques. It was practically a crash course in salesmanship. It covered not only micro-expression control and child behavior studies, but even social psychology, truly relentless. During this week, Shuexiong had shed his previous serious demeanor and transformed into a fiery teacher. At the slightest mistake from his students, he would unleash harsh criticism, exuding an aura of ascetic discipline. If this guy were a woman, Rinnegan would have definitely started a romance with her that would lead straight to maternity leave. The week-long lessons had ended, and the students one by one were escorted by supervising ninjas back home to pack their luggage. Only Rinnegan remained leisurely in Shuixiang's office, sipping tea with an air of ease. It wasn't that he lacked a supervising ninja, rather his supervising ninja was Shuixiang himself. The lessons are over. He'll be leaving tomorrow, Rinnegan said, setting down his teacup with undisguised contentment. I'm so eager to leave the village. Shuixiang snorted coldly, his expression stern. Rinnegan casually tapped the table, unconcerned. Come on, drop the act. Everyone's gone. Besides, wasn't my departure orchestrated by Lord Hanzo and Lord Shinoda? How could I resist? At these words, Shuixiang fell silent, his mature face drooping. To be honest, whenever Shuixiang taught these children and saw their anxious, innocent faces, he felt an unbearable torment in his heart. Only when he was with Rinnegan, that cheeky, grinning fellow, did the guilt momentarily subside. At first he had been displeased by Rinnegan's eager demeanor, but as time passed, and he interacted more with the children, the less he dared to look into their naive eyes. He dreaded even more the simple question they would ask teacher Shuixiang, can we ever come back to the village? He recalled Lord Hanzo once telling him, with all your might protect the village and the children in it. When you face death, smile and pass on the conviction of protecting the village to the next generation that flourishes. But now Lord Hanzo, claiming it was for the village, was turning the village's children into moles. What were moles? Beings that could never see the light, who had to sleep with one eye open, living in perpetual anxiety for a lifetime. Lord Hanzo, Sanshuo Hanzo, you have lost your conviction. With tears in his heart, Shuixiang grew even more silent. Watching Shuixiang's gloomy expression, Rinnegan's own face gradually darkened. Bang! The desk exploded, papers flying everywhere. Rinnegan abruptly stood up, grabbed Shuixiang by the collar, and said, come on, it'll take you to reaffirm your conviction. With that, he used his brute strength to drag Shuixiang in a mad dash toward Kabukicho Ikabangai. He no longer concealed his immense power. After all, he was leaving the village tomorrow. The world was vast and full of opportunities. A mere brain transplant technique was utterly incapable of restraining Rinnegan. Most importantly, Shuixiang was his only bond in Mangekyō, a mentor and friend combined. He didn't want his friend to constantly teeter on the edge of darkness. Dragged by Rinnegan in an extremely embarrassing posture, Shuixiang cried out, wait, let me go. Put me down, you bastard. Who goes to the red light district in broad daylight? At this moment, Shuixiang had no thoughts of conviction. His mind was filled with nothing but shame, social death, and the fear of never finding a wife. Being dragged by the collar by a 7 or 8-year-old child all the way into Kabukicho. The scene was truly picturesque. Thinking he had permanently lost his chance at marriage, Shuixiang's tiger-like eyes brimmed with tears, and he wept into his hands. Damn it. Forget the village, forget the kids. I've lost the happiness of my entire life. Seeing Shuixiang crying with such vigor and grandeur, Rinnegan felt relieved. He mused, Kabukicho is truly a wonderful place. All the distracting thoughts in Shuixiang's heart have been washed away. With that thought, Rinnegan grew even more energized. Ignoring the strange looks from passers-by, he exerted force in his steps and dashed straight to the door of AIM Free Information Center. Keep it up. Strive to eliminate all the clutter in your heart. See your true nature. Reaffirm your conviction. Go for it. With that, he shoved Shuixiang into one of the private rooms of the establishment. Shuixiang, as if aware that he had no face left to show, entered the room with a mix of reluctance and acceptance. Rinnegan quietly closed the door and returned to the main hall. In the main hall, Makiko, the one who had settled down, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, it was Shuixiang's old flame, a girl named Mia, standing at the front counter. Hello, Sister Mia. Rinnegan greeted her with an innocent look. Hello, little brother, Mia replied with a smile, then glanced at the sky outside and asked curiously, why are you here in the afternoon? Sister Yukiko hasn't even dressed up yet. Rinnegan's eyes darted around, and he smiled apologetically. Teacher Shuixiang said he couldn't hold it in anymore. He wanted to see you and throw himself into your arms as soon as possible. Really? Little kids who lie will wet their beds, you know. Mia looked at him with a knowing smile, clearly not buying it. In her line of work, she had heard far too many sweet nothings. A run-off-the-mill line like this, neither explicit nor subtle nor even heartfelt, had long lost its effect on her. Really? Rinnegan nodded earnestly, putting on a slightly defiant expression. Teacher Shuixiang also said Sister Mia is so gentle and generous. How wonderful it would be to marry her. Oh, Mia's eyes widened in surprise. He really said that. Really? If you don't believe me, go ask Teacher Shuixiang yourself. Say, if someone is willing to marry you now, would you say yes? Hearing this, Mia had no time to doubt. After all, a woman of her background would be overjoyed to find a decent husband. Although Shuixiang looked a bit older, his status as a special jonin and a prime bachelor was enough to make any geisha swoon. Moreover, women who had seen the insincerity of men often threw themselves into a genuine relationship with more passion than ordinary women, like moths to a flame. No sooner had Rinnegan spoken than Mia spun around and dashed toward the inner room, abandoning all pretense of dignity. Soon Rinnegan heard faint sounds of panting from within. It seemed he had succeeded. Since Shuexiong couldn't marry a respectable woman, because of him it was better to take a step back and find a courtesan. Besides, Shuexiong himself had said she sold her art, not her body. Just then another inner door opened, and a fully dressed Yukiko stepped out, looking at Rinnegan with confusion. "Little brother, have you seen Mia?" Rinnegan tilted his chin, indicating the inner room. As Yukiko made to enter, Rinnegan quickly reached out. No way. If Yukiko went in, that heartfelt confession would instantly turn into a social death scene. Thinking fast, Rinnegan's mind raced. "Sister Yukiko, where's your boss? I haven't seen her today." Yukiko let out a chuckle, crouched down in front of Rinnegan, and pinched his cheek. "I didn't realize you were such a romantic. But sorry, your sister Makiko left this place a week ago." Hearing Yukiko call him a romantic, Rinnegan's face darkened like coal. Damn it, that wretched woman must have told these two everything he had teased her with. Curses. Such little flirtatious words couldn't be blabbed about. But then he remembered he was leaving the village tomorrow, and his mood instantly brightened. "Left?" Rinnegan asked casually, as if uninterested. "Is she coming back?" "Who knows? Maybe she'll come back tomorrow, maybe she'll never come back," Yukiko teased him with a mischievous grin, finding the handsome little boy even more adorable than the boss had described. "What's wrong? Do you miss her?" Rinnegan nodded. "Yes, I miss her just like teacher Shuexiong misses sister Yukiko all night long." Yukiko, being a bit younger than Mia, was also more naive. Her face immediately flushed, and she gave Rinnegan a shy, reproachful look. "And how does he miss me? How else?" Rinnegan let out a sigh that was far too old for his age. Then he crossed his arms, hugged himself, and began to twist his body in a seductive manner. "Like this moi Yukiko, you're like the rain in the village, falling in my heart all day long, drowning me, suffocating me." Subarashi, watching Rinnegan's utterly bewitching performance, Yukiko could no longer hold back. Her face turned crimson, and her head steamed like a boiling kettle. "Stop. Stop it, you're embarrassing me to death." Yukiko covered her face with both hands, feeling as if she might faint. She had encountered customers who liked to grope and tell dirty jokes, but those people only made her feel sick. Yet this never-before-heard, slightly explicit sweet talk from Rinnegan's lips didn't disgust her at all. Instead it made her feel weak in the knees. Taking advantage of Yukiko's dazed state, Rinnegan suddenly had a stroke of conscience. "By the way, sister Yukiko, do you all sell your art, but not your body?" In her foggy mind, Yukiko nodded instinctively. "Yes, sister Makiko is a very capable person, she protects us well." Upon hearing this, a sly grin curled at the corner of Rinnegan's mouth, and a flood of mischief surged within him. "Oh, sister Yukiko, teacher Shuexiong once talked in his sleep." The moment Shuexiong was mentioned, Yukiko's attention was hooked. Her eyes, shimmering with dew, locked onto Rinnegan. He said something like, "I need to save up money to marry Yukiko." No, it was more like, "After I become a jonin, I'll marry Yukiko." That's not right either. I can't remember exactly what he said. "Oh, and sister Yukiko, please don't tell him I told you." At this moment, Yukiko's mind was already filled with sweetness, leaving no room for rational thought. She simply nodded with a blissful expression. Seeing this, Rinnegan laughed wildly inside. Although he was leaving the village tomorrow and wouldn't be able to witness Shuexiong's impending hell, the thought that he had orchestrated it all was enough to make him chuckle. After bidding farewell to the dazed Yukiko, Rinnegan left the AIM-free information center with satisfaction, casually flipping the sign to closed and locking the door. It was easy to predict that Yukiko would find a quiet moment tonight to talk to Shuexiong alone. A man and a woman alone late at night. What else could they talk about? That would inevitably lead to the bed. Given Shuexiong's personality, he might even marry both women at the same time. That would be fine. He liked them both, and it would prevent these two pitiful women from falling deeper into despair. Besides, with a wife, Shuexiong would probably save money and live a better life. A win-win-win situation. Such a clever little scamp. Patting himself on the shoulder, Rinnegan swaggered out of Kabukicho Ikebangai, leaving the place where his dreams began. A maze-free information center. The gentle patter of light rain continued to fall, striking the rain canopy outside the window and producing a crisp, rhythmic sound. In a warm and dry room, a spacious bed awaited. Shuexiong pressed his forehead, struggling to open his eyelids. When he finally opened his eyes, he was greeted by a ceiling he had never seen before. Inhaling, he detected a familiar yet strange scent. Stretching his hand, he noticed something peculiar on his left. Peaks gathered together, while on his right it was flat and expansive. Furrowing his brow as he felt this unprecedented and strange sensation, his heart was filled with confusion. Something was off. He clearly remembered finishing the last class for the children and returning to the office with Pingjun. How could he possibly end up in such a strange place? And when did he fall asleep? Could it be a prank by that guy Ping? Or had he been kidnapped by the ninjas from the enemy village? As a ninja rich in theoretical knowledge, Shui Xiong did not make any rash movements. Instead, he slowly squinted his eyes and perked up his ears, preparing to collect information discreetly. I must admit this is a very good habit. If he were to be kidnapped, pretending to be unconscious would lessen the vigilance against him compared to being awake. Adjusting his breath, he sensed his body. He felt no sensation of being restrained. His enemies were underestimating him. They actually did not consider this special Jonin worthy of their attention. He perked up his ears. 2 breathing sounds, one to the left and one to the right, soft and slow. They must be asleep. The methods of kidnapping were utterly unprofessional. Suddenly pretending to be unconscious, Shui Xiong furrowed his brow, feeling a chill in his heart. Something was not right. The enemies did not seem to be slackening their guard. Why did his body feel so weak? Especially his legs. Why did they feel so incredibly weak? Why was my chakras so depleted? Damn it, the ones who kidnapped me must have fed me some strange drugs that restricted my body. How cunning. Shui Xiong thought, through gritted teeth, fervently cursing the ancestors of his kidnappers. No, I must save myself. With that thought, Shui Xiong decided not to wait any longer. Taking advantage of the fact that the enemies were still asleep, he would make a move. He acted without hesitation. Shui Xiong slightly contracted his abdomen, preparing to evade the encirclement of the 2 kidnappers, then take the opportunity to create distance and use ninjutsu to settle the score. After all, he was not adept at close combat techniques. However, ideals and reality were always at odds. He had envisioned a graceful leap, springing up with a carp jump, then using the body flicker technique to create distance. Instead, he ended up sitting up while supporting his waist, groaning, and then overexerting himself, tumbling headfirst off the bed. Damn it, eat my attack, wind release, great breakthrough. With a whoosh, he made 4 hand seals in a second, while gathering chakra in his mouth. Finally, Shui Xiong caught sight of the 2 robbers in the nude. Oh my. It turned out to be Miss Mei and Miss Yuzi. In an instant, countless memories surged into his mind like a tide. Shui Xiong, unable to focus on recalling, raised his head and released a whirlwind towards the ceiling. Wow! A violent whirlwind swept through the room. In an instant, the entire room looked as if it had been struck by a tornado, with quilts and panties flying about. The huge commotion also startled the 2 beauties in bed. The naked beauties. It was only then that Shui Xiong realized he was also not wearing any clothes. As the fierce wind died down, Shui Xiong, Mei and Yuzi exchanged wide-eyed glances. Shui Xiong's face immediately turned red, covering his lower body, awkwardly scratching his head. Miss Mei and Miss Yuzi, let me explain. Still calling us miss? Have you forgotten what you said last? What did I say? Shui Xiong replied absent-mindedly, confusion evident in his eyes. The moment was too brief for him to organize the memories flooding his mind. Shui Xiong. Thinking Shui Xiong intended to deny everything, Mei suddenly shrieked, leaping up and grabbing his ear. Ouch, 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 Mei, be gentle. Give me a moment to think. Shui Xiong's ear was pulled long, twisting his anxious face. Yet his eyes remained fixed on Mei's chest. Noticing this, Mei quickly pulled the quilt over her chest. This guy had taken everything. She would not let him gaze at her even once. With the light blocked, her runaway thoughts returned, and the events of the previous night gradually surfaced in her mind. Wait, let me sort this out. Saying this, disregarding her nakedness, she started counting on her fingers and mumbling softly. Yesterday I was dragged by that bastard Ping through the village and came to Mei's place. I thought I had embarrassed myself to the core, so I drank a lot. Then Mei told me someone was willing to marry me. I seemed very happy at that time, and then Mei said that woman was her. I seemed even happier. As she was mumbling, Mei, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly interjected. Right? You were so happy that you hugged me. As she spoke, Mei's voice gradually diminished, her face turning red. You hugged me, saying you would marry me, and that you would definitely treat me well. Hearing this, Shui Xiong nodded expressionlessly, then recalled. Then we tangled in bed, and later in the middle of the night, I vaguely remember Yuzi waking me up. Upon hearing Shui Xiong speak of himself, Yuzi let out a soft yelp and covered her face. After I woke up Yuzi, I pulled her onto the bed, and then. After that, Mei, you also woke up, and we. Together. As he spoke, Shui Xiong's expression grew increasingly serious. The 2 women felt their hearts drop. Although they were both inexperienced, they had heard from other sisters that when a man was preparing to turn against you, he would exhibit such an extremely serious expression. In an instant, sadness surged in the hearts of the 2 women. After Shui Xiong finished speaking, his expression had turned as serious as it could be. Combined with his anxious face, it appeared even more grave. Suddenly, a loud thud snapped the 2 women's attention back. Shui Xiong dropped to his knees in a deep, Mei, Yuzi, what happened last night was my fault. Hearing this, Mei and Yuzi felt even more despair. Not only was this man shameless enough to kneel to escape responsibility, But now that they had lost their virginity, did it mean they had to live like the lowest-level courtesans selling their bodies to survive? As boundless hatred surged in their hearts, just as Mei and Yu were preparing to end it all, Shui Xiong's extremely serious voice rang out once more. So please marry me. Hearing his resolute words instantly pulled the two women from hell back to the realm of the living. No, they had come to paradise. A wave of immense happiness enveloped the two women, tears streaming down their cheeks, filled with pure joy. I sob. I do. Their voices rang out simultaneously. Only then did Shui Xiong lift his head, the seriousness on his face melting away, a smile blooming as happiness filled his features. At the entrance of Yuan village, Rinnegan, dressed in a raincoat and carrying a bag, chatted idly with the gatekeeper. Ping Jun, why haven't we set off yet? The gatekeeper inquired. Rinnegan smiled, raised his chin, pointing in the direction of the village. Waiting for someone. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper smirked and leaned closer to Rinnegan, saying, a woman. Yes. Rinnegan nodded. Not just any woman, but a stunning beauty, the kind with curves that can drive anyone wild. Would you like me to introduce her to you? Upon hearing the description, the gatekeeper instinctively swallowed hard and awkwardly shook his head. No, you should keep her for yourself. Don't. She's my future wife, and she's incredibly beautiful and going away for 3 years, worried she might be bullied in the village. Besides, I don't have anyone in the village I can trust since we've crossed paths. I hope you can help me take care of her. Upon hearing this, the gatekeeper seemed quite interested. Ahem. That's not a problem. We're all from the same village. Helping each other is the right thing to do. Exactly. Rinnegan chimed in, giving a thumbs up. You're quite the comrade. Your awareness is high. Just don't take too much care. If she gets bullied, you can comfort her for me. If she gets cold, send her some clothes to keep. When I come back, I will certainly reward you generously. As he spoke, Rinnegan's eyes brightened, pointing in the direction of the village. Look, isn't someone coming? The gatekeeper, filled with excitement, looked in the direction Rinnegan was pointing. There, a haggard-looking Shui Xiong with a lecherous grin was sprinting toward them. Upon recognizing the person, the gatekeeper's face turned pale, an old phlegm caught in his throat, nearly choking him to death. Is this the so-called beauty? Rinnegan waved at Shui Xiong, nodding seriously. So what do you think? Is she to your taste? You must help me take care of him. The gatekeeper, realizing the situation, rolled his eyes at Rinnegan and stormed into the gatehouse without looking back. At this moment, Shui Xiong had already run up close, scanning the gatekeeper, who was rolling his eyes at him, a hint of confusion surfacing in his heart. What's wrong with him? Shui Xiong pointed at the gatekeeper, who entered the room, asking curiously. It's nothing, he's just training. Be a Kugan. Can even a bloodline limit be trained? Who knows? Rinnegan lightly brushed off the topic, and then leaned closer to Shui Xiong, whispering, Teacher, last night, were you happy? Shui Xiong's expression instantly turned blissful, a silly smile appearing on his face. You have no idea. Mei was simply incredible. Yuzi was not bad either. Seeing Shui Xiong with a piggish expression, a mix of joy and satisfaction, Rinnegan knew that good things had come to pass. Moreover, this guy was likely to be, as he expected, bold and responsible. With this thought, Rinnegan lightly cleared his throat, interrupting Shui Xiong's fantasies. Teacher, since you now have a wife, you should stop wandering the streets, save some money, and get a bigger house. That one, seeing clearly and firmly establishing one's beliefs, must be practiced regularly. Shui Xiong raised his fist with righteous fervor. Hee. Rinnegan rolled his eyes, thinking, do you think the wife I'm finding for you is vegetarian? Although Yuzi was delicate, she had her own ideas, though otherwise how could she climb into your bed in the middle of the night? Mei was even more formidable, although she was not a ninja. Can matters between couples be measured by combat prowess? At that time, you might just find yourself leaning against the wall for support every day. With this in mind, Rinnegan decided to douse this inflated guy with some cold water. Sai, you have 2 wives now, are you happy? Happy. Shui Xiong nodded vigorously. Upon hearing this, Rinnegan sighed, stood on tiptoe, and patted Shui Xiong's shoulder, saying, I'm feeling miserable. Mei Jizi promised me that when I grow up, she would marry me. I really don't know when he'll grow up. As a connoisseur of life, Rinnegan's sarcastic remarks made Shui Xiong feel as if he had swallowed a fly. Mei Jizi was indeed an existence that no ordinary woman could compete with, whether it be in figure, appearance, or charm. However, Shui Xiong maintained a positive mindset, quickly adjusting, and replied in Rinnegan's tone. I have 2. Then he rambled on about the joys of having multiple wives, how happy and carefree it all was. Such things a child wouldn't understand. Now it was Rinnegan's turn to feel uncomfortable. After all, every man dreams of having multiple wives, with the gathering of flowers and the blessings of fortune. Just as Rinnegan prepared to retort, a cold-faced man emerged from the distance. Rinnegan sighed, maintaining his composure as he pulled out an intricately crafted hourglass from his pocket. Teacher, it's getting late. I must set off. Looking at the markings on the hourglass, Rinnegan sighed once more. Shui Xiong had been in high spirits, but as soon as Rinnegan mentioned leaving, his joyful expression gradually faded. In an instant the two fell into a prolonged silence. Suddenly Shui Xiong's gaze swept around cautiously, and then he pulled out a palm-sized scroll from nowhere and quickly stuffed it into Rinren's poncho. Use it carefully. Shui Xiong's voice was barely a whisper. Upon hearing this, Rinren looked at Shui Xiong with a complex expression and silently nodded. Exchanging a silent understanding, another silence enveloped them. As the cold-faced man approached, Rinren forced a smile, pulling out a brass key from his pocket and thrusting it into Shui Xiong's hand. Teacher, I want to say goodbye. This key is very important to me. Please take care of it. 3 years later, when I return, remember to return it to me. After saying this, he tightened his backpack and turned striding into the curtain of rain. The heavy rain poured down, and Shui Xiong stood alone at the village entrance, staring blankly in the direction Rinren had departed until his silhouette gradually disappeared into the downpour. Don't worry. I will definitely live until the day you return. His choked voice was drowned in the heavens and the earth. The rain intensified, falling on Shui Xiong's face, making it unclear whether it was water or tears. Walking alone on the road leading from the village to the land of fire, Rin sighed softly. He understood Shui Xiong, and even more so, he understood Hanzo the Salamander. Hanzo the Salamander, cautious and prudent, powerful, yet extremely afraid of death. Rinren knew that Hanzo the Salamander was a man filled with suspicion who never trusted anyone around him. Even his comrades, if they threatened his position, would be mercilessly killed. And Shui Xiong, at first appearing serious, later revealed an extreme lechery. Beneath his mature exterior lay a gentle and determined heart. He had been rescued from a pile of corpses by Hanzo since he was young, raised and inherited Hanzo's beliefs. To protect the village, to protect the children in the village, and when his time came to pass on the responsibility of protecting the village to the next generation that had grown up. However, Hanzo's act of sending children as spies undoubtedly shattered his beliefs and broke Shui Xiong's blind admiration for him. Rinren worried that Shui Xiong, whose fantasies were shattered, might do something foolish. He feared that the suspicious Hanzo the Salamander would notice Shui Xiong's anomalies, and he feared that the only bond he had in Yuan village would disappear. Thus Rinren arranged everything, selfishly utilizing Shui Xiong's emotions, using Mei and Yu to wrap him in a layer of shackles named love and family, and handed him the key that symbolized his freedom, hoping he would protect his own life until the day he returned. Love, friendship. Rinren used these two layers of shackles to bind Shui Xiong, intending to ensure he remained safe in this cannibalistic world to live well. Moreover, he believed that as long as Shui Xiong did not act foolishly, he would definitely survive. After all, the reason he rose to the rank of Special Jonin was due to his exceptional teaching ability. As long as he stayed in the village, Rinren believed he would live. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye 20 days had passed. During these 10 days, Rinren first departed from the border of the rain country, detouring through the grass country, waterfall country, iron country, and rice country. He made a complete loop around the northern side of the fire country, finally arriving at the hot spring country, located northeast of the fire country. The reason for taking such a long detour was that Rinren was after all a spy, an undercover agent, a traitor. If he swaggered directly from the rain country into the fire country and entered my village, his background would be investigated. When the people of Mai saw that he came from the rain country, they would 100% associate him with the recent collapse of the rain country's undercover network. With that in mind, the suspicion that Rinren was a spy from the rain country would greatly increase. Moreover, the method Shunda proudly concocted, using a child as a spy, might only be seen as basic tactics in others' eyes. When that happened, Rinren would be suspected, sent to the Yamazaka clan, and have his secrets exposed, and everything would be lost. He would truly be unable to live or die. The most critical point was that the current Hokage of Mai was the second-generation Senju Feijin, renowned for his love of research. Therefore, Rinren would rather take a longer route than risk even the slightest danger. Strolling along a small path in the hot spring country, Rinren wore a straw raincoat and a straw hat, holding a scroll in his hands, reading with great interest. It was the palm-sized scroll that Shui Xiong had secretly handed to him. It recorded a forbidden secret technique of the rain-hidden village named the Deceptive Ghost Technique. Without needing to guess, Shui Xiong had taken an enormous risk by giving him this secret scroll. What a meddlesome fellow. Despite saying that the slightly upturned corners of his mouth betrayed the emotion he felt. Putting away the scroll, Rinren tightened his pack and continued onward. In the distance, where the sky met the earth, a wisp of smoke was slowly rising. Hey, good things really come in pairs. I've learned a secret technique, and ahead there's a settlement. I won't have to eat cold-dried rations anymore. Muttering to himself, Rinren quickened his pace, stepping through the sunset and striding toward the direction of the smoke. The sunset darkness enveloped the earth, and the drifting smoke hid in the darkness, no longer visible. However, relying on his excellent sense of direction, Rinren still found the village. When he was less than a kilometer away, he gradually sensed something amiss. This Looking at the sea of flames before him, Lin Ren's brow furrowed sharply, and he belatedly understood. What he had seen was not cooking smoke, but thick, billowing smoke from burning houses. Because of the distance, it appeared thin and resembled cooking smoke by 7 parts. With his quick mind, Lin Ren soon realized this was an opportunity. Currently, the village was utterly silent, as if no one was alive. If he could take the place of a child from this devastated village and fabricate a plausible excuse, he might reduce the obstacles to infiltrating mine. No sooner said than done. Lin Ren found a hidden thicket, stowed his backpack containing dried rations and luggage, and crouched low as he made his way toward the burning village. Ox not serpent secret technique, deceptive ghost technique. After forming the hand seals, Lin Ren moved slowly through the waist-high grass, stealthily advancing toward the village. Closer, even closer. Suddenly Lin Ren's gaze toward the village hardened, his dark pupils contracting. In his sight, within the blazing village, bodies lay strewn across the ground. Crimson blood soaked every inch of the soil. Men, women, the elderly, children, none were spared. The village was not large. Near the center, in a small clearing, 4 people sat around a fire laughing loudly. Among them, Lin Ren spotted a familiar face. He was a child about 12 years old. He had once participated in Shui Xiong's spy training alongside Lin Ren. Lin Ren had overheard that this child and another boy around 10 would be sent to the Kirigakure village in the water country. Initially, Lin Ren had been relatively friendly toward the children in this training class. After all, these kids were merely sacrifices of politics and war. Now he no longer thought that way. Rising slowly, Lin Ren walked step by step toward the center of the village. The firelight cast his deeply gloomy face in flickering shadows. Soon Lin Ren reached the center of the village. Expressionless, he walked over to the 4 people and sat down. Strangely, the 4 showed no reaction to Lin Ren's approach. Moreover, whenever their gazes swept over him, it was as if they were glancing at a common roadside stone. Sitting down slowly, Lin Ren inwardly marveled at the power of the deceptive ghost technique as his eyes scanned the faces of the 4. The 12-year-old child was the one he knew best. The other 3 were all shinobi. Lin Ren had seen them near Hanzo's office building. At present, they wore no headbands. From the rain-hidden village, their bodies were covered in blood, and they chatted merrily. Although Lin Ren was furious, he did not intend to do anything to these people. After all, this was an era where humans devoured each other. Killing and being killed were merely the most common ripples in the river of time. Before him, the 4 continued their loud conversation. I say, Along, you're not old, but you're learning bad things fast. You're even more efficient at killing than I am. Beside him, the 12-year-old boy curled his lip. Brother Bougie, that's not right. That big dumb bear who taught the undercover course said don't hesitate when killing. I'm just following his teaching. Hearing this, Lin Ren sneered coldly. What the teacher meant was, if your identity is discovered and there's a risk of exposure, do not hesitate. It certainly did not mean to turn your blade against defenseless civilians. If Shui Xiong knew he had a student like this, he would probably die of rage. Hey, big dumb bear. The conversation continued beside him. The range shinobi named Bougie took the boy's cue and spoke sarcastically. Following the teacher's teaching. Did your big dumb bear teacher also teach you not to get distracted when killing? At this, the 4 sitting around burst into lewd laughter. Another shinobi chimed in, teasing the boy named Alung. Alung, today you got a taste of blood. When you get to Kirigakure village, you'll probably be bored to death. Where will you find villages to burn and pretty girls to ravage? The 3 shinobi laughed again. The boy named Alung snorted defiantly. Once I become a shinobi of Kirigakure, they'll take my underlings out to burn more villages. This time I'll burn them openly. What? Can I? Sure, you're the best. Don't forget your big brother then. But speaking of which, this remote village sure has plenty of pretty women. Of course, after all, this is the hot spring country, a place known for its beauties. We brothers really hit the jackpot today. To enjoy women like these in the village's flower district would cost at least 100,000 ryo a night. As they spoke, their expressions grew increasingly lewd and ugly. But it's a pity we didn't get to have the prettiest one. Alung smacked his lips. Beside him, Bougie sneered. How you want the prettiest one? Let me tell you, only Lord Ono Inoshishi is qualified to enjoy the most beautiful. Hearing that, Alung lowered his head in dissatisfaction, muttering. What's the big deal? The adults take the big ones, can I take the small ones? Do they have to hog them all? Listening to their words, Lin Ren's expression grew darker and darker. It seemed these bastards hadn't just killed people. They had done plenty of other heinous things as well. Heh, you really are scum. A somber voice rang out among the 4, startling them. The next second, the 4 suddenly realized that a person wearing a straw hat and a straw raincoat had appeared among them. You? Who are you? Oh, don't recognize me so soon. Lin Ren said leisurely, casually removing his straw hat. Zhu Kongping. Alung's pupils shrank, sharply blurting out Lin Ren's alias. The other 3 shinobi quickly reacted. Although they had never met Lin Ren, they had heard of the great name of Lord Hanzo's disciple Zhu Kongping. However, as subordinates of Shun, they also knew that Lin Ren was just a little brat who couldn't use ninjutsu and was extremely annoying. Weren't you headed to the fire country? Why are you here? Alung questioned rudely. He was the oldest in the undercover training class, and like in any other school, older children always had an inexplicable psychological advantage over younger ones. Lin Ren ignored him, instead looking curiously at the other three shinobi. Where is your boss? I have some— What business? A shinobi asked in a deep voice. The sudden appearance of Lin Ren was somewhat eerie, making them a bit cautious. To borrow his life. You're asking for death. The hot-tempered Buzi's eyes blazed with murderous intent. Kid, I don't care who you are. Since we're from the same rain-hidden village, get on your knees and apologize now. Otherwise, even if I kill you, no one will know it was us. Buzi roared, his arrogant voice echoing far into the empty night. Head trying to signal that pig. Let me teach you a lesson. As he spoke, he brought his hands together to form hand seals. Seeing this, Buzi threw a kunai first and roared, attack. This kid is asking for death. Facing the kunai, Lin Ren did not dodge. He clasped his hands together, forming the ox seal. Magnet release, 1,000 needle massacre technique. The next second, countless glinting needles shot out from the ninja pouch, instantly enveloping everything around Lin Ren. Controlled by magnetic force, the light, stealthy needles flew out at speeds 10 times faster than a thrown kunai. The needles shot indiscriminately, piercing everything in their range, including Lin Ren himself. In an instant, the three ranged shinobi failed to dodge and were pierced by countless needles. Within less than a second, all five, including Lin Ren, were riddled with holes. Instant kill. Lin Ren formed hand seals again, channeling the magnet nature chakra to withdraw all the needles. Looking at the four people twitching in agony and pools of blood, the corners of his mouth curled slightly. Everyone, how does it feel to be pierced by 1,000 arrows? The only house in the village that hadn't caught fire. Bang! With a deafening crash, the wooden door burst into splinters, revealing the scene inside to Lin Ren. In the next second, Lin Ren's already grim expression darkened to its utmost limit. Beast! Inside the house, furniture lay shattered and toppled, the walls splattered with blood. In the center of the room, a naked man slowly turned his head, his face twisted into a hideous maniacal grin. In his hands, a naked woman covered in bloody welts slid slowly to the floor. She was stunningly beautiful, but now her breath was faint, clearly on the verge of death. Not far from the monstrous man, on the only intact chair in the room, a man in commoner's clothes was tightly bound. His eyes were bulging wide, the corners torn, blood streaming down his cheeks. His entire eyeballs were bloodshot. He was already dead. Lin Ren could confirm it. Even without a single wound on his body, he was dead. Oh, if it isn't Lord Zhu Kongping. Long time no see. I bring you greetings from Lord Shindao. He. The man with the twisted grin kicked the woman aside, turned around, and stared intently at Lin Ren. Lin Ren said nothing. The scenes before him relentlessly battered his sanity. At that moment, just as Lin Ren reached the peak of his fury, a string suddenly snapped in his mind. In the next instant, an eerie and malevolent technique appeared in his mind. Lin Ren lowered his head, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It comes just in time. As Lin Ren spoke, Xiao Yetin's figure vanished before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yetin materialized behind Lin Ren. A tremendous force struck, and a kunai plunged straight into Lin Ren's heart. Pain. A pain he hadn't felt in a long time. The heart that had just regrown was pierced through once more. Behind him, Xiao Yetin took a step back, a playful smirk on his face, casually flicking the hilt of the kunai. Kid, looks like you haven't grasped the essence of Lord Hanzo. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Lin Ren slowly turned, his lips parting to reveal teeth stained with crimson. Is that so? Then, you, teach me, what is Lord Hanzo's essence? Lin Ren stammered, staggering step by step toward Xiao Yetin. Instinctively, Xiao Yetin wanted to use the body flicker technique, but he was certain Lin Ren had been pierced through the heart and would surely die. Cruel by nature, Xiao Yetin slowly lowered his hand from forming seals, mocking him like a cat playing with a mouse. Huh, and you call yourself Lord Hanzo's disciple? What a worthless waste. Today, since you're about to die, I'll graciously teach you a lesson. Listen well. Aside from his immense power, what makes Lord Hanzo most admirable is that when dealing with scum like you, he goes all out, leaving no chance for weaklings like you. Xiao Yetin boasted smugly, but his eyes were locked on Lin Ren's bowed head. Suddenly, this twisted creature wanted to savor the look of despair on Lin Ren's face before death. He reached out just as his hand was about to seize Lin Ren's neck. Shing! A flash of blade light streaked. Xiao Yetin, as befitting a Jonin, reacted far faster than the previous four. In the blink of an eye, he dodged the kunai Lin Ren had swung. When he reappeared, Xiao Yetin was once again in the center of the room, as if nothing had happened. But a thin bleeding cut on his face proved that all this was no illusion, and that Lin Ren's sure strike had missed. Xiao Yetin's gaze remained fixed on Lin Ren as his right hand slowly reached up to his face. Blood. You made me bleed. He. You made me bleed. Not bad at all. A piece of trash who isn't even a Jinin. Not bad. Come on, show me more of your struggle. I love your death throes. Xiao Yetin danced wildly, his beady eyes gleaming with bloodthirsty red light. Hey, you'll see it soon enough. Lin Ren's voice was low, the burning fire casting deep shadows across his face. A mouthful of blood spewed out. In the next second, Lin Ren's head jerked up. In his parted lips, his white teeth gleamed with a sinister chill. While staggering toward Xiao Yetin moments before, Lin Ren had already prepared a blood-red array beneath his feet, drawn with his own blood. A circle of crimson blood enclosed a triangle of the same hue. Lin Ren slowly raised his hand, and in Xiao Yetin's bewildered eyes, he lightly licked the bloodstains on the kunai. Not good. The madness on Xiao Yetin's face instantly vanished. In that very moment, a bizarre link connected their bodies. Body flick. Xiao Yetin began to form seals, but a searing pain shot through his left wrist, disrupting his chakra flow. Looking down, he saw a deep, bone-deep gash that had appeared on his wrist out of nowhere. Not far away, Lin Ren held a kunai in his right hand, driving it deep into his own left wrist. His voice, frigid enough to freeze the soul, slowly echoed, "Cursed technique, death's decree by blood. You bastard. Damned brat, I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Now Xiao Yetin's face no longer bore its earlier frenzy. Instead, his eyes, once full of mockery, held a trace of terror. He pulled out a kunai and lunged at Lin Ren, confident that even without ninjutsu, he could take down the kid. Of course he was mistaken. In pure taijutsu, he might not have been Lin Ren's match. As for why Lin Ren didn't use taijutsu against him, simply because he needed Xiao Yetin's blood. Ideals were beautiful, reality harsh. Xiao Yetin hadn't taken 2 steps before blood erupted from his heel. Thud. He crashed heavily to the ground, quickly glancing at his heel, before turning to Lin Ren. He saw Lin Ren sitting cross-legged in the array, having slashed his own Achilles tendon with a sharp kunai. Realizing he had fallen for it, Xiao Yetin's smile vanished completely, his small eyes filled with panic. Pinkuin, don't kill me. Spare me, spare this dog's life. For the sake of us both being from the Rain Village, for Lord Hanzo Sake, spare me. But before his plea was finished, Xiao Yetin, lying prone, suddenly swung his intact right hand, sending a kunai hurtling toward Lin Ren's face. Lin Ren raised an eyebrow, sneered, and unhurriedly lifted his right hand to block the flying blade. The kunai sank into the flesh of his arm. Mimicking Xiao Yetin's earlier gesture, Lin Ren flicked the hilt of the kunai stuck in his own arm. Opposite him, Xiao Yetin clutched his spurting arm and howled like a pig being slaughtered, writhing in agony on the floor. This is nothing. Fei Duan, watch closely. This is how you use death's decree by blood. As he spoke, Lin Ren picked a senbon from his ninja pouch and stabbed it into the tip of his left index finger. Before him, Xiao Yetin's wailing paused, then erupted into a shriek that seemed to tear off the roof as he clutched his index finger, dropped to his knees, and smashed his head against the ground. Perhaps the screams were too piercing. The woman lying face down in the center of the room, barely clinging to life, slowly lifted her head, biting her pale, bloodless lips. Her eyes, fixed on Xiao Yetin, shone with the fierce joy of vengeance. Looking at the dying woman, Lin Ren's expression gradually softened. Don't worry, he was about to say had avenge her, but his voice was cut off by Xiao Yetin's screams. Damn it, can't you just shut up? Lin Ren cursed in irritation, his words again drowned by a robust shriek. Oh, can't handle you. So saying, he shoved the kunai into his own mouth and twisted it vigorously. Plopped. Both Lin Ren's and Xiao Yetin's tongues fell to the ground. At last silence reigned. Huh. Even though the pain made him want to smash his head into oblivion, Xiao Yetin could no longer scream. 3-second rule. 3-second rule. Lin Ren muttered inwardly, snatched his tongue from the floor, and stuffed it back into his mouth. After a long moment, he cleared his throat and spoke to the dying woman. Woman, he's your enemy. What do you want done with him? Hearing this, the woman's eyes suddenly blazed. Struggling and trembling, she managed to rise. Fingers. Her voice was hoarse. Like this. Lin Ren's hand moved swiftly, cleanly severing all 5 fingers of his left hand. Simultaneously, Xiao Yetin's left hand lost its 5 fingers at the roots, blood gushing forth. The cursed wretch clutched his hand, tears and snot gushing from the pain. Gritting her teeth, the woman watched Xiao Yetin's agony. Lin Ren reattached his fingers while popping a soldier pill into his mouth, his expression calm. Continue. The woman's gaze slowly drifted to Xiao Yetin's crotch. A chill ran down Lin Ren's spine, and he shook his head frantically. No, not that. Although he had endured such a loss at the Jashin cult base, he would rather die than try it a second time. Never mind. I can't hold on much longer. Please kill him. The raspy voice spoke. Fine. Lin Ren nodded, and without hesitation drove the kunai into his own heart. At last there was peace and cleanliness. His gaze swept over the lifeless body of the little wild boar, and Rinnegan silently stood up, leaving the formation beneath his feet. He removed his raincoat and took off the cloak inside. Rinnegan walked silently to the naked woman, holding the cloak to wrap around her body. I'm sorry. The village has produced such a disgrace. The woman weakly turned her head looking at Rinrin's youthful face, shaking her head with difficulty. It's not your fault, child. Rinrin tilted his head, remaining silent. At this moment, he felt a bit intimidated by the gaze of this woman. He extended his arms, lifting the woman, and walked over to the man tied to the chair, carefully placing her down before untying the ropes from the man. The man's body was already cold, his joints stiff, remaining in a sitting position. Rinrin sighed, using brute force to straighten the man's body and lay it flat beside the woman. After doing all of this, Rinrin no longer looked at the couple lying side by side on the ground. He slowly stood up and walked to the little wild boar's corpse, taking it with him as he left the house. Give this woman a moment to say goodbye. After all, her life has also come to an end. Inside the house, the woman slowly turned her face, looking at her husband, gazing into his lifeless eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks like little streams. With her swollen hands, the woman slowly reached out towards her husband's hand, finally gripping it tightly, never to. Outside the door, Rinrin was expressionless as he dealt with the aftermath. He wanted everyone to know that this tragedy was perpetrated by the people of Yuin village. He dragged out the bodies of villagers either violated or brutally murdered from each room, arranging them neatly in the empty space in the center of the village. He bent the knees of the little wild boar's corpse, forcing the culprit to kneel before the villagers' bodies. Then he arranged the remaining 4 corpses to kneel in a neat row. Tearing off the clothing of a few individuals, Rinrin took out a large pen. Using the pen as a writing tool and the back of the little wild boar as paper, he began to write with a solemn expression. Little wild boar, a ninja of Yuin village, subordinate of the god of pufferfish. Secretly executing the covert plan of pufferfish Hanzo, assisting alone in infiltrating Yuin village. Leading 3 subordinates, brutally slaughtering 103 villagers from the village of Soup Country. Their actions were barbaric against the heavens. As Rinrin wrote this, his tongue suddenly became unbearably hot, and the curse seal activated. In the blink of an eye, countless black threads erupted from his tongue, densely packed, piercing through his head mercilessly. After the black threads shot out from Rinrin's head, their force didn't diminish. They continued to shoot in all directions until they vanished into the vast darkness of the night. Uncertain how much time had passed, Rinrin clenched his teeth, making no sound. His expression twisted as he slowly looked up, revealing a fearsome and terrifying face full of wounds. He wiped away the brain matter oozing from his nostrils, gritting his teeth as he stared at the back of the little wild boar. Damn it, it hurts like hell. The sensation of brain matter being stirred was unlike anything he had ever experienced. I won't forget this pufferfish Hanzo, god of pufferfish. Yet even so, Rinrin still shakily picked up the fallen pen, struggling to move to Alone's back. Alone, a dark agent of Yuin village, 12 years old. In the covert plan, he will infiltrate the land of Water's Yuin village as a war orphan, participating in the massacre and defilement, burning villagers and the village. Then Rinrin wrote down the mastermind of the entire plan and the specific number of people on the backs of the remaining 3. He wanted the entire ninja world to know what kind of scum pufferfish Hanzo and god of pufferfish from Yuin. Even if this plan greatly increased the chances of his exposure, even if writing this information activated the curse seal and caused him unbearable pain, he would not hesitate. If he didn't do this, his conscience would be uneasy. After all, he was still a transmigrator, holding on to his own principles and conscience, unable to turn a blind eye to such inhumane acts. After finishing all this, Rinrin stood up, calmly erasing all traces of his existence according to the ninja knowledge taught by Mizukama, and finally returned to the room that tormented his heart. Inside the room, faint sounds of sobbing could be heard, filled with confusion and despair. Rinrin paused for a moment before pushing open the door. With a soft creak, the crying suddenly stopped. Inside the room, a child with a face smeared with soot abruptly turned his head, his big teary eyes filled with fear and vigilance. You? Don't come any closer. The child gripped a kunai he found somewhere with both hands, awkwardly holding it in front of him, baring his teeth, like a wounded little beast trying to show his ridiculous ferocity. Lee, you must not be rude to your benefactor. The woman lay on the ground, struggling to lift her hand to hold the child's arm. Rinrin paid no heed to the still extremely tense child and stepped forward to the woman, quickly squatting down. By the dim firelight outside the door, Rinrin's eyes suddenly narrowed to the size of a needle. Normally this woman should have died long ago, but she had somehow managed to hold on until now. If Rinrin's survival was entirely due to his unique physique, then this woman's endurance until now was due to her extraordinary willpower. Seeing this, Rinrin also fell silent. Benefactor, what is your name? The woman's hoarse voice rang out, pulling Rinrin's scattered attention back. Rinrin, my name is Rinrin. Upon hearing this, the woman's stiff face slowly broke into a gentle smile. Rinrin-kun, do you have a surname? Instinctively, the image of a person appeared in Rinrin's mind. Mizukama. That was when they first met. The serious-looking Mizukama nodded at his Yuin forehead protector, his mature face carrying a hint of solemnity. Nice to meet you. I am Suho Mizukama, special jonin of Yuin. You can call me teacher or Mizukama. Thinking of this, Rinrin instinctively blurted out. Suho. My surname is Suho Rinrin. Please take care of me. The woman nodded slightly, pulling the child's hand beside her, her gaze filled with reluctance and affection. Lee, my child, from now on you shall be known as Suho Lee. Saying this, she forcefully placed Lee's hand in Rinrin's. Rinrin-kun, my daughter Lee, please feel free to instruct her. As she spoke, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed, not giving Rinrin a moment to hesitate or regret. On a small hillside outside the village, the warm afternoon sun shone down, a gentle breeze sweeping over the grass. In front of a small grave mound, two figures, one large and one small, stood by the grave. Go on, say goodbye to your father and mother. Rinrin gently nudged Lee's shoulder. Lee nodded, placing a bouquet of red and white wildflowers gently before the tombstone, tears welling in her reddened eyes. After a long silence, Rinrin stepped forward, gently patting Lee's little head. Let's go. Little Lee understood and nodded, extending her chubby little hand to hold Rinrin's, turning back 3 times as they walked towards the distance. On a winding forest path, a large merchant caravan trudged forward. Behind the caravan, a great number of ragged children followed in the footsteps of the caravan members. They varied in age. The oldest around 15 or 16, the youngest only 3 or 4, taking arduous steps and struggling to keep up with the caravan. Though gaunt and sallow-faced, not a single child fell behind. They supported one another, the older ones protecting the younger, pressing on with steadfast determination. They were orphans of the land of Tang, children who had lost their parents. Ever since the god of shinobi Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage of Konoha, had passed away, the entire shinobi world seemed to have fallen into an eerie calm. Though the 5 great villages maintained peace on the surface, countless conspiracies were brewing beneath. The fuse for all this was the recent intelligence leak from Mangekyō. Having lost vital information, Hanzo the Salamander not only dispatched a team of young infiltrators including Rinrin, but driven by insecurity, also sent numerous shinobi to the borders of the Land of Rain. This directly prompted the 3 great nations bordering it, Land of Fire, Land of Wind, and Land of Earth, to make significant moves. Though the tiny Land of Rain and its hidden village were not taken seriously by the 5 great nations, the restless Second Tsuchikage seized this opportunity to confront Kirigakure of the Land of Water. The Second Tsuchikage believed that Mangekyō was under Kirigakure's control and was secretly preparing to ambush the Land of Earth. The enmity between the lands of Earth and Water stretched far back, the earliest conflicts dating to before the Warring States period. Even a simple fart from one side could be falsely accused as a poison gas bomb by the other. Seeing the Land of Earth casting mud on them, Kirigakure simply refused to explain. The second Mizukage Hozuki Jinjetsu declared, I don't want to waste words with you. Come on, let's fight. The 2 nations tacitly dispatched large numbers of shinobi, gathering in the Land of Tang and the Land of Rice that lay between them. When great powers clashed, the smaller nations suffered. The second Raikage, seeing the 2 nations battling with such fervor, slammed the table in discontent. You, the seemingly honest Second Tsuchikage, started a war without inviting your elder brother from Kumogakure. How unbrotherly. So he decisively launched a surprise assault, declaring war on Konoha. Thus 4 of the 5 great nations fought fiercely in the narrow, tiny strip of land known as the Land of Tang, locked in an unstoppable conflict. Fortunately, the shinobi of the 4 great nations were generally of high caliber, unlike the inhumane acts of Mangekyō that targeted civilians. However, ninjutsu, anyone who used it knew, possessed power beyond what this era could withstand. A careless fire style burned down a house on one side, a careless water style flooded a village on the other. In such exchanges, a multitude of war orphans were freshly produced. Moreover, the hidden hot water village of the Land of Tang had always been generous and peace-loving. They simply sealed off their village, forbidding outsiders from entering and insiders from leaving. The orphans were dumbfounded. The Land of Water had plenty of water, but without a boat one could only swim across. The Land of Lightning had steep mountains and high altitudes. Every 2 steps left one gasping for air. Thus the Land of Fire, with its abundance of trees, became the primary destination for refugees. This caravan was a microcosm of countless fleeing children. The orphans were dumbfounded. The Land of Water had plenty of water, but without a boat one could only swim across. The Land of Lightning had steep mountains and high altitudes. Occasionally, a kind-hearted female shinobi would distribute some food to help the children. At the front of the caravan, Rinrin, carrying a back basket as tall as himself, chatted with a boy dressed as a merchant. Didn't you say we'd reach Konoha this afternoon? It's already noon, and I still don't see any sign of the village. What's the rush, Rinrin? I'm not bragging. I've traveled this road from the Land of Tang to Konoha countless times. If I say afternoon, we'll definitely be there before evening. Bragging. You're 12 years old and calling yourself big bro. Have you even grown all your hair? Linren rolled his eyes, shooting a disdainful glance at the confident Urbenmu. I remember someone boasting last time that the Valley of the End had giant statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha. I rushed over excitedly, and all I saw were two bald heads staring blankly at each other. Ahem. Urbenmu stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. Damn it, Linren. That was delayed because of the war. Otherwise they would have been finished long ago. Yeah. Linren let out a contemptuous laugh. If you fool me again, I'll tell Miss Yuriko that you peeked at her bath yet. Don't. Urbenmu quickly covered Linren's mouth, his childish face flushing bright red. Boys of 12 or 13 were just entering the awakening of first love, both shy and bold, most afraid of having their secrets exposed. Just as Urbenmu was about to plead for mercy, a mature, deep voice sounded behind them. Urbenmu, are you bullying Linren again? Am not. Urbenmu cried out, instinctively turning around with indignation. Dad, Linren is the one bullying me. I didn't see that. I only saw you bullying Linren. At this moment Linren turned around with a shy smile. He addressed the white-haired but still vigorous caravan leader. Uncle Kato, it's nothing. Urbenmu and I were just joking around. Hearing this, Urbenmu rolled his eyes and muttered under his breath, damn Linren, always playing dumb to fool the old man. Mr. Kato saw that his youngest son was still unconvinced and rubbed his forehead wearily, dropping the matter. He looked up at the sunlight filtering through the trees, then turned and announced to the caravan behind him. Halt. We'll rest here and have lunch. Everyone give it your all. We'll reach Konoha this afternoon. When we get there, I'll treat everyone to grilled meat. At these words the workers cheered joyfully, shedding their heavy packs and sitting by the roadside to pull out their dry rations. Behind the caravan the stumbling children also stopped, their hungry gazes turning toward a little girl in the girl was about 4 or 5 years old, wearing black cropped pants and a sky blue pullover. Though the clothes were a bit big, they looked clean and tidy compared to the ragged hemp garments of the other children. Moreover, the girl's chubby cheeks and plump little hands stood in stark contrast to the others. Big Sister Lee, do you still have any food? A dirt-faced girl among the crowd asked timidly. The other children nodded in unison, staring longingly at the small backpack on Lee's back. Hearing this, Lee tilted her head slightly, looking back with a troubled yet adorable expression. I. Her crisp, childish voice tugged at every child's heart. Saying so, Lee walked to the roadside, clumsily and adorably took off her backpack, unfastened the buckle, and pulled out a small white pouch. Muttering non-stop under her breath, there are 21 of us. Yesterday morning the pouch had 31 military rations. Yesterday we ate 21. As she calculated, the little girl began counting on her fingers. 1, 2, 10 left, 11. Then she opened the pouch and counted them one by one. Why is there one missing? Only 10 left. It's not enough. Lee stood up abruptly, pouting her lips in a long frown. The light in the children's eyes gradually dimmed. For so many days they had relied on this little girl. Though ashamed, they were powerless against hunger. I don't need any. Going hungry for a day is no big deal. Big Sister Lee, give the rest to the little ones. A boy shouted. Right, give it to the girls. Other older boys also said they didn't need it since they would reach Konoha this afternoon. However, they had no confidence about whether they could eat their fill in Konoha. If the village didn't provide them with food, the one ration from yesterday would be their last for the next few days. Big Sister Lee, I know it's rude to ask, but please give the rest to the youngest children. The girl named Yazzie stepped forward as well. It was clear that she longed for the little rations in Lee's hand, yet she resolutely chose to give the opportunity to the younger ones. Seeing everyone swallowing their saliva while yielding to one another, Lee's cute face crumpled. They'll go ask Big Brother. Her crisp voice interrupted the children's reluctance. Don't go, Yazzie quickly said. Big Sister Lee, have you forgotten last time when you were scolded harshly by him? She spoke with a fearful glance toward the front of the caravan. The other children chimed in. Big Sister better not go. We can survive one day of hunger. If you get scolded because of us, we'll really die. Seeing everyone looking at her with concern, Lee suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Her face flushed, she scuffed her toes on the ground and said shyly, Big Brother. He scolded me last time because I miscalculated, not because I asked for rations. Yazzie was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. But you miscalculated just now too. It was obvious she knew that 31 minus 21 equals 10, not 11. Maybe Big Brother didn't hear it. Lee pouted, looking like a child caught red-handed, but still insisting she was right. I don't care anymore. I'm going. With an excited shout, Lee shouldered her little backpack and bounced toward the front. The people in the caravan all smiled warmly at this kind and adorable angel of a girl. Without her and her brother, none of the children at the back would have been able to follow the caravan intact, let alone have the strength to persist until now. Though they couldn't do the same, they didn't withhold their goodwill. By the roadside, a short-haired girl with a pure face dressed in a ninja uniform waved at the approaching Lee. Lee, looking for Rinnegan again. Lee nodded and smiled sweetly. Yes, I'm looking for Big Brother. Sister Yuriko, you're even more beautiful today. Really? Must be because I took a hot spring bath yesterday. Yuriko chuckled. By the way, Lee, why didn't you? Hearing this, a flash of panic crossed Lee's face. Well, big brother quizzed me on arithmetic yesterday, so I didn't come. The truth was last night Linren had taken Lee to keep watch for Benmu, who took the chance to peek at Yuriko babe. Thinking of this, Lee secretly glanced at Yuriko, a flicker of triumph in her eyes. Mama is far prettier than you. And big sister Lee will be just as beautiful as Mama in the future, so it'll make big brother completely infatuated with me, hee. With that thought, Lee no longer paid attention to this elder sister she considered a defeated opponent. She politely excused herself and trotted toward Linren. She hadn't forgotten that her little followers were still starving. After a short run, Lee stood before Linren, who was leaning against a large tree resting with his eyes closed. Lee reached out her small hand, shook Linren's knee, and whispered close to his ear, big brother, stop pretending. You don't need to sleep anyway." Hearing this, Linren slowly opened his eyes, rolled them without any pretense, and flicked her forehead hard with his finger. "Where's your brain? Your brain. Think before you speak." Linren scolded with a tone of frustration. "I know." Lee covered her forehead with both hands, pouting. Big brother, the little rations you gave me were so delicious. I finished them all. Give me some more." "Sure." Linren nodded expressionlessly, reached into his towering backpack, pulled out a handful of military rations, and held them in his hand. "By the way, Lee, I have a question for you." Lee was staring eagerly at the rations in Linren's hand. At the mention of a question, she nodded instinctively. "What is 31 minus 21? Lee was dumbfounded. So big brother already knew she had miscalculated. Seeing Linren staring at her with a smile, Lee subconsciously stepped back, blinking her large sparkling eyes in an attempt to muddle through. But Linren shook his head firmly, grinning even more broadly. "All right, I'll calculate." "They'll calculate." Seeing that acting cute had no effect, the little clever one sighed and clumsily started counting on her fingers. 1, 2, 3. "I know it's 9, right? 9. Gazing at the smug little creature looking around triumphantly, Linren nearly spat blood 10 feet away. "Damn it." Linren jumped up abruptly. "And you claim to be the child of a blacksmith. 31 minus 21 equals 9. Where did the remaining 1 go? Do you want to drive me crazy?" The little girl stuck out her neck, unyielding, staring at Linren. "Then it's 8. You're infuriating me. That's even farther off. Equals 11. Fuck me. I'm going to spank you for your mother today. Don't run." For a moment, chaos ensued. After a while, Lee, cheeks flushed and out of breath, clutched a handful of rations and dashed into the crowd of children. Linren covered his eyes, sat back under the tree, and felt like crying. Such a good child normally, so well behaved. Why does she turn into this when she learns math? Is it really without lessons father and child are loving? With lessons, all hell breaks loose. But seeing Lee earnestly distributing the rations among the children, most of Linren's frustration dissipated. He recalled how the little girl used to lie awake all night, crying in her sleeping bag. Now at least the gloom had lifted from her face. She smiled happily from time to time, and had made many friends her age. Thinking of this, he raised his head toward the sky, where Lee's mother seemed to be smiling at him. Linren sighed and gave a bitter laugh. "You really know how to cause me trouble, don't you?" Soon Konoha came into view. There was no towering red wall, as in his memory, nor was the village as vast. On the Hokage rock, only 2 stern faces were carved. The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. Gazing at the distant Hokage rock, though he had already accepted the reality of having traveled back in time, a trace of reluctance still lingered. It was now the 18th year of Konoha. Good heavens, let alone Naruto, even his mother Kushina Uzumaki was still waiting somewhere in some little girl's belly. Yet looking at the village brimming with vitality, his mood inadvertently eased. Compared to the rain village, Konoha's environment was far too pleasant. Bright sunlight, cool breezes, lush green trees, and unique aesthetically pleasing architecture. And above all, the 8 gates. For Linren, the 8 gates technique could push the advantage of his immortal body to the extreme. Unlike the original Haiden, Linren's immortality was far more unreasonable. His cells possessed an incredibly aggressive nature with an intense tendency towards self-recovery and division, especially when injured. This was why he could reattach a severed finger without stitching. At the same time, he could train relentlessly without worrying about bodily harm. The more weight, the better. Paired with the 8 gates, the enhancement would reach a terrifying level. Most crucially, Linren didn't have to worry about dying even if he opened the gate of death. That was why he was so determined to master the 8 gates. Planning his next moves in his mind, Linren held Lee's hand and followed the merchant caravan toward Konoha. At the village gate, 4 ninja guards were meticulously checking incoming personnel. Mr. Kato stepped forward, reporting the number of caravan members and the cargo they transported, then submitted to the inspection. Just then a ninja with a fan-shaped emblem tattooed on his left arm pointed at the children trailing behind the caravan and asked, "And them? Are they also part of the caravan?" Mr. Kato hesitated, then gave a wry shake of his head. "No, they are orphans from the land of Tang." Orphans? Orphans traveled all the way from the land of Tang to Konoha. The guard clearly showed disbelief. For a ninja, the round trip between the land of Tang and Konoha took only 2 days. For an ordinary person, it might take as long as a week. These children, sallow and thin, were obviously not ninja. Moreover, they carried no luggage. How could they have trekked for an entire week without food or water? The guard suddenly recalled an incident from a few days earlier. In the land of Tang, a village had been mercilessly massacred. According to reports from the front lines, the scene was utterly tragic. What baffled the 5 great nations was that the perpetrators once killed were neatly lined up, kneeling before a massive grave with their crimes inscribed on their backs. And then there was that not-so-subtle conspiracy from the Rain Village. At this thought, the guard's gaze toward the children sharpened with vigilance. "Shuihu, go and inform them that a large group of orphans has appeared at the village gate." Lin Rin, mingling among the caravan members, watched the guard's actions with cold indifference. Though he posed as an orphan, he didn't need to undergo inspection alongside those children. Back in the land of Tang, Lin Rin had already joined the caravan as a hired hand. Not only that, he had deliberately grown close to the caravan leader, Mr. Kato, and his young son Urbenmu, using this opportunity to feed them his fabricated background and identity, all of which would reach the ears of his Konoha colleagues. In simple terms, Mr. Kato was a Konoha spy, and a rather unprofessional one at that. After all, his job was merely to travel between the great nations, do some business, and collect simple intelligence. Having undergone professional spy training, Lin Rin had confirmed Mr. Kata's identity the moment he saw him. He was also confident that his own information would appear on the desks of Konoha's intelligence division in no time. Soon several ninja rushed out from the village and took the children away. Konoha, he was sure, would handle the matter properly. After all, this was Konoha. Lin Rin had no intention of interfering. His assistance to them along the way had been merely a whim. After completing registration, Lin Rin took Li Yi's hand and followed the caravan into Konoha village. Covertly, he sensed at least a dozen gazes sweeping over him and Li Yi. But Lin Rin didn't care. His infiltration plan was flawless. After all, he had no intention of carrying out Hanzo of the Salamander's orders. At most, he would send some insignificant intelligence each month. Surely Hanzo wouldn't really put his hopes in a bunch of children like them. He was, after all, the demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo of the Salamander, a man who trusted no one. Lin Rin considered this undercover mission nothing more than a simple paid vacation. With a light and cheerful heart, Lin Rin bid farewell to Mr. Kato and the reluctant Urbenmu and headed toward the center of Konoha. He planned to register with Li Yi at the Hokage Tower, otherwise he would only be allowed a brief stay in Konoha like the other workers in the caravan. But that also meant he would likely be summoned for an interview. The bustling streets were packed with people. Li Yi, who had never traveled so far, was like a curious child wanting to see everything and taste everything. "Bear with it for a while, little sister. Once your brother finishes handling things, he'll buy you some treats." At this, Li Yi nodded obediently, her big eyes brimming with anticipation. Soon the Hokage Tower loomed before them. A magnificent 3-story circular building, its outer walls painted a fiery red. "Halt, kid, this is the Hokage Tower." No sooner had the words been spoken than 3 figures instantly appeared before Lin Rin, all clad in black vests and wearing animal masks. Clearly the Umbu, the elite tactical unit founded by the second Hokage. Hearing this, Lin Rin stood still and said, "Sorry for the intrusion. Is this where I can register for Konoha res—" "Yes," said the Umbu in the middle, nodding before asking in a subdued tone, "Is there something you need?" "Air." Lin Rin's eye twitched as he silently grumbled. What else could it be but to get residency? Did he come all this way to buy soy sauce? Showing no emotion, Lin Rin replied flatly, "Yes, I need to apply for Konoha residency." "Tugu, take these 2 kids to the intelligence division." "Tugu." Lin Rin sweated inwardly. Still the Umbu named Tugu didn't mind. He waved at Lin Rin and Li Yi and led them through the entrance. Soon they were brought to the intelligence division on the first floor of the Hokage Tower. Lin Rin showed no curiosity and kept his eyes forward, perfectly playing the role of a mature boy who had undergone great upheaval. Li Yi, on the other hand, was like a curious child, touching and peeping at everything. 4 and 7 years old. Though only a 3-year difference in the world of Naruto, they were worlds apart. During the Warring States period, a 7-year-old might have to go to battle while a 4-year-old wouldn't. That was the biggest distinction. Similarly, Konoha, which had emerged from the Warring States less than 2 decades ago, was far more cautious of Lin Rin than of Li Yi. "You go in. You wait here with me." Before Tugu could finish, Li Yi had already hidden behind Lin Rin, shrieking, "No, I don't want to leave my brother. I'm not going anywhere. I'm staying with him." It was clear she was genuinely terrified of being alone with strange men, especially adult males. After all, that incident had left deep scars on her. I'm sorry, Rinnegan said, shielding Li Yi with an apologetic look. My sister has a special condition. Could she come with me? She's only 4. Hearing this, Tugu looked at the pair of siblings, neither of whom was an adult, and shook his head relentlessly. Sorry, it's the rules. Rinnegan sighed, took Li Yi's hand, and turned to leave. The role he was playing now was a prematurely mature boy who would do anything for his little sister. If he let her be separated from him, his persona would collapse. Moreover, he didn't want Li Yi to stay with Tugu, not for her safety, but for her mental state. Over the past week, he had racked his brains having Li Yi hand out food to orphans and teaching her various things, all to help her overcome the shadow of her past trauma. Now he couldn't let her relive those fears. Then I apologize for wasting your time. Please show us out. Tugu hadn't expected such a strong reaction from Rinnegan. Though the 7-year-old boy still wore that indifferent expression, the fact that he would walk away at the slightest disagreement was astonishing. Didn't this boy realize that Konoha was the safest village in the ninja world? Couldn't they bear a brief separation? And Rinnegan's answer was no. Though Li Yi's mother had said, my daughter Li Yi, feel free to make full use of her, in Rinnegan's mind it automatically became Li Yi. I entrust her to your care. Seeing Rinnegan ready to leave, Tugu hesitated for a moment, but dared not break the rules, preparing to escort them out. Just then a steady voice rang out from the end of the corridor. Tugu, let them in. A black-haired young man with a crisp hairstyle stepped out. Lord Yuanfei. Tugu immediately stood at attention. Yuanfei? Which Yuanfei? At this time, the only one who could freely enter the Hokage Tower and know the Umbu's code names was the second Hokage's disciple, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In an instant, Rinnegan's heart tightened. This was no simple man. After all, to be accepted as a disciple by Tobarama Senju and later appointed Hokage spoke volumes about his extraordinary ability. Though his mind was in turmoil, Rinnegan was a professional spy. His face betrayed nothing as he turned to Tugu. Mr. Tugu, may I? Tugu nodded immediately. After all, the Lord Yuanfei before him was a direct disciple of Tobarama Senju. Crucially, at this moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi was the captain of the Umbu, his direct superior. With a creak, the door opened. Hiruzen Sarutobi led Rinnegan and Li Yi into the slightly dim room. Inside, a single chair sat alone in the center of the room, and behind a thick wooden desk at the front stood 3 chairs, a standard interrogation room setup. Please have a seat. Sarutobi gestured to the solitary chair. Suddenly, Rinnegan felt Li Yi's hand tremble violently. He looked down at her. Li Yi's body was shaking uncontrollably, her beautiful eyes clouded with shadow as she stared at the chair in the center of the room, her face etched with terror. Damn it! Rinnegan's scalp prickled, and a wave of guilt surged within him. This dim environment, the lonely chair, how reminiscent of that night. Rinnegan remembered that Li Yi had been unconscious behind the chair where her father had sat. Without a second thought, he acted. A chop to the back of Li Yi's neck. The next moment, little Li Yi's eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Rinnegan caught her, holding her tightly in his arms. As his gaze instinctively swept the room, it met Sarutobi's thoughtful eyes. Damn! Rinnegan's heart sank. This had just gotten serious. In his anxiety, he had forgotten to control his reaction speed and striking force. To a powerhouse like Sarutobi, such a minor slip was a glaring flaw. After all, he was just a 7-year-old child. Without systematic training, how could he possess such reflexes and control over his strength? Crap, the plan had completely derailed. He would have to play it by ear. With that thought, Rinnegan clutched Li Yi tightly, put on an angry expression, and glared fiercely at Sarutobi like a mother wolf protecting her cub. After all, for a brother desperate to protect his little sister, this reaction was the most appropriate. Sarutobi said nothing calmly, pulling a scroll from his ninja pouch and spreading it on the desk. Please sit. Sarutobi's voice was flat. Without another word to Rinnegan, he turned his attention to the scroll. He lowered his head and began to read the scroll. Rinnegan, momentarily at a loss for a solution, could only shuffle step by step to the stool, holding Li Yi as he slowly sat down. The most pressing issue was identity. Once the seed of suspicion was planted, being dragged by the Mountain Clan to have their memories forcibly examined was highly likely. Unless he could dispel Hiruzen Sarutobi's doubts. Most importantly, the secret of his time travel must not be exposed, or else he would certainly be taken by Tobarama Senju, that research fanatic, for dissection and study. Well, it seemed he wasn't really afraid of being dissected. After a pause, Rinnegan quickly cast aside such distractions and picked up his previous train of thought. Not only must the secret of his time travel remain hidden, but also the fact that he possessed an immortal body. Thinking this way, he felt how exhausting his life had become. Guarding so many secrets day after day. Was he born to be a double agent? No. It was the circumstances that forced him. Who could blame him for starting with such a hellish difficulty as a cultist? In the dim environment, time slipped by minute by minute. Rinnegan only felt an exceptionally sweet fragrance permeating the air, his head growing groggy, his thoughts slowing considerably. After an unknown period, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been reading the scroll, suddenly lifted his head and spoke in a deep voice. Zhu Kongping. Who? Lin Ren was severely dizzy and couldn't react in time, blurting out a question instinctively. To be honest, he truly couldn't recall who this Zhu Kongping was. Besides, his name was Lin Ren, not Zhu Kongping. Back in Mangekyō, when others called him by this alias, he always needed a moment to realize they were addressing him. His reaction to Sarutobi appeared unfathomable. After all, the air here had been heavily infused with hallucinogenic agents. Strangely enough, an ordinary person would become dazed and answer anything after just one breath of this agent, yet this mere 7-year-old child showed little reaction. At this thought, Sarutobi looked at Lin Ren with a knowing smile. Impressive. Truly the most professional sleeper agent. Your resistance to drugs and reaction speed far exceed those of elites. It seems Hanzo the Salamander sent you to infiltrate Konoha with no small ambition. Hearing Mangekyō and Hanzo the Salamander, Lin Ren jolted in fright, instinctively biting his tongue. The sharp pain mixed with the taste of blood instantly revived his consciousness, and his eyes cleared. Seeing this, the smile on Hiruzen Sarutobi's lips widened. Even though he had taken the antidote, his own head felt heavy by now. Yet this fellow had somehow become even more alert. Remarkable. Little did he know that Lin Ren had been drinking poison like water in the Jashin cult base. Ahem. My lord, I don't understand a single word you're saying. Still pretending. Your mental fortitude is truly extraordinary. For a moment, Sarutobi even felt a surge of admiration for talent. If Konoha hadn't already turned Mangekyō into a sieve of infiltration, this fellow might actually have fooled him this time. After all, just looking at Lin Ren's background investigation, there was really no flaw at all. Suifeng Lin Ren, born in the land of hot water from a blacksmith family, only 7 years old, with a 4-year-old sister, Suifeng Li. During the massacre by rain ninjas, he hid in the family cellar and escaped later, gathered his family's belongings, and fled to the land of hot water. After selling the belongings, he prepared to follow a merchant caravan to the land of lightning. Due to the war between Konoha and Mangekyō, the roads were cut off, so he followed the original caravan to Konoha. According to the report of the undercover agent Kato Sawa, he behaved normally throughout the journey, often grieving alone in the dead of night, yet showing great strength before his little sister Li. At the same time, he doted on Li excessively, allowing her to share military rations, pills, and make friends with war orphans. Only when teaching Li did he show strictness and frustration, which perfectly matched the situation of a loving older brother. At this thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but sigh. If the land of rain were filled with sleeper agents of this caliber, Mangekyō would be terrifying indeed. Of course, that was impossible. Still, even just one Lin Ren sent chills down Hiruzen Sarutobi's spine. Looking solely at the identity Lin Ren had fabricated, Sarutobi himself felt a sense of recognition. He even found this little brat very resilient and felt compelled to help him. But after learning Lin Ren's true identity and looking back at this disguise, not only did he not despise the fellow, but he found Lin Ren even more astonishing. Consider that he was only a 7-year-old child. At that age, Sarutobi himself had already been on the battlefield, but in terms of meticulous thinking, this kid was beyond comparison. He wouldn't even be worthy of holding his shoes. Remarkable little brat. Adorable, one could want him. Hanzo must have stepped in dog shit. At that moment, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly paused. No, there was still a flaw in this disguise. The surname. Damn it, he should have thought of it earlier. How could a small village in the land of hot water have surnames? After all, surnames belonged only to great clans. Suifeng. Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly thought of something, frantically pushed the scroll to the front, and finally found the somewhat familiar name. Suifeng Mizukama. Has this fellow inherited his teacher's surname? And why did he bestow the same surname on Li? Did he not know that surnames are not to be given casually? If Lin Ren knew what was going through Sarutobi's mind, he might have scratched his head and innocently claimed ignorance. In truth, Lin Ren himself was aware of the loophole in his plan, but he could never bring himself to introduce Li without adding the surname he had promised her. This was the pact he had made with Li's mother, an obstacle he could never bypass. He could deceive others without any psychological burden, even deceive himself. But whenever he saw Li's innocent big eyes, he would always remember that blood-soaked, resolute woman. He could not deceive Li, nor could he bear to hide anything from her. While Hiruzen Sarutobi was lost in thought, Lin Ren's mind was racing. From the moment Sarutobi called out his alias, he knew he had been exposed. Because there was no possibility of deception here. If they knew that name, Konoha must have known everything about him in Mangekyō. The source of all this trouble were two self-righteous fools, Hanzo of the Salamander and Hanzo's deity. Their own village had been infiltrated like a sieve, yet they still thought of scheming against others. A true idiocy. Realizing this, Lin Ren suddenly had an epiphany. At this moment, in this place, he must sacrifice something. Just as he made up his mind, Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned, looked up at Lin Ren, and asked in confusion, "Who is Suifong Mizukama?" He knew who Suifong Mizukama was, but he wanted to know the relationship between Suifong Mizukama and Suifong Lin Ren. Hearing Sarutobi's question, Lin Ren sighed bitterly. "You've already dug this deep. Alas, a small village, truly lamentable." As he spoke, he tightened his hold on Li Yi in his arms. "Suifong Mizukama is my teacher, my close friend, and my bond." Lin Ren's voice was flat, without any fluctuation. He was not acting. Everything he said was the unvarnished truth. His painstaking plan to infiltrate Konoha was half for the 8 gates and half for his teacher Mizukama. After all, the 8 gates were only the first priority. Kumogekyu's lightning release lightning god armor was also a decent backup. He could have ignored Hanzo's orders and fled to Kumogekure with Li Yi, yet he chose to come to Konoha. After all, when news of his defection reached Amigekure, the one who truly cared for him, Mizukama, would be delighted, while the profit-driven Hanzo would be furious. In that conflict, Mizukama might end up dead. Hearing Lin Ren's words, Hiruzen Sarutobi instinctively believed him. Bond. This word held special significance for Konoha. And Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had deeply understood the will of fire, believed that this little brat could not deceive him in his own area of expertise. Those who do not understand bonds can never achieve that level of selfless devotion. And this little brat's bonds were like the bonds of the Uchiha clan, deeply loving his comrades. The will of fire, on the other hand, was the bond of loving the village deeply. At this thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't help but feel immense pride. Unfortunately, he had misunderstood again. The will of fire was indeed great love, and the Uchiha clan was indeed a clan of narrow minds. As for Lin Ren, this fellow's heart was even narrower than the Uchihas, a classic petty person. Seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi, silent, Lin Ren continued with a blank expression. "I am an orphan raised in the Jashin cult. I endured inhumane human experiments, brutal brainwashing, and companions who killed each other for a bite of food. In those days, I quietly gathered strength. Later, during a sacrifice, I escaped. I ran desperately along the road until I reached Amigekure, where I used a trick to kill the cult's divine envoy, Inoue. Later, Hanzo of the Salamander saw that I had a good mind and accepted me as his disciple. He sent teacher Mizukama to teach me chakra extraction. That was the first time I met him. This outwardly proper but utterly unorthodox fellow. After that, because I had little talent for cultivation, Hanzo grew to dislike me. Mizukama took me to stroll through Kabukicho Ikibangai. As he spoke, Lin Ren shook his head with a smile. Can you imagine? Taking a 7-year-old child to a brothel. How unreliable could this man be? He even gave himself an excuse: clear the mind, see the true nature, and firm the resolve. At that moment, I wanted to kick him to death. Then came the intelligence leak. I suppose you already know about all that. After speaking, Lin Ren lowered his head, assuming an expression of accepting any punishment, holding Li Yi tightly, and falling silent. He was gambling. Gambling that the attack on Amigekure's intelligence department was not carried out by Konoha, gambling that Konoha hadn't obtained Inoue Isamu's scroll, gambling that Hiruzen Sarutobi would endorse his ideals. The odds were slim, but Lin Ren still wanted to struggle. After all, the feeling of being sliced was truly unbearable. After a long pause, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had been resting his elbows on the table with his fists covering his mouth, finally spoke. "Did you kill Koinoha?" The moment the words fell, Lin Ren felt a surge of relief in his heart. He knew he had won the gamble. "Yes." Lin Ren nodded. "Why? Why kill a comrade from the same village?" Sarutobi's voice suddenly turned stern. Lin Ren knew in his heart that the critical moment had arrived. If he passed, he would be accepted, turned, and then the sky would be the limit. If he failed, he would become nothing more than sliced sashimi. Taking a breath, Lin Ren suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with fury, and retorted sarcastically, "Comrade? You call that kind of being a comrade? Wow. First and foremost, a comrade should be human, right? Those damn animals aren't even human. How can they be called comrades?" Lin Ren roared at the top of his lungs. His excited heart and trembling hands seemed to cheer on his own. Hiruzen Sarutobi frowned deeply, staring intently at every move Lin Ren made. Lin Ren, equally unflinching, glared viciously back at Sarutobi. "She? Li Yi, this child, her mother. You. Do you know what those beasts did to her? Say it. Konoha finds out everything, doesn't it? Say it. Do you know what those beasts did in front of her and her?" The next moment, Lin Ren, whose emotions had collapsed, suddenly stopped. The anger on his face was instantly replaced by pain, a thick shadow covering his immature cheeks. He felt it, felt the trembling of Li Yi in his arms, felt the large patch of dampness soaking through his chest. Thud. Lin Ren collapsed weakly backward, landing heavily on the chair. "I can give you all the intelligence I know on Amigekure, but I have 2 requests." A hoarse, parched voice sounded. "This child is innocent. Please raise her for me. Also tell the outside world that I died while failing the infiltration, that I did not betray Amigekure." Having said this, Lin Ren hung his head low, silent, making no further sound. No. Hiruzen Sarutobi's voice suddenly rang out. I refuse your request. Lee, raise her yourself. And also congratulations, you've successfully infiltrated. As the words fell, Lin Ren's contorted face jerked upwards, staring at Yunfei Risen as if he were a madman. I'll just say what you want. He'll cooperate. No need to insult my intelligence. At the same time, Lin Ren clutched Lee tightly, roaring inwardly. Lee, we made it. Big brother finally won't be turned into Lin Ren. Sashimi finally can fulfill the oath to your mother, finally can let you grow up under the sunshine. Damn, I've been through hell. This battle, facing powerful enemies with someone covering his back with supply lines cut. He finally turned the tables. He astonished Yunfei Risen with his abilities, moved him with his emotions, and swayed him with his conviction. Without exaggeration, he forced this man, who would later be hailed as the ninjutsu professor, to develop a genuine appreciation for talent. Of course, the most important thing was his sincere emotions. Hearing Lin Ren's accusation, Yunfei Risen suddenly chuckled. Suspicious brat, you can leave now. I believe no one will stop you. Even if you leave the village now, I won't stop you. Yunfei Risen was certain that Lin Ren would never flee Mu Yi. In fact, he would join with all his heart. This was the confidence of a great hero. Upon hearing this, Lin Ren fell silent. After a long pause, he held the sobbing Lee, who had fainted, slowly rose and said hoarsely, I know what to do. Finished speaking, he staggered toward the door, holding Lee. Just as he pushed it open and was about to step out, Yunfei's voice suddenly rang out again. By the way, I'm a little curious. How did you kill 4 ninjas, including the Jonin Ono Buta? Of course, you don't have to answer that question. How I choose your damn stick. Choose. Do I have a choice? Mother. Cursing wildly inside, Lin Ren's expression remained unchanged as he decisively revealed part of his hand. He extended his hand, and chakra slowly flowed through his meridians. Instantly, a kunai flew from his chest with a whoosh. Seeing this, Yunfei's pupils contracted, and delight surged within him. He knew that magnetic release was a unique jutsu and bloodline of the Sharingan village in the Wind Country, but he wasn't worried. Because Lin Ren hadn't deceived him. He had revealed his own chakra nature, which proved he was no longer on guard against Mu Yi. Magnetic release. This is my chakra nature. I know I might have been born in Sharingan village, and you might suspect I'm a spy sent from there to Yuin. It doesn't matter. You can assign those ninjas outside to watch me. 247. No need to hide. Lin Ren no longer concealed his mature mind. He reached out, grabbed the kunai, flying in the air, bent down, and placed it on the ground. Then holding Lee, he strode away without looking back. In the spacious sunlit office of the Hokage, Chinsho Feijian, still handsome despite being over 40, stood before the massive window, gazing at the distant streets. Behind him, Yunfei Risen was reporting solemnly on the interrogation of Lin Ren, detailing every movement, expression, and word without adding any personal opinions. Soon the report was finished. Yunfei Risen looked confidently at Chinsho Feijian's back, awaiting his teacher's questions. As expected, after listening to Yunfei Risen's report, the second Hokage slowly turned around and asked expressionlessly, Monkey, what is your opinion? Hearing this, Yunfei Risen's spirits lifted, and he spoke. Teacher, my view on Shuafang Lin Ren is that he possesses wisdom far beyond his peers, and even adults values bonds immensely, and is willing to give his life for those he acknowledges. My conclusion is that we can use the village's atmosphere and the will of fire to convert him and absorb him into the village. Reason? Chinsho Feijian asked succinctly. It sounded redundant since Yunfei Risen had already explained the reasoning. But he knew that when the teacher asked reason, he meant something deeper. How can we guarantee his loyalty? Realizing this, Yunfei Risen didn't hesitate. The girl named Shuafang Li and the deceased Shuafang Shuexiong. Chinsho Feijian nodded at the monkey's answer. Monkey, you've improved, very good. However, as for Shuafang Lin Ren, there's no need to worry about his loyalty, but he must not be entrusted with important posts. Teacher, why? Hearing his teacher's words, Yunfei Risen blurted out in surprise. He had even planned to take Lin Ren as his disciple. Instead of answering, Chinsho Feijian asked Yunfei a question. Monkey, have you ever considered this? What if Shuafang Lin Ren came to Mu Yi of his own accord? What? Yunfei Risen was shocked again. Chinsho Feijian didn't continue testing his beloved disciple and spoke on his own. Shuafang Lin Ren might have planned from the very beginning to take the opportunity to escape Yuin. This is evident from how he arranged his teacher Shuexiong. He knew his teacher very well, and he also knew Hanzo of the Salamander very well. I believe that if he could, he would have taken his teacher with him when he fled. Unfortunately, Shuafang Shuexiong was raised by Hanzo of the Salamander. Though their ideologies clashed, it was almost impossible for him to defect. So he arranged for his bachelor teacher to get married using that bond, to give Shuexiong another reason to hesitate. This also perfectly explains why he later attacked his fellow villagers. First, he truly couldn't tolerate such actions. Second, he was confident no one would escape. Third, he didn't care about the village at all. That's also why he didn't hide the fact that he killed you ninjas when he told you. He was conveying a message. He cares nothing for you, only for Shuafeng Shuexiu. He chose Mu Yi, not you choosing him. Having said this, he glanced at the stunned Yuanfei Risen, reached into a drawer, took out a scroll, and placed it on the table. Take a look. Yuanfei Risen snapped back, quickly picked up the scroll, and scanned it. Curse seal, found on the tongue of the boy who died in the hot spring country. The research team examined it. It's an activation type curse seal with the effect of destroying the entire brain. The trigger is any information about Yuan. He told you so much about Yuan. Did you see him die? Or did you see any cursed seal on his tongue? Yuanfei Risen shook his head dumbly. This fellow had long prepared a way to undo the cursed seal. Perhaps he had planned to leave Yuan long ago. Qinsho Feijian let out a slow sigh, a flicker of wariness deep in his eyes. Not wariness of strength, but of intellect. Shuafeng Linren, a spy sent by Yuan village whose identity had been exposed, still managed through sheer cunning and tactics to make both him and Yuanfei Risen lose the will to kill him, allowing him to settle in Mu Yi. With various actions, he packaged himself as utterly harmless, using a nearly transparent attitude to erode their guard against him. Shuafeng Linren, a spy, a village deserter. Yet he made Qinsho Feijian believe that he would never leak Mu Yi's intelligence and would never betray the village. It was utterly absurd. Such scheming and wisdom Qinsho Feijian had never seen since the Warring States period. Perhaps Uchiha Madara and his elder brother Qinsho Zhujian possessed earth-shattering power, but in terms of this grand vision, this ability to control the overall situation and manipulate hearts, they were still far behind. No need to monitor him. A person like this knows better than anyone what he should do. Since he chose Mu Yi, let him live peacefully in the village. As he spoke, Qinsho Feijian's tone suddenly turned extremely serious. But Monkey, remember this, never allow him into the village's high-ranking positions. Having said that, Qinsho Feijian sighed inwardly and silently added, if you let him into the upper echelons, none of you will be able to outmaneuver him. On a street not far from the Hokage building, Lin Ren was walking languidly, holding Li Yi in his arm. To fully convey his intentions to the village's top brass, protect Li Yi, keep Shuexiong safe, and become a blatant double agent. He had exhausted himself today. To achieve these goals, Lin Ren had prepared 3 plans. The first was a not-so-perfect fake background meant for fools. The second was the tragic bond-driven prodigy after exposure, for those with some intelligence. The third was the harmless but self-touched slacker, for true wise men. In fact, Lin Ren had also prepared a 4th plan for a specific person, the purely good Lin Ren. Unfortunately, that person was dead. After walking for an unknown time, Li Yi on Lin Ren's back woke up dazedly. Her big sleepy eyes half-closed, staring at the golden sunset, she blurted out without thinking, "Brother, are we dead?" Lin Ren nodded expressionlessly. Yes, our identities were exposed, and our heads were chopped off. The little girl was startled, and while lying on Lin Ren's back, she flailed her hands to hold her head. No. Head, don't fall off. Seeing Li Yi's adorable panic, Lin Ren shook his head helplessly. Don't worry, it won't fall off. As he spoke, he produced a translucent bright red candy apple, as if by magic. Wow, what's this, say? So round, so plump, so cute, looks so delicious. The child eagerly grabbed the apple candy and cautiously licked it with her little tongue. Wow, brother, is this the world after death? It feels so blissful. Looking at the silly expression on the girl's face, Rin couldn't help but flick her forehead with his finger. Fool. When one dies, they don't feel pain. Hearing this, the girl tilted her head on Rin's shoulder, looking at his side profile with confusion. Brother, how do you know? Have you died before? Rin smirked slightly. Don't mention it, I actually have died once. If I weren't afraid of scaring you, I would have asked you, little sister, want to travel through time. The kind of resurrection. Quickly, Rin carried the girl and arrived at their destination for this trip, a blacksmith shop. As they say, when putting on a show, one must do it completely. Rin aimed to lay low in Konoha and ensure everything was airtight. Before arriving in Konoha, he had told the merchant group about his fabricated background. In the story, both he and the girl were children of blacksmiths. In reality, the girl's father was indeed a blacksmith, and as her current guardian, his older brother was naturally also a child of a blacksmith. Is this reasonable? In this river of Ganges. Moreover, before getting his first salary from the contact in the rain-hidden village, Rin needed an income to satisfy his growing appetite and maintain the basis for the girl's happy childhood. When it comes to money, Rin had 2 thoughts. One was to make money by blacksmithing, and the other was to find Sarutobi Hiruzen and ask him for his salary. Since he had secretly allied with Konoha and become a true double agent, how could he not get paid? This is called doing one job and getting 2 salaries. Moreover, he even had time to engage in side businesses, which was simply delightful. Once he made some money, Rin also planned to invest in real estate in Konoha, developing a rental business. Then he would use the tenants' money to speculate on land in other villages. Over time, even if 30 years later during the Nine Tails turmoil Konoha suffered great losses, Rin would remain unfazed. After all, by that time his industries would have spread throughout the entire ninja world. This is what is called the rationalization, health, and longevity of assets. In simpler terms, don't put all your eggs in one basket. Even when the fourth great ninja war arrives, Rin would remain unperturbed. After all, the two pillars and the prince would save the world. At that time, he would just find a good spot and hang himself from a tree waiting for someone to rescue him. After all, fighting was out of the question, or it was impossible to fight in this lifetime. With so many monsters in this world, and the sage of 6 paths above, what could he use to fight? At most he would learn the flying thunder god technique to travel quickly, collect rent from each village, then learn some puppet techniques to save on labor costs when speculating on land and building houses, and finally develop magnet release to mine sand and gold worldwide. Looking ahead to a promising future, Rin was instantly filled with motivation. Soon they reached their destination. In front of Rin appeared a somewhat remote ninja tool shop. It was marked as Kato Ninja Tools Shop. According to that kid Kato Ibanki, this shop was run by his brother, and he could come here to seek a livelihood. Carrying the girl on his back, Rin entered the ninja tools shop. "Sorry for the disturbance," he said, lifting the curtain marked tool warm curtain and stepping inside. At dusk, a man who looked 70 like Mr. Kato was sitting behind the counter dozing off. "Sorry for the disturbance," Rin called out. The sudden voice instantly startled the stout man awake. "Welcome to Kato Ninja Tools Shop. Please feel free to browse." The man habitually recited the fixed welcome phrase, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he stepped out from behind the counter. "Hey, why are there 2 little kids here? Little friends, did your parents send you to run errands?" the plump man asked kindly. Rin shook his head. "So are you training for yourselves?" Rin shook his head again. "What do you really want then?" "I am a blacksmith and I can forge ninja tools." Hearing this, the plump man burst out laughing, gesturing at Rin's height. "Little brat, you want a blacksmith? Can you even lift a hammer?" Sighed. Rin sighed helplessly. "No wonder your dad said you lack insight and let you watch the shop at home. With your abilities, going out to do business would surely leave you with nothing but your underpants." Rin's words seemed to hit the man's sore spot, and the stout man instantly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been. "You little brat, who are you calling a loser?" Before he could finish his sentence, Rin casually pinched a corner of the counter, and with a light crack the solid wood corner was instantly broken off. The stout man's face instantly turned red. "You brat. My Rohan Pine counter. I spent 100,000 Rio to buy this treasure back." "Oh my goodness." Watching the stout man roll on the ground like a child, Rin was momentarily stunned. 100,000 Rio. Rohan Pine. Would release. Would release Rohan Pine descending. No. This is clearly the wood release money growing technique. Damn it. I found the secret to wealth. Suppressing his excitement, Rin gazed intently at the man before him. His first job in Konoha was about to fall into his hands. Thinking of this, Rin no longer hesitated and straightforwardly stated his purpose. "Mr. Kato, I am the blacksmith recommended by your father Kato Tada." Upon hearing Rin's words, the stout man stopped rolling and slowly got up, dusting off his clothes, pondering to himself. Recommended by the old man. The old man has always had a good eye for people. This little brat should have some skills. Regardless, let me test his abilities first. Thinking of this, the stout man cleared his throat. "Ahem. I am Kato Ibanki, the owner of Kato Ninja. Ibanki, your younger brother, is named Kato Nabanki, Mr. Kato Tada. You really are casual with naming." Rin silently complained in his heart. While maintaining a neutral expression, he slightly bowed with the girl. "I am Shikahu Rin, and this is my sister Shikahu Ri. Please take care of us." Kato Ibanki nodded, his expression becoming serious as he quickly walked to the back of the counter. "Rinken, since you came here on your father's introduction, I naturally trust your character. However, this is a ninja tool shop, and we have high requirements for the selection of materials, forging techniques, and the forging temperature. The appearance and hardness of the finished product also have high standards. After all, we are selling weapons tools for saving lives and killing. The quality requirements are very high." After listening to Ibanki's words, Rin nodded slightly, knowing he was going to test his professional skills, and he smiled faintly in his heart. "I don't understand a word of what you're talking about, but it doesn't matter. I will use my magnet release and strength, so these won't be a problem for me." Tilting his head and thinking for a moment, Rin took out a palm-sized silver senbon from his pocket and placed it on the counter. "Mr. Ibanki, this is something I forged myself. Oh, please take a look." Seeing that the finished product was a senbon, Ibanki's heart immediately brightened. Among ninja tools, senbon are one of the tools that best showcase a blacksmith's forging details. Senbon are a very common type of ninja tool favored by many ninjas for their speed, silence, and concealment, and are ranked among the 3 most commonly used ninja tools along with shuriken and kunai. Forging shuriken requires superb balancing skills. Kunai need the blacksmith to continually hammer out impurities from the iron ingot, testing both strength and patience. As for senbon, the focus is on detail. After all, a senbon that is palm-sized must not only be straight and smooth, but also have its tip sharpened to an extreme degree, piercing through anything. At the same time, the material of the senbon itself is also of great importance. At least the tip must be hard, and the overall structure must possess resilience. Gently stroking the shiny silver senbon, feeling every detail, he then casually thrust the senbon into the counter's surface. With a flash of silver, the senbon embedded itself up to the root, leaving only a segment the size of a fingernail. You should know this is a solid wood countertop over 5 centimeters thick. Ibanki's grin widened. Damn it, does the old man care for me this much? You introduce a blacksmith of this caliber? My little shop is saved. Thinking of this, Ibanki suddenly raised both hands, vigorously slapping his cheeks, forcing out a greasy smile. Ahem. So Rinnegan, may I ask how much salary you are expecting? As long as it doesn't exceed 30,000 Rio, anything can be negotiated. Ibanki thought to himself. Note from chapter 150 onward, the concept of money begins to be officially introduced. You can check it yourself. Rin was unaware that Ibanki held him in high regard, but even if he knew, he wasn't planning on taking a salary. In this lifetime, working for someone else was out of the question. He could only devise ways to make money through indirect means. Mr. Ibanki, I do not want a salary. Upon hearing this, Ibanki was taken aback, his gaze fixed intently on the 2 children behind the counter. Wait, the old man has been taking that kid Ibanki all over the place. Now that there's a war, these 2 kids wouldn't be refugees, would they? Refugees without a home, no relatives in sight. This. Ahem. That's wonderful. I have an empty room at home. You can stay for a while. Seeing Ibanki's eager expression, Rin maintained a calm demeanor and said indifferently, Mr. Ibanki, you might have misunderstood my intention. I mean, I don't want a salary. Oh, I only accept cooperation. Cooperation? Yubima's voice dragged on his chubby face, elongating. Rinnegan nodded. Yes, cooperation. You provide the materials, the forge, and the shop. I provide the technique and the labor. Hearing this, Yubomu fell silent, quietly calculating in his mind. Cooperation was not uncommon. On the contrary, it was very common. Yubomu knew that many master smiths in the Land of Iron only accepted employment on a cooperative basis. This was hardly a rarity. The advantage of this approach was that merchants could obtain higher quality ninja tools, while master smiths enjoyed more freedom in their time. After all, for those renowned masters, forging was no longer a job, but a form of creation. With this thought, Yubomu looked at the boy whose height barely reached the counter, feeling a hint of hesitation. If the quality of all the items this child produced matched the one senbon stuck in the counter, then he indeed had the right to propose cooperation. But could he? As if sensing Yubima's doubt, Rinnegan unhesitatingly pulled a ninja pouch from his bosom, opened it, and tipped it over. In an instant, a full pouch of senbon spilled out. Yubomu gave them only a cursory glance, yet his pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks. Though merely a merchant, he was a master at judging the quality of ninja tools. The scattered senbon on the counter looked indistinguishable from one another, as if they were copies. Length, lines, even the curvature of the tips, all seemed identical. Yubomu raised his head and stared fixedly at Rinnegan. You? How do you want to cooperate? Hearing these words, a faint joy stirred in Rinnegan's heart, knowing that his interview had already succeeded by a large. After deducting materials, I want 30%. 30%. Yubomu initially wanted to refuse outright. How could he let the boy take 30% of the shop's profits? But on second thought, he swallowed his doubt. Rinnegan, what about your output? How much can you produce? Rinnegan turned his head, glanced at the various ninja tools hanging on the walls inside the shop, and waved his hand grandly. A month, all of this. Before he could finish, Yubomu interrupted. Not enough, not enough. This is far from it. Yubima's fat head shook rapidly. Rinnegan rolled his eyes in exasperation, enunciating each word. I meant 10 times everything here. Hearing this, Yubomu was stunned, his eyes filled with shock. If Rinnegan really had such output, he could fire the 2 mediocre blacksmiths he currently employed. The 20,000 Rio saved would be a tremendous profit. With that thought, Yubomu didn't hesitate for a moment. Fine, I agree. Finally, Yubomu slammed the table decisively. Both parties were in perfect accord, and Yubomu was delighted. If Rinnegan was as productive and consistent as he imagined, he would be a veritable money tree. Since the cooperation is settled, I'll take my leave now. Goodbye, Yubimusen. Please wait a moment. Yubomu stretched out his hand to stop Rinnegan, and then ran out from behind the counter with surprising agility for his size. May I ask, Rinnegan, have you just arrived in Konoha with your little sister? Rinnegan nodded. Seeing this, Yubomu rubbed his hands together and chuckled. In that case, please stay at my home for a while. It'll save you from staying in some shabby inn. Hearing this, Rinnegan hesitated slightly. He himself didn't mind. He had no shame and no fear, and freeloading off others gave him no mental burden whatsoever. But Rinnegan worried that Ri might be shy around strangers. With that thought, he looked down at Ri, who was earnestly licking her apple candy. Clever as he was, he found it hard to decide. Seeing Rinnegan's hesitation, Yubima's heart tightened. Having finally found a young blacksmith with exceptional forging skills, he didn't want his money tree to run off with someone else. After all, the competition in Konoha's ninja tool trade was fierce. Several prominent clans had shops that sold ninja tools, and those shops employed master smiths at great expense. If it weren't for his father's extensive connections which allowed him to obtain cheap, but decent quality raw materials, his small shop would have been squeezed out long ago. With this thought, Yabomu broke into a radiant smile. Don't worry. My wife Kyoko absolutely adores girls, but we only have an 80-year-old son. That's always been our regret. I'm sure Kyoko will be delighted if you and your sister stay with us. Hearing this, Rinnegan slowly crouched down and took Ri's chubby little hand. Ri, would you like to stay at this uncle's house? Ri had already licked all the brown sugar off her apple candy and was now worrying about how to eat the big red apple. Absent-mindedly, she replied, wherever Big Brother is, Ri will be. Hearing this, Rinnegan nodded, stood up, and said to Yabomu, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Yabomu. Yabomu chuckled. No trouble at all. We have plenty of empty rooms. No trouble at all. As dusk fell, the last rays of sunlight gradually faded. On the streets, various lanterns lit up. People in yukata walked shoulder to shoulder, creating a lively scene. Having secured his money tree, Yabomu was in high spirits. He decided to take a break himself and close the shop early. Rinnegan, let's go home for dinner. He patted his round belly and swaggered ahead. Rinnegan nodded, took Ri's hand, and followed Yabomu's footsteps. After several twists and turns, Yabomu led Rinnegan and Ri into a quiet courtyard. The courtyard featured rockeries and flowing water exquisitely arranged. The traditional Japanese wooden architecture was quaint and elegant. In the center of the courtyard, a small pond had a bamboo water feature that rhythmically emitted a soft dong sound. The fat mercenary Yabomu actually lived in such a refined courtyard. Truly appearances. On the open ground behind the courtyard, a boy about Rinnegan's age was practicing shuriken, throwing drenched in sweat. The boy had bluish-white hair and a focused, earnest gaze. On a low wooden platform nearby, a graceful, mature woman knelt in an elegant posture, her white hair tied up high, watching the boy with a pleased expression. I'm home, Yabomu called out. The woman turned her head, rose slowly, and smiled gracefully. As soon as she finished, she noticed Ri, who was gnawing on a big apple, and Rinnegan, whose face wore a peculiar expression. Her eyes narrowed. Dear, who are these two? Yabomu casually stepped aside, pointing at Rinnegan. This is Sakuho Rinnegan, and this is his little sister Sakuho Ri. Starting tonight, they'll be staying with us. Then he pointed to the woman who had come closer. This is my wife Kato Kyoko. Hello, Aunt Kyoko. Rinnegan and Ri bowed politely. After the greetings, Yabomu pointed to the boy still practicing shuriken, throwing nearby. Kato-dan, my son. Hearing that name, Rinnegan's heart stirred slightly. Kato-dan. That name sounded very familiar. Could he be the first love of Tsunade, Kato-dan? The hair color did seem similar. Alas, what an unlucky guy, dying young without leaving any offspring, not even getting Tsunade pregnant. With this thought, Rinnegan's gaze toward Yabomu also carried a hint of pity. You're an unlucky one too. Your son is dead, and there's no hope for grandchildren. Well, I'll find a chance to subtly suggest you have another child. But looking at you and your son, I feel something is off. Could that kid be the neighbor's? The devious Rinnegan's mind churned with many thoughts. Meanwhile, Kato Kyoko was absolutely delighted with Ri. It was clear, as Yabomu had said, that she adored children. Dan, pack up and get ready for dinner. Yabomu shouted at Kato-dan, who was still throwing shuriken. Kato-dan immediately shook his head. Father, I still need to throw 100 more. You go ahead and eat first. As he spoke, he pulled out another shuriken and resumed practice. Hearing this, Yabomu's face darkened, and he muttered under his breath. Practice, practice. Even if you become Hokage, you'll still have to take over my business. At this, Kato Kyoko shot Yabomu a glare. Don't discourage the child. What's wrong with wanting to be Hokage? Being Hokage is the greatest honor. She then took Ri's hand and said softly, Ri can come with Aunt Kyoko to the kitchen and see what you'd like for dinner. Okay. Ri drooled and nodded emphatically, then looked at Rinnegan with eager eyes. Go ahead, but don't cause Aunt Kyoko any trouble. Rinnegan sighed. While Kato Kyoko prepared dinner, Yabomu pulled Rinnegan to sit on the porch watching Kato-dan continuously throw shuriken. Rinnegan, tell me what's so great about being Hokage. Yabomu looked at the sweating Kato-dan with a disgruntled expression, complaining as if venting. My younger brother also wants to be Hokage, and now this son of mine is always talking about becoming Hokage. It drives me crazy. My ancestors fought alongside the Senju clan during the Warring States period and finally built Konoha. Starting from my generation, we no longer have to send 7 or 80-year-old children to the battlefield. We can finally do business in peace. But this son of mine insists on repeating the same mistakes. Isn't that infuriating? Infuriating, Rinnegan agreed. In this situation, the only solution was to beat him more. If you hit him small every 3 days and big every 5, the kid would surely behave. But Rinnegan wouldn't say that out loud. Interfering in a father-son relationship as an outsider would be incredibly stupid. By the way, Rinnegan, do you want to become Hokage? Yabomu asked, a hint of expectation deep in his eyes. No, and I can't, Rinnegan replied flatly. He wasn't lying, nor could he lie. After all, if he showed even a hint of desire for the Hokage position, there would be no place for him in Konoha. But Yabomu interpreted his words differently. True, there's no precedent of an outsider becoming Hokage in Konoha. But Rinnegan, don't you really wanna? No, I don't. Seeing Rinnegan's firm reply, Yabomu nodded and asked back. Then why does my son keep talking about becoming Hokage? I don't know. Maybe he wants to prove himself, Rinnegan replied weakly. Prove himself? Yabomu frowned slowly and muttered, shouldn't proving yourself be done in bed? Hey, now you've got my attention. Rinnegan sat up straight instantly. Uncle, you don't understand. Come, let me explain it to you properly. He wrapped an arm around Yabomu's neck. Tell me, how does a man make a woman fall in love with him? Well, there should be many ways, I suppose, Yabomu said uncertainly. Exactly right. Rinnegan nodded emphatically. Then let me ask again, how does a man make many women fall in love with him? Hearing this, Yabomu was stunned and shook his head dumbly. He had never considered this question. Besides, with a wife like Kyoko, elegant on the surface but a tigress inside, he dared not even think about it. Seeing Yabomu's foolish expression, Rinnegan clicked his tongue in frustration. Strength. In the ninja world, strength is the way to make many women fall in love with you. Some women might love money, some might love good looks, some might prefer honest men. But the one thing that never changes is the sense of security. A man who provides security. Tell me, who is more reassuring than the Hokage? No one, Yabomu nodded thoughtfully. Now let's get back to proving yourself. Uncle Yabomu, you're experienced. You should know that a man sometimes feels it. Hearing this, Yabomu nodded vigorously in agreement. Brother, you're so right. Sometimes it's not a matter of ability, but all kinds of things getting in the way, making you feel inadequate. Seeing Yabomu's agreement, Rinnegan continued. Then why do you feel inadequate? Age, physical condition, or mood? I don't think it's any of those. Then what is it? Tell me. Quick. Yabomu stared at Rinnegan with sparkling eyes, feeling that his decision to bring the boy home was absolutely right. This kid was a treasure. It's novelty. Rinnegan mysteriously leaned close to Yabomu's ear and whispered. Uncle Yabomu, think about it. Becoming Hokage gives many women a sense of security, right? Can you sleep around everywhere? Can you be a groom every day? Will you have many chances to prove yourself, and without ever feeling inadequate? So, Yabomu asked back. So everyone who wants to be Hokage is just a lecherous old pervert. You blockhead. Hearing Rinnegan's words, Yabomu's face instantly darkened. You said a whole bunch of nonsense, but never told me how to fix the inadequacy. And I suspect you're indirectly calling me impotent, insulting my brother and son as lechers. 12 hours had passed since you kept insisting that a single piece of wood wouldn't suffice. Early in the morning, Rinnegan woke up refreshed. Having cultivated through the night, he felt his chakra reserves had increased significantly, nearly matching the mediocrity of Shueishion. Moreover, though Shueishion was titled a special jonin, he was essentially a fool of a chunin. This meant Rinnegan's chakra reserves were about to reach the level of a chunin. This was undoubtedly excellent news for him. With greater reserves, he could employ techniques more freely and lavishly. Additionally, since Rinnegan's cells could not die, he could endlessly extract stamina from his own cells to convert into chakra. While getting up, Rinnegan efficiently slipped a jacket onto the still sleeping Li. The little chubby girl at 4 years old was in a phase of deep sleep, letting Rinnegan dress her and then carry her on his back. Rinnegan dared not leave her alone, fearing she might be scared or reminded of painful memories. So he carried her wherever he went, hoping time would slowly fade those bitter recollections. After a hurried breakfast at Ibenmu's house, Rinnegan took the still drowsy Li by the hand and walked out with Ibenmu. Uncle Ibenmu still angry. Rinnegan cheekily sidled up to Ibenmu. The plump man snorted haughtily and quickened his pace to shake Rinnegan off. Seeing this, Rinnegan chuckled softly and muttered to himself, "For that lack of strength, I've heard of a solution." Up ahead, the fast-walking Ibenmu's ear twitched. He immediately halted, turned to face Rinnegan, and said seriously, "Well, Rinnegan, we haven't discussed your future working hours. How about we walk and talk?" "Sure, let's walk and talk," Rinnegan replied with a grin. "What time do you plan to work each day?" "I'll arrange a after 4 in the afternoon. I'm planning to attend the Ninja Academy, so only after 4 will I be free," Rinnegan said, rubbing his chin and revealing his plan. The Ninja Academy. Ibenmu exclaimed in surprise. He had assumed Rinnegan, like himself, would focus solely on making money. He never expected him to enroll in the academy. "Rinnegan, are you trying to become a ninja? Damn it, don't tell me you want to be a lecherous old man too." The bastard had clearly picked up and twisted the phrase. Rinnegan rolled his eyes silently. "It's for saving money. Think about it. When I'm rich, I'll need bodyguards, right?" "Of course, safety first," Ibenmu said with an awkward laugh. "Is one bodyguard enough?" "Not enough." Ibenmu shook his head. Though he himself hadn't reached the point of hiring bodyguards, the wealthy men he knew had them in droves. Then wouldn't hiring many bodyguards cost a fortune? Yes. Will you pay for the bodyguards then? Hearing this, Benmu shuddered and shook his fat head furiously. No way. Whoever pays isn't. Damn it, I bet you're the idiot. Rinnegan sighed. You see, by going to the ninja academy and learning some defensive jutsu, I save at least 100 million. Benmu nodded temporarily, removing the label of lecherous old man from Rinnegan's head. By the way, Uncle Benmu, how much is your house worth? Rinnegan finally asked the question that concerned him. He admired the courtyard and the Japanese-style architecture, so he wanted to know the price to set a small goal. Hearing Rinnegan's question, Benmu's chubby brows furrowed, and he tilted his head to ask back, which house? These houses here are all mine, and their prices vary greatly. With a wave of his hand, he indicated the entire neighborhood. Holy crap, what an arrogant show-off. Quick, drag him out and shoot him for 5 minutes. Frowning, Rinnegan replied curtly, the one you live in. Oh, Benmu suddenly understood and annoyingly counted on his fingers. About 20 million Rio. Not too expensive. I just like the quiet there. Damn it. Rinnegan said no more. He scooped up Lee and with a grim face strode past Benmu and hurried away. Benmu was dumbfounded. Hey brother, you haven't told me how to fix the lack of strength. Lack of strength. Go be your Hokage. After a busy morning, Rinnegan used his magnet release smithing skills to quickly finish the day's tasks. He handed the finished products to the gloomy-faced Benmu and left the Kato ninja tool shop with Lee. With the last of his money, Rinnegan and Lee had lunch. Then along the main road, Rinnegan once again arrived at the Hokage building. This time Rinnegan didn't barge in. He stood quietly at the entrance, adjusting his state. He knew that Hiruzen Sarutobi would soon hear of his arrival. As expected, within 5 minutes, Hiruzen Sarutobi came out through the front door, his expression strange as he looked at the boy before him. Yesterday, if not for Tobirama-sensei's warning, he might have fallen for this kid's tricks. Still, fortunately, in this world, strength reigns supreme. With power, all schemes are mere clouds. With that thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi calmed down. He gestured to Rinnegan and turned to enter the Hokage building. Rinnegan didn't hesitate. Tightly holding Lee's hand, he led the slightly fearful girl to follow. He expected to meet the legendary second Hokage Senju Tobirama. Hiruzen's expression had already revealed much. So his true opponent would be the man behind Hiruzen, Tobirama Senju. Sure enough, this time Hiruzen didn't take Rinnegan to yesterday's interrogation room. Instead, he led him up. Soon they arrived in front of a red wooden door. Hiruzen knocked first, and after hearing a steady enter, he pushed the door open and brought Rinnegan inside. Tobirama-sensei Shuafeng, Rinnegan is here. Hiruzen moved aside, letting Rinnegan step into the legendary Hokage's office. Upon entering, the first thing Rinnegan saw was a massive desk emblazoned with the Leaf Village emblem. Behind the desk sat an imposing man, his most striking features being his piercing eyes and silver-white hair. Handsome. Even as a fellow male, Rinnegan had to admit the man was truly good-looking. After staring into those eyes for a full 3 seconds, Rinnegan carefully stepped forward into the office. Barring any surprises, this would be his first and last time entering this office. From then on, his days in Konoha would have nothing more to do with this center of power. With that thought, Rinnegan's spirits lifted. Finally, he could get rid of the mess left by his The room was dotted with people of various shapes and sizes, men and women, fat and thin, all young faces. It seemed Tobirama planned to use Rinnegan as an experience pack for these newbies to grind on. That was indeed Tobirama's intention. Ever since his personal disciples had learned about Rinnegan from the monkey, some were unconvinced, some thoughtful, and some disdainful. Thus Tobirama decided to let his disciples interact with this exceptionally clever fellow while he observed him closely. Rinnegan showed no timidity. Expressionless, he held Lee's hand and walked to the desk. Looking at Rinnegan, who only slightly topped the desk, Tobirama felt a strange sense of dissonance. Could this kid really be just 7 years old? As he pondered, Rinnegan spoke. Hokage-sama, it's an honor to meet you. I am Shuafeng Rinnegan, and this is my sister Shuafeng Lee. Tobirama stared at Rinnegan expressionlessly. What's your business, mister? Infiltrator. Tobirama was reminding Rinnegan of his identity, warning him not to make excessive demands. Rinnegan understood. So Tobirama already knew about his wish to attend the academy and clearly was not keen on it. But in Rinnegan's view, everything was negotiable. As long as he demonstrated his value, he would have the right to make requests. Since Tobirama had gathered so many people to use him as a grinding stone, Rinnegan decided to give them a straightforward demonstration. A simple, brutal Taizu long fist. They were all old foxes, they would settle this through strength. With that in mind, Rinnegan abandoned any tricks. He scratched his head and gave a dry laugh. Actually, there's not much to it. I just want to go to school. As a token of sincerity. He pulled a prepared envelope from his chest and placed it on the neat desk. Tobirama took the envelope without hesitation, pulled out the letter, and scanned it quickly. The more he read, the deeper his frown grew, and a chill crept into his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, Rinnegan saw Tobarama's knitted brows and felt amused. It was a simple letter addressed to Lord Hanzo. The content merely explained that he had infiltrated Konoha disguised as a blacksmith, and using his employer's connections had secured entry to the ninja academy. At the same time, Rinnegan urged Hanzo to send more people quickly, as Konoha, weakened by war, was easy to infiltrate. He also arranged contact methods and a monthly contact frequency. In the letter, Rinnegan also shamelessly asked Lord Hanzo to send his regards to Shuei Xiong for his care and requested 50,000 ryo as operating expenses. After reading, Tobarama handed the letter to the eager Hiruzen Sarutobi. Strangely, Hiruzen had a faint smile on his face after reading it. At Tobarama's gesture, the letter circulated among the crowd, finally stopping in the hands of a man with a spike. Narashikajika, what do you think of Rinnegan's sincerity? Tobarama asked, slowly looking at the man. Hearing this, not only the man named Narashikajika, but also everyone in the office fell into thought. For a long while, just as little Lee was starting to yawn, Narashikajika slowly raised his head and said solemnly, Tobarama, I believe his sincerity is quite considerable. Is it enough for Rinnegan to enter the Konoha Ninja Academy? Tobarama countered. I think so, Shikajika said after a pause, nodding. Tobarama then turned to Rinnegan, his frown deepening. Truth be told, killing this kid was simple enough, but discarding the card that was Rinnegan would be highly unwise. It was a straightforward logic. Rinnegan now represented not only himself, but also Hanzo of the Salamander. This man was the only one in the shinobi world after his elder brother's death whose title could include the word God. Although in pure strength, Tobarama might still be above Hanzo, who could refuse such a powerful ally. If Konoha could control Rinnegan, his intelligence might well influence Hanzo's decisions. Then to the west of the Land of Fire, Konoha's pressure from Suna and IW, it would ease enormously, and many comrades in the village would be spared. Rinnegan was a trump card. And that was Rinnegan's brilliance, subtly expressing dissatisfaction with the Rain Village to delight Konoha, displaying his ability to make Konoha eager but cautious about imprisoning him. He showed the ability to influence Hanzo, thrilling Konoha. At the same time, he demonstrated his capability to earn Hanzo's trust, revealed his weaknesses to gain Hanzo's reliance, and then through his importance protected Shuei Xiong, ensured his own safety and freedom, and gave Li Yi a healthy, happy childhood. Everyone knew Rinnegan was an infiltrator, a spy and agent, but everyone wanted to use him for their own purposes. Thinking of this, Tobarama felt a headache coming on. The kid wasn't even a ninja yet. If he became a powerful ninja, who the hell could control him? Most crucially, he was only 7. Barring accidents, he could live another 40 or 50 years. By then, as an old and wily fox who could outplay him. Subconsciously, out of helplessness, Tobarama put himself in his elder brother's shoes. What would Hashirama do? The silly brother would probably dance with joy as soon as he heard it could reduce the death of comrades. With that thought, Tobarama decided to solve the problem using the method of the brother he deeply admired. Rinnegan and I agree. He only hoped that Konoha's will of fire could transform this troublesome kid. Hearing Tobarama's words, Rinnegan broke into a wide grin, revealing a set of brilliant white teeth. But at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Sensei, I object. Who? Even before Tobarama could react, Rinnegan shouted angrily. Shimura Danzo. A young man stepped forward from the crowd, looking righteous and solemn. Damn, no one with Zo in their name is good. Rinnegan rolled his eyes fiercely and muttered. Only at this moment did he look like a genuine child. Shimura Danzo didn't even glance at Rinnegan. Instead, he spoke directly to Tobarama. Sensei, I suggest we imprison him and control him through curse techniques to manipulate Hanzo. That would be more effective. Danzo said it with an air of righteousness, not bothering that Rinnegan was right there. In his eyes, this was a perfect chance to shine before his teacher. Someone like Hiruzen Weakwilled could never make such a decision. At that moment, Danzo felt he looked incredibly cool. Rinnegan watched Danzo's performance coldly, his schemes churning inside. Truthfully, he didn't particularly dislike characters like Danzo, but he found him a bit excessive. But today this guy wanted to use him to steal the spotlight, and in a life-threatening way. Well, that couldn't be forgiven. If I don't screw you over so badly that you'll take a detour whenever you see me, then my name isn't Shuafong. In response to Danzo's suggestion, Senju Tobarama suddenly felt a wave of relief, and silently gave Danzo a thumbs up in his heart. Indeed, it was necessary to have someone with less intelligence to face the monster Shokahu Rinnegan, making it easier for me to gather information about him. Thinking of this, Senju Tobarama cast an interested glance at the gloomy-faced Rinnegan, refraining from expressing any opinion. He very much wanted to see how Rinnegan would respond. Although Rinnegan did not notice Senju Tobarama's interested gaze at this moment, a Hokage was silent. Should he wait for a child to speak? The implication was too obvious. Instantly, all eyes in the office were focused on Rinnegan. Rinnegan was stunned for a moment, the gloom on his face melting away, and suddenly, he broke into a smile looking at Danzo, who did not even spare him a glance, and lamented, while shaking his head. Shimura Danzo, you cannot become Hokage. What a... Danzo immediately turned around, his eyes filled with fury, as if he wanted to swallow Rinnegan whole. His anger was simple. He really wanted to become Hokage. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, had yet to express any intention of appointing the next Hokage. This also meant that Shimura Danzo was one of the candidates for the third Hokage. But only the second Hokage knew that the only one suitable for the Hokage position was Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo was not suitable, neither was Mito Kazuma, nor was Nara Shikaku. And as for Uchiha Kagami, his abilities and convictions were acceptable, but considering Kagami's position sandwiched between the village and his clan, the second Hokage did not dare take the risk. As for why Sarutobi Hiruzen could, it was not due to strength, character, or ability, but because he resembled the elder brother Senju Hashirama the most among the six. But reason told him he should let him continue. This would help analyze this person. For a moment, conflicting emotions surged in the depths of Senju Tobirama's eye. But reason told him he should let him continue. This would help analyze this person. For a moment, conflicting emotions surged in the depths of Senju Tobirama's eyes. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he felt a pleasant surprise. To say he did not want to be Hokage was a lie. Most importantly, although his teacher said not to let Rinnegan enter the upper echelons of Konoha, clearly indicating distrust, Hiruzen actually believed in his own judgment. Rinnegan valued bonds more than life itself, which made Hiruzen very optimistic about him and willing to trust him. Therefore, he was reluctant to doubt Rinnegan's words. If Rinnegan knew what Sarutobi was thinking, he would be greatly surprised. Because the fourth plan he prepared for Senju Hashirama was actually seen by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Returning to the office, Rinnegan looked cheerfully at the increasingly enraged Danzo, his eyes slowly narrowing. Mr. Danzo, do you know what the greatest weakness of human nature is? Danzo said nothing at that moment. He just wanted to immediately strangle this guy, and even the little one beside him should die along with him. Rinnegan did not expect this guy to answer such a question. Instead, he affectionately ruffled the soft hair of Ri. Ri, tell him what is the greatest weakness of human nature. Ri timidly glanced around and weakly replied, arrogance. Silence. Silence, so profound, even breathing seemed to vanish. In Senju Tobirama's mind, two faces suddenly appeared: the elder brother and Uchiha Madara, the arrogant Madara, and the elder brother, who always wore a silly smile. Uchiha Kagami thought of his clansmen, those pairs of eyes filled with hope for him, indifferent and dismissive towards outsiders, causing him immense sorrow. So this is what character amounts to. Uchiha Kagami's subconscious utterance suddenly made Danzo's face feel a sharp sting. What do you mean? I have no character. Impossible. I am willing to bear the infamy and darkness for the village, and I have no character. As soon as he spoke, Danzo's heart suddenly sank. That's it. How could he possibly say such things about bear? The reason why the unspoken rules are called unspoken is that everyone knows it, but everyone tacitly agrees not to say it. It is not that it cannot be said, but that once spoken there will inevitably be consequences. Now it was said too clearly. Even if he did not want to bear the darkness and infamy, he must bear them now. Thinking of this, Shimura Danzo immediately lowered his head, no longer daring to show even a hint of anger in front of the second Hokage. He had already lost his qualification to compete for Hokage right then, after that damned little brat's few words. Now he did not want to be looked upon with deep disdain by Senju Tobirama. Seeing Danzo shrink back, Rinnegan also chose to lower his flag and cease fire. Nonsense. If you don't strike the snake dead with one blow today, I will use my words to turn you over completely. Dare to provoke my petty grievances, I must let you know that human mouths are 2 layers of skin. My heart is the most toxic. Thinking of this, the bad thoughts in Rinnegan's stomach churned even more cheerfully. By the way, there is one more thing. Before Rinnegan could finish, he was interrupted by Senju Tobirama raising his hand. All right, monkey, take him to handle the enrollment procedures. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt that he could not let this guy continue speaking, and hurriedly grabbed Rinnegan's sleeve, fleeing the Hokage office like he was escaping. Don't forget to deliver the envelope to the exchange center's Rain Frog. Before Rinnegan could finish speaking, he was forcibly pulled out of the office by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Seeing this, everyone in the office except for Senju Tobirama let out a sigh of relief, feeling that their backs were already drenched in cold sweat. Shokahu Rinnegan, this guy is too skilled at manipulating people's hearts. It's even more terrifying than the most horrifying ninjutsu they know. Shimura Danzo, just because he wanted to show off, had his identity as a candidate for Hokage directly stripped away by this guy. Not only in their minds, but also in the teacher's heart. Thinking of this, everyone reached a conclusion in unison: never ever let this guy enter the upper echelons of Konoha. Senju Tobirama sat behind his desk, still appearing calm and collected. Deep down, however, he sighed softly, summarizing the intelligence. Name: Shokahu Rinnegan. Potential S. Loyalty E. Value S. Personality: extremely values family, holds grudges extremely well. Suggestion handled directly or ignore. Method of handling: ignore Shokahu Rinrin. Start with Shokahu Ri, make contact through Senju Akiko. After completing the enrollment procedures, Sarutobi Hiruzen escorted Rinrin and Ri to the entrance of the Hokage building. Just as the three were saying their goodbyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly called out to Rinrin and asked his doubts curiously. Rinrin, why do you insist on entering the ninja academy? Hearing this, Rinrin smiled bitterly and glanced at the obedient Ri beside him. What else could it be? It's all about money. After saying that, he began to pour his grievances to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uncle Sarutobi, you have no idea. Working hard at the forge, I can earn at most 20 to 30,000 ryo a month. Even if I save here and there, I can't possibly save on Reese meals. With that figured in, it comes down to over 20,000 ryo a month for me. That year, that's 240,000 ryo, and in 10 years, that's only 2,400,000 ryo. I can't possibly stay at Ikemanji's house. By the way, Ikemanji is my boss. I can't possibly stay at his place for 10 years. Moreover, as Ri grows up and becomes a young lady, she shouldn't be sharing a room with me. I asked, in a 3-bedroom apartment in Konoha costs a whopping 500,000 ryo. It would take me 20 years to save that much. Even if my salary increases, won't Reese expenses increase as well? The little girl is growing up. She should have pretty dresses just like her classmates, right? Classmates enjoy delicious food. I can't just have her drooling while watching. I promised her mother to take good care of her. I can't let her eat nothing but the bare minimum. Mamma mia, if I'm not a ninja taking missions to earn money, how can I support us father and daughter? As he reached the end, Rinrin choked up, and beside him Ri began to wail in sympathy. You are clearly siblings. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely stunned, staring blankly at Rinrin, feeling as if he was looking at a father worn down by life. He had imagined countless responses from Rinrin, but he never expected this guy's answer to be so grounded, practically buried in the earth. It was simply earth release heart decapitation technique. This. I still have some savings, why don't you take some? Sarutobi Hiruzen awkwardly pulled out a stack of money from his ninja bag and nervously handed it to Rinrin. Seeing this, Rinrin wiped away his tears and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen with longing. Uncle Sarutobi, thank you so much, but I can't accept it. While saying this, he wiped away the non-existent tears, revealing his ulterior motives. That said, I should count as a double agent for both Konoha and Mangekyō, since Mangekyō pays salaries. Does Konoha not pay? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen was rendered speechless. Damn, I've been wrapped around this guy's finger again. At this moment, he really felt embarrassed to say they didn't pay. Ahem. Wait a moment, Ilgo asked the teacher. After saying that, he used a body flicker technique and vanished from the spot, as if fleeing. After a long while, Rinrin waited for Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he also received his first income after coming to Konoha, 1,000 ryo bill. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Rinrin's disdainful expression and said awkwardly, don't think it's too little, Umbu members only get this much every month. After saying this, afraid that Rinrin would put on another act of poverty, he walked away without looking back. Rinrin clapped the money in his hands, clicked his tongue, and sighed. Well, something is better than nothing. After muttering this, he thought about working one job and earning 3 salaries. His mood instantly brightened as he carried the giggling Ri back home. In front of the huge, floor-to-ceiling window of the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama watched Rinrin, happily shaking his head, his handsome face growing long, silently giving this guy a rating in his heart. Shameless. Clutching 10,000 ryo Lin, Rin returned home in high spirits. With money came courage, and having wealth, he found his stride, carrying a breeze with every step. Moreover, he had agreed with Sarutobi Hiruzen that in another week he would be able to attend the Ninja Academy. School was not the main point. What mattered was that through the academy's training, he would naturally become a member of Konoha's ninja forces. Though he would not let his guard down, Rinrin would at least gain the chance to go on missions simultaneously, openly, using ninjutsu, would greatly aid his future plans. Over the next week, Rinrin forged iron daily, producing numerous finished pieces and leaving behind a pile of scrap. Adhering to the principle of waste not, he melted the scraps, ground them into iron powder, and stored it within his body. This was the weighted training method he had used at the Jashin cult's base. Only back then he had concealed dirt and debris inside himself, whereas now it was iron powder. Iron powder was far heavier than dirt, and its weight distribution was remarkably balanced. In terms of weighted training, iron powder was vastly superior to soil. Thus, though his whole body ached constantly, Rin persisted with delight. He was a lazy fellow who would never bother to find time for physical training, so he improved himself only through this round-the-clock weighted method. Before the week was even over, Rin discovered that this weight method yielded astonishing results. A total of about 200 kilograms of iron powder distributed evenly throughout every part of his body caused relentless pain, yet in his every movement, walking, sitting, lying, his physique was being tempered. Gazing at his palm that had turned faintly dark, Rin couldn't help sighing. What Haiden lacks most isn't strength or intelligence, but imagination. There were so many techniques that could be paired with an immortal body. the 8 gates, multiple interconnected explosive tags, flying thunder god, and so on. Given the chance, Lin Ren even wanted to try the dead demon-consuming seal, or get himself a tailed beast for fun. Ever since he found he couldn't die no matter what, the possibilities were endless. Lin Ren dared not even imagine them. If he managed to acquire all these, not even Madara, let alone Kaguya-sama, could do anything but lie down and whimper. Of course, war was out of the question. He would never wage war in this life. He would only earn a few $100 million to get. What Lin Ren admired most was the jeweler's son Bang Rizuo from the original story, his money release along with Naruto's talk release, Sasuke's swag release, and Otsutsuki Ikaruga's noodle release were hailed as the 4 most powerful secret arts. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye, arriving at the day Lin Ren was to start school. Lin Ren dressed and shook little Li, who was sprawled out on the bed. She murmured, rolled over, and continued sleeping soundly. Li, get up. Big brother is taking you to school. Lin Ren wasn't in a hurry. He kept rocking the chubby little girl as if kneading a round dough ball. Big brother, I want to sleep. Irritated by his shaking, Li sat up angrily. Sleep? Who sleeps like a proper person? Only useless people sleep. Lin Ren, who never slept himself, was especially envious and jealous of children like Li, who could never get enough rest. Seeing that tough tactics wouldn't work, Li pouted, plopped onto the bedding, and rubbed her chubby little eyes. Big brother, Today I want to go to the Asakusa Temple Festival with Auntie Shingzi. Where is Asakusa Temple? I've never heard of it. Auntie Shingzi said Asakusa Temple is a branch of the Fire Temple right here in the village. Seeing Li's pitiful expression, Lin Ren sighed. It's not the festival you want to see. You just want to eat and drink your fill. Still, Lin Ren didn't stop her. Clearly this was the Konoha higher-ups making a move. The method was simple, yet it didn't bother Lin Ren at all. He had come to Konoha for many reasons, one of which was giving Li a happy childhood. And Konoha, as the strongest village among the 5 great nations, boasted not only a pleasant climate and environment, but also a fairly good atmosphere. In this era where human life was as cheap as grass, the will of fire had indeed sheltered a piece of pure land. The village's leadership planned simply to influence Lin Ren's decisions through Li. Clearly they overthought it. Even without Li, Lin Ren would have cooperated with Konoha. Even if Li became a Konoha ninja and inherited the will of fire, so what? Would she be unhappy? The little rascal didn't know a thing. At that thought, Lin Ren decided not to dwell on it. Let her be. A carefree heart makes for a light life. But you still have to get up. If you keep lying in bed, I'll spank you. Unfazed by his threat, Li tugged his sleeve excitedly, her pretty eyes wide open. Big brother, you agreed. Lin Ren nodded, and the little girl wriggled in the bedding like a happy fat cat. All right, get dressed. Hearing that, Li nodded obediently. Soon Lin Ren led her to the dining room. Uncle Yubenmu was sitting at the low table yawning drowsily. When he saw Lin Ren enter, he childishly twisted around and turned his back to him. He was still unhappy about Lin Ren going to the ninja academy. In his eyes, ninjas were frivolous. Only making money was serious. Auntie Shingzi, who was setting the dishes, gave him a sharp slap, and then smiled, waving at Lin Ren and Li. Lin Ren-kun, Li-chan, come quickly. Today's breakfast is tomato omuris. Li's eyes lit up, and she tugged Lin Ren toward the table. They sat down. As usual, Uncle Yubenmu leisurely sipped tea. Auntie Shingzi picked up Li and placed her on her lap, and the little brat Kato Dan buried his head in his meal. Lin Ren didn't look at the tempting omuris on the table. Instead, he pulled an envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table. Auntie Shingzi, I'm going to the Ninja Academy today. Li told me you're taking her to the Asakusa Temple Festival. Please use this money for her expenses along the way. With that, he pushed the envelope toward Shingzi. Seeing his solemn expression, she unconsciously used honorifics, shaking her head repeatedly and hastily refusing. No, Lin Ren-kun, I really like Li. And it's just a stroll through the festival for fun. It won't cost much. Lin Ren shook his head slightly, pushing the envelope forward firmly. Though young, his furrowed brow exuded a mature, sharp aura that made it hard to meet his eyes. He might not have noticed himself, but his past experiences lent his every word and action a seasoned maturity. Those who spoke with him occasionally forgot he was only 7. Shingzi couldn't argue with him, so she sighed softly and accepted the envelope. It wasn't thick, but the texture felt substantial. Familiar with handling money, she guessed at once the envelope contained banknotes, 1,000 ryo each, around 8 to 10 bills. She couldn't help lamenting how dear Lin Ren cared for Li. 10,000 ryo, offered so readily. To her, 10,000 wasn't much, but for a child who had just arrived with his little sister, 10,000 ryo was truly a fortune. What an extraordinary child. After breakfast, Lin Ren took Li's hand and led her back to their room. Li, take this. You haven't forgotten the characters I taught you, have you? Hearing this, Li blankly took the scroll he handed her and shook her head. Big brother, I haven't forgotten. Good. Lin Ren patted her head with satisfaction and continued. This scroll contains the chakra extraction technique. You're a big girl now. Study it on your own when you have time. Don't wait for me to push you all the time. Li nodded obediently. Big brother, does having chakra make you a ninja? No, but chakra is the foundation of being a ninja. It's all explained in the scroll. You can read it yourself. After speaking, he gently pinched her chubby cheek. Li silently hugged the scroll to her chest, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement, and declared loudly, "Don't worry, big brother. He'll train hard and become your reliable helper as soon as possible." Seeing the little girl's shining eyes, Rin shook his head speechlessly. "Li, I don't need a helper. I'm giving you this scroll only to offer you more choices in the future. After all, being a ninja isn't the only path in this world." Li shook her head. "Big brother, I don't quite understand, but he'll definitely work hard." "Never mind, dude." Rin sighed, gently pinched her chubby little face, then turned and left for school. At the Konoha Ninja Academy. When Rin arrived at the school gate, there were no longer children coming and going. The warm morning sunlight filtered through the green leaves among the treetops, spilling onto the ground, bringing peace and tranquility. Standing straight at the school gate was a middle-aged ninja in a green vest, holding a small notebook and scribbling. When he saw Rin approaching, the ninja paused briefly, then strode toward him. "Sasuke, Rin," the middle-aged ninja asked with a frown, glancing at his notebook. Rin nodded. Without further ado, the ninja snapped the notebook shut and introduced himself rapidly. "My name is Nakazato Ozora. You may call me Ozora Sensei. Now Rin can follow me." With that, he turned and walked decisively toward the school. Rin quickened his pace to keep up. Seeing Rin following Ozora Sensei, wasted no time opening his small notebook and reciting in a measured tone as they walked. "Sasuke, Rin, orphan born in the land of springs. Arrived in Konoha half a month ago with a merchant caravan." Rin nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. "I roughly understand your situation. Now let me explain the school rules. The Ninja Academy was founded by the second Hokage, Lord Tobirama. It is the most fundamental part of every Konoha ninja's training. Here you can learn the will of fire, the basic three-body techniques, and the knowledge that helps a rookie ninja survive." Ozora Sensei cleared his throat. "Ahem. Since it's your first time, I'll spare you from copying the will of fire. But remember, classes start at 9 in the morning and end at 3 in the afternoon. There are 2 classes in the morning and 1 in the afternoon, history, theory, and practical training." He rattled on and on. Rin rose slightly on his tiptoes and slyly peeked at Ozora Sensei's note. Good heavens! The notebook was filled with tiny, dense script. Was this man truly serious, unlike the tardigrades? Still, Rin knew he would never get along with genuinely earnest people like him. In one ear and out the other, Rin yawned, walking beside Ozora Sensei. Soon they crossed the open area in front of the school, passing the swing that the future prince would love, and entered a 3-story building. The first floor houses 1st and 6th grades. Second floor 2nd and 3rd grades. Third floor 4th and 5th grades. Ozora Sensei, which grade am I in? Rin had no idea how Hiruzen Sarutobi would place him. Given his situation, he should be in 1st grade, but his age already qualified him for 2nd. Hearing this, Ozora Sensei's expression turned strange. He didn't answer immediately, but instead asked, "Rinnegan, do you have any relatives among Konoha's higher-ups?" "No," Rin shook his head honestly. "Then, have you received any basic ninja education before coming here?" Rin was momentarily taken aback. Had Hiruzen revealed his information to this man? No, that couldn't be. Matters concerning the infiltration of the Rain Village were classified, and high-ranking officials wouldn't disclose such details to a regular academy teacher. Thinking this, Rin gave a self-deprecating smile and shook his head. Ozora Sensei's expression grew even more peculiar. Then why would the higher-ups order a student without any foundation to go straight to 2nd grade? A flicker of joy stirred within Rin. Being placed in 2nd grade meant spending 1 less year in this school full of little brats. A welcome piece of news for him. Muttering to himself, Ozora Sensei led Rin up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Since there weren't many students capable of becoming ninjas, each grade had only 1 class. In other words, aside from the faculty office, each floor held only 2 large lecture halls. After climbing the stairs, the two reached the 2nd floor and entered the lecture hall nearest the staircase. The classroom was empty, with books, paper, pens, and scrolls scattered messily on the desks. It seemed the students had just left. Ozora Sensei kept rambling on about the academy's rules, as if every second counted. Rin pressed his hand to his forehead in exasperation. "Ozora Sensei, where are the other students?" Interrupted the teacher, shot Rin an annoyed glance, and replied grumpily, "This period is a practical class. Everyone's at the training ground behind the school. So, do I need to attend?" This man was so long-winded that Rin already wanted to pull out his intestines and strangle him with them. "You may, but from the gate to now you've asked 5 questions and interrupted 7 times. So I'm taking 5 minutes of your time." With that, he flipped open his notebook and began reciting again. Rin rolled his eyes in exasperation, held his forehead, and picked a seat to sit down. Now he finally understood why the Monkey King had clubbed Tang Monk to death. Being nagged like this was worse than Rin felt as if he had returned to a past life, sitting in a classroom. An eternity seemed to pass before Azora-sensei's thin lips finally stopped, and the world fell silent again. Rin stood up excitedly and said to Azora-sensei, "Let's hurry to the training ground, sensei. I can't wait to meet my dear classmates." Azora-sensei nodded in satisfaction. Sure, this kid kept interrupting Skip from first to second grade for no reason and arrived late on his first day, but as long as he could get along with his classmates, he was a good child. With that thought, Azora-sensei waved at Rin and pointed to the corner of the last row. "Rinnegan, there are no other empty seats for now. You'll have to sit there for the time being." Rin glanced over and felt a surge of delight, nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. The corner where he could sleep when bored or sneak peeks at the beautiful view outside the window. It was custom made for someone like him who was just coasting through. After settling the seat, Azora-sensei led Rin out of the building. Behind it, on a vast training ground, a group of children under the guidance of two ninjas were paired up, kicking and punching each other. Though they were only 7 or 8 years old, their moves showed a certain order, advancing and retreating with discipline. The sounds of childish grunts and shouts filled the air. Two teachers in green vests moved among them, constantly correcting the students' forms. Rin, who had been mildly curious, quickly lost interest. It did reflect a ninja's combat style, blocking and dodging lacking the visceral impact of bone-crushing blows. Compared to this, Rin found the Kimogakure Taijutsu far more exhilarating. Open and forceful punch to flesh, exciting. Closest to Rin, a black-haired boy was pinning down notably the silver-haired boy fought with extraordinary tenacity, flailing and struggling even while pinned. The boy on top of him wore an smugly arrogant expression, his hand gripping the other's neck with a look that begged to be punched. Rin's gaze swept over, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. "Heh, a wicked little brat from the Uchiha clan. Lord Rinnegan, have you truly mastered no techniques? Not even the simplest 3-body jutsu?" Upon hearing this, Rinnegan shook his head. "Teacher Daiku, I really don't know any ninjutsu." "Then what about the chakra extraction technique?" Nakagare Daiku still refused to give up. Rinnegan shook his head again. Nakagare Daiku paused for a moment, then let out a sigh. "It's all right. If you don't know, learn slowly. Fortunately, you've only jumped to the second year, not the third. There's still time to catch up. Don't be discouraged." Having said that, his expression turned serious. "Rest assured, Lord Rinnegan. As your teacher, I won't stand by and watch you fall too far behind your classmates." Hearing these words, Rinnegan suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Then Nakagare Daiku's words confirmed his premonition. "How about this, Lord Rinnegan? From now on, stay an extra 2 hours after school every day. They'll give you private tutoring, and you can use those 2 hours for training until you've made up for the lessons you've missed." Upon hearing this, Rinnegan was dumbfounded. "What do you mean? School ends at 3:30, and you want me to stay until 5:30? Teacher, don't you need to date, get married, and go home to your wife? Even if you don't, I do. I need to go to Uncle Aponja's to forge iron. I have to support myself and ride." The thought of wasting so much time at the Ninja Academy every day made Rinnegan's scalp tingle. Teacher, could I discuss something with you?" "Go ahead." Teacher Daiku, can I skip this practical combat class and use the time to study instead? After all, this class is just fighting back and forth. It feels a bit boring." Upon hearing that Rinnegan didn't want to attend the practical combat class, Nakagare Daiku's brow furrowed. "You little scoundrel, what do you think the Ninja Academy is? A place to train secretaries? Even medical ninjas have to take practical combat classes." Nakagare Daiku instinctively wanted to refuse, but a haughty voice cut him off first. "The new guy? Your arrogance makes you look like a clown seeking attention." Rinnegan acted as if he hadn't heard the taunt behind him, still tilting his head with a hopeful look toward Nakagare Daiku. Nakagare Daiku also heard the remark. His brow tightened, and he instinctively turned to look at the speaker. When he saw who it was, his frown deepened. Uchiha Ryota, one of the top students in the class. Although his grades were excellent, the arrogant, dismissive attitude common to the Uchiha clan made him highly unlikable. Seeing that Rinnegan showed no intention of acknowledging him, Uchiha Ryota felt a surge of intense humiliation. At his age, children were most eager to prove themselves. At the same time, it was also the age of extreme self-centeredness. Even with Nakagare Daiku present, he showed no fear. After all, his uncle was none other than the Hokage's personal disciple, Uchiha Kagami. Rinnegan, however, was unaware of this relationship between the brat and Uchiha Kagami. But even if he knew, although he was merely an infiltrator, the only one who could truly match him in strategic schemes was the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama. It wasn't that Rinnegan underestimated the Konoha higher-ups, but people who had grown accustomed to relying on brute force tended to have their brains atrophy into simplicity. Take the original Black Zetsu, for instance. He wasn't all that formidable, yet how did he orchestrate such a vast web of conspiracies? Simply because he was willing to use his mind. Thus, among all the bloodline heirs in the original story, Rinnegan looked down on every single one. On the other hand, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, the tragic Uchiha Itachi, and the sixth Hokage Kakashi were the ones Rinnegan truly respected. Uchiha Ryota was furious, his young face contorting with rage. Teacher Daiku, let me fight him. He'll see what he's made of. Uchiha Ryota pointed at Rinnegan, his expression full of contempt. Nakagare Daiku felt a headache. It wasn't that he would get angry over a brat's arrogant words. What gave him a headache was why every Uchiha had to be so arrogant and dismissive. Some of them wore a cold face all day, young in age, but old in wrinkles. Others like Ryota here were not only insolent, but also couldn't tolerate being ignored. On the training ground, the commotion quickly drew attention. Students stopped what they were doing and gathered in small groups, among them some of Uchiha Ryota's little fangirls. It wasn't that they were shallow or lacking in discernment. With the Uchiha clan's golden signboard, there were always plenty of fangirls wherever they went. However, these little fangirls, restrained by the presence of the teachers, dared not shout loudly. Still, they glared fiercely at Rinnegan, as if he were their mortal enemy. Emboldened by the support of his fan club, Uchiha Ryota looked at Rinnegan with smug satisfaction. New guy'll give you one hand. As he spoke, he magnanimously placed one hand behind his back, drawing cheers from the surrounding fangirls. Rinnegan remained unmoved. He didn't want to bother with this guy. He felt that once he got involved with such a person, his own intelligence would be dragged down to the same level. After all, talents like Naruto were best at pulling opponents down to their level and then defeating them with overwhelming experience. Seeing that Rinnegan was as unmoved as a log, not even glancing at him, Uchiha Ryota became enraged. Kid, you asked for this. With that, he suddenly shoved Rinnegan from behind. Caught off guard, Rinnegan stumbled forward. As he was about to fall, a glint of satisfaction appeared in Uchiha Ryota's eyes. Acting cool, huh? Fall flat on your face, and see if you can still put on airs. Nakagare Daiku never imagined that Uchiha Ryota would be so bold as to bully a classmate right in front of him. But perhaps giving Rinnegan a little lesson wouldn't be a bad thing to dissuade him from talking about skipping practical combat. In the crowd, the white-haired boy who had been lying on the ground earlier had already scrambled to his feet. Dusty and silent, he was about to step forward to help Rinnegan up. Just as Rinnegan was about to fall, he suddenly stepped forward with his right foot. Boom! A terrifying loud noise erupted as Rinnegan's right foot slammed down heavily. The next second, beneath his foot, a concave surface 3 meters in diameter appeared, covered with dense cracks. The wind pressure around his right foot burst outward, carrying dust in all directions. The crowd froze as if a pause button had been pressed. Uchiha Ryota, who had been standing behind Rinnegan with his arms crossed, no longer had a trace of smugness. His expression was stiff, and sweat poured down his forehead, mixing with the dust blown by the wind, making him look utterly ridiculous. Monster! At that moment, among the encircling children, a chubby kid pointed at Rinnegan and screamed frantically. Then the soft sounds of gulping echoed in succession. Among the crowd, a pretty girl with a high golden ponytail stared in shock at the ground covered with fine cracks under Rinnegan's foot, instinctively wiping cold sweat from her forehead. Monster! That guy's strength is terrifying. Even among the Senju clan, famed for their physical prowess, no one at Rinnegan's age possessed such monstrous power. And mind you, he didn't gather momentum or sprint. It was just an instinctive step with his right foot. Nakagare Daiku, standing beside Rinnegan, was even more astounded. The Ninja Academy training ground was not ordinary dirt. The ground was compacted loess. Such a firmly packed surface was ideal for ninja combat. Even 6th years who had already mastered many jutsu and taijutsu couldn't produce such a terrifying effect, let alone 2nd years. Nakagare Daiku's heart pounded as he stared at the ground. To be blunt, even his strongest ninjutsu would cause no more damage to this kind of surface. The white-haired boy who was closest to Rinnegan sat down on the ground, his eyes wide, and blurted out, "This is so formidable." At that moment, Rinnegan slowly straightened up. Seeing this, Nakagare Daiku instantly appeared in front of the terrified Uchiha Ryota. If shoving and pushing was still considered a kid's fight, then what this guy did was far beyond a simple fracture. Such monstrous force striking the body would only result in one outcome: death. The other 2 ninjas present were equally quick to react. One flashed in front of Rinnegan and Ryota, blocking the way, while the other warily pulled the already petrified Uchiha Ryota back. Rinnegan stood upright in silence, expressionlessly glancing at the ground before him. Then he abruptly turned to look at Nakagare Daiku. Nakagare Daiku felt as if he were being stared down by a wild beast. Cold sweat uncontrollably trickled down his back, and he became extremely wary of Rinnegan. Suddenly, Rinnegan's expressionless face contorted, squeezing out an awkward, forced smile. "Teacher Daiku, I'm a blacksmith. It's normal to be a bit stronger, right? By the way, I won't have to pay compensation, will I?" The crowd broke into a cold sweat and fell over backward in disbelief. What the hell? At a time like this guy is still worried about paying for damages. Monster! How is his so terrifying? Mom, I want to go home. For a moment, everyone was drenched in mental sweat. Only the white-haired kid stood up foolishly, cheerfully patting Rinnegan on the shoulder. Everyone's heart skipped another beat. "Newbie, of course you don't have to pay. I saw it all. It was Uchiha Ryota who pushed you. If anyone has to pay, it's him. Hearing this, Rinjin's eyes lit up. He threw an arm around the grubby white-haired kid. Brother, you're absolutely right. Among all these people here, only you have a sense of justice. Hearing that, the white-haired kid burst into hearty laughter, thumping his chest loudly. Of course, Rinjin. This kid had just been beaten up without losing his temper, and when he saw Rinjin being pushed, he was the first to step forward and help him up. He was indeed warm-hearted. Good brother, what's your name? Rinjin asked. Huh, watch this. Saying that, the white-haired kid let go of Rinjin, hopped back a couple of steps, then stood on one leg, extended his right palm, and struck an arrogant pose. Yo, I am the great Jiraiya. The matter of Rinrin stomping a large pit into the training ground was eventually dropped. Uchiha Ryota, having been overly frightened, was taken home by his parents. After learning the full story from Zhongliu Dakong, the parents ultimately chose not to apologize to Rinrin. However, Rinrin didn't care about that. Among the Uchiha clan, there were those with astonishing magnanimity, but the majority were rather unremarkable individuals. What pleased Rinrin instead was that teacher Zhongliu Dakong agreed he could skip practical combat classes, and the time for those classes would be changed to remedial lessons. Rinrin was very satisfied with this. As long as he could return to the shop on time to forge iron, these were all minor issues. During the only class in the afternoon, Rinrin sat at the back of the classroom, and his deskmate was the white-haired kid from the morning Zillai. At that moment, Zillai had an arrogant afro, downward slanting eyes, with 2 red lines painted on with grease paint, and wore a gray-green belted robe with flame patterns. Rinrin, your strength is incredible. How did you train? Zillai leaned over the desk, using the back of the classmate in front to block the teacher's view, and whispered. Rinrin followed suit and leaned down as well. He whispered, forging iron. The more you swing the hammer, the stronger you naturally get. Can you teach me? Zillai asked excitedly. Rinrin nodded immediately. He'll bring you a blacksmith's hammer next time. Find something sturdy and pound it hard every day. Your strength will naturally increase. Hearing this, Zillai was overjoyed. He had felt that immense power up close. Not to mention its destructive force, the sheer aura was enough to send chills down one's spine. Thinking that once he possessed such power he could confess to Gansho, he grinned with pure joy. Rinrin, it must be said, Zillai truly was a bundle of joy. As they laughed, Zillai pointed at the empty seat in front of Rinrin and asked curiously, Rinrin, do you know where that kid Uchiha Ryota went? Rinrin was taken aback. So that wicked little brat from the Uchiha clan had been sitting right in front of him. Not sure. Seems like his parents took him home to change his pants. Rubbing his head, Rinrin voiced his guess. Zillai didn't laugh, though instead he leaned in slyly. Rinrin, you'd better be careful. Uchiha Ryota is very petty. And his clan. Zillai didn't finish, but Rinrin understood the implication. It was simply that the Uchiha clan indeed lacked broad-mindedness. But Rinrin's heart was even narrower. Reflecting on this, he belatedly realized a flaw in his plan. What if he had an enemy in Konoha? Would the second Hokage Shinsho Feijian then be more at ease with him? The answer was self-evident, and the Uchiha made for the perfect adversary. First of all, within the village, the Uchiha clan wasn't doing as well as one might imagine. This clan was extremely exclusive, a trait determined by its entire family atmosphere. As long as there were Uchiha survivors from the Warring States period, that pride embedded in their bones would be passed down through generations. This completely contradicted the will of fire advocated by the first Hokage. However, the formidable combat prowess of the Uchiha clan was an indispensable part of Konoha. Or rather, in Konoha's current state, the Uchiha remained a vital component of its military strength. If he were to antagonize the Uchiha clan, then on the surface being isolated and helpless, he would inevitably lean toward the Hokage faction to seek protection. In this way, trust would naturally grow over time. From the moment he entered Konoha and his plan was exposed, he had already been drawn into this maelstrom. In politics, there was no such thing as staying aloof. With this thought, Rin's eyes flickered, and he silently made up his mind. Time flew by, and before long the class ended. Rin joined the crowd of students leaving the Ninja Academy. As agreed, he was now headed to work at the Jiating Ninja Tool Shop. Harnessing the advantage of magnetic release, Rin's forging skills grew more refined. The ninja tools he produced became increasingly excellent, and the shop's reputation gradually spread. This led to a phenomenon: the ninja tools at Jiatings were in short supply, especially the Senbon. According to news from the front lines, the Senbon produced by Jiatings were exceptionally sharp. For a ninja, their tools were their second life. If the quality of the tools was unreliable, it was a nightmare. The Senbon Rin forged were incredibly sharp, while also possessing toughness, which meant the recovery rate after battle was remarkably high. Although this wasn't ideal for business on the battlefield, when supplies ran low, these recovered Senbon could stay. Pushing aside the curtain, Rin entered Jiateng's shop. Unlike the quiet scene during his first visit, the shop was now bustling. Many ninjas in green vests moved about, picking up tools from the display racks and examining them. Uncle Yabenmu rubbed his pudgy hands, his expression mercenary, smiling obsequiously as he weaved through the crowd. Seeing Rinnegan push aside the curtain, he scurried over. "Oh brother, you're finally here. Quick, we've got several special custom orders. Take a look and tell me if we can." "How big?" Rinnegan answered instinctively. Hearing this, Yabenmu threw an arm around Rinnegan's shoulders, and with his free hand secretly gestured and ate between them. "Mine. Yours." Rinnegan grinned from ear to ear, knowing that good times had arrived. This big order was more than just a large contract. It was a sign that his reputation had spread. Forging, especially weapon forging, was a trade where quality was the foundation of everything. With quality, ninjas who survived on the battlefield were naturally the best advertisements. The tools they used were automatically regarded as high quality. Saying this, Rinnegan and Yabenmu walked to the counter. "Here are the orders: a custom ninja sword for the Uegwon clan, armor plates for the Chodao clan, and my old man's goods for his upcoming trading trip. The old man's order isn't urgent, so let him wait. The important one is the Uegwon clan's sword. They're a big client. Please be sure to take good care of it." Rinnegan nodded, took the orders from this filial son, and turned to enter the forge. Funny enough, magnetic release had an almost absurdly powerful boost on forging iron, yet Rinnegan still wasn't sure whether it was truly a Kekkei Genkai. The clanging sound of hammering filled the air, accompanied by the roar of bellows as time slowly passed. At 6 o'clock, Jiatang's shop closed. Rinnegan wiped the sweat from his brow and pretended to be exhausted as he stepped out of the forge. In the front hall, Uncle Yabenmu was sprawled excitedly over the counter, beads of his abacus clicking away. "Yo, Rinnegan, good work. Hey, with all this hard work, how about a raise?" Rinnegan grinned. "A raise?" Yabenmu's face stiffened as he slowly hugged the stacks of bills in front of him. "You're joking again. We're business partners, splitting the profits. I'm not your boss, how can I give you a raise?" Seeing Yabenmu's wary expression, Rinnegan pursed his lips. "Changing the profit split isn't out of the question either." At this, Yabenmu shook his chubby head like a rattledrum. No, Rinnegan. I'm an honest merchant. I never go back on my word." Hearing this, Rinnegan could only sigh helplessly. "Fine, you're honest. But the iron, ore, and charcoal are only enough for tomorrow. Make sure to restock. I'm going home to eat." With that, Rinnegan slipped out of the shop without looking back, leaving Yabenmu wailing on the spot with a pained face. "Not enough again. I only stocked up last week. A full 2 weeks worth of charcoal and iron ore. Damn you, Rinnegan, don't walk away. Come back." Rinnegan shrank his head and vanished without a trace. In a dense forest outside Konoha, Rinnegan excitedly pulled a bundle of weights from his chest. These were weights he had forged using leftover materials. With the combined effects of his immense forging power and magnetic release, the weights were compact in size, but terrifyingly heavy. There were 4 weights in total, wrapped in sturdy burlap sacks. The combined weight was close to 400 kilograms. Rinnegan attached the 4 weights to his arms and legs. Including the iron powder stored in his body, the total weight was nearly 500 kilograms. Just putting on these weights made Rinnegan feel like a plum, the kind that would sink like a stone in water. He stood up and took 2 difficult steps. Immediately his muscles and bones groaned, a lament from his body under unbearable strain. But this was exactly the effect Rinnegan wanted. He believed that once he adapted to this weight, he could effortlessly take down a group of Chunin with sheer physical strength. As for why not Jonin, it was because those who became Jonin generally possessed some extraordinary traits that ordinary people couldn't match. At the Konoha Ninja Academy Transformation Technique class, Shuafong Rinnegan. On the podium, Zhongliu Daikong called out Rinnegan's name from the roll. "Present." Rinnegan responded lazily, then rose and walked to the podium, standing before Zhongliu Daikong. He formed a simple ram seal with his thumbs overlapping left thumb on top. Puff! A soft sound, and as the white smoke dissipated, a figure that was 8 inches like Zhongliu Daikong appeared on the podium. Zhongliu Daikong stroked his chin, circling Rinnegan incessantly. "Aside from being a bit short, not bad. 60 points pass, keep it up." Puff! Another soft sound, and Rinnegan reverted to his original form, turning to leave the podium. Returning to his seat before he could sit down, Jiraiya's displeased voice came from the adjacent seat. "Damn, Rinnegan, we agreed to fail together, but you scored 60 in every subject. What does that mean?" Rinnegan was speechless. Though he had his reasons, he couldn't tell Jiraiya. Competing in exams with a bunch of brats held no interest for him. If it weren't for the fact that failing meant staying for remedial classes, Rinnegan wouldn't even bother taking the exams. As for why he only scored 60, wasn't 60 just perfect? It saved him from pointless interactions with classmates while still passing, thus avoiding even more tedious tutoring. The transformation technique was a simple jutsu, one of the 3 basic ninja techniques. A novice using the transformation technique was easily seen through, but a ninja proficient in it could appear flawless. For a qualified infiltrator, the importance of the transformation technique surpassed even combat ability. And Rinnegan excelled at it. The assessment continued, soon reaching Uchiha Liangtai, who sat in front of Rinnegan. A perfect transformation technique, 100 points. Sitting below Linren smiled inwardly. The Ninja Academy exams were really quite simple. That Uchiha Liangtai's transformation had at least 7 minor flaws, yet Daking Sensei gave him full marks. If it were Shueishiong had surely have failed him. What made Konoha formidable was its unreasonable abundance of bloodline limits and forbidden techniques. A simple Sharingan and Byakugan made countless villages drool with envy. Coupled with techniques like the multiple shadow clone jutsu, flying thunder god, 8 gates dead demon, consuming seal, and spirit transmutation, they casually opened an invisible chasm of despair between Konoha's Jonin and those of other villages. Not to mention that Konoha produced freakish genin. Having scored 100 points, Uchiha Liangtai slowly walked back to his seat amid the astonished gazes of his classmates. Shuafeng Linren, what score did you get? Uchiha Liangtai asked with a sneer, then answered his own question Oh, I remember. You only got 60 points. How lucky. Barely passed. I hope you're this fortunate. Looking at this annoying kid, Linren curled his lips in silence, not intending to respond. However, Jiraiya, sitting nearby, couldn't stand it. He slammed the table with a bang and yelled, "What's so great about a perfect score? Linren gets 60 every time. Can you get 100 every time?" Hearing this, Linren covered his forehead in exasperation. Damn, this guy's logic was incredible. What was there to be proud of in getting 60 every time? Was he praising me or insulting me? Hearing Jiraiya's words, Uchiha Liangtai laughed sarcastically. Hey, you two are truly a perfect match. One is a perpetual failure, always failing you. The other is a lucky failure who scrapes by sheer luck. Perfect match. Sai Linren sighed, slowly raising his head to look at Uchiha Liangtai, his eyes full of helplessness. One is a perpetual failure, always failing you. The other is a lucky failure who scrapes by sheer luck. Perfect match. Sai Linren sighed. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Liangtai's face flushed red. He involuntarily recalled the time Linren scared him into wetting his pants, and a surge of intense humiliation washed over him. Meanwhile, laughter erupted in the classroom. After that incident, Uchiha Liangtai had taken a full week off to avoid the shame. Now Linren brought it up again, tearing open the wound and pouring salt on it. You bastard. So what if you're strong? How dare you mock the Uchiha? Uchiha Liangtai shrieked hysterically, his eyes blazing with hatred. On the podium, Zhongliu Daikong pressed his throbbing temples, feeling that this class was the most difficult he had ever. The arrogant Uchiha, the troublemaker Jiraiya, and the unyielding Shuafeng Linren. These three were the epicenter of chaos. The last incident hadn't even settled, the playground was still under repair, and Uchiha Liangtai had just returned from his leave, and now they were at it again. Just then Linren raised his hand with an innocent expression, pointing at Uchiha Liangtai. Daking Sensei, this guy is disrupting my studies. Can I hit him? As soon as the words left his mouth, the students in the class instinctively shrank their heads, involuntarily recalling the scene of Linren smashing the school playground with one kick. No. Zhongliu Daikong shouted, instinctively dashing between Linren and Uchiha Liangtai like the wind. Uchiha Liangtai, his legs weak, kept retreating. Though Linren used a questioning tone, Uchiha Liangtai saw the clear threat in his eyes. Don't come near me. If you so much as touch me, the Uchiha clan will make your life a living hell. Uchiha Liangtai blustered, his voice trembling. Hearing this, many students furrowed their brows. As members of Konoha, such words were out of line. Did he think this was still the Warring States period? Even Zhongliu Daikong, standing between them, shot Uchiha Liangtai a disapproving glare. Children from these great clans were far superior to civilian ninjas in ninjutsu, taijutsu, and other basics, but their characters were heavily influenced by their clans. Some didn't even have an inkling of the will of fire. Linren narrowed his eyes, taking in the reactions of his classmates, and smirked devilishly. Good. If I could hasten the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, that would be fantastic. Maybe I could even get myself a pair of Sharingan. Where would I implant them? I don't want to swap my original eyes, belly button, or anus. Drop my pants to use Amaterasu and bleed profusely. People would think my hemorrhoids burst. The image was too terrifying to contemplate. Ahem. A cough interrupted Linren's reverie. Tsunade, please switch seats with Uchiha Liangtai. Zhongliu Daikong spoke in a consultative tone. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Linren felt Jiraiya instantly perk up, staring wide-eyed at the golden-haired girl with a high ponytail in the middle of the classroom. Okay, Daking Sensei. A crisp, girlish voice answered. Tsunade nodded, gathered her books from the desk, and left her seat. In front of Linren, Uchiha Liangtai packed his books, while warily watching Linren's every move. Suddenly Linren raised his right hand abruptly. Oh, Daking Sensei, he's going to hit me. Uchiha Liangtai stumbled in fright, falling on his, but his short legs pedaling against the floor. Hey, sorry, my head itched. Linren smiled brightly, scratching his head. Zhongliu Daikong's face darkened. None of these students were easy to handle. This time, after I finish teaching this class, I'll apply to become a jonin. I will never teach at the academy again. Uchiha Liangtai, realizing had been fooled again, trembled with rage. Just you wait. With a vicious parting shot, Uchiha Liangtai hugged his books and left his seat without looking. Seeing the matter settled, Zhongliu Daikong muttered a few words about getting along with classmates and returned to the podium. The golden-haired girl had just sat down when Jiraiya leaned in, grinning slyly at Linren. Bro, that tattling move was brilliant. I've never seen such satisfying tattling. Watching Jiraiya struggle to make conversation while his eyes darted around, Linren's lips curled into a grin. Jiraiya, could it be that you like Tsunade? The voice was low enough for only Jiraiya to hear. What? No way. Jiraiya flailed, shaking his head frantically. After all, he was still a child, not yet graduated from the academy, his face not thick enough for such matters. Having his secret exposed, especially behind the girl's back, Jiraiya could no longer stay calm. Though Jiraiya repeatedly denied it, Linren had already confirmed the answer from the guy's face red as a monkey's butt. He couldn't understand why so many people in the original story liked Tsunade. Was Conan not cute? Was Hosen not fragrant? Was Terumi May not beautiful? Conan was adorable, could make paper bombs, and was obedient. Wasn't she better than that violent woman Tsunade? Hosen, with her crystal release, could easily rake in money at home, and she had a bit of a tsundere personality. Wasn't she more appealing than that spendthrift Tsunade? And Terumi May, need I say more? Let me wipe my nosebleed first. Linren maintained that though Tsunade had great chest, in reality her combination of wastefulness and violence was utterly terrifying. Little did he know, sometimes the more you fear something, the more it comes to you. But that was a story for later. Seeing Jiraiya's telltale reaction, Linren laughed even harder. Jiraiya, get ready to treat me. Otherwise it'll spread the news of your crush on Tsunade all over the village. Hearing this, Jiraiya grabbed Linren's neck in exasperation. Don't talk nonsense. Where do I like that flat-chested washboard princess? Hee, I don't care. If you don't treat me, you'll gossip everywhere. Seeing Linren's shameless demeanor, Jiraiya conceded. He felt his pockets, finding only 2 pitiful coins totaling a mere 200 ryo. After a moment's thought, he braced himself and asked, well, what do you want to eat? Linren smiled mysteriously, extending one finger. A skewer of octopus balls will shut my mouth. Hearing that it only required a skewer of octopus balls, Jiraiya breathed a long sigh of relief. Octopus balls were a specialty snack of Konoha, costing just 10 ryo a skewer, a delicious and affordable treat. After a moment's thought, he braced himself and asked, well, what do you want to eat? Linren smiled mysteriously, extending one finger. A skewer of octopus balls will shut. Bastard, next practical class, they'll beat you to a pulp. And Shuafong Linren. That guy was even worse. Using me to blackmail that idiot Jiraiya. What infuriated her even more was that a single skewer of octopus balls was enough to settle it. You two bastards, just wait. In a sprawling courtyard near the village center, an expansive estate once belonged to the Senju clan. Now it was the home of Uzumaki Mido and her granddaughter Tsunade. At that moment, Tsunade, her hair tied in a high ponytail, shoved open the wooden door with a huff and stepped inside. In the vast courtyard, a mature woman with a crimson topknot and a purple diamond mark on her forehead slowly lowered her watering can. Smiling warmly, she opened her arms to Tsunade. Seeing her grandmother, Tsunade instantly wiped the anger from her face and flew into Uzumaki Mido's embrace like a fledgling swallow. Grandma, why did you suddenly decide to water the flowers? She asked in a coquettish voice. Last week I visited Sensoji Temple, and the head priest gave me a Satsuki azalea. I thought I deplanted. Uzumaki Mido, nearly 50 but showing no signs of age, gently stroked Tsunade's silky hair, her large eyes narrowing into crescents. Enough about me. What's wrong, little Tsunade? I can tell you're quite upset. Tsunade pouted. If it had been anyone else, even her granduncle Tobarama, she wouldn't have spoken about today's events. But Uzumaki Mido was different. In Tsunade's heart, her grandmother was the gentlest and most understanding person. Grandma, today at school I met 2 incredibly annoying people. With that, Tsunade recounted the afternoon's happenings at school, describing Linren and Jiraiya as the most detestable, utterly loathsome wretches in the entire universe. Uzumaki Mido listened quietly to Tsunade's account, then chuckled slyly. So my little Tsunade is growing up, and boys are starting to pursue you. Is that boy named Jiraiya handsome? Seeing her grandmother's teasing expression, Tsunade refused to play along and nuzzled against her, whining. Grandma, you're teasing me. Jiraiya isn't handsome at all. He's dead last in his studies, and his personality is even worse. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mido smiled affectionately and pinched Tsunade's cheek. Grandma, you're teasing me. Jiraiya isn't handsome at all. He's dead last in his studies, and his personality is even worse. Hearing this, Uzumaki. On the other side in the Hokage's office, Senju Tobarama stared expressionlessly at a scroll on his desk. Before him knelt a man wearing a dog mask. The scroll recorded every aspect of Linren's recent life. Not only his daily routines, but even detailed accounts of when Linren relieved himself and for how long. When he reached the part where Nakarami Daisora had ordered Uchiha Ryota and Tsunade to swap seats, Tobarama's eye twitched almost imperceptibly. He had been quite satisfied with Lin Ren's behavior all along. As an exposed spy, Lin Ren had acted utterly harmless, especially during the past week at the Ninja Academy. Apart from befriending his desk-mate an orphan commoner named Jiraiya, he barely interacted with other children. This was precisely what Tobirama had hoped to see. After all, in all of Konoha, only he fully understood the lethal potential of this man Lin Ren. Setting aside Hanzo the Salamander, Lin Ren's strategic acumen and ability to manipulate hearts filled Tobirama with deep wariness. Frankly, even if Lin Ren's taijutsu rivaled that of a Jonin, Tobirama could subdue him instantly. But setting aside unknown combat, this man's schemes could wield far greater influence on the battlefield. Had he not left a Flying Thunder God technique seal on Lin Ren, he would never have dared let such a dangerous individual roam freely in Konoha. And yet this extremely perilous man had been assigned by the fool Nakarami Daisora to sit beside his brother's granddaughter Tsunade. Damn it all. Inuzuka summoned Saru. Yes, sir. Inuzuka bowed, then vanished with a body flicker jutsu. After a long while, a knock sounded at the office door, and young Sarutobi Hiruzen entered. Sensei, you called for me. Tobirama nodded, setting down the scroll that had caused his head to ache. Sorry, do you think we should tell Sakata Mizuma's death to Sakata Lin Ren? Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart leaped with joy. His teacher's inquiries signified growing trust. But the thought of Sakata Mizuma's demise soon plunged him into distress. He had pondered this question for a long time, yet still hadn't found a satisfactory answer. First, once Lin Ren learned of Mizuma's death, given his character, he would inevitably leave Konoha to seek, and Sakata Lin Ren could not be released. Whether due to his identity or his abilities, he was an irreplaceable asset to Konoha. As long as Lin Ren hadn't fully aligned himself with Konoha, such a dangerous man could not be set free. Hiruzen had also considered keeping Sakata Ri as leverage, but it remained just a thought. First, detaining Ri might create discord between Lin Ren and Konoha, uncertain outcome. Second, if Lin Ren left the village to investigate Mizuma's death, too many variables would arise. In the shinobi world, death was the main theme. Though this man was cunning in life-or-death moments, even supreme intellect was less helpful than a kunai in hand. Ultimately, Hiruzen held a high opinion of Lin Ren. He firmly believed that through the will of fire this man would become a significant asset to Konoha in the future. Steeling himself, Hiruzen said, Sensei, my opinion is not to tell him. Let him find out on his own. Tobirama mused for a moment, then deliberately asked, what if he blames us for concealing the news? Clearly Tobirama already knew the answer and was testing Hiruzen. He won't. Hiruzen asserted confidently. If it were a minor ignorant of the world, he might resent the villages, but Lin Ren was not such a person. Hiruzen could be certain that Lin Ren's maturity far exceeded his age, even surpassing many adults in the village. And a truly mature person understands help is a favor, not an obligation. Watching Hiruzen's resolute expression, Tobirama let out a slow sigh. This monkey really resembled his elder brother. Konoha's commercial district, the busiest and most lively area of the village. After school, Lin Ren and Jiraiya, arms draped over each other's shoulders, stood before a grill, drooling at the skewers sizzling on it. Takoyaki, 3 balls per stick topped with bonito flakes, made even the neighbor kids cry with envy. Here you go, enjoy. The auntie making takoyaki skewered 2 sticks and handed them to Lin Ren and Jiraiya. They swiftly took them and in unison stuffed the balls into their mouths. This stuff is amazing. Lin Ren mumbled with his mouth full, a look of bliss on his face. Beside him, Jiraiya's cheeks bulged as he nodded vigorously. Soon both sticks were gone, yet they gazed longingly at the sizzling takoyaki on the grill, saliva pooling. Damn, this is delicious. As a savory lover, Lin Ren had no interest in taiyaki or candied apples. But the salty, fragrant takoyaki, that hit the spot. Jiraiya seemed to share his taste. Even though they craved more, Lin Ren didn't ask. Jiraiya only had 200 ryo on him, and treating him to a 20 ryo stick was already a generous splurge. Here, a return gift. In front of the takoyaki stall, Lin Ren pulled a small green pouch from his pocket. The moment he saw the pouch, Jiraiya's eyes went wide. Is that a ninja tool pouch? You damn, Lin Ren, where'd you steal it? His first thought was that Lin Ren had stolen it. After all, Lin Ren was also an orphan, and orphans generally struggled financially. Hearing that, Lin Ren bristled. Steal? I got it fair and square off Ippomokusan's shelf. A ninja's acquisition can't be called stealing. He then launched into a stream of jargon Jiraiya couldn't follow. Take it or leave it. He'll toss it if you don't want it. I want it. Jiraiya eagerly took the pouch. It was surprisingly heavy. Opening it, he saw neatly arranged shuriken and kunai. Of course, no senbon. Lin Ren believed Jiraiya's silver hair was far more dangerous than any needle. Clutching the tool pouch and looking at Lin Ren's nonchalant face, Jiraiya's tears streamed down. You damn Lin Ren. Lin Ren rolled his eyes, picked his nose, turned, and waved a hand. I noticed you didn't have one during the last weapon throwing class, so I prepared this. A return gift for the takoyaki. Save your gratitude for later. Or if you want to be my subordinate, ID reluctantly accept. Bye, I've got to go to work. Watching Rinnegan walk away, Jiraiya felt an overwhelming warmth in his chest. Since his parents had died, no one had ever cared for him like this. Damn, you want me to be your subordinate? Wait till Jiraiya the Great becomes stronger than anyone. Then After parting with Jiraiya, Rinnegan first went to Kato Ninja Tool Shop to work for a while. Wearing weighted gear, whether walking, sleeping, or forging, he could clearly feel his physical abilities steadily improving. To Rinnegan, this was even more exhilarating than mastering a forbidden technique. After all, Teacher Mizuma always said ninjutsu decides life and death on the battlefield, but taijutsu decides dignity in bed. Rinnegan thought death was optional, but dignity was non-negotiable. After finishing the day's work, he returned to Ippon-moka's home. After a quick dinner, he went to his room. On the tatami, Ri, wearing a turtle pajamas, sat cross-legged with a look of sweet concentration. Ever since the little girl had obtained the chakra extraction scroll, she had been practicing diligently. Rinnegan noticed she had real ninja potential. In just a week, she could already sense chakra. Back when he was in the cult base, it had taken him half a month just to feel the flow of chakra in his body. By comparison, Ri's talent was even greater than his. But that was good news for Rinnegan. The more talented Ri was, the more Konoha's upper echelons would value her, and the less likely she would die. Of course, unless she deliberately courted death. Rinnegan believed that with him as a steady big brother, Ri would grow into a cautious and seasoned shinobi. Seeing Ri's hard work, he as a brother couldn't slack off either. With that thought, Rinnegan felt a surge of motivation and plunged headfirst into the warm futon. Indeed, training just didn't suit a laid-back guy like him. Maybe he'd wait until he could swipe the multiple shadow clone jutsu and let the clones do the training for him. The next morning, Rin woke up. First, he dressed the sleepy Li Yi, then bid farewell to Uncle Benmu and Aunt Xingzi before heading to school. As for their son Kato Dan, he was said to be the class monitor in the 3rd grade and left very early every day. In contrast, Rin the lazy fish was much more leisurely. Upon arriving at school and walking into the classroom, Rin settled into a corner and noticed something unusual today. Usually, while he was never late, he was always the last to arrive in class. But today, Jiraiya, who always came early, had not shown up. Could it be that he cried all night over yesterday's incident, causing him to be late for class today? Rin thought leisurely to him being late was completely inconsequential. If it weren't for the latecomers having to stay behind for remedial lessons with those who failed the exam, he would definitely be late every day. The bell rang, and Jiraiya finally walked into the classroom before the teacher, his face bruised and swollen, covering his face as he glared at the teasing gazes of his classmates and rushed to the back to sit down. The teacher followed Jiraiya into the classroom, staring at him with a strange expression. After a while, this unfamiliar ninja teacher finally opened the book and began the lesson. At the back of the classroom, Rin tilted his head, curiously observing Jiraiya. Jiraiya, what's wrong? Hearing his friend's concern, Jiraiya hurriedly covered his face and shook his head repeatedly. Nothing. I just tripped while walking this morning. Jiraiya stammered, and seeing his evasive gaze, Rin raised an eyebrow. You tripped and managed to bruise your eyes. Impressive. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya scratched his head and smiled brightly. Seeing this, Rin's mouth twitched slightly. Damn, I actually detected a sense of pride from this guy's smile. Well, what the hell did I say anything to compliment him? Moreover, he clearly got beaten up. However, since Jiraiya didn't say anything, Rin also didn't plan to ask, instead scanning the entire classroom with his gaze. Before long, Rin's eyes gradually began to narrow. Without Jiraiya's usual antics, the quiet morning quickly passed. After helping the embarrassed Jiraiya buy a bread, Rin and Jiraiya quietly began to munch on it. Just then a sarcastic voice shattered the tranquility. Poor people are just poor people, only able to nibble on bread at noon. Here it comes. Rin felt a surge of joy in his heart, then lazily raised his head to look at the newcomer Uchiha Ryota. Uchiha Ryota rudely plopped down at the desk, shaking his legs while casting a disdainful glance at Rin and Jiraiya. Hey Jiraiya, did you get beaten up? Why are your eyes all puffy? Hiding in the corner, nibbling on bread because you're too embarrassed to show your face. Rin remained silent, pressing down on Jiraiya's hand under the desk. Don't rush, let's play with him. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya snorted and ignored Ryota. Today, Jiraiya clearly lacked his usual carefree demeanor and instead appeared somewhat angry. This was also why Rin was holding him back. Seeing Rin not speaking, Uchiha Ryota let out a cold snort and said, the tail end of the class is just the tail end of the class going mute again. Did you think you could scare me today? After saying this, he glanced at Jiraiya, who was frowning. The tail end of the class should stay with the tail end of the class to avoid polluting the air. As soon as he finished speaking, Tsunade, who was seated in front, suddenly furrowed her brows. Uchiha Ryota had gone too far. Even though she wanted to vent her anger on Jiraiya and Rin, she never intended to use such malicious words against her classmates. Had the Uchiha clan, who had made a pact with her grandfather, fallen to such a state? Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for Rin and Jiraiya. Being the princess of the Senju clan, she understood the strength and influence of these great clans even more. Just as Tsunade was fuming, a sudden burst of laughter interrupted her thoughts, and the following words left her utterly shocked. Is this how Uchiha Madara teaches you? No wonder the Uchiha clan produces so many traitors, Rin said, shaking his head with a look of pity. When it came to sharp tongues, he had never lost to anyone, especially considering he knew the Uchiha clan very well. You, Sakuho Rin, are you seeking death? Uchiha Ryota retreated while glaring fiercely at Rin. You scoundrel! Take back your words. The Uchiha clan is not something a commoner like you can insult. Hearing this, Rin not only did not stop, but laughed even more joyfully. Oh, you're mad now, huh? When Madara was betrayed by you, did you ever think about his feelings? You rebellious brat. I ask you, you evil little brat of the Uchiha clan, do you really deserve to stay in Konoha? In Rin's words, not only did he trample on the dignity of the entire Uchiha clan, but he also insulted their once highly respected leader Uchiha Madara. Such piercing words deeply wounded Uchiha Ryota's heart. It is known that one of the reasons Uchiha Madara left Konoha was the betrayal of the Uchiha clan. These pitiful guys, corrupted by the peaceful life in Konoha, ultimately chose to betray their leader. A desperate roar erupted as Uchiha Ryota stood not far away, his eyes bloodshot, resembling a beast ready to pounce. In an instant, many classmates were frightened and backed away repeatedly by his ferocious appearance. Si Wei, Shun, Hai Wuyin. In a fit of rage, Uchiha Ryota began to form hand seals, his hateful gaze fixed squarely on Rin. Seeing this, Rin's spirit soared. Damn, I thought this guy would just whip out a kunai and go all out, but instead, he's actually using the great fireball technique. How wonderful. Uchiha Ryota's speed in forming seals was not fast, and that little time was enough for Rin to do something. But instead of doing anything else, Rin just grabbed Jiraiya and Tsunade by their collars and threw them aside. No kidding, he had said so many offensive things today, just waiting for this moment. Bastard, die. With that, Uchiha Ryota spat out a ball of blazing fire towards Rin. In the next second, the fireball came charging towards Rin. Bring it on. If I don't make you pay today, I'll never get to eat 4 dishes in my life. With a thunderous sound, Rin tightly clenched his right hand as the weighted gear strapped to his wrist dropped with a loud bang. Facing the fireball, Rin's muscles tightened and his right fist was hidden at his waist. Knock your grandma, Taizu long fist. Boom. A deafening explosion erupted. The terrifying force, accompanied by an immense pressure, shot out towards the fireball. In an instant, a monstrous fist emerged from the flames, smashing the entire fireball into pieces, sparks flying everywhere. Books, tables, chairs, blackboards, and the floor all ignited with little flames. At this moment, the remaining classmates in the classroom who had not left were already dumbfounded. The entire event had completely exceeded their expectations from the very beginning. First, Uchiha Ryota provoked Rin recklessly. Then Rin shockingly accused the entire Uchiha clan of being traitors who betrayed Uchiha Madara. Afterwards, Uchiha Ryota actually unleashed a fire technique in the classroom. What was most terrifying was that Rin had actually dispersed the fire technique with his bare hands. At this moment, Rin's fist-clenching posture was deeply etched in each of their hearts. It was so frightening. This guy was simply a monster. Tsunade fell to the ground, her youthful face devoid of any other expression, leaving only shock. That sense of violence, the terrifying fist that had shattered the fireball, left a profound impression in young Tsunade's heart. As the instigator of the incident, Uchiha Ryota, seeing Rin's fist drawing nearer, his expression twisted in fear to the limit, rolled his eyes back and fainted. Playing dead, are we? Rin grabbed Uchiha Ryota by the collar. Pay up. My clothes are burnt. At that moment, Jiraiya weakly pointed at Rin's shoes and awkwardly said, Rin, your shoes, they're burnt too. Rin looked down and instantly felt veins popping on his forehead. Damn it, my shoes are burnt too. 2 pairs, you bastard, you owe me 2 pairs. Tsunade glanced at the 2 clowns, rolled her eyes, and couldn't help cursing. You bastard, what time is it, and you're still thinking about shoes? Hearing this, Rin turned his icy gaze towards Tsunade. Are you going to pay for my shoes? Let me tell you, 2 pairs. If I don't get 2 pairs today, he won't go anywhere. Damn, also my clothes, 2 sets. 2 sets. Tsunade was completely at a loss for words, her face darkened as she stopped speaking. Just then, the classroom door was violently kicked open, and the large figure of Kurazaku appeared at the door, holding a kunai. Put him down, Sakuho Rin, let go of Uchiha Ryota. I command you. Let him go. Soon the flames in the classroom were extinguished. Rin and Jiraiya as the instigators and Uchiha Ryota as the victim were all taken back to the teacher's office by a stern-faced Nakaryu Ozora, accompanied by Tsunade Haim, who had witnessed the incident. In the office, Nakaryu Ozora's face was icy cold, holding a palm-sized scroll in his hands. Teacher Soichi, please trouble yourself to summon Uchiha Ryota's guardians. After speaking, Nakaryu Ozora placed the scroll heavily on the desk, his gaze shifting to Rin. As for you, Shuafeng Rin, who is your responsible person? An icy voice rang out. Unfazed Rin shrugged, and said, my father is Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nonsense. Even at this moment you still spout lies. Lord Hiruzen's surname is Sarutobi while yours is Shuafang. Nakaryu Ozora slammed the table violently, standing up and glaring at Rinnegan. Hey, I take after my mother Shuafang, Mizukama Rinnegan rambled on, knowing that someone of Nakaryu Ozora's rank had no authority to access his personal information. During the exchange, Tsunade tried several times to speak, but was silenced by Rinnegan's stern gaze. Rinnegan also wanted to see just how poor the intelligence-gathering abilities of the so-called ninja school teachers truly were. Although he had been grabbing Uchiha Ryota by the collar when Nakaryu Ozora entered the classroom, jumping to conclusions seemed premature. Jiraiya, on the other hand, stood beside Rinnegan with a face full of regret, his battered and bruised countenance carrying an apologetic expression. Upon hearing Rinnegan's words, Nakaryu Ozora's fury surged even more. Fine. I shall summon Lord Hiruzen immediately and see what else you have to say. With a cold snort, he had a teacher summon Sarutobi Hiruzen. In the Hokage's office, a ninja with a peculiar expression found Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hiruzen. No, Shuafang Rinnegan has caused trouble at school. Chunin Nakaryu Ozora requests your presence. The ninja teacher hesitated for a long time, not daring to mention Rinnegan's claim of being Sarutobi Hiruzen. Upon hearing that something had happened to Shuafang Rinnegan, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand trembled, causing the brush in his hand to fall. He quickly rose and grabbed the ninja teacher's shoulder. What happened? Well, Shuafang Rinnegan had a conflict with a brat from the Uchiha clan. It seems that Uchiha brat unleashed a fire attack on Shuafang Rinnegan in the classroom. As one of those who helped put out the fire, this ninja teacher had easily learned the truth from the students. However, he had no chance to relay this to the irate Nakaryu Ozora. He thought it was nothing serious, merely being a bit harsh on a student. But what he considered trivial would forever extinguish Nakaryu Ozora's dream of becoming a jonin. Upon learning the course of events, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately abandoned the ninja teacher and hurriedly left his office. He wasn't worried about Shuafang Rinnegan, rather he feared Rinnegan clashing with the Uchiha clan. Logically, a mere spy couldn't be a match for the Uchiha clan, but Rinnegan was different. This fellow excelled at setting traps and sowing discord in people's hearts. His old friend Shimura Danzo was the perfect example. Sarutobi Hiruzen still remembered how Rinnegan, with just a few words, planted a seed of distrust in everyone's hearts and dissuaded Lord Tobirama from choosing Danzo as the candidate for Hokage. Hurrying along, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived at the Konoha Ninja Academy. Just as he entered the school gate, he spotted the equally hasty Uchiha Kagami, his expression instantly turning peculiar. Kagami, what brings you to the ninja school? Uchiha Kagami also saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and smiled warmly. A neighbor's kid, Ryota, was reportedly bullied at school. His parents asked me to come and check on him. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression grew somewhat pitying. It seems you truly don't know what kind of opponent your neighbor's child has run into. Shuafang Rinnegan. Once this fellow sinks his teeth into someone, they'll shed a layer of skin, even if they survive. And for such a matter, your clan let you handle it alone. Kagami, caught between the village and your clan, you really have it tough. Still, with Kagami as a friend present, this matter might be easier to resolve. Uchiha Kagami sighed inwardly. He didn't know the full story, but based on his understanding of his clansmen, if Ryota's parents had asked him, a disciple of the second Hokage, to intervene, then the fault likely lay with that child, Ryota. After all, everyone knows that when you're at a disadvantage, you use authority to overwhelm the other party. By the way, Hiruzen, why are you here? Uchiha Kagami asked in confusion. You'll know soon enough. Prepare yourself mentally. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen was the first to enter the Konoha Ninja Academy building. The door to the teacher's office creaked open. Nakaryu Ozora sat in his chair, his cold gaze repeatedly sweeping over Rinnegan. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart tightened. When he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami enter, Nakaryu Ozora hastily rose. Rinnegan also turned to look behind him. Dad, you're finally here. Please have a seat. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened. Good heavens. Who's your father? Don't call me that, you scoundrel, or Bawako will beat me to death. No, I'm not your father. I can't bear that title. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head like a windmill, frantically trying to distance himself. As for Uchiha Kagami, his heart skipped a beat, silently lamenting that things had become troublesome. At present, Uchiha Ryota had already awakened, standing dejectedly behind Nakaryu Ozora, with Nakaryu Ozora in front. Three children, Rinnegan, Tsunade, and Jiraiya. As the princess of the Senju clan, Uchiha Kagami had no desire to antagonize Tsunade. As for Rinnegan, he would rather avoid him altogether. He was well aware of how troublesome this fellow could be. To put it bluntly, he would rather face Princess Tsunade than this fellow Rinnegan. Of course, if the person involved was that unfamiliar white-haired brat over there, things would be much simpler. As a direct disciple of the second Hokage, he had never thought of relying on power or strength to subdue anyone. However, if the person in question were that white-haired brat, he might have saved himself a lot of trouble. Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kageme's thoughts flashed by. Nakaryu Ozora, who had risen, saw Sarutobi Hiruzen deny any relation with Rinnegan, and his face instantly grew long. Deception. Is this what the ninja school taught you? To deceive your teacher? You wretched thing. Pointing a finger at Rinnegan, Nakaryu Ozora cursed loudly. Seeing this, Rinnegan was displeased. He reached out and slowly pushed Nakaryu Ozora's finger aside, his gaze turning sharp. Mind your tone. You are a ninja and also a teacher. Look, Lord Hiruzen, Lord Kagami, see how this fellow treats his teacher. Nakaryu Ozora, now frantic, pointed at Rinnegan again. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows also furrowed. Not because of Rinnegan's attitude. He had never regarded this fellow as a child, so he didn't feel Rinnegan had said anything wrong. Rather, it was the teacher named Nakaryu Ozora whose behavior seemed a bit excessive. Teacher Nakaryu Ozora, can you clarify exactly what happened? At this, Nakaryu Ozora recounted what he had seen upon entering the classroom. Hearing this, both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami furrowed their brows. They had their own judgment, but what they lacked was information. At this moment, Tsunade could no longer hold back. She cast a hidden disdainful glance at Uchiha Ryota standing behind Nakaryu Ozora and slowly began to speak. As Tsunade recounted the events, Nakaryu Ozora's face grew progressively paler, and behind him Uchiha Ryota's head drooped lower. Uchiha Kagami's expression also turned extremely unpleasant. Openly bullying classmates, unleashing the powerful fire release great fireball technique in the classroom, and targeting a fellow student at that. This, setting aside others, Uchiha Kagami himself wanted to slap this disgrace to the clan to death. What have you learned of the will of fire? Is this how the clan elders taught you? Using ninjutsu against classmates? At this moment, Uchiha Kagami's expression was unbearably grim. When Tsunade finished recounting the matter in a soft, clear voice, Uchiha Ryota suddenly raised his head, and in his eyes a spinning tomo was visible. This fellow had awakened his Sharingan. At that moment, Uchiha Ryota's bloodshot eyes stared fiercely at Rinnegan, and he pointed at him, roaring at him. He called me an evil little brat of the Uchiha clan. He said the Uchiha clan are all traitors, that we betrayed Uchiha Madara. It's him who betrayed us. The hysterical voice rang out, and the entire office fell silent. After a long pause, the stern-faced Uchiha Kagami turned to Rinnegan. Rinnegan-kun, did you say these words? Rinnegan shrugged indifferently in response. The thing is quite simple. I enrolled and didn't want to attend practical class. This guy taunted me. I ignored him from start to finish, and then he kept harassing me. Later he also beat up Jiraiya. Before Rinnegan could finish, Uchiha Ryota shouted, I didn't hit him. No, didn't you? Rinnegan laughed, but his smile carried a chilling, murderous intent. What if you were involved? Rinnegan said, enunciating each word. As his voice fell, 3 clicks of unlocking mechanisms sounded. Then came 3 heavy thuds of weights hitting the ground. In an instant, Rinnegan's figure vanished. Stop! Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed simultaneously. Before the words faded, Rinnegan had already appeared behind Nakaryu Ozora, lifting Uchiha Ryota with one hand, while placing the other before his eyeballs. Cold sweat broke out on the backs of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Uchiha Kagami. Fast, too fast. Although his speed hadn't exceeded the capture limit of the Sharingan, their bodies simply couldn't react in time. Moreover, this fearsome brat's pure physical strength already rivaled that of a Chunin. This was no ordinary upper-level ninja. One must remember that a Chunin's overall strength encompassed ninjutsu, taijutsu, jinjutsu, and various special skills. Yet Rinnegan, relying solely on his physical constitution, could match a Chunin's overall rating. To put it simply, Rinnegan's score in physical fitness alone equaled the sum of a Chunin's scores in all other areas. Uchiha Ryota, if you are lying, I will take your eyes. Rinnegan stared expressionlessly at Uchiha Ryota, a beast-like, terrifying, murderous intent flooding the entire office. In an instant, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood what his teacher had meant. Why this fellow must never be allowed into the upper echelons of Konoha, why one must not entertain the notion of reforming him. Shuafeng Rinnegan. Just how much suffering had he endured, how many had he killed, and how much darkness lurked in his heart to give rise to such a terrifying, murderous intent. Uchiha Ryota, suspended in the air by Rinnegan, was already trembling like a leaf, a yellowish liquid trickling down his trouser legs. It was me. I told someone to do it. Obtaining the answer he sought, Rinnegan gave a contemptuous smile and released his grip, causing Uchiha Ryota to collapse to the ground. Rinnegan turned around, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and shrugged helplessly. See, from start to finish I did nothing wrong, right? This sort of creature, utterly devoid of the will of fire, not only sets fires openly at school, but also secretly has others bully innocent classmates. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. Didn't he know it too? But what could he do? At this point, a terrifyingly wicked grin suddenly curled at the corner of Rinnegan's mouth, and the atmosphere shifted as his gaze turned to the extremely sullen Uchiha Kagami. Of course, he's still a child with the potential to be shaped. As a member of the village, I'm certainly willing to give him a chance. But what? Uchiha Kagami's eyes lit up as he pressed. 1,000,000 Ryo, and I guarantee I won't utter another word. Damn Rinnegan. Sarutobi Hiruzen inwardly cursed. He should have guessed. Knowing this fellow's nature, it inevitably came down to money. His earlier premonition had proven true. Once bitten by Rinnegan, one would shed a layer of skin even if they survived. 1,000,000 Ryo. The reward for a top-tier A-rank mission completed solo. For the vast Uchiha clan, it wasn't much. After a moment's thought, Uchiha Kagami slowly nodded. If money could solve this fellow, it might be a good option. After all, ever since they lost Uchiha Madara, the Uchiha clan could no longer withstand too much turmoil. Honestly, if not for this incident, Uchiha Kagami might even have sought the resourceful Rinnegan's advice on how to resolve the conflict between the village and the clan. Upon getting the answer he wanted, Rinnegan's expression instantly turned mercenary, and he sidled up to Uchiha Kagami. Big bro card or cash. As the incident concluded, Rinnegan and the others left the teacher's office. In the school hallway, Rinnegan, accompanied by Zillai, intercepted Yuanfei Risen and the young Gangsho, who was about to leave. Lord Yuanfei, I owe you a debt of gratitude for preserving my innocence today, Rinnegan said with a smile. Yuanfei Risen shook his head with a bitter chuckle and sighed. I barely said a word, and my presence made no difference. Not at all. If you hadn't come, I would never have been able to earn so much. Rinnegan leaned closer to Yuanfei Risen and lowered his voice. The moment you stood in the office saying nothing at all, justice was bound to prevail. With that, Rinnegan pulled out a thick stack of banknotes. The partial compensation paid by Yuzebo Jing, a full 200,000 Ryo. He took half the stack and pressed it into Yuanfei Risen's hand. This is for your trouble. Thank you for making the trip. Seeing this, Gangsho's beautiful eyes narrowed. This guy? Was he blatantly bribing Uncle Yuanfei Risen? Yuanfei Risen pushed Rinnegan's hand away without a second thought. It's my duty. Oh, I can't accept money. Rinnegan's face immediately stiffened, and he pushed the money back. I know you are dedicated to your duty, but if good people don't get rewarded, who will uphold justice in the future, eh? So you must take it. Yuanfei Risen was taken aback. Good people rewarded, so justice endures. Heaven, that twisted logic actually sounded about 70% reasonable. While Yuanfei Risen was lost in thought, Rinnegan swiftly stuffed the stack of notes, a full 100,000 Ryo, into his pocket. Done with that, Rinnegan turned to look at young Gangsho, whose expression was peculiar. Classmate Gangsho, please take this 100,000 Ryo. Treating Gangsho, he dared not shove the money directly into her arms. She was the princess of Mai. Making a move on the princess sounded thrilling, but this girl had no plump figure to speak of. Gangsho blinked, her eyes suddenly brightening, then she graciously accepted the cash. 100,000 Ryo wasn't much to her, but it was the first money she had ever earned independently. Upholding justice requires reward, so more people will persist in doing right. The more people who uphold justice, the better the atmosphere becomes. It was a simple truth. Rinnegan quite liked Mai, and he was willing to contribute a little to its spirit. After all, it wasn't his money, so he felt no regret. Seeing that both had accepted, Rinnegan breathed a sigh of relief. He threw his arm around Zillai's shoulders and laughed loudly. Zillai will split the remaining 800,000 Ryo 50-50. Zillai quickly shook his head and waved his hands repeatedly. No, I don't want it. This is something you earned yourself. How could I take it? Hearing this, Rinnegan's face instantly turned stern. What do you mean you can't take it? Did you get beaten for nothing? Idiot. Then leaning close to Zillai's ear, he whispered. Besides, I already disliked that guy. I took this chance to shake him down. Honestly, Zillai, you're my accomplice too, aren't you? Huh. What? Zillai was shocked, then, as if thinking of something, he kept shaking his head. Rinnegan, I know you want me to take it, but I still can't. Seeing Zillai's hesitant and fussy behavior, Rinnegan's forehead veins bulged, and he grabbed Zillai by the collar. You idiot, Zillai, dawdling like a girl. You should wear a dress to class. Classmate Gangsho lent a skirt to little sister Zillai. Huh. Zillai fumed, smoke practically rising from his nostrils, and he seized Rinnegan's collar in return. Bastard. I got beaten up by 7 men last night without a single complaint, and you dare look down on me. Before he could finish his untouched left, I took a heavy punch from Rinnegan. What a proud achievement, getting beaten by 7 men and bragging about it. If it were me, I'd take them all on and bring at least one down. That's exactly what I did, you jerk. Ow. You sucker punched me. Damn, it'll fight you. Watching the two children grab each other by the neck and roll on the floor, gnashing their teeth, Yuanfei Risen felt both amused and moved. Leaving aside this comic scene, Rinnegan had finally forged new bonds in Mai. As for Gangsho, her happy face darkened as she clutched the cash. Bastard Rinnegan, making fun of me again. Just wait. One day he'll make you parade through Mai in a skirt. The brawl between Rinnegan and Zillai continued. Just as they were about to polish the corridor floor to a mirror shine, the fight ended with Rinnegan having the upper hand. Zilai Yi had no choice but to humiliatingly accept the decision to split the 800,000 Ryōi. Having resolved their dispute, the two mud-smeared children got up supporting each other and ignored the dumbfounded Yuanfei Risen and Gang Shou as they left the corridor. Watching their bruised and blackened backs as they walked shoulder to shoulder, Yuanfei Risen felt both amused and baffled. Do they always settle differences like this? Gang Shou nodded silently, her face dark. Always, but never this embarrassingly. At the corner of the corridor, Yuzhibo Jing had witnessed everything. Shuafeng Linren. This guy was nothing short of a monster. He handled human relations, read people's hearts, and left no stone unturned in even the smallest matters. Thinking back to when he himself was 7 or 8, he had taken the help of his family, relatives, and friends for granted, never once thinking to give back to those who helped him. But Linren went out of his way to ensure that those who helped him were rewarded. Over time, people would even compete. At the same time, he deeply envied the friendship between Linren and Zilai Yi. Beyond that, there was not a trace of resentment in his heart. This was not surprising. Although Yuzhibo Jing was a member of the Yuzhibo clan, the village always held a higher place in his heart. As Qinsho Fujian's direct disciple, Yuzhibo Jing had a profound understanding of the will of fire. And that was also the source of his pain. If there was one person who desperately wished for the Yuzhibo clan to fully integrate into the village, it was him. And in his moment of greatest confusion, Shuafeng Linren appeared. If Linren, the master of reading people, could understand the plight of the Yuzhibo clan, perhaps he could offer some good advice. With that thought, Yuzhibo Jing made a secret resolve. Starting with himself, he would change the relationship between Linren and the Yuzhibo clan. The bell rang, and the ninja school was dismissed. Gang Shou, with a wad of cash in her pocket, skipped home. Her high ponytail bounced cheerfully, echoing her joyful mood. Grandma. As soon as she entered her house, Gang Shou chirped like a little sparrow. The wooden sliding door opened, and in the tea room, Xuanhua Shuehu walked out with a gentle smile. Gang Shou immediately ran into Shuehu's arms for a good cuddle, then pulled out a whole stack of Thesandrio notes from her pocket. Grandma, look what this is. She held the stack high with both hands. It's money. Did my little gang win today? What wonderful luck. Shuehu teased. Oh, Grandma. I came straight home after school. Gang Shou clung to Shuehu playfully. It was only with Shuehu that she could act like a real little girl and be spoiled. All right, my little gang is the best. Tell Grandma what really happened. At that, Gang Shou happily counted the money and cheerfully recounted the day's events. Soon she finished the story. Xuanhua Shuehu stroked Gang Shou's head and laughed. So little Gang has grown up earning money to bring home. Of course. Gang Shou was smug, then chattered about how detestable and cunning Linren was, how he had scared Yuzhibo Liangtai into wetting his pants. Watching her granddaughter's delight, Xuanhua Shuehu smiled with an air of understanding. She had been through it herself, knowing what it meant when a girl constantly spoke a boy's name. And being annoyed now didn't mean she would dislike him forever. After all, she too had been through that stage of girlhood. Happy times were always short. After dinner, Xuanhua Shuehu and Gang Shou went off to practice cheerfully. Shuehu sat in the tea room, a thoughtful look in her eyes. As the wife of Qinsho Zhujin, she had no prejudice about family status and didn't mind if Gang Shou's future husband was from a prestigious family or not. But some things still needed to be brought to Fujian's attention. With that in mind, Xuanhua Shuehu waved her hand toward the door. The next second, an umbu wearing a fox mask appeared outside. Lady Shuehu, what are your orders? A hoarse female voice asked. Please go to Fujian and inform him of Gang's recent situation. The umbu nodded and vanished. At the Hokage's office, Qinsho Fujian leaned back in his chair, frowning at a scroll in his hand. How could he as Hokage not know about such a major incident during the day? What angered and frustrated him most was not Linren, but Yuzhibo Liangtai's public attempt to kill a fellow comrade. In his view, such an act was utterly unforgivable. Even if Linren was not a comrade, but a spy, the others didn't know his identity. This was tantamount to attacking a village comrade. He wanted to ask the elders of the Yuzhibo clan just how they were educating their children. If this continued, the village that his brother had sacrificed so much to build would be ruined by these scoundrels. But thinking of the Yuzhibo clan's influence, Qinsho Fujian couldn't help but resent Qinsho Zhujian. Back then, to set an example, Qinsho Zhujian had issued an order as clan head and first Hokage, bearing immense pressure. The Qinsho clan, except for those who had already inherited the surname, would no longer pass down the clan's surname to newborns. This move not only shocked the major families who had joined Mai, but also fully merged the Qinsho bloodline into the village. Thus, although the Qinsho clan as a name disappeared, countless families with Qinsho blood emerged in Mai. Fortunately, most Qinsho clan members could accept this order. Between surname and bloodline, the Qinsho chose bloodline. What they did not know was that decades later, their old rivals, the Yuzhibo clan, would choose surname and pride only to lose the vast majority of their bloodline and erased by their own hands. Struggling to calm himself, Qinsho Feijian slowly closed the scroll and lightly tapped the desk. Tell Jing that this child will be placed under his tutelage. Such attacks on village comrades must never happen again. Also give the Yuzhibo clan a warning. Tell them to hand over the remaining 800,000 ryo to Shuafeng Linren quickly, and reject their request to expand the My Security force by 4 patrols. They may only add 1. If Linren had been present, he would have cursed Qinsho Feijian as a cunning old fox. The conflict between Linren and the Yuzhibo clan was already severe. Now the second Hokage had stepped in to further antagonize them. While it temporarily guaranteed Linren's safety, in the long run this conflict would inevitably escalate into hatred. Having temporarily dealt with the Yuzhibo clan issue, Qinsho Feijian turned his thoughts to the troublesome Linren. It was his decision to let Linren attend the ninja school, which meant Linren would make friends and form bonds. But Qinsho Feijian did not want his brother's granddaughter to have any dealings with Linren. This guy was too dangerous, unsuitable to be around a naive child like Gangsho. With that thought, an idea formed in Qinsho Feijian's mind. The next evening, after finishing his administrative work, he returned home early. Though early, young Gangsho had already had dinner. Seeing Qinsho Feijian return, she who had been practicing in the garden immediately put away her scroll and walked gracefully before him. Second grandfather. Qinsho Feijian's stiff lips curved almost imperceptibly. He clearly wanted to show a kindly smile, but failed. He nodded impassively and sat down by the wooden walkway in the garden. Gang, what have you learned at the ninja school recently? Second grandfather, I learned the substitution technique and transformation technique and the ninja code. Gangsho stood straight and answered formally. Good. Then let second grandfather test you. What are some of the ninja codes? Gangsho pondered for a moment, then counted on her fingers. 1. Close combat is always foolish. 2. The mission is sometimes more important than life, so never abandon the mission. 3. Keep secrets, destroy your face before committing suicide. Listening to her fluent answers, Qinsho Feijian nodded with satisfaction. Very good, gang, you've remembered well. Tell me, can you keep a secret? Hearing this, Gangsho thought that second grandfather was going to teach her some powerful forbidden technique, so she nodded eagerly. All right, grandfather wants you to stay away from Shuafeng Linren. Gangsho froze, then instinctively asked, why second grandfather? Though young, she was not stupid. In fact, she was very smart. The fact that Qinsho Feijian the Hokage personally warned her meant there must be a hidden secret. Gangsho's curiosity flared. Seeing her question, Qinsho Feijian did not hide the truth. This was a carefully thought-out plan, simple and direct. Tell the facts to Gang. Gang was Zujian's granddaughter and his own blood relative. He had no intention of concealing the truth from his family. Most importantly, though Gang was young, her stubborn character was exactly like his brother's. Using indirect methods would only make the girl rebellious, which would backfire. So while Linren and Gang were still barely acquainted, he would frankly lay out the facts. With that, Qinsho Feijian slowly spoke, telling Gangsho everything about Linren's background and origin. When she heard that Linren was originally a spy sent by Yuin village to my, Gangsho's innocent, lovely face first showed shock, then anger emerged from between her brows. Second grandfather, why not capture this guy? Why keep him here? Seeing her interrogation, Qinsho Feijian sighed inwardly and replied, keeping Shuafeng Linren is more conducive to peace on the western border. Why? Isn't he just a spy from the Yuin village in the west? Gangsho asked angrily. Through Shuafeng Linren, we can secretly influence the leader of Yuin village, Shanjia Banzang, thereby containing Shine village and Yanin village. In that way, the pressure on the border defense lessens and the chance of village comrades dying in battle decreases. Hearing this, Gangsho ground her milk teeth in frustration. When I grow up, I'll beat that damn Shanjia Banzang into the ground and drive Shuafeng Linren out of our village. Making up her mind, Gangsho put on a stern face and looked seriously at Qinsho Feijian. Second grandfather, can we be sure Shuafeng Linren will obey? Hearing this, Qinsho Feijian sighed deeply in his heart. There was no absolute certainty, for who knew if the bonds this monster claimed were real. Though inwardly pessimistic, outwardly Qinsho Feijian nodded calmly. Yes, but Gang, you must understand this person is different from you. He was trained as a spy from childhood, and spies are the most heartless. So second grandfather wants you to stay away from this dangerous fellow, so that Grandma Shuahu won't worry. Okay. Gangsho nodded emphatically. Don't worry, second grandfather. I swear I won't say another word to Shuafeng Linren, and I'll keep an eye on him for the village. Time continued to flow, and in the blink of an eye, over half a year had passed, with the new year drawing near. According to the ninjas returning to the village, the battle with the Cloud village of the Land of Lightning was gradually drawing to a close. Linren continued to live according to his own rhythm. Setting aside his identity as an infiltrator, he was actually living quite well. Apart from eating and drinking every day, he spent his after-school hours forging iron at Yaibinmas Ninja Tool Shop. With an abundance of leisure time, he took the opportunity to thoroughly explore Konoha village. It must be said Konoha was indeed the leading ninja village. Not only did its population far surpass that of the Rain Village, but its land area was also 4 to 5 times larger. It was precisely this vast population that gave rise to the enormous number of Konoha ninjas, and all of this was inseparable from the suitable climate and fertile soil. Thinking of this, Linren couldn't help but recall Shuexiong, who was still in the Rain Village, and a smile involuntarily curled at the corners of his mouth. That guy Shuexiong was surely rolling in bed with his 2 wives at this moment. Damn it, back then he should have introduced him to that fat widow who sold orange soda at the entrance of the entertainment district. Just thinking about Shuexiong enjoying the bliss of multiple wives filled him with envy and jealousy. But no reply had come yet from the letter sent to Shanziu Hanzong last time, right? No, half a year had passed. Shouldn't they have sent someone to support me by now? With this thought, Linren sighed, softly quickened his pace, and entered the classroom just before class began. Another mundane day passed quickly. At 3:30 in the afternoon, school ended on time. With his mind full of Shanziu Hanzang's reply, Linren didn't linger. He waved goodbye to Jiraiya, who was staying for extra lessons, and walked out of the school gate. Returning to Uncle Yaibenma's home, Aunt Xingzi was teaching Li to write. Seeing Linren enter, Li immediately clamored for her brother to hold her. Xingzi stood by watching Linren spin the delighted Li around in circles, and her face broke into a wide smile. By the way, Xingzi suddenly remembered something and pulled a thin letter from the desk drawer. Linren-kun, there's a letter for you. Hearing this, Linren's heart tightened. He knew, without a second thought, that this was from the Rain Village. His expression unchanged. Linren held Li with one arm around her leg and took the letter with the other, nodding in thanks. Thank you, Aunt Xingzi. It's nothing. Xingzi waved her hand, her smile unwavering. Although Linren knew Xingzi's true identity and Xingzi knew Linren was an infiltrator, they both maintained a calm and composed demeanor without the slightest change. Taking the letter, Linren politely bid farewell to Aunt Xingzi with Li and returned to his room. He closed the door, sat down, and pulled out the letter, his eyes scanning its contents. The letter's content was simple, signed by a man named Yua. It stated that a foreman covert team had arrived outside Konoha village and needed Linren to receive them. Though vaguely worded, Linren discerned something from between the lines. This ninja, named Yua, along with 3 others, had reached the outskirts of Konoha village. Perhaps due to Konoha's tight defenses or their own incompetence, the 4 had failed to infiltrate the village, and instead had a letter delivered to Linren asking him to receive them. Useless. Linren frowned, not bothering to put the letter away, leaving it openly on the table. Brother, have people from your village come. Li, who could recognize quite a few characters, glanced at the letter on the table and asked curiously. Linren's stern expression softened, and he smiled as he patted Li's head. No, Li. After saying this, Linren took out a brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote the words 1 o'clock in the morning on the envelope. Then he left the room with Li. Inside the room, an ANBU member wearing a dog mask dropped silently from the rafters, landed softly in front of the table, and quietly examined the letter before vanishing again without a sound. In fact, the ANBU had already inspected the letter's contents before it reached Linren. Afterward, Linren took Li for a stroll and returned to the house. The room was exactly as it was when they left, except that a bright red circle now appeared in the lower right corner of the letter on the table. Linren understood that Konoha had approved his midnight activity. In the dead of night, the entire Konoha village was shrouded in darkness, quiet and serene. In the silent room, a pair of bright eyes suddenly snapped open. Linren rose slowly but firmly, pulled on a black short-sleeved shirt strapped on his ninja pouch, gently slid the wooden door aside, and stepped out. Strolling leisurely through Konoha's streets, Linren's mind was constantly calculating. If the men sent by the Rain Village were foolish, he would dispose of them on the spot, which would also serve to demonstrate some strength to the Konoha ENBU monitoring him. If these covert agents turned out to be exceptionally cunning, he would choose to help them infiltrate Konoha. Linren was not worried that overly clever individuals would disrupt his plans. On the contrary, experienced agents would be more useful in gaining Shanziu Hanzang's trust. Since his transmigration, he had never underestimated anyone in this world. The one who worried him most was not the second Hokage Senju Tobarama, nor the prospective third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Shanziu Hanzong. A man capable of leading the Rain Village to survive through this chaotic era. His abilities and intellect could not be underestimated. And a clever agent would be more advantageous for manipulating Shanziu Hanzong. A suspicious person never lets down their guard against anyone. But what about 2 people? 3. When most intelligent individuals repeatedly affirm the same thing, even the most paranoid person gradually lowers their defenses. Linren thought to himself, I don't aspire to be the chief strategist Qingong. Instead, I want to be like Jiasu, just drift along. With such idle thoughts swirling in his mind, Linren walked unimpeded out of the village toward the rendezvous point. Crossing the stream, he entered the dense forest outside Konoha. Suddenly a black figure emerged behind him, and a gleaming kunai pressed against his neck. Kid wandering around in the dead of night is not a good idea. A mocking male voice sounded. Rinnegan paused, sighing, inwardly feeling even more disappointed in the agents Hanzo Hanzong had sent. A 7-year-old child strolling in the woods late at night. Good heavens, weren't they afraid of such an eerie scene? Even if they knew he was an infiltrator, they shouldn't be so reckless as to contact him like this. Sighing inwardly, his expression remained calm. "I'm Zhu Kongping. I'm looking for Yua." His steady voice carried far into the quiet forest. Behind him the shadow remained unmoved, the sharp kunai still pressed against his neck. "Prove your identity. There's a Rain Village headband in my pouch." Rinnegan remained motionless and spoke flatly. The ninja pouch was opened and a brand new Rain Ninja headband appeared in the shadow's hand. "All right." The kunai at Rinnegan's neck slowly withdrew. But in the next instant the sharp blade abruptly changed direction and sliced across Rinnegan's arm. The next second his sleeve tore and blood seeped out. The mocking, cruel voice sounded again. "Sorry, this is to prevent transformation jutsu." Rinnegan curled his lips and shrugged indifferently, praising against his conscience. "It's nothing. You guys are quite professional indeed." In truth, Rinnegan was cursing inwardly. "Bastard, I wore a short-sleeved shirt today on purpose, exposing my forearm, but you had to slash my upper arm. That robe cost me 200 Rio. Damn it. You're finished." After confirming his identity, Rinnegan was escorted by the shadow into the dense forest. After many twists and turns they arrived at a hidden cave. A campfire burned inside the cave. 3 adult men in civilian clothes sat around the fire. When Rinnegan entered, their gazes locked onto him in unison. "Zhu Kongping, I've heard much about you." The youngest among them, sitting at the far end, spoke. He had an utterly unremarkable face. Eyes neither large nor small, a nose neither large nor small, and a slight curl at the corner of an average-sized mouth carrying a faint sneer. Overall, if this guy didn't smile, he would have been a fine candidate for a covert agent. Rinnegan knew who he was. His name was Yua, a Rain Village infiltrator who had mainly gathered intelligence at the exchange office in the past. He was one of the few infiltrators to survive after the Rain Village's intelligence network was attacked. Yua sat before the campfire surrounded by large and small bundles of luggage. He squinted as he scrutinized Rinnegan from a distance, the smirk on his lips growing more pronounced. He knew Zhu Kongping. In fact, most ninjas in the Rain Village had heard of this brat. After all, he was a disciple of Lord Hanzo Hanzong. As the leader of the Rain Village and the so-called demigod of the ninja world, Hanzo Hanzong was deeply revered by Rain ninjas. And the more they revered Hanzong, the more they detested Zhu Kongping, that lucky little brat. The reason was simply that Rinnegan was Hanzang's disciple. But now this brat had fallen out of favor. Thinking this, Yua sneered inwardly, put on an elder's air, and casually ordered. "Pinko and I called you here this time because there are some tasks for you to complete. Please go ahead." Rinnegan put on a timid look. Seeing Rinnegan acting like a coward, Yua's contemptuous smile grew even wider. "First, draw up Konoha's defense map. Second, arrange for identities for us. Lastly, report all the intelligence you've gathered recently." Hearing this, Rinnegan nodded eagerly like a pecking chick. "Yes, Lord Yua, but first I'd like to know about the recent situation of Shueishion." "Shut up." Yua's expression suddenly turned stern. "That is not something you are qualified to ask about." This was his usual method of controlling subordinates: first act friendly, then at the first opportunity, give a severe reprimand, and finally offer some soothing words. By now he had already regarded Rinnegan as his subordinate. And towards subordinates, one must employ both kindness and severity. Not only did he not know Shueishan's news, but even if he did, he wouldn't tell. But Rinnegan was not intimidated by Yua's attitude. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and stared intently at Yua's every move. He was assessing whether Yua actually knew any news of Shueishion, whether this man had any remaining value, and what his next move should be. Unfortunately, from what he could see so far, Yua either had no idea about Shueishan's whereabouts or simply didn't want to tell him. With that in mind, Rinnegan decided to play along a little longer, forcing a stubborn expression onto his face. "Tell me about Master Shueishion." Seeing Rinnegan's agitation, Yua's interest in Shueishion was piqued, and he sneered inwardly. This kid is quite sentimental. However, this was something he could exploit to make the boy work hard for him. "Once you write down Konoha's intelligence, they'll have someone send you the information about Shueishion." "What a—" Rinnegan's face filled with anger. "What do you mean you don't have news of Master Shueishion? Hanzo Hanzong promised you would bring it." "You insolent brat." Yua suddenly roared. "How dare you speak Lord Hanzang's full name? Where are your—" Yua scolded mercilessly like those repulsive bosses in some companies. Rinnegan said nothing, just stared at Yua with a stubborn look. He had figured it out. This Yua knew absolutely nothing about Shueishion. If he did, this pretentious blowhard would definitely dangle that information to keep him on a leash. Throughout the conversation, the man hadn't brought it up even once. He was definitely clueless. With this realization, Rinnegan's face darkened, and he muttered under his breath, "Bastard, you made me waste my expressions." Yua had no idea that Rinnegan had already sentenced him to death in his mind, and proceeded to trot out his mature method of controlling subordinates. Since he had just scolded the brat, now he should give him a sweetener to make him work hard and earn merit. With this in mind, Yua softened his expression, put on a benevolent face again, and reached into his luggage to pull out a thick wad of cash and an envelope. Here, Pinguin, didn't you apply for activity funds? Take this, 5,000 Rio for you. Saying this, he faked a generous gesture, plucked a single 5,000 Rio bill from the stack, and handed it to Lin Ren along with the envelope. Lin Ren stopped pretending, rolled his eyes in disdain, and took the 5,000 Rio. What a joke, treating me like a beggar. Sure enough, sticking with Shanzihu Hanzong offered no future in wealth. Noticing Lin Ren's contempt, Yua felt even more contemptuous himself. Enough, don't pull that long face. 5,000 Rio is enough for you to buy candy. Why would a kid need so much money? The envelope contains Lord Hanzang's personal letter. Read it now. Hearing this, Lin Ren felt a surge of blood rush to his head. This guy really had a big mouth. While Lin Ren was meeting with Yua outside the cave, 7 or 8 figures dressed in black robes and animal masks had already surrounded the area, forming an impenetrable encirclement. In the deepest darkness of the cave, Sarutobi Hiruzen watched the scene by the fire with keen interest. If his guess was correct, Lin Ren would likely arrange for these 4 to enter Konoha village. Of course, that was also what he wanted to see. Konoha village, as the leading village among the 5 great nations, was inevitably subject to infiltration by covert agents. But if they could secretly control these infiltrators, they could turn their own position from exposed to hidden, not only controlling the outflow of intelligence, but also achieving their own objectives by manipulating the infiltrators. And the reason Sarutobi Hiruzen judged that Lin Ren would bring these 4 into the village was precisely because these 4 were foolish. Perhaps due to dealing with Lin Ren too often, Hiruzen's standards had risen considerably. Now, looking at the infiltrators sent by the Rain village, he found them childish and laughable. With that thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly. If nothing unexpected happened with Lin Ren's intelligence, he could easily manipulate these 4. Unfortunately, he was wrong again this time. Lin Ren never intended to let these 4 leave the cave, let alone enter Konoha village. Lin Ren carefully tucked the banknotes away, then roughly tore open the envelope, unfolded the letter, and casually began reading. The letter was short, but the content was substantial enough to make the corners of Lin Ren's eyes twitch. At the start, there was a brief commendation of Lin Ren's actions, saying that his infiltration into Konoha was successful and encouraging him to keep it up. Following that was a series of assignments given in an extremely casual tone. The first task was to gather intelligence on Konoha's high-ranking officials. Even setting aside whether it could be accomplished, the sheer danger involved was extraordinary. Even if Lin Ren's identity remained undetected, such an undertaking was extremely difficult and perilous. In the letter, Shanjiao Hanzang's offhand tone made it seem as though he cared nothing for Lin Ren's life or death. The second task was for Lin Ren to incite enmity between Konoha's 2 great bloodline clans, the Hyuga and the Uchiha. Upon reading this, he nearly laughed out loud. This Shanjiao not only disregarded his life, but also seemed rather naive. A child of 7 or 8 stirring up hatred between 2 major clans. Truly, one had to wonder how that man's mind worked. The third task was for Lin Ren to obey all orders from Yua and help him establish a foothold in Konoha. What Shanjiao Hanzong hadn't anticipated was that the 4 fools he sent couldn't even get past Konoha's main gate. Reading this, Lin Ren's gaze swept over the 4 before him, and he let out a helpless sigh. If Shanjiao Hanzong were a woman, Lin Ren would certainly praise her with the phrase, "So stupid, she's adorable." Unfortunately, he was a man. It was clear that this fellow didn't regard Lin Ren as anything of consequence. However, at the very end of the letter, Hanzong did offer a reassurance with a single sentence. Shuafang Shuexiong is doing well, currently serving as the ninjutsu teacher for the son of the Rain Country daimyo. Looking at the entire letter, Lin Ren found it both amusing and infuriating. That man had assigned so many tasks, yet only gave him 5,000 Rio. Was he treating him like a beggar? With this thought, Lin Ren put down the letter with a strange expression. Seeing that Lin Ren had finished reading, Yua stood up, walked over to him, and looked down at him. "Since you've read Lord Hanzang's personal letter, begin carrying out the mission." Saying this, Yua pulled out a palm-sized scroll, laid it on the ground, and glanced sideways at Lin Ren. "Zhu Comping, I command you to draw the defense layout of Konoha." Upon hearing this, Lin Ren shook his head. "I don't know. I'm not a ninja. How would I have the chance to observe the defenses?" Hearing this, Yuan Fei, risen concealed in the shadows, unclenched his tightly balled fist. He could confirm that Lin Ren could certainly discern Konoha's defenses, but the boy had no intention of revealing them. This greatly pleased Yuan Fei Risen. "What about intelligence on the village's higher-ups?" Yua pressed on. "How do you really think I'm a Superman? Why don't you ask me to unify the ninja world?" "Watch your tone, Zhu Kongping," came the stern reprimand. "What a waste. You've infiltrated Konoha for so long, and all you know is to eat. You've truly disgraced Lord Hanzong. How did Rain Hidden Village produce such trash?" Hearing this, Lin Ren raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Yua with keen interest. Alright, since you're so stupid, well, follow my plan, Yua said, frowning as he rolled up the scroll. From now on, I'm your uncle, a merchant in identity. These three are my shop assistants. Your job is to bring us into Konoha and arrange lodgings. Got that? Enduring the tirade, Lin Ren nodded indifferently. Fine, I understand. Seeing Lin Ren's nonchalant demeanor, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside Yua. Also, I heard you're currently living in a merchant's house. Lin Ren nodded again. Idiot. How could Rain Hidden Village produce such a worthless fellow like you? Who was your spy instructor? Utterly foolish. Poison frame slander, kill the current residents, seize their property. That's how you advance quickly. What did your teacher even teach you? If he could produce a specimen like you, he must be an idiot too. Yua roared with rage, then turned to complain disdainfully to his companions behind him. These brats nowadays utterly useless, each generation worse than the last. In the shadows, Yuanfei Risen narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on this man, called Yua, diligently suppressing his killing intent. He had changed his mind. The spy sent by Rain Hidden Village, though foolish, was ruthlessly devoid of scruples, actually demanding that Lin Ren kill the Kato family who had taken him in. Such a person, deficient in brains, yet extremely dangerous, was unfit to be allowed into the village. With this thought, Yuanfei Risen resolved that even if Lin Ren requested to bring these four into Konoha, he would never agree. Yua pursed his lips, constantly complaining to his companions and occasionally casting a disdainful glance at Lin Ren. Lin Ren remained unmoved, sighing expressionlessly as he slowly sat down. He reached his hands toward his ankles and muttered softly, I need to remove the weights. Breaking them would be troublesome. He then unfastened the weights strapped to each ankle and carefully placed them against the cave wall. The sleeves of my shirt are torn, but they can still be mended and worn. By the way, will I get reimbursed? Muttering, he took off his black short-sleeved shirt, folded it neatly, and placed it by the wall. Bastard! What are you doing? Suddenly seeing Lin Ren's bare torso, Yua roared again. Noticing he was being observed, Lin Ren paused in the act of removing his pants. He slowly pulled his pants back up, smirked, tilted his head, and asked curiously, what am I doing? Guiding the way. Beside him, the ninja who earlier held a kunai to Lin Ren's neck chuckled sarcastically. Guiding the way naked. To where? The red light district. At this, the four burst into laughter, and even Yua shook his head with a sneer. Hearing this, Lin Ren shook his head seriously. Not the red light district. The river of forgetfulness. We'll have to swim. The laughter ceased instantly. Of course they knew what the river of forgetfulness was. This brat was leading them to their deaths. With that thought, the four fixed hostile gazes on Lin Ren. At those words, Yua's murderous intent stirred, recalling Lord Hanzang's instructions before departure. If Lin Ren was disobedient or showed any disloyalty toward Rain Hidden Village, he could be killed on the spot. Zhu Comping, you'd better take back your words, or he'll show you what it means to wish for death, but live on. Facing Yua's threat, Lin Ren stretched out his right hand and crooked his finger. Then come on. Just as Lin Ren was about to act, deep within the cave, Yuanfei Risen's brow furrowed as doubts crept in. This shouldn't be happening. Why had Lin Ren suddenly become foolish? Didn't he know he was facing 1 jonin and 3 genin? With his intelligence and composure, could he not endure this minor humiliation? Why strike now? Why warn them with words? Why alert the enemy? In an instant, Yuanfei Risen's mind was flooded with questions. Regardless, saving Lin Ren was the top priority. With this in mind, Yuanfei Risen drew his shuriken, poised to strike. Watching the 4 men from Yuin Village whose hostile expressions subtly formed an encircling stance, Lin Ren curled his lips, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth. You guys, you're truly the worst undercover agents I've ever seen. Having said that, Lin Ren shook his head with a smile and continued. From the very beginning, you never sensed anything suspicious. A 7 or 8-year-old child wandering aimlessly outside the village. Didn't you find that odd? Use your brain. Do you think someone with such audacity could be subdued so easily? Looking at the genin beside Yua, Lin Ren wore an expression of disappointment. Then he turned his gaze to Yua. And you? Can't even infiltrate the target village. It makes me question your abilities. By the way, you chose a cave as your temporary base, and one so close to Konoha. Are you picking a nice burial plot? Enough. Before Lin Ren could finish, Yua's face icy cut him off. Remembering that they still needed Lin Ren to slip into Konoha, Yua gritted his molars tightly. Stabilize this brat first. Once I get into Konoha, it'll be your death. Thinking this, Yua's rigid face actually forced out a stiff smile. Zhu, Pinguin, don't be angry. We are all here to carry out Lord Banzang's mission. You go back first. When you're ready, come find us here. Hearing this, Lin Ren covered his forehead and doubled over with laughter. Ha, you're hilarious. Are you trying to kill me with laughter? After laughing for a while, just as Yua's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot, Lin Ren finally took a deep breath and straightened up. Yua, you are not only stupid, but also naive. Even at this moment, you're still thinking about sneaking into Konoha. Hearing this, Yua's expression instantly turned cold, his eyes, as if frozen with eternal ice. In that case, you're useless. Die. With that, a kunai shot toward Rinnegan. Rinnegan pushed off lightly with his feet, his body retreating rapidly toward the cave entrance, dodging the kunai by a hair's breadth. Seeing this, Yua's eyes narrowed slightly, a vicious resolve forming in his heart. In that case, Zhu Comping, die. By now Yua had made up his mind. Abandon this mission and kill the detestable brat who is fleeing. Once back in the village, I will tell Lord Banzang that Zhu Comping has betrayed us and led Konoha ninjas to hunt us down. We fought back hastily. Because the battle site was so close to Konoha, I had no choice but to retreat with the squad. In the end, the furious Lord Banzang will surely kill that so-called Shuafeng Shuexiong to vent his anger. Having instantly concocted this plan, Yua twisted his lips into a cruel sneer. Attack together. Kill this damned thing. At the command, the four struck simultaneously, kunai and shuriken instantly flying toward the direction Rinnegan fled. Just as Rinnegan left the cave entrance, he was pierced by 7 or 8 kunai in an instant. At that moment, poof. With a soft sound, Rinnegan turned into a wooden log. Substitution technique. Chase him, don't let him escape. Yua frowned and decisively gave chase. The four rushed out of the cave. At that moment, Rinnegan stood on a high branch looking down at them. Finish this quickly. Don't alert Konoha's keen noses. Water release, water raging wave. At the order, the four struck again in unison. On the branch, Rinnegan held the trunk, watching the shuriken flying from below and the following water release. He clicked his tongue in boredom, thinking about the purpose of his trip. One purpose was to test the caliber of the Yuin village agents. If they were too weak, he would kill them directly. The second purpose was what Rinnegan was about to do, show his fangs. Of course, it was for the Konoha Umbu hiding in the shadows to see. He had to elevate his status and importance in the eyes of Konoha's higher-ups from various angles. And strength was part of that status. Thoughts flashing rapidly, Rinnegan's mental abacus clattered, and he muttered softly. First ninjutsu. As the words fell, Rinnegan was struck by the oncoming shuriken, and then a violent torrent of water spouted from Yua's mouth, instantly engulfing Rinnegan's figure. Hit! Yua rejoiced. But the next second, with a puff sound, a thick wooden log appeared from the water. Another substitution technique. Damn, the intel was wrong. This brat's hand signs are fast. According to the information of the Yuin village group, Rinnegan was merely a rookie who had received agent training and had just started his ninja path. However, the scene before them was drastically different from their intel. Rinnegan's hand sign speed far exceeded ordinary. The water disappeared, and the branch was already empty. Where is he? Find him. Yua frowned, scanning the surroundings rapidly as he gave orders. Needless to say, the 3 genin he brought also scanned the area quickly, trying to locate Rinnegan. Meanwhile, the Umbu, who had regrouped with Yuan Fei Risen, were also searching for Rinnegan's figure. Hidden in the dense branches, they had a clearer view than Yua's group, standing on the ground. Yet even so, they still couldn't find a single trace of Rinnegan. Found him? No. Could he have escaped? Probably. A rather self-aware choice. The Umbu, wearing animal masks, exchanged their views in low voices. Yuan Fei Risen's gaze discreetly swept over the surrounding Umbu, feeling somewhat disappointed, and let out a long sigh. The sky. A barely audible voice sounded. The Umbu were startled, instinctively lifting their heads to look through the dense leaves at the sky. Meanwhile, Yua's group on the ground belatedly raised their heads and looked toward the night sky. In the air, under the vast bright moonlight, Rinnegan's body was stretched out. At this moment, time seemed to freeze. The cold moonlight bathed him in silver radiance, and around Rinnegan countless sunbon aimed downward, their needle tips glinting with cold light, poised to strike. The sound of wind and rain in the night. How many flowers have fallen? As if chanting, the words fell, and Rinnegan suddenly pressed his hands together, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Magnet release light rain falling petals technique. In an instant, countless sunbon fell like a fine drizzle. Yua was terrified, his pupils contracting to pinpricks, his heart skipping a beat. Damn it, this brat had murderous intent from the start. Dodged. A harsh roar escaped Yua's mouth. But it was too late. His figure and Rinnegan's sunbon fell together. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Countless faint piercing sounds of cutting air rang out. In an instant, the razor-sharp sunbon pierced through the 4 bodies without resistance, yet they remained standing. The lethality of a single sunbon was low, but what about thousands of densely packed ones? Although the number wasn't that exaggerated, Rinnegan was only dealing with 4 ninjas from Yuin village. Drip. After the barrage of Sinbin, the forest became deathly still, and then a soft sound emerged. A drop of crimson blood fell splashing into 8 petals on the ground, seeping into the soil like a delicate flower. Soon the drip-drip sounds grew denser. The already dead, but still standing Yuin group now had blood-formed flowers blooming beneath them, one after another. The Umbu, hidden in the shadows, felt their scalps tingle. They were professionally trained, yet the eerie yet beautiful scene before them quietly shattered their psychological Putting themselves in that situation, if it were them facing Shuofeng Linren, they would be the ones standing rigidly, with flowers blooming at their feet. Thinking of this, several Umbu looked at the figure ahead with admiration and gratitude. Without Lord Yuan Fei Rizen's reminder, they might not have spotted Lin Ren's technique. After all, except for a very few ninjas, most are not adept at attacking from the air. First, they become obvious targets, especially in open areas. Second, there is no foothold. You must understand that except for those who can fly, most ninjas struggle to adjust their posture in midair, which means that those who rely on evasion become extremely passive. At the front, watching Lin Ren descend from the sky, Yuan Fei Rizen was filled with awe. His insight was far beyond that of ordinary Umbu. Not marveling at Lin Ren's ninjutsu, Yuan Fei Rizen was most amazed by Lin Ren's efficient and precise combat intelligence. The air, the blind spot of most ninjas. Lin Ren did the opposite. Using the dense forest terrain, he first stood on a branch to raise the enemy's line of sight, then used the substitution technique to vanish. At this moment, anyone's instinctual thought would be to guard against a surprise attack. But in the enemy's minds, the sky just above the branch was a safe zone, just like the branch Lin Ren had stood on. After all ninjutsu had bombarded the area, how could it be unsafe? So the enemies began to scan the areas they deemed unsafe, overlooking the sky, which gave Lin Ren the chance to form hand signs calmly. Just as Yuan Fei Rizen was pondering, Lin Ren had already landed nimbly. His gaze discreetly swept over the dark corners behind him, then he strode casually over to the Yuan village group, picking his nose leisurely as he admired his handiwork. Secretly, Yuan Fei Rizen sighed, slowly looking toward Lin Ren, ready to intervene. This kid has strength, but he's lacking in experience. Just then, among the 4 corpses of Yuan village, Yua's body suddenly turned transparent, then transformed into a human-shaped mass of water and burst apart. Water clone. Lin Ren raised an eyebrow and abruptly turned to look behind him. In the dense forest not far behind Yuwa, covered in blood and utterly disheveled, his eyes bloodshot, finished the last hand sign with hands embedded with Sanban. Die? Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Water materialized out of thin air, instantly condensing into a form. Before him, a colossal and ferocious water dragon emerged, hurtling toward him. Not far away, the rain-toad, hands clasped in a seal, had eyes brimming with the glee of vengeance achieved. Under normal circumstances, though this battle was fleeting, a covert operative, especially a cautious spy, ought to have fled immediately rather than lingering to watch Lin Ren. But at this moment, the rain-toad no longer cared for such considerations. He only desired to witness Lin Ren torn apart by the water dragon. The entire creature dyed crimson to watch Lin Ren flounder helplessly in the water, begging for a death that would not come. Die, cursed brat. He'll tear you to shreds. The rain-toad roared through gritted teeth, his bloodshot eyes twisted in a cruel grin. Just as the water dragon bullet was about to strike Lin Ren, Sarutobi Hiruzen, hidden in the shadows, could no longer remain still. Lin Ren could not die. This fellow still had great uses. With that thought, Sarutobi Hiruzen began forming hand seals at a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Earth, release earth. Suddenly, Sarutobi Hiruzen froze his half-formed jutsu, halting abruptly. He saw that Lin Ren was actually smiling. Then a relaxed, cheerful voice issued from Lin Ren's lips. Since I've seen your ninjutsu, now, let's see your taijutsu. The moment the words faded, a violent boom echoed. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt the ground beneath his feet shudder violently. In an instant, his pupils shrank to pinpricks. Lin Ren bent his legs slightly, assuming a sprinting stance. In the next second, the ground beneath him shattered into a 3-meter-wide semicircular crater, and simultaneously Lin Ren's figure vanished. In that instant, the oncoming water dragon burst into spray, splashing everywhere. A moment later, the rain-toad, hidden in the shadows, had his head explode, blossoms of scarlet scattered. Witnessing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his scalp crawl. This fellow was simply a humanoid beast. Was this the way of a shinobi? Even the samurai of the Land of Iron were not so brutally straightforward. Subconsciously, he recalled the second Raikage whom he had crossed blades with not long ago. Lin Ren's fighting style was far too similar to the Raikage's, simple, brutal, carrying an indescribable aesthetics of violence. Coming to his senses, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow and swiftly scanned the surroundings. Finally, behind the slowly collapsing corpse of the rain-toad, he found Lin Ren. On his hand, dark iron granules writhed slowly, encasing his fist. At his feet, pale brain matter mixed with blood was strewn everywhere. On green leaves, tree trunks, the ground, dense and scattered like a night of falling petals. A swift wind carries sorrow like peach blossoms, dotting the rain with red. A faint sigh faded into the breeze. The Umbu agents hidden among the trees all looked as if they had seen a ghost, exchanging bewildered glances. Among them, the one wearing a dog-faced mask, Tugu, felt a chill run down his spine. He reached back and found that his outer cloak was soaked through with cold sweat. I haven't offended this monster, have I? I shouldn't have. But does watching him shit count? Dear heavens, what kind of monster did Lord Hiruzen make me watch? Scared the baby out of me. At this moment, Tugu, who had been carrying out the surveillance mission, felt that the whole world was against him. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, weighed down by Tugu's resentment, took out a scroll, spread it on a branch, and updated Linren's intelligence. Name Shuafeng Linren, Identity Rain Village Spy, Intelligence S, both Strategic Planning and Battlefield Judgment, RS, Total Chakra approximately, that of an average Chunin, Kekiai Gunkai Magnet Release, Specialized Tools Senmon Ninjutsu B Chunin Taijutsu, A Elite Jonin Extremely Dangerous Avoid Close Combat. If possible, Jinjutsu Unknown Overall Assessment B. Ninjutsu Lethality Average Battlefield Judgment Extremely Sharp Strength Speed, and Explosive Power Exceptionally High. Position Staff Officer Strategist Close Quarters Bodyguard. Slightly overlapping with the Akimichi and Nara clans. After updating Linren's intelligence, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly rolled up the scroll, tucked it into his chest, and leaped down from his hiding spot. In the distance, Linren stood with arms hanging low, his expression blank as he gazed at the cold moon. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen walked slowly toward Linren, a faint admiration rising in his heart. What a composed youth. Even after vanquishing a powerful foe, he remained undaunted by glory or disgrace. Linren, well done. The moment the words left his mouth, Linren gave an awkward grin, then collapsed like a deflated balloon, plopping to the ground, without a shred of dignity, and began to bluster. Old man, why are you so slow? I've been holding this pose so long, my neck is killing me. Hearing this, any trace of admiration in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart dissipated like smoke. Wordlessly, he pinched his nose. Damn it. The atmosphere. Give me back my admiration. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt he had been blind. The moment this guy opens his mouth, all the touching or passionate atmosphere evaporates, leaving only absurdity. Good heavens, how did the Jashin cult and the Rain Village cultivate such an unreliable thing? And he says his neck is sore. I've been squatting in a tree for ages and haven't complained about my legs going numb. Rolling his eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen stepped past Linren with a speechless look and crouched beside the Rain Toad's corpse. Seeing this, Linren immediately scuttled over to Sarutobi Hiruzen like an eager monkey, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Time to loot the body. Bless me, Tathagata Buddha, Jade Emperor. Your humble servant is greedy. I don't want Frostmourne or Ashbringer, just drop a pile of gold coins. Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea Linren had already drifted off into a fantasy of Lordaeron. He reached out on his own toward the Rain Toad's corpse. Wait! Linren suddenly cried out, startling Sarutobi Hiruzen. Captain Hiruzen, you don't burn some incense? Linren asked weakly. Hearing Linren's absurd words, Sarutobi Hiruzen gave a heavy snort and rolled his eyes dramatically. Ignoring Linren, he continued reaching for the corpse. Wait! The jarring voice sounded again. What now? Sarutobi demanded irritably. Well, maybe. You should wash your hands first. I'm afraid you've got black hands. Get lost. Sarutobi Hiruzen kicked Linren, flying, then grimly began to search the body. Soon a messy pile of odds and ends appeared before Sarutobi Hiruzen: loose change, scrolls, a ninja tool pouch, kunai detonating tags, and so on. At that moment, Linren, wearing an obnoxious grin, sidled up again and crouched beside Sarutobi Hiruzen. Hey old man, how about this? The money goes to me and the corpse equipment and intel all go to you. Deal. Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing. He picked out a scroll from the scattered items and slowly unrolled it on the ground. After scrutinizing it for a while, he took out a brush and ink and began to draw along the lines on the scroll. Soon an intricate, mysterious pattern appeared on the ground. Sarutobi Hiruzen extended his right hand, smearing a trace of blood from the Rain Toad's body. Seal release. Poof! A plume of white smoke burst forth. When the smoke cleared, Linren instinctively looked toward where the scroll had been. A vast array of varied items lay neatly arranged, bundles of detonating tags, shuriken, and kunai strung together with wire. Linren even spotted several windmill shuriken as tall as a person. Good heavens, those things were real. Leaving aside the devastating windmill shuriken, even just the detonating tags could cause a massive catastrophe. Amidst these weapons, a black leather case stood out conspicuously. From a distance, Linren could already smell the scent of money. Even though his heart itched fiercely, he remained rooted to the spot, motionless. He could bicker with Sarutobi Hiruzen, he could drop hints to Shimura Danzo right under the second Hokage's nose. But at a moment like this, he must not make a single move. Although he had killed the man himself, the true spoils of war that belonged to him were few. After all, no one knew whether Hanzo of the Salamander had entrusted some important intelligence to Linren through some inconspicuous object. Sarutobi Hiruzen dared not gamble, and Linren did not wish to arouse suspicion among the Konoha higher-ups. Seeing Linren desperately craving, yet still obediently squatting in place, Sarutobi Hiruzen breathed a sigh of relief. Linren might be unreliable over trivial matters, but when it came to major principles no one was more clear-headed. Sarutobi did not want to sour things with Linren over the spoils. In his heart, Shuafeng Linren was already an unofficial Konoha villager. Put away the ninja tools and detonating tags, then Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the leather case and walked over to Linren. Click, a soft sound, and the black leather case opened. In the next second, a riot of color greeted both their eyes. Holy crap! Money! Linren's mouth split wide, drool streaming down. Quick, Uncle Hiruzen, count it. How much? Linren's eyes glittered as he urged Sarutobi to count the cash. Seeing that Linren still obediently squatted there, Sarutobi's admiration grew. This guy really made things easy for him. If all his umbu had such good judgment, would he have only one son? He'd be at home every day making babies with Buwako. Once this was settled, he'd discuss it with Buwako and have another one. Oh, call him Sarutobi Linren. Seeing Sarutobi standing there foolishly, Linren grew impatient. This monkey. I'm barely restraining my racing heart and trembling hands waiting for you to count the money and you're daydreaming. Uncle Hiruzen. Uncle Hiruzen. It's late, hurry up and finish so you can go home and play with your wife. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's face darkened and he mentally trampled the name Sarutobi Linren into the mud. If he ever fathered this sort of creature, he'd die at least 10 years early. With a straight face and rolling eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out stack after stack of bills and began counting carefully. Before Sarutobi could finish, Linren, who had a keen sense for money, had already roughly estimated the amount in the case. It looked like a lot, but the denominations were generally small, around 170 to 180,000 ryo in total. Poor, truly poor. Linren sneered with disdain. Stop counting, old man. It's 200,000 ryo. How about this? Add the corpses of these four and the weapons, and I'll make it 600,000 ryo. What the hell? 600,000? Why don't you just rob a bank? Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, then burst into curses. You think I wouldn't if I could? Linren mumbled under his breath, then forced a mercenary smile. Old man, 600,000 is really not much. Think about it. Without me, could you have caught these 4 spies? No. And don't pretend you don't know. Even dead, you can get intel out of their heads. Plus, these detonating tags and shuriken are high-quality goods. There's a war going on up north. These are hot commodities. Look, 600,000 is really a bargain. Sarutobi Hiruzen crossed his arms, his young face pulled long, feigning indifference. No deal. At most 300,000. Huh. Linren dragged out the syllable, shaking his head wildly. No way, no way. 550, 350. Business before friendship. 500, I'm not making a profit. Impossible. I brought the umbu all the way here to be your bodyguard. Max 400. Hearing this, Linren rolled his eyes violently. Don't bring that up. I hadn't even thought of it. You sat in the tree watching a show all night. I should be charging admission. 480 or forget it. Squatting isn't easy. My legs are numb from crouching. Sarutobi Hiruzen retorted, craning his neck stubbornly. Not far away, Tugu, who had been examining the corpses, watched his direct superiors squatting on the ground like a fool, haggling and acting petty with a little brat. He felt his entire world crumbling. Was this still the steady, reliable, serious Lord Hiruzen he knew? Call him an old fishwife at the village entrance, and people would believe it. Clearly Tugu wasn't the only one thinking this. The umbu agents scattered around on guard duty, behind their animal masks, wore expressions of bewilderment on their otherwise diverse faces. In the end, Linren still couldn't outdo the utterly shameless Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they settled at 430,000 ryo. Linren's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, thinking about how, thanks to Sarutobi, the shameless old man, he had lost nearly 200,000. Beside him, the victorious Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Linren with smug satisfaction. You little brat, instead of wasting time haggling with me, you'd better think about how to deal with Hanzo the Salamander. Hearing this, Linren cast him a glance and snorted coldly. Don't you worry about that. I'll pretend I never heard of it, eat and drink as usual. With that, he stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and headed back to the village. Seeing Linren leave, Sarutobi Hiruzen hummed a cheerful tune. Glancing around, his umbu were busily working in orderly fashion. Finding nothing left for him to do, Sarutobi Hiruzen crouched again in front of the black leather case and started counting the cash with delight. After one count, his expression froze. He quickly counted again. What the hell? Where did you get 200,000? It's clearly only 170,000. You bastard, you cheated me again. Just as Linren was retrieving his clothes and weights, he heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's agonized howl behind him. A joyful grin unconsciously split his face. Time to scram. By the time Linren returned to the village, a faint pale glow was appearing on the horizon. The sky was about to brighten. As he watched the impending sunrise, the gloom in his heart slowly dissipated. Though that old scoundrel Yuanfei Risen had swindled him out of nearly 200,000 Rio, he had still made over 400,000 in the end. After all, I don't need sleep, my stamina is worthless, and my chakra suffered almost no depletion. The only loss was my torn clothes. Damn, when I calculate it all, it's like I freeloaded 400,000 Rio. At that thought, Rinnegan instantly cheered up. Earning 400,000 Rio in one night, plus the 400,000 he had extorted from the Yuzhibo earlier. Did he now have 800,000? Doesn't that mean I've taken a huge step closer to my beloved 3-bedroom apartment? What a kind man. Lord Banzang is truly a good person. Knowing how tough his life was, he gave him a 40,000 down payment. Better than a real father. When I have a son, I'll name him Shuafong Spicy Fish. No, Shuafong Pickled Pepper Fish. On a nearby rooftop, Tugu, who had come to surveil Rinnegan, wore an incredibly strange expression. This Rinnegan guy clearly had a sour face the whole way, but in a blink, he was all smiles again. Remembering that he still had to write an observation report on Rinnegan, Tugu immediately put on a pained expression. Come on, I'm a normal person. Making me record an abnormal guy. Isn't that just messing with me? His gaze casually flicked to a certain corner. Rinnegan leisurely picked his nose. That Tugu, doesn't he even get a day off on Saturday? The Umbu really is a corporate slave department. Since Rinnegan wasn't the one paying his salary, he simply pretended not to see Tugu and strolled home leisurely. At 6 in the morning, Rinnegan pushed open the bedroom door. Li Yi, wearing a bear-patterned pajama, knelt on the tatami mat, yawning repeatedly. You didn't sleep? Li Yi nodded vigorously. Without Big Brother back, Li Yi couldn't sleep. Hearing this, Rinnegan's heart warmed, and a slight smile tugged at his lips. Then Li Yi should sleep a bit first. In the afternoon, Big Brother will take you to the barbecue restaurant for a feast. The moment she heard about barbecue, the exhaustion on Li Yi's little face vanished, and her big eyes sparkled. Eat as much as I want. Yes, eat whatever you want. Rinnegan affectionately patted the little girl's head. Yosh! Li Yi jumped up happily. Then will Big Brother tell a bedtime story? Rinnegan nodded, sat cross-legged in front of the little girl's futon, thought for a moment, and slowly began. Once upon a time, there was a boy in my village who loved to lie. His name was Pinocchio. Pinocchio had a magical ability. Whenever he lied, his nose would grow longer. One day, Pinocchio met a beautiful maiden in the village named Snow White. At that moment, Snow White was surrounded by 3 villains. The villains wanted to capture Snow White to blackmail as a Jin, and how could Pinocchio allow that? So Pinocchio jumped out and blocked the 3 villains. After a fierce battle, the weaker Pinocchio was knocked to the ground. Seeing that Snow White was about to be captured, Pinocchio made a quick decision and roared, Chinese football is the best in the world. Hearing this, the 3 villains were furious, shouting, RNM, give back the money. But at that moment, Pinocchio's nose suddenly stretched out and stabbed all 3 villains dead. Meanwhile, Snow White's eyes lit up, and she instantly fell in love with the lying boy. Thus the two lived a sexually happy and blissful life. After finishing the story, Rinnegan watched Li Yi sleeping soundly and smiled contentedly. Time flew by, and soon the morning passed. By afternoon, Rinnegan swiftly pulled Li Yi out of the futon, dressed the chubby little girl in no time, carried her on his back, and walked out of the room. Let's go, we're going to eat barbecue. The drowsy Li Yi rubbed her eyes with one hand, while embracing Rinnegan's neck with the other, murmuring, Big Brother first. Go buy chakra paper first. Hearing that, Rinnegan's eyes suddenly brightened, and he turned his head to look at the sleepy-eyed Li Yi. Has my little Li Yi already extracted chakra? Li Yi nodded weakly. Walking along the wooden hallway, Rinnegan carried Li Yi and greeted Aunt Xingzi, who was watering the flowers. Xingzi put down her watering can, smiled warmly at the affectionate siblings, and said, Rinnegan and Li Yi-chan, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Aunt Xingzi. I really appreciate you taking care of Li Yi during this time. Thank you so much. No, I truly enjoy spending time with Li Yi-chan. Xingzi shook her head again and again, then looked curiously at Rinnegan. Are you going out to play? Hearing this, Rinnegan nodded. I'm going to buy chakra paper and take Li Yi out for some barbecue. You two have such a close relationship. Xingzi covered her mouth with a smile, and then praised sincerely. Li Yi-chan is very talented and trains diligently. She will surely become a remarkable kunoichi in the future. Seeing Aunt Xingzi's praise for Li Yi, Rinnegan gave an awkward smile. He had given Li Yi the chakra extraction technique not to turn her into a ninja, such a high-risk profession, but only to give her a little ability to protect herself in this chaotic world. Seeing Rinnegan just scratching his head, Xingzi thought he didn't believe her, and said stubbornly with a girlish air, really, Li Yi's talent is no less than Weijian's. Weijian? Who? Is he your and Uncle Yaibinma's child? Rinnegan asked back. No, he's Uncle Fojian's child. Xingzi explained instinctively, then slapped her forehead and laughed. It's Qinsho Weijian. Io. Rinnegan's eyes lit up. There was a lot of information in those words. Aunt Xingzi's uncle is Qinsho Fojian. Could it be that you are also from the Qinsho clan? Thinking about Aunt Xing's identity and her subtle connections with Mui's upper echelons, Linren decided not to beat around the bush and asked directly, Aunt Xingzi, are you a member of the Qinsho clan? I used to be, but not anymore. Aunt Xing's smile was, Linren quickly understood. Aunt Xingzi had married Uncle Yibinmu, so she probably took his surname Jiating. Linren quickly understood. Aunt Xingzi had married Uncle Yibinmu, so she probably took his surname Jiating. The Qinsho clan anymore. Linren quickly understood. Aunt Xingzi had married Uncle Yibinmu. First, what exactly had happened to the Qinsho clan? Why had they suddenly vanished? Second, why would Xingzi, who had intricate ties with Mui's higher-ups, bring up this topic? Was it to convey something through his words? Or perhaps the connections were not that secret, so telling him was harmless. Thoughts flashed like lightning. Linren's smile faded, and he asked in a deep voice, why? Seeing Linren's question, Xingzi slowly sighed. Zhu Jian and Fei Jian abolished the family surname. Why? Linren asked again. Many reasons. The most important one was for the village's peace. When Mai was first established, although many clans had joined the village, there were still deep prejudices among the clans and interactions were scarce. Zhu Jian, determined that the village would not exist only in name, resolutely decided to disband the Qinsho clan. From then on, newborns were no longer allowed to bear the surname Qinsho. At this point, Xing's eyes became incredibly complex. I still remember his words to Yuzhibo Ban, since we've established a village, let the village take over the role of the clan and continue to protect our bloodline. But Yuzhibo Ban did not accept Zhu Jian's proposal. What about you all? Were there dissenting voices in the Qinsho clan? Yes. Aunt Xingzi nodded heavily. Everyone had some resentment, but more than that there was understanding. After all, for the hard-won peace, Lord Zhu Jian sacrificed so much. When Wei Jian fell in battle, he nearly collapsed. The bonds within the Qinsho clan are no weaker than those of the Yuzhibo. After listening in silence, Linren couldn't help but gasp. Amazing. Amazing First Hokage. Amazing Qinsho clan. It's hard to imagine how broad-minded and courageous one must be to make such a decision. Hearing Linren's involuntary praise, Xingzi beamed a bright smile and gently touched the corner of her moist eyes. It's really great that you understand. Aunt Xingzi must have her own purpose in telling me this, but Linren, words can be embellished and ornate, but actions cannot be faked in the end. Qinsho Zhu Jian, a remarkable being. Beneath his cheerful, carefree exterior lay an indestructible resolve to carry the entire village forward. In comparison, Yuzhibo Ban, well, he was also pretty awesome. After taking leave of the somewhat emotional Aunt Xingzi, Linren took Li Yi and headed out onto the street. On Saturday, the streets of Mai were bustling with people, a lively scene. Linren took Li Yi into a random ninja tool shop and bought 2 pieces of chakra paper. Come on, Li Yi, give it a try. Crouching by the roadside, Linren placed the paper in Li Yi's hand. Li Yi nodded excitedly, then slowly closed her eyes and began humming softly. Soon Li Yi's face flushed red from effort, and she suddenly cried out hastily, throwing the chakra paper away. Aya, aya, aya. It's on fire. The cute, lowly voice immediately drew sidelong glances from passers-by. Linren stroked his chin and murmured, looks like it's fire. What a coincidence. With a cheerful Li Yi in tow, Linren treated her to a sumptuous barbecue meal. Afterward, he led the little girl with a round, full belly out of the barbecue house, drawing astonished gazes from the other patrons. Casually tossing away his toothpick, Linren rolled his eyes disdainfully at the customers inside and muttered, what's the big deal? It's just 100 plates, isn't it? Making a fuss over nothing, and we paid for it. Beside him, Li Yi raised her little fist and cheered, making a fuss. Making a fuss. Upon hearing this, Linren nodded in agreement, his gaze sweeping across the bustling street as he asked, where does Li Yi want to go now? Li Yi pursed her lips and scratched her head, then her eyes suddenly lit up. The Konoha orphanage. I want to see Yuzhi. It seemed the little girl still couldn't forget her former followers. Then let's go. Brother, carry me. All right. A lazy voice echoed as the figures of Linren and his sisters slowly vanished. The Konoha orphanage, founded by the second Hokage Tobirama Senju, originally sheltered homeless children from the village. Over time, it came to accommodate war orphans from the vicinity of Konoha. Unlike the Konoha Ninja Academy, the orphanage was located far from the village center, close to the village outskirts. The entire village of Konoha was roughly divided into 4 parts above the Hokage Rock, housed various research institutions. Directly below the Hokage Rock was the inner residential district centered around the Hokage building. Adjacent to the Hokage building were the homes of successive Hokages, followed by the residences of Konoha's major clans. The outermost area of this district consisted of various residential neighborhoods, where the Konoha Ninja Academy was situated. Beyond the residential district lay the mid-level commercial area where Uncle Yibimu's Kato Ninja Tool Shop was located, along with several residential buildings. The outermost part of the village was far more chaotic, with a jumble of various structures. To the south of the village flowed a long river called the Naka River. Once the Uchiha clan's compound bordered, Rinnegan and Li Yi were heading to the outermost part of Konoha, the Konoha orphanage. Following his memory, Rinnegan led Li Yi to this somewhat dilapidated orphanage. There was no wall, an old modest building was surrounded by a grassy field. On the field, a group of children about Li Yi's age were earnestly pulling weeds. In the center of the field, older children were laboriously pounding rice cakes. Wooden mallets struck the stone mortar, producing a dull thud. Thud, thud. At the entrance of the building, an elderly woman with white hair hunched over, stirring a large cauldron with a long ladle. Watching the children sweat, Rinnegan scratched his temple expressionlessly. Judging by their complexion, they were surviving, but merely surviving. On the grass nearby, a child about Li Yi's age looked up and spotted Rinnegan and Li Yi. "Big boss lady." A crisp child's voice rang out, startling several children around. Amid the bustling crowd, several children Rinnegan found familiar threw down their weeds and broke away. "Boss lady. Li, boss lady." Shuafang group head. The chattering children ran swiftly, crossing the grass to Rinnegan and Li Yi, leaving the other children bewildered. "Boss lady, you finally came to see us," a boy said, tears glistening in his eyes. However, they all kept a 3-meter distance from Li Yi. There was no other reason. They were all afraid of Rinnegan. Hearing her followers spouting all sorts of strange titles, Li Yi cast a nervous glance at her brother, whose face was darkening, and quickly waved at them, lowering her voice. "No. Don't call me boss lady, and definitely not group head. I am not the group head of the Shuafang Co. Ltd. Li Yi group." Oh, the little girl had exposed herself. Rinnegan's face darkened. What was this all about? A chubby 4- or 5-year-old girl leading a group of orphans, using his surname to start a gang, and even appointing herself group head. Good heavens! Could this world still be saved? The commotion soon affected the older group. The older children reacted just as intensely, dropping their work and hurrying toward Li Yi. "Boss lady, what brings you here?" "Quick, big guy, bring out the sesame balls. I've been hiding to treat the boss lady." "Wait, big guy, his sesame balls are moldy." "Take mine. I just stole some tea leaves from the park last week to make tea for the boss lady. And also bring the dumpling shop coupon under my pillow. I want to offer it to the group head." The clamor rose again, making Rinnegan's head throb. Li Yi shrank her neck and timidly glanced at Rinnegan, feeling a tingling sensation in her bottom. Oh my, her followers were too enthusiastic. What could she do to stop them? Ahem. A light cough sounded. The big guy who was about to offer the boss lady treats froze. That cough was all too familiar. Rinnegan cleared his throat and waved at the circle of children. They instantly wilted like frosted eggplants, shrinking their heads and approaching Rinnegan, ready for a scolding. After all, on the journey to Konoha, whenever they ran off with Li Yi, Rinnegan would always reprimand them. Ahem. Seeing the children cowering, Rinnegan swallowed the words he had prepared. Where's the restroom?" The children surrounding him gradually broke into smiles. They pointed in unison toward the entrance of the old building. "President. Over there." "Don't call me president." Rinnegan tossed back a remark and fled in embarrassment. Behind him, cheerful chatter erupted again, punctuated by Li Yi's precocious exclamations. "That little rascal. Head, deal with her later." Stepping past the old woman, Rinnegan entered the dilapidated. While looking for the restroom, Rinnegan hastily memorized the layout of the building, then walked out the front door with a somewhat heavy expression. Finding an empty spot on the grass, Rinnegan sat down and silently surveyed everything before him. Not far away, the white-haired old woman was calling the children to put the pounded rice cakes into the cauldron in front of her. At the same time, she had the children sit and rest. Then she stirred again with the long ladle. Soon a sweet aroma of red beans mixed with glutinous rice wafted through the air. The children each took out their bowls and lined up in orderly fashion. Li Yi, who had somehow found a small bowl, squeezed in among the children, craning her neck to peer into the cauldron. Soon it was her turn. The old woman gave Li Yi a kind smile and ladled her a bowl of red bean rice cake soup. Holding the bowl carefully, Li Yi sidled up to Rinnegan. "Here, brother, it's delicious." Seeing Li Yi's big eyes blinking eagerly, Rinnegan felt both amused and exasperated. He took a sip of the red bean soup and returned it to the covetous little girl. "Out with it. What do you want?" Having spent so much time together, Rinnegan would have been foolish not to see through Li Yi's intentions. Hearing her brother's question, Li Yi pursed her lips and giggled. "Brother, nothing, just showing my filial piety." "As if I believe that." Rinnegan complained inwardly and rolled his eyes mercilessly. "You said it yourself. If you come begging me for something else, I won't agree." "Don't, brother." Li Yi immediately cried out, forgetting the fragrant red bean soup in her hands. Can I teach the chakra extraction technique to Yazi and the others?" Hearing this, Rinnegan raised an eyebrow and began to calculate in his mind. He had been in Konoha for a while, but had never contacted the orphans he had brought along, precisely to avoid suspicion. After all, as an outsider, gathering a group of other outsiders would certainly unsettle the Konoha higher-ups. Especially after he had demonstrated his formidable strategic abilities, such unease would only turn into suspicion. Everything Lin Ren had done since arriving in Konoha was aimed at reducing that distrust. With that thought, Lin Ren lifted his head to refuse. Then the next second he saw the children not far away holding their bowls, their eyes filled with longing. Indeed, having experienced war and the separation of life and death, how many children wouldn't yearn for strength? With this in mind, Lin Ren frowned deeply. No. His voice was loud and the children in the distance heard it clearly. In an instant the light in their eyes died out. If even Li Yi and Lin Ren's path was blocked, what other way did they have? The Konoha Ninja Academy. That was for the residents of Konoha, not for outsiders like them. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years after they had put down roots in Konoha, their children could become students of the academy. Having said that, Lin Ren's eyes shifted and he added casually, but Big Brother will be quite busy these days. Why don't you have Annie Xingzi accompany you? Remember, don't cause Annie Xingzi any trouble and don't go to expensive places like Sensoji Temple. I think this place is pretty good, nice environment, and very quiet. Hearing this, Li Yi, who had been a bit dejected, suddenly brightened up. If she didn't understand Lin Ren's intention, she wouldn't be worthy of being his little sister. Lin Ren's meaning was simple: remove himself from the equation. And the clever little Li Yi had accurately grasped her brother's intention. Hey brother, you're really sneaky. Huh? What did you say? Lin Ren glared. Li Yi, long accustomed to her brother's tsundere nature, stuck out her tongue and scampered back to her friends, clutching her red bean soup. Soon laughter rang out again. On the grass the children sat in neat rows. Those who had finished their soup chatted. Hey big guy, why are you all so afraid of that guy? A child originally from the orphanage pointed at Lin Ren, and in his eyes Lin Ren was just a child, no match for the towering big guy who was almost as tall as an adult. Big guy scratched his head with a sheepish grin. I'm just tall and no match for Lin Ren at all. Really? The child beside him was astonished. Big guy might eat a lot, but his strength was terrifying. Pounding rice cakes, he could do the work of 10. Though only 10 years old, his power surpassed that of many grown men. And yet even he couldn't beat the guy named Lin Ren. Beside them, a child with a scar on his cheek sidled up. Buffet, don't give big guy a hard time. He got beaten up once before. Then patting big guy's leg with a smile, he asked, Big guy, can I tell the story? Big guy grinned awkwardly and nodded. Buffet, you know, big guy and I are war orphans from the land of Without a home or parents, we would have starved to death or died in the war. But Lin Ren saved us. He let us follow his merchant caravan and said he would bring us to Konoha. You also know we were on the brink of starvation back then, with no strength to keep up with the caravan. Then Lin Ren had Boss Lady distribute military ration pills to us. Without him and Boss Lady, we would have starved on the road or been killed easily. And big guy, what does that have to do with you all being scared of him? The boy named Buffet from South Korea pressed on with curiosity. Big guy scratched his head and explained, I joined the group midway. At first I tried to steal Boss Lattice food, so Lin Ren beat me up. But he didn't drive me away, instead he let me stay with the group. Big guy stammered. Then, what does that have to do with you all being scared of him? Buffet emphasized the core of his question. It's not fear, it's, oh yes, respect. Lin Ren has great magnanimity. How could we be afraid of him? Enough. Big guy, the scar-faced child interrupted. Let me explain. We all deeply respect Boss Lady Li Yi, but Boss Lady often gets scolded by Lin Ren over her studies. Over time we all came to fear Lin Ren too. At the entrance of the orphanage building, Lin Ren sat on the steps accompanied by a white-haired elderly woman standing nearby. Excuse me, are you Lin Ren-sama? The old woman's voice, aged and kind, resounded. I am unworthy of being called Sama. I am Suafong Lin Ren, just call me Lin Ren. Good child. I often hear Yazi and the others mention your name, saying that without you they would not exist. Hearing this, Lin Ren shook his head with a smile. That's not true. Without me they could still survive, just with more. Then we must still thank you for saving them. The old woman, leaning on her cane, tremblingly sat down beside Lin Ren. Upon hearing this, Lin Ren shook his head again. It was merely a whim. Good. A whim is indeed wonderful. After a brief exchange, Lin Ren learned that this white-haired old lady was the director of the orphanage, and the children called her Granny Mai. Her husband had once been a jonin of a clan subordinate to the Senju, but later lost his life in the war. Her 2 children had gone missing during the chaotic era of the Warring States period. Thus, grief-stricken Granny Mai prayed, hoping that some kind-hearted person would find her children and raise them. Later, when Konoha's orphanage opened, Granny Mai, with her impeccable background, applied and became its director. As they chatted idly, Granny Mai slowly turned to look at Lin Ren. Lin Ren, I heard from Yazi that you and Li Yi-chan are also orphans. Strictly speaking, not exactly. We still have each other. Lin Ren gazed tenderly at Li Yi in the distance, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Hearing Lin Ren's words, Granny Mai looked at him with slight surprise, and her aged face burst into a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum. What a remarkable child. Such words were utterly beyond her expectations. Granny Mai had never imagined that a child who had lost his family could utter such positive and uplifting sentiments. Then may this old woman ask how you managed to live with Lee-chan. Blacksmithing. Rin smiled slightly, and a kunai flew out from the ninja pouch at his waist. Look, magnet release. The kunai danced up and down in Rin's hand as agile as a swift swallow. I'm not sure if this is a Kekkei Genkai, but it's quite handy for blacksmithing. As he finished speaking, Rin caught a flicker of disappointment on Granny Mai's face and sighed inwardly. In truth, when Granny Mai had posed that question, Rin had already discerned her intention from her slightly yearning gaze. Perhaps this old woman wanted Rin to teach his livelihood skills to the orphanage children, helping them secure a better future and prospects. If Rin were an ordinary villager of Konoha, he would not have refused. But he was a spy, ostensibly a spy like a pawn that had crossed the river on a chessboard. He could not retreat. He could only advance step by step, moving slowly while being tightly guarded by the opponent. Thus he could only carefully demonstrate his harmlessness and abilities one step at a time. Granting favors especially to orphans to win people's hearts was a path to self-destruction. Gazing at Lee, who was playing happily with her friends in the distance, a bold idea gradually took shape in Rin's mind. Lee was 4 years old this year. No one would be wary of a 4-year-old child. Even the most cautious adult could not harbor suspicion toward a chubby little human cub. With this thought, an almost imperceptible smile slowly crept across Rin's face. Granny Mai, it's getting late. I should be going. After speaking, he rose and bowed respectfully to Granny Mai. Under her somewhat complex gaze, he walked over to Lee, took her hand, and bid farewell to her little friends. Walking home under the setting sun, Lee seemed noticeably less cheerful. What's wrong? The moment he spoke, Rin felt the little girl's body stiffen and her chubby hand gripping his tightened slightly. Can't you tell your big brother either? Hearing this, Lee immediately lifted her face, shaking her little head rapidly. No, it's just that, Lee. Just. Meeting Rin's encouraging gaze, the little girl lowered her head and mumbled softly. It's just that Lee feels so useless, always using brother's things to help friends. Lee herself hasn't. Her originally clear voice faded, and the setting sun cast a thick shadow over her. A surge of joy welled up in Rin's heart, and he sighed with emotion. This child, after all, hadn't grown crooked. It was worth all those small beatings every 3 days and big beatings every 5. Lee's mother, you can rest in peace. Ahem. Rin cleared his throat, struggling to suppress the grin that kept tugging at his lips, and put on a typical parental expression. What are you saying, child? Don't be polite with your big brother. You're still young now. When you grow up, big brother will be waiting for you to take care of me in my old age. Hearing this, Lee nodded vigorously, looking at Rin with a solemn expression. Brother, don't worry. When Lee grows up, we'll give you all the money I earn and take you out for grilled meat every day. This child, her heart is too sincere. Rin pinched his nose, desperately fighting back the laughter on his face, and nodded emphatically. Then it settled. And in his heart, he was overjoyed. Lee's mother, you see, this is what your daughter said herself, not something I forced. When I use Lee's money to visit the Kabukicho, don't blame me. Thinking this, Rin asked again. So Lee, what did you want to tell your brother just now? Relieved of her burden, Lee's bright smile returned to her face. She tugged at Rin's hand. Brother, I want to help Yazzie and the others. Oh, what's wrong with them? Not enough to eat or sleep. No, it's not that. Yazzie and the others aren't starving, it's just that the children in the orphanage form cliques too fiercely. Since they arrive later, they're always being bullied. Hearing this, Rin immediately felt a headache coming on. Such things were common not only in Konoha, nor even in the ninja world, but also in his past life. The human nature inherently carries this gene of oppressing one's own kind, an unchangeable fact. Even adults cannot escape this vulgarity, so how could young children with undeveloped minds restrain them? Moreover, it was not Granny Mai's fault. At her advanced age, being able to keep the orphans fed was already a testament to her capability. With this thought, Rin turned to look at Lee, who was staring at him with eager expectation. Lee, do you want to stop such bullying in the orphanage? Hearing her brother's question, Lee shook her little head daintily. No, I just want Yazzie and Big Guy to stop. After all, my ability to help friends still comes from my brother. I can't cause him too much trouble. At these words, Rin felt a warmth in his heart. Lee, how understanding you are. But if only you were this understanding and well-behaved when learning arithmetic. Thinking this, an idea struck him, recalling the bold thought from earlier. Lee is such a good girl. But Lee is already a big child now, so you have to think of ways to help your friends. How about this? Every time you come up with a good idea that your brother agrees with, he'll give you 1,000 Ryo. 1,000 Ryo that Lee can spend freely. Upon hearing that her brother would give her money, Lee's inner miser instantly awakened, and her big sparkling eyes became bright as could be. Brother, it's a deal. With that, the little girl extended her chubby little pinky. Seeing this, Rin smiled, slightly hooked his pinky with hers, and said, it's a deal. Walking home, the little girl entered a muttering mode, constantly mumbling something. As dusk fell, the last ray of sunset vanished behind the treetops. On the streets, colorful lanterns were strung up. Huh, what's going on today? The lanterns seemed to have multiplied all of a sudden. He casually grabbed a beaming middle-aged woman by the arm and asked with an innocent look, "Annie, what's happening today? Why are there so many beautiful lanterns?" The woman he stopped showed no impatience, her face beaming with joy. "The war is over. We've repelled Mangekyō. We won." Beside them, an exuberant middle-aged man chimed in. "Yes, we won. Just now the second Hokage Tobiramasama announced the end of the war. It's wonderful. My child is coming back." Nearby, a young woman with delicate features wiped the joyful tears from her eyes and said, "My husband is finally coming home too." Releasing his grip on the woman's arm, Rinnegan looked at the jubilant sea of people before him with a complex. Those whose families had survived took to the streets, while those whose loved ones had perished could only hide in dark rooms and weep alone. But at last the war was over. Back home, Rinnegan sat on the veranda, gazing up at the bright moonlight with an unreadable expression. The first great ninja war was over. After that, would it be the turn of Senju Tobirama to die? In truth, Rinnegan had never understood how Senju Tobirama, who mastered the space-time ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God technique, a technique that allowed him to attack, retreat, and kite, could be easily killed by Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Even if Kinkaku and Ginkaku had devoured the Nine Tails chakra and were descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, they could not possibly kill Senju Tobirama, who was at the peak of his power. After all, he was the man whose only water style was all forbidden techniques. To be honest, Rinnegan's feelings towards Senju Tobirama were extremely complex. On one hand, he awaited the death of this man whose strength and intelligence were both at their zenith, so he could implement his series of plans. On the other hand, he felt that it was a great pity for such a stabilizing figure to die. Although the two had met no more than 3 times in total, Rinnegan held great admiration for the second Hokage. It is easy to conquer a kingdom, but hard to govern it. Moreover, his elder brother was the immensely powerful and renowned Senju Hashirama. Under such circumstances, the difficulty of governing as the second Hokage, being slightly weaker in both strength and fame, was easy to imagine. In the Hokage building, Tobirama Senju, along with his elite disciples and war advisors, gathered in the Hokage's office. "Monkey Kagami, Takufu, Manju, Koharu, and Danzo, you will accompany me to the peace talks this time." Behind the desk, Tobirama Senju spoke calmly, his sharp eyes fleeting. The 6 nodded in unison. "Also, what are your thoughts on the forthcoming peace negotiations with the Land of Lightning?" His crimson gaze swept over the crowd. Koharu Udatane stepped forward promptly. "Teacher, speak." With Tobirama's permission, Koharu nodded and began, "Teacher, I believe these talks will proceed without major issues. Firstly, we all know the second Hokage's temperament. Though bellicose, he is often amiable and gentle, and the others nodded in agreement. The second Hokage's personality was almost an anomaly within Mangekyō. During the first 5 Kage summit, Tobirama, as Hashirama's escort, had met the second Hokage when he was still the first Hokage's bodyguard. Emboldened by the lack of dissent, Koharu continued, "Secondly, the war has dragged on for 2 years. We are already strained, let alone the Rain Village, which is far weaker than us. Thirdly, the talks will be held on the Moon Country battlefield bordering the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, so the possibility of an ambush is low." "I agree with that," Hamura Mitokado interjected. "As long as we delay the troop withdrawal, we can ensure maximum security for the talks." Well said. A faint atmosphere of joy permeated the Hokage's office. Smiles crept onto their faces. Even the recently disheartened Danzo Shimura wore a hint of delight. Ahem. The familiar cough startled them. They instantly erased their smiles and turned to the expressionless Tobirama Senju. "The celebration is premature. Monkey, write to the daimyo and request funds for the compensation of our fallen comrades, especially the bodies of the war dead. Bring them all back and give them a proper burial. Care for their families as well." Tobirama looked up at the map of the ninja world on the wall. "One more thing. Danzo, what have you discovered about the recent movements of the Land of Wind?" Danzo stepped forward respectfully. "Teacher, border patrols reported that the Land of Wind is mobilizing troops toward the Rain Country. According to intelligence from our agents, the Land of Wind has already attacked the Rain Country." "And the outcome?" Tobirama asked calmly. Danzo's expression grew complex. "Hanzo of the Salamander led the Rain Village ninja to battle and decisively defeated Mangekyō. A decisive defeat. The Rain Village won?" Koharu asked incredulously. "Yes. According to patrol reports, Hanzo summoned Beast the Salamander Abuse released vast amounts of toxic gas on the battlefield. The Land of Wind couldn't develop an antidote in time and suffered heavy casualties. Later, Chiyo of Mangekyō formulated a cure, but by then the damage was extensive. However, the Rain Village also took heavy losses." Tobirama's expression grew complicated. "Hanzo of the Salamander, the demigod of the ninja world. Truly the only one after my brother to bear the title God in his moniker. In terms of pure combat, we might be equals, but on the battlefield his killing efficiency is terrifying. A true war machine. At this thought, the usually stoic Tobirama felt his heart race. Shuafeng Lin, that brat must be firmly grasped. Tobirama believed that if war erupted again, Linren's intellect could mislead Hanzo, making him an unyielding shield for the western borders of Konoha. As long as he remains truly loyal to Konoha. Monkey, how is Shuafeng Linren faring? Hiruzen Sarutobi was startled, recalling the previous night, when he had been tricked by the little rascal again, his expression turning odd. Teacher, I submitted the intelligence report about last night's events to you this morning. Did you? Tobirama rubbed his temples. I've been too busy lately. Very well. You already know the delegation for the talks. We depart in 3 days. Go prepare. The room nodded in unison and filed out orderly. The once bustling office fell silent. Tobirama sat down slowly and retrieved Monkey's report from the mountain of documents. After reading the account of last night's events, Tobirama propped his forehead, with one hand, his expression turning complex. Shuafeng Linren. His strength is hidden this deep. According to Hiruzen's assessment, Linren's power ranged between special jonin and elite jonin. Of particular note were his taijutsu and battlefield judgment, especially his physical combat, which Monkey had labeled with a warning: avoid close quarters engagement unless necessary. Hiruzen also noted Linren's weakness: he had no defense against large-scale ranged ninjutsu. Such area effect attacks were precisely the forte of the Chakurich Senju clan. 3 days passed in a flash. Early in the morning, the 6 disciples gathered again in the Hokage's office. Tobirama wore the Hokage Haori and a hat marked with the character fire. Beneath the Haori was his battle-worn armor, its style archaic but exceptionally durable. Hiruzen and the others were also fully armed. Ready. Tobirama stood with arms crossed before the enormous office window. Ready. A masked Umbu knelt, voice resolute. Half of the Umbu have been deployed to guard Lady Mito, as per your orders. The Konoha military police force has been expanded and is conducting high-intensity patrols. Tobirama nodded. During my absence, ensure the village remains peaceful. Execute any troublemakers on. Meanwhile, Umbu forces will fully consolidate to protect the First Lady. The Nine Tails must not be disturbed. He turned to face the others. Anything else to add? Tobirama asked knowingly. Hiruzen stepped forward, expression grave. Teacher Shuafeng Linren. Tobirama's eyes flickered with approval. Any suggestions? Hiruzen tightened his forehead protector. Teacher, the Umbu underground prison. His voice was stern. As one of the few aware of Linren's combat prowess, Hiruzen knew the destruction he could wreak. It was no exaggeration to say that if Linren had any hidden plans, he would execute them when Tobirama and the others left the village. Leaving an individual with extreme close combat ability, unwavering resolve, and cunning treachery unguarded in the village was clearly irresponsible. Koharu and Hamura exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Teacher, we concur. Although Shuafeng Linren has been docile, he is ultimately not one of our village's comrades. Tobirama's sharp gaze shifted to Danzo at the back. Danzo, your thoughts? I agree with Hiruzen's suggestion. Danzo said little. Since his verbal defeat by Linren, he had stayed low and rarely revealed his opinions. Finally, Tobirama's eyes fell on Kagami Uchiha, who seemed hesitant. Kagami, what do you think? Teacher, I have a different idea. Kagami gritted his teeth. Could we have Linren? I mean Shuafeng Linren stay temporarily in the Uchiha compound. The clan members can keep an eye on him. Tobirama's brow arched almost imperceptibly. It was neither good nor bad. The Uchiha clan's Sharingan was indeed a formidable surveillance tool. He trusted the few Uchiha he had trained to understand the will of fire completely, but he distrusted the stubborn elders of the clan. Seeing his teacher lost in thought, Kagami bit his lip nervously. His proposal was partly to have the Uchiha share the village's burden, but more so to let Linren see the Uchiha clan as they truly were. Caught between the village and his clan, he had never shared his anguish with his comrades or teacher, not out of mistrust, but because they each had their own inherent positions. Thus, he desperately sought someone to confide in. Linren's appearance thrilled Kagami. An outsider, an overt spy. Theoretically, Linren belonged to no faction in the village. His stance was fiercely independent. Moreover, Kagami admitted he lacked Linren's near-demonic scheming ability. Crucially, Linren's conflict with Ryota Uchiha stirred a sense of urgency in Kagami. The longer Linren stayed in the village, the more subjective his perception of its various factions would become. And Kagami, a veteran of many battles, knew that subjective impressions were major obstacles to a ninja's mission success. A glimmer of anticipation shone in Kagami's eyes. Just as Tobirama was deliberating, an Umbu appeared beside him and whispered, Hokage-sama, Shuafeng Linren requests an audience. Tobirama's eyes flashed sharply. Let him in, he said coldly. Moments later, as Hiruzen and the others watched with curiosity and unease, Shuafeng Linren pushed open the office door and strode in casually. Oh, everyone's here. The moment they saw Rinren, the faces of everyone in the office contorted in unison. Could there be such a coincidence? They were just discussing how to handle this fellow, and here he comes knocking on their door. None of them were fools, on the contrary, being second-generation direct disciples, each was astute. In an instant the Hokage's office fell silent with suspicion swirling in everyone's minds. Rinnegan, however, paid no heed to the eerie atmosphere in the office. With a radiant smile he strode to the desk and gave a slight bow. Lord Fagian, I've finished writing the letter to Lord Hanzo. Could I trouble you to deliver it? As he spoke, Rinnegan scratched his head sheepishly and continued. I'm terribly sorry for always imposing on you. Senju Fagian fixed his gaze on Rinnegan's eyes, took the envelope, and asked casually, may I read it? Good heavens, the second Hokage is quite polite. A grin tugged at Rinnegan's lips as he nodded repeatedly. Of course the envelope isn't sealed, it's meant for your perusal. Seeing Rinnegan's knowing demeanor, Senju Fagian gave a slight nod and opened the letter to read. In it, Rinnegan, adopting the tone of someone utterly oblivious to the rain frog, plaintively recounted his plight to Sanshou Hanzo. He began by complaining of isolation and difficulty in gathering intelligence, asking Hanzo to send reinforcements. Then he shifted to lamenting lack of operational funds and not having had a proper meal for days. He asked Hanzo for money. The letter was mostly complaints, and the remaining portion was a florid request for funds. In a word, poverty. Without money nothing could be done. Senju Fagian found it amusing. On the front line, Sanshou Hanzo was locked in a life-and-death struggle with the Sand Village, while this brat was dragging his feet. If Hanzo ever learned that the reconnaissance team he had dispatched earlier was sold by Rinnegan for a mere 4 Rio, he would probably be so enraged that he would vomit 3 pints of blood. In a word, poverty. Without money nothing could be done. Senju Fagian found it amusing. On the front line, Sanshou Hanzo was locked in a... Rinnegan nodded with a smile, but after finishing his business he remained standing quietly before Fagian's desk. Is there something else? Fagian asked coldly. To his surprise, Rinnegan actually nodded. Lord Fagian, when you go to the front lines for peace talks, could you take me a... The moment the words left his mouth, everyone in the office was stunned, and even the perpetually composed Senju Fagian's expression darkened. Shuafong Rinnegan. A fierce roar suddenly erupted. Recognizing the somewhat familiar voice, Rinnegan turned his head in confusion to look at the one who had bellowed. There stood Shimura Tuanzang, who had once again jumped out, his face flushed crimson with rage. Shuafong Rinnegan, confess. Have you secretly colluded with Sanshou Hanzo and planted spies in our village? Emphasizing the word, our Tuanzang felt a secret thrill. He had endured humiliation and kept silent for this very moment, to tear off the hypocritical mask of this traitor before the teacher. At the thought, the flame of desire, named ambition, blazed fiercely in Tuanzang's heart. Rinnegan scratched his head in bewilderment and looked at Senju Fagian. Lord Fagian, has your disciple gone mad? Rinnegan asked weakly. You insolent wretch. Still lying before the teacher. Stop playing dumb. Confess. How did you know about the teacher's peace talks? And why is your timing so precise? Hearing Tuanzang's accusation, Rinnegan finally realized the situation. He swiveled his head to scan everyone apart, from a pensive Uchiha Kagami and Sarutobi, risen the faces of Udatane Koharu, and the others were grim. Seeing this, Rinnegan's expression turned sour. Good heavens! What kind of idiots am I dealing with here? No wonder Sarutobi Risen made so many blunders in his old age. He was led astray by these fools. After a few silent curses, Rinnegan sighed in exasperation. My God! Such a simple matter. Anyone with a functioning brain should be able to see it. As he spoke, Rinnegan's face contorted, and he scratched his scalp vigorously. Declaring the end of war without recalling the ninjas on the battlefield. What's the reason? From the moment I entered Konoha, the ever-present Tugu suddenly disappeared. Why? The Konoha military police went from patrolling twice a day to 7 or 8 times. Do you all take everyone for fools? After his outburst, Rinnegan pressed his lips tightly, casting a pitying glance at Tuanzang nearby, then directing the same look at Senju Fagian before him. Seeing this, Udatane Koharu and Midokado Hamura were terrified. This Rinnegan fellow had some nerve. What did that look mean? It was clearly pity for Tuanzang's intelligence and sympathy for the teacher having such a disciple. Shuafong Rinnegan. Did you not know fear? Rinnegan noticed their expressions, and his own face twisted even more. Damn it. All your skill points are in reading the room. Why not invest in some strategic vision? Good heavens, does this village of Konoha even have a future? At that moment, Rinnegan was filled with doubt and self-doubt. No, he must not let those 3 fools lead Sarutobi Risen astray. As Rinnegan silently resolved himself, Shimura Tuanzang was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. This was the second time that bastard had looked down on his intelligence. Regret. Exhaustion. Wanting to die. Senju Fagian, who had been fixed with Rinnegan's pitiful gaze, was not angry. In truth, he had only been briefly startled when he learned of Rinnegan's arrival. After all, this fellow was backed by Sanshou Hanzo. If that man learned of their movements, there was a certain risk. However, Senju Fagian was a seasoned strategist, and in an instant he saw through the connections. But taking Rinnegan along on the peace talks was out of the question. Not only did the content of his discussions with the Second Hokage involve two major secrets, but it was also highly improper for Konoha to bring a brat who was a spy from the Rain Village to the negotiations. After a moment of deliberation, Senju shook his head. No. Seeing the Second Hokage's refusal, Rinnegan sighed softly and simply laid down on the floor like a rogue. Fine. Then which dungeon? The others were once again shocked. Could this guy have even read Lord Fijian? Seeing no one respond, Rinnegan reluctantly pulled a turtle-shaped coin purse from his bosom, tremblingly extracted a 500 ryo note, and placed it on the floor. Since you're all silent, I'll speak. First, regardless of where you lock me up, I need 3 meals a day. I hate being hungry. Second, I want meat with every meal meat. Rinnegan emphasized heavily, then extended his trembling hand and pushed the 500 ryo note towards Senju. Lord Fijian, this is my food money. But let it be known, once you take my money, no backing out. You're adults, you can't bully a child. Seeing Rinnegan's earnest manner, even the usually composed Senju couldn't help his cheek twitching. This damn brat, 500 ryo, and he wanted meat with every meal. Infuriating. He must be taught a lesson before he becomes utterly lawless. With that thought, Senju lightly clasped his hands beneath the desk. Silently, he uttered a spell, spirit transformation technique. The next moment, while Fijian still appeared to be deep in thought with closed eyes, his invisible soul instantly traversed space and plunged into Sarutobi Rizen's body. Sarutobi Rizen felt his body stiffen abruptly, his heart pounding in shock. Just as he was about to struggle, he heard his teacher's calm and rapid voice in his mind. Monkey, don't panic. Listen to me. I'm using the spirit transformation technique. Do as I say. The voice faded and Sarutobi Rizen silently memorized the instructions. His eyes gleamed as he addressed Rinnegan. Rinnegan, you think too highly of yourself. Our village is strong. Even if Lord Fijian and the rest of us are not here, nothing major will happen. So we don't intend to lock you up. Hearing this, Rinnegan was overjoyed. Without paying attention to the difference in Sarutobi Rizen's tone, he snatched up the 500 ryo note and turned to make a run. Just then, Sarutobi Rizen grabbed Rinnegan, a sly grin spreading across his face. But since you brought it up, well, reluctantly oblige. How about this? You choose between the Uchiha clan compound and the Yanbu dungeon. Hearing this, Rinnegan was dumbfounded, his expression twisted, as if wearing a mask of agony. The Uchiha. Is there freedom there? Hearing Rinnegan's stammering, Sarutobi Rizen turned to look at Uchiha Kagami, who first shook his head then nodded. Understanding dawned on him. Yes, relative freedom. At that, Rinnegan thought for a moment, sighed, and resigned himself. Then the Uchiha it is. Even though there be a Kugan can monitor me 360 degrees without blind spots, at least there's some freedom compared to the dark dungeon. At least I can move around a bit. Hearing this, everyone looked at Rinnegan in disbelief, then turned to Uchiha Kagami, who was covering his forehead with a wry smile. Rinnegan, our clan's bloodline limit is the Sharingan. Uchiha Kagami stated emphatically. Huh. Rinnegan stared at Kagami in confusion. Isn't it the Byakugan? Then why does that kid Ryota in our class always give me a super huge white eye when he sees me? At this, even the supremely well-mannered Uchiha Kagami was left speechless. Suppressing the urge to roll his eyes, he voiced what everyone was thinking. You really have a sharp tongue. In the Yanbu dungeon beneath the Hokage building, Rinnegan, clad in a bear-patterned pajama, lounged idly on a bed that was barely soft, one leg crossed over the other. This was a square windowless cell of less than 10 square meters with a sliding hatch on a door made of some The hatch was just wide enough for a plate. Inside, the room was sparsely furnished with an iron bed and an iron table. On the table, a dim oil lamp illuminated a tiny area. Scattered across the remaining space lay several empty plates and a few books with cartoon figures on the covers. Rinnegan leaned against the bed, a book in one hand and a skewer of octopus balls in the other, reading leisurely by the candlelight. A metallic screech broke the silence. The hatch on the door slid open, revealing a familiar dog face. Number 233, time to eat. A familiar voice called. Hearing this, Rinnegan deftly tossed aside his books, sprang up from the bed with a carp-like leap, and jumped down. Yo, brother dog, what brings you here? Rinnegan greeted enthusiastically, walking to the hatch and craning his neck to see outside. Outside, Tugu stepped back warily, his mouth twitching beneath the mask in speechless exasperation. He thought to himself, what do you mean, what brings me here? I'm here to bring you your damn meal. You're in the Yanbu dungeon and still can't behave, insisting on ordering food. Look at yourself. Is this what a prisoner's life looks like? You have your meals served, your clothes handed to you, and even need someone to bring you toilet paper. Other prisoners get 1 soldier pill a day, but you, breakfast is nori rice balls, lunch is assorted skewers, dinner is grilled meat. 500 ryo isn't enough for a single one of your meals. The more Tugu thought about it, the angrier he got. His gaze passed through the hatch into the cell, landing on the oil-stained books scattered about, and his heart bled. Bastard. Take better care of my treasured collection. If you hadn't begged me, I would never have lent you the Tale of Genji series. And by the way, you're still wet behind the ears. Why are you reading adult literature? Rinnegan, unaware of all the complaints behind his back, looked at Tugu with bright excitement. Brother dog, what's for dinner tonight? Is it the charcoal grilled meat from that shop in Nara Slope? Hearing this, Tugu's face behind the mask twisted into a strange expression. He glanced at the black lump on the plate in his hand and grunted. No, your sister made. Uffy. Love. Dinner, ha 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 ha. With that, he shoved the plate through the hatch, slammed it shut with a click, and turned to leave. Listening to the series of snickering giggles fading away outside the door, Rinnegan's face darkened. What frustrated him even more was that the unidentified object on the plate was darker than his own face. Mommy, what is this thing? At that moment, Rinnegan felt as though he had returned to the dungeon of the evil god cult, holding a large bottle of poison for the first time. Now, just like then, he was filled with hesitation and dread. With a sigh, Rinnegan brought the plate to his face and swallowed the black lump whole. Sticking out his tongue with eyes askew and mouth twisted, he walked to the bed, picked up the half-finished adult book, and lay down sideways. But his ears occasionally twitched. Time flowed, and soon a full day and night had passed. In the Hokage building above Rinnegan's head, it was now deserted. The village's classified documents had all been moved to the underground storage of the Intelligence Division, and the remaining areas, except for necessary guards, no longer bustled with the usual coming and going. The sky darkened slowly. Rinnegan still lay on the bed with eyes closed, silently counting his heartbeats and muttering under his breath, "It's been 2 days and 1 night since I was locked in the ANBU dungeon." During this time, the ANBU have been patrolling around the clock with irregular intervals between each round. Sometimes someone passes the door in 30 seconds, other times it takes 5 minutes. There's no pattern what Tobarama Senju is indeed clever. The patrol schedule must be randomly reset each day. Sure enough, the reason Naruto managed to sneak into the Hokage building and steal the scroll of sealing must have been because the third Hokage turned a blind eye. Then again, maybe that scroll was a fake. Perhaps it only contained the multiple shadow clone technique. After all, the techniques in it were far too unfriendly for a boy of Naruto's age. Like the 5 elements, unsealed, dead, demon, consuming seal, and 8 gates released formation. None of them were decent techniques. But if the scroll was fake, it would all make sense. A mere multiple shadow clone technique, even if stolen by Mizuki, wouldn't be a big problem. After all, if you can't retrieve the forbidden technique, you can always retrieve the person who knows it. Just as Rinnegan was muttering to himself, far away in the land of the moon, Tobarama Senju sat in a temporary office, carefully reading a scroll. An ANBU knelt before him. This was a report sent from the village, and its subject was Rinnegan. More than intelligence, it read like a chronicle of ANBU's bitter tears. Rinnegan, though he didn't cause a commotion, was alarmingly punctual about meals. His stomach would growl right on the dot, not a second off. Whenever the ANBU were late with food, the bastard would start pounding on the door and clamoring to eat. Then once Rinnegan started shouting, the prisoners in the surrounding cells followed suit. And the damn thing was, they had all learned to rattle off menus from him. Steamed lamb, braised bear paw, stewed deer tail, roasted duck with crispy skin, roast chicken, roast goose, braised duck in brine, chicken in sauce, cured meat, penny egg tripe, dried meat, sausage, assorted cold platter, smoked chicken, white tripe, steamed, 8 treasure pork, glutinous rice, stuffed duck. All dishes they had never even heard of, and the worst part was that Rinnegan never repeated the same name twice. Even through the scroll, Tobarama could feel his frivolousness. Suppressing the urge to vomit all his complaints, Tobarama looked at the ANBU before him. Go back and send more men. Watch Shuafeng Rinnegan 24 hours a day. I have a feeling that kid is plotting something. Yes. The ANBU nodded firmly. Time trickled by, and in the blink of an eye it passed from 6 in the evening to 2 in the morning. In the silent cell, the candle on the table had burned to its end, leaving only a faint light no bigger than a soybean illuminating a thumb-sized area around the candle holder. In the faint glow, Rinnegan snapped his eyes open, a strange smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The scroll of sealing, here I come. In the dark, silent underground prison, Rinnegan slowly rose to his feet. He walked to the door, pressed his palms together, and intoned Cho Wei's secret technique, Nurikabe no Jutsu. With a soft hum, Rinnegan's body was instantly enveloped in a strange gray energy. The gray mist spread, merging into the darkness, and for an instant his very presence seemed to be forcibly erased from the world. This secret technique of the Yuin village could drastically reduce one's presence. However, it had a weakness. It only obscured ordinary sight, making common people subconsciously ignore one's existence. Against perceptive shinobi, it was utterly useless. Rinnegan didn't know if the Umbu included Hyuga members. But he couldn't care less now. Every plan carried a chance of failure, and all he could do was minimize that probability. Rinnegan didn't know if the Umbu included Hyuga members. But he couldn't care less now. Every plan, Rinnegan knew it was a patrolling Umbu. Though he couldn't determine the exact patrol interval or its logic, knowing the minimum interval was enough. The minimum interval for Umbu Shinobi was about 30 seconds. That meant after one Umbu passed his door, the next would take at least 30 seconds to pass again. He counted silently in his mind. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Now, Rinnegan pressed his palms together, forming the Uma seal at lightning speed, then pointed his right index finger at the lock. Alohomura no Jutsu. In that instant, iron powder hidden in the cracks of the corridor walls coalesced into a key, which teleported into the keyhole outside the door. Click. The crisp sound echoed far down the empty corridor. Damn. After all my calculations, I forgot about this door. Rinnegan forcibly suppressed his trembling, slowly pushed the cell door open, slipped out with utmost care, closed it, and then formed seals again. Substitution technique. With a soft puff, the pillow on Rinnegan's bed transformed into his likeness lying on the bed. Come. Relying on the magnet release's perception of steel, Rinnegan controlled the kunai hidden inside the pillow, making it fly swiftly to the door. Just 2 or 3 seconds after he finished, Go came sprinting from the far end of the corridor. Recognizing the familiar dog-masked face, Rinnegan was overjoyed. Though he didn't know Go's appearance, he was certain this guy wasn't from the Hyuga or Uchiha clans of Konoha. In that case, the substitute in his cell had a high chance of passing inspection. As for why Go wasn't a Hyuga or an Uchiha, it was too simple. The characteristics of those two clans were very distinct. One was aloof with long black hair, the other a proud, closed-off tsundere. As for Go, he was just an ordinary perverted old lecher. Stopping, Go began checking the cells one by one based on the source of the sound. Click. The small window on the door opened. The prisoner inside was sleeping, turned over, and muttered a curse. Soon Go arrived at Rinnegan's cell, hesitated for a second, then shoved the small window open. There inside the door stood Rinnegan, bolt upright, a strange smile on his face, his pitch-black eyes wide open in the shadows, staring straight at him. Go felt a chill run up his scalp and instinctively stumbled back several steps. You, what are you doing? Let's play hide and seek. Rinnegan's innocent voice echoed in his ear. In an instant, a chill shot from his backside straight to his brain, and the short hair on Go's head stood on end. Go back to sleep, stammered Go, hastily slamming the small window shut, completely failing to notice that the voice came from right beside his ear, not from inside the cell. Shuddering violently, Go glanced around suspiciously, then with gritted teeth headed toward the duty room, utterly unaware that a dark shadow had silently followed him. Rinnegan grinned mischievously. He casually touched the window of his cell, leaving a trigger device made of iron powder, then tiptoed after Go, retrieving the imperceptible iron powder from the corridor walls back into his body. Following Go, Rinnegan advanced until he reached a duty room at the end of the corridor. Unlike other rooms, this one wasn't set against the corridor wall. Instead, it stood right in the middle of the passage. It had 2 doors, one front door leading to the prisoner corridor, and a back door leading to the outside world of freedom. Rinnegan followed Go into the brightly lit duty room. In an instant, the gray mist wrapping around him no longer blended into darkness. Instead, like a chameleon, it shifted to match the color of the lamplight. Go strode quickly into the light, shuddering again, and complained to his comrades sitting in the room. Damn, Rinnegan, that guy didn't sleep all night, just stood at the window playing Ghost. Scared the hell out of me. Several Umbu burst into laughter at that. Serves you right. Who told you to show that kid the tale of Ginji? All his blood rushed to his little head down there. How could he sleep? Go didn't retort, only shuddered again. You guys keep patrolling. I need to be going out to the toilet first. You're not scared pissless, are you? His comrades laughed even harder. Rinnegan also grinned, then wobbled along following Go's steps. After passing through 4 or 5 doors, climbing 70 or 80 steps, and encountering 4 or 5 patrols of shinobi, Go, clutching his belly, finally reached the surface. Rinnegan followed him all the way up. Looking around, Rinnegan chuckled. He was now inside the Hokage building at the stairwell entrance on the 1st floor. Relying on his memory from previous visits, Rinnegan bid farewell to his good brother Go and easily found a double wooden door in the corner of the 1st floor. Seeing the intricate and gorgeous flame patterns on the wooden door, Rinnegan could no longer contain his excitement and clenched his fist tightly. Excellent. After countless hardships, finally I've arrived before this door. To infiltrate Konoha, I killed the Yuin shinobi and brought Lee with me. To preserve my freedom, I racked my brains and desperately aligned myself with the will of fire. To intimidate Konoha, I didn't hesitate to kill Yuwa and reveal my strength. To sneak into the Hokage building, I even risked my life, provoking Tobarama Senju with arrogant words and actions. Every step of the way, I've been so cautious, walking on thin ice. Thinking of this, Rinnegan felt a pang of, why is it that when others travel through time, they have no worries about food or drink, easily obtaining Mangekyō Sharingan, or even Rinnegan and Tenseigan? But when it comes to me, an immortal body sounds good, but it's the kind that gets sliced and dried. After finally struggling into Yuin village, I was sent as a spy to Konoha. After finally crafting a whole set of plans, I found out that Konoha had already infiltrated Yuin like a sieve, and my identity was exposed instantly. On top of all that, just to get into the ninja academy, I had to beg and plead like a crying child. This is so hard. Rinnegan covered his forehead, wanting to cry, but having no tears. But the fruit of victory was right in front of him. Soon this young master Rinnegan would sprout wings and soar to the sky. Rubbing his hands excitedly, Rinnegan extended his right hand. Between his fingers, tiny, almost invisible iron powder squeezed out of his skin, gradually forming a key. Click. A soft sound. Rinnegan's heart bloomed with joy. Ignoring the stealth requirement of the Naruto no jutsu, he flickered and slipped into the archive room in an instant. He closed the door, took a deep breath, and a thick scent of ink mixed with the smell of paper rushed toward him. This is the smell of knowledge. Subarashi. Tiptoeing, rubbing his hands together, Rinnegan's eyes gleamed as he quickly scanned the archive room. It was a spacious room, cylindrical in shape, with a high dome rising 7 or 8 meters tall. Along the surrounding walls stood tall antique bookshelves neatly filled with scrolls of all sizes and shapes. Rinnegan knew these scrolls recorded countless ninjutsu, jinjutsu, taijutsu, and secret techniques of Konoha. His gaze swept over them without lingering too long. His ultimate goal was only one thing: the half-human-tall gigantic scroll at the very center of the room. It was an ancient-looking scroll lying quietly on a circular stone platform in the middle. The stone platform was densely carved with all kinds of profound patterns, with complex characters interspersed among them. Around the platform, 6 candlestick holders were evenly spaced, their candles burning slowly, illuminating the entire room. Damn, lighting candles in a library full of scrolls. This is like hide and seek in a latrine. Rinnegan couldn't fathom the shinobi's logic. Still, time was critical, so he quickly walked to the stone platform and looked down at the patterns on the floor. They were beautiful, elegant, like encountering English for the first time in 3rd grade. Those wriggling words. They knew me, but I didn't know them. Yet Rinnegan understood these patterns weren't just for decoration, just like the sentences in English books. Besides making things difficult for him, they must have some other purpose. With that thought, Rinnegan extended his hands and formed seals again. The next second, he pulled an iron rod made of iron powder from his crotch. Hey, try this. He thrust the iron rod toward the stone platform. Suddenly, a thin silver light flashed, and Rinnegan's right hand holding the rod was severed cleanly at the wrist. Holy crap. You didn't cut the rod, you cut me. And not only that, you sliced through my steel-hard wrist bone. Blood mixed with black iron powder gushed from the wound. Rinnegan quickly formed a one-handed seal. In an instant, iron powder gathered at the wound, forming a membrane that stanched the bleeding. Magnet release Iron Man technique, he muttered. The fallen iron rod instantly disintegrated and reformed into a palm-sized version of Rinnegan. Earlier, Rinnegan had used this same technique to open the specially made cage door. The tiny Rinnegan slowly stood up, hopping up and down to get used to his miniature body, then picked up the severed hand and tossed it out of the ceiling formation. Rinnegan caught his own hand and reattached it to the stump. The iron powder inside his body gathered into needles, rapidly stitching the wound. Time no longer allowed for slow healing. After reattaching his hand, Rinnegan formed seals again, controlling the small figure inside the formation to quickly walk toward the half-human-tall forbidden scroll. The tiny Rinnegan leaped nimbly and pried open the clasp holding the scroll shut. Shoo! The scroll unrolled. Rinnegan hurried forward to the edge of the stone platform. There on the forbidden scroll, 7 large characters stood out. Multiple shadow clone technique. Oh my god, a cheat technique. Without time to think, Rinnegan instantly entered a state of focused concentration, holding his breath, eyes gleaming, staring intently at the content on the scroll. Reading 10 lines at a glance, Rinnegan didn't bother to comprehend, only memorized the hand seals of the multiple shadow clone technique. Turn the page. At his command, the tiny Rinnegan immediately pushed the scroll, rolling it to one side, stopping just at the edge of the candle flame. Stop! Seeing the candle flame about to lick the forbidden scroll, Rinnegan quickly ordered the tiny figure to hold the scroll. When it stopped, Rinnegan looked at the scroll again. This isn't the 8 gates technique. What is this? On the scroll appeared a passage of extremely obscure text. This? Flying Thunder God technique. But where are the hand seals? Where are the signs? Only a long, tangled passage of text, no seals. Damn. Rinnegan gritted his teeth and committed the entire string of characters to memory. Thankfully, he had trained his memory hard for this day, or he wouldn't have been able to recite it all. And yet, though he recognized every single character separately when they were combined, he couldn't understand a single. Steeling himself, Rinnegan was about to continue. Suddenly, his perception was triggered. Not good. Someone's checking the cells, he whispered in shock. Just as Rinnegan was rushing back to his room in the duty room of the underground prison of the Umbu, 7 Umbu members were discussing with grave expressions. Captain Bao, why have you summoned us so urgently? One Umbu asked. The Umbu, codenamed Bao, holding a sharp short blade, stood before his 6 subordinates. Erased the situation earlier. Tugu said he was startled by prisoner 233. At first I didn't think much of it. Just now I took Tugu back there again. After opening the window, we found prisoner 233 sleeping in bed. I intended to wake him and ask about the situation, but I suddenly discovered that no matter how we called him, he wouldn't wake. Not only wouldn't he wake, he had no reaction at all. Now I'm going to inspect that room. You follow standard procedures. After speaking, he pointed at 3 of the 6, including Tugu. You 3 come with me to inspect. The remaining 3 take turns patrolling. Ensure there are always 2 people in the duty room. At the first sign of movement, seal the entire prison immediately. Bao's voice echoed with utmost seriousness. Yes. The 6 nodded in unison. Bao drew his hand, reversed his grip on the short blade, and looked at the 3 men before him. Now let's deploy. He then gazed at the pitch-black corridor outside the duty room, pondered for a moment, and continued. When we reach cell 233, Tugu and I will enter the room to check on prisoner 233. You 2 will guard the corridor on both sides, vigilant against any sneak attack or riot from prisoner 233. Remember, this is a critical moment. Any slightest disturbance must be nipped in the bud. After speaking, he cast a covert glance at Tugu. Tugu, you've been monitoring prisoner 233 for a long time. Tell me what you know. Upon hearing this, Tugu's brows furrowed tightly beneath his mask. At this moment, he was no longer the frivolous LSP, but a ninja of Konoha's He is very strong. I have participated in mission 3234 under Lord Sarutobi Lin. Prisoner 233 possesses extremely formidable close combat abilities, far surpassing an average jonin. This strength doesn't stem from his taijutsu skill, but from his terrifying absolute power and speed, capable of shattering an adult man's skull in an instant. Hearing this, Bao's brows behind his mask knitted sharply. Anything else? Yes. Tugu nodded. This kid has exceptional battlefield adaptability and terrifyingly quick decision-making. At this, Bao's brows deepened further. As an experienced he understood a truth in a narrow cell: the roles of and prisoner hunter and prey could swap at any moment. Especially when facing a prisoner so adept at close combat, they became particularly vulnerable. What troubled him most was that Lin Ren was merely unresponsive, not killed through the cell door. All they could do now was open the door and check. Damn it, why is a monster like this locked in such a low-level cell? Bao couldn't help but complain. Hearing this, Tugu, who knew many secrets because of Lin Ren, pursed his lips and remained silent. Even if the speaker was his superior, some secrets could not be revealed without the Hokage's permission. As time ticked by, Bao suddenly stood up, his eyes gleaming as he stared into the darkness of the corridor. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Let's move out. We must figure out what's going on." Although his caution had bought Lin Ren some time, his approach was by no means wrong. There had been cases in the past where prisoners feigned death to attack Moreover, they dealt with heinous criminals, leaving no room for carelessness. Shortly after the 4 departed, Lin Ren, using the tailed beast art, crept into the duty room on tiptoe. Scanning the room, his heart tightened. No, the numbers are off. With this thought, Lin Ren quickened his pace and rushed toward his own room. Hurrying as fast as he could, he managed to reach his cell door just before the 4 opened it. At that moment, the 4 were crouched together, whispering in a huddle. Tugu will enter first. You guard the door and keep it firmly shut. You 2 watch both ends of the corridor. If you hear strange noises, don't act. Immediately signal the duty room. After assigning tasks, the 4 stood up, and Bao pulled out a long string of keys from the pocket of his chest vest. Having fully heard the plan, Lin Ren made a snap decision and closely followed Bao, who was about to open the door. He planned to sneak in while Bao entered. Click! As the key gently turned in the lock, the door swung open. Bao held his ninja short blade, formed a hand seal with one hand, and his gaze pierced the darkness, fixed on Lin Ren lying motionless on the bed. Tugu, hearing the click, felt a jolt of déjà vu. He seemed to have heard this sound not long ago. A bad suspicion slowly surfaced in his mind. Meanwhile, Lin Ren quietly followed Bao's footsteps. Once inside the cell, the anxiety that had been building during his rush finally eased. Quickening his pace, he passed the tense Bao, walked to the bed, crouched down, and crawled underneath. For now, the exposure of the transformation technique was inevitable, so he had to downplay the incident as a child's prank as much as possible. After all, Tobarama Senju was about to die at the hands of Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Though it was a bit lonely in this village, no one could guess his true intentions anymore. With that thought, Lin Ren gradually relaxed, feigning sleep as he lay under the bed. Inside the cell, Bao finally crept closer to Lin Ren. Moving his lantern, the light slowly fell on Lin Ren's face, and Bao finally saw the figure on the bed clearly. The next second, he felt a sudden urge to urinate, a wave of panic surging through him. Lin Ren on the bed stared back with wide, unmoving eyes fixed on him like a stiff puppet. Though he wasn't smiling eerily as Tugu had described, but the kid's eyeballs had just moved. Oh my god, he was terrified. Just as Bao broke into a cold sweat, suddenly a head popped out from under the bed. It was Lin Ren again. This Rinnegan, however, wasn't as creepy. His face bore the days of just waking up, eyes squinting against the lantern light. "Hey uncle, why are you in my room?" "The toilet's over there, just take it and empty it," a naive voice rang out. The next second the Rinnegan on the bed exploded with a bang, turning into a pristine pillow. The sound was soft, but startled the Forumbu. Seeing Rinnegan's confused expression, the recently terrified Bao's aged face darkened. A wave of inexplicable anger surged from the depths of his heart. At this moment, he didn't care about the prisoner's close combat prowess or terrifying battlefield adaptability. He just wanted to drag Rinnegan out from under the bed and give him a good beating. And so he did. With a dark face, Bao grabbed Rinnegan by the collar and pulled him out from under the bed. Without a second thought, he punched him. "Damn it, scaring me with ghosts. Staying up all night. Telling me to bastard, you nearly scared me to death." He roared, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. "Don't blame me for hitting you, it's standard procedure." After checking the cell, Rinnegan dodged awkwardly left and right, but with his clothes caught, he still took several solid punches. "This punch is for Tugu, you scared him to the point of peeing." At the door, Tugu's face under the mask flushed with shame, and the kunai in his hand creaked. "This punch is for myself, that you messed with me in the middle of the night." Even while suspended in the air, Rinnegan didn't back down, flailing his arms and legs to fight back against Bao. "You coward, put me down. I challenge you to a duel. Damn it, put me down quickly. My pajamas are about to tear." Hearing this, Tugu at the door shivered and quickly stepped in to separate the pair. He knew Rinnegan well, or rather better than anyone else in Konoha. This kid was generous to his little sister, but extremely stingy with outsiders, especially when it came to clothes. Uchiha Ryota had lost 1,000,000 ryo over a pair of shoes. 4 ninjas from the Hidden Rain village had lost their lives for tearing the kid's sleeve. It was more unjust than Do's tragedy. Having witnessed Rinnegan's methods, Tugu immediately stepped in front of Bao, carefully grabbing Rinnegan by the shoulders and setting him on the bed. Before letting go, he even meticulously smoothed out the wrinkles on Rinnegan's clothes. Pulling Bao aside, Tugu whispered in his ear, "It's fine if you hurt him, but don't tear his clothes." "Why?" Bao asked with a frown. Tugu gave an awkward smile. "Have you heard this saying? If I don't swindle you until you can't even afford pants, may I never eat a proper meal in this life." Hearing this, Bao's expression under his mask turned strange. "So this is the kid who swindled the Uchiha clan out of 1,000,000 ryo." Tugu nodded emphatically. Without another word, Bao dragged Tugu out of the cell. The door slammed shut, and the 4 let out a collective sigh of relief. "Let's go. Nothing's wrong. Just a nasty kid's prank," Bao said, then complained to Tugu. "Why didn't you tell me earlier that prisoner 233 was that rotten little devil?" Tugu scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. "Captain, I thought you knew." Back in the cell, Rinnegan, bruised and battered, suddenly broke into a grin. Ha ha. Though he had been beaten, he wasn't angry at all. After all, compared to this minor incident, his gains tonight were immense. The multiple shadow clone technique and the flying thunder god technique. Although they weren't the 8 inner gates he had dreamed of, flying thunder god was a consolation of its own. For 3 consecutive days, Rin remained in the dark dungeon without making a sound or causing a fuss. Although the cell was cramped, the lighting dim, and using the toilet quite inconvenient, everything is relative. Compared to the underground dungeons of the evil god sect, this place was akin to paradise. With nothing to do, Rin lay on the bed, constantly recalling and pondering until he finally grasped the passage describing the flying thunder god technique. To be honest, Rin never expected that it would take him 3 days just to comprehend that single passage. Once he understood, he realized that new questions arose. First of all, the flying thunder god technique has extremely stringent cultivation requirements. 1 must be highly sensitive to the mysterious existence of space. The passage clearly stated that unless one can use teleportation techniques with very little chakra continuously, one does not meet the requirements to learn the flying thunder god technique. Most importantly, teleportation techniques are merely a stepping stone to learning the flying thunder god technique and do not guarantee mastery over it. However, the text also added that one's ability to sense space only improves when releasing space ninja. Rin's understanding was that as long as one is not afraid of dying or having one's head and body separated, they can forge ahead and talent will follow. That's quite promising. I'm not afraid of dying. Losing my head is no big deal, it's a trivial matter. The Book of Seals also detailed the differences between various teleportation techniques. In general, teleportation techniques can be divided into 3 categories: space, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Rin could achieve teleportation effects through explosive power, but that was merely a simple application of taijutsu. Setting himself aside, he recalled the taijutsu users like Naruto in the Nine Tails mode guy, who opened the 8 gates, and the Fourth Hokage. In general, teleportation techniques can be divided into 3 categories: space, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and ninjutsu. Rin could achieve teleportation effects through explosive power, but that was merely a simple application of taijutsu. Even if his business doesn't expand, he could use the flying thunder god technique to deliver takeout or run errands. Even if he couldn't learn the Flying Thunder God, there's always the Shadow Clone technique. Once he mastered the Shadow Clone technique, he could buy some land outside Konoha and start a farm. Letting the clones do the farming would be delightful. His physical strength would remain intact effectively, giving him unlimited chakra, equating to free labor. Thinking of this, Rin picked at his toes, a smile of delight curling at the corners of his mouth. Just then the small window on the cell door creaked open, revealing the familiar mask of Inuzuka. 233. The holiday is over. Upon hearing this, Rin's heart leaped with joy, and he instantly bounced off the bed, hurrying to the window. So what are we waiting for? Open the door, dog brother. Don't call me dog brother, Inuzuka grumbled, then tossed Rin's clothes from before his imprisonment into the cell. By the way, after you change, don't rush out. Lord Tobarama wants to see you. Lord Tobarama. Senju Tobarama. Rin felt a flicker of confusion. Wasn't Senju Tobarama supposed to be dead? How could he want to see me? According to Rin's meager memory, Senju Tobarama should have died at the hands of the Gold and Silver Brothers. To be precise, he had taken down the Silver Brother, but was heavily injured by the Gold Brother. Suppressing his doubts, Rin quickly changed his clothes, exited the now open cell, and followed Inuzuka. In the Hokage's office, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, leaned against his office chair, his handsome face pale as a ghost devoid of any color. On his chest, a ghastly wound pierced through, and through the wound, one could vaguely see his heart pulsating weakly. The blue armor he wore was burnt and charred, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Beside him, a ninja in a white coat, hands glowing green, was continuously treating him. Outside the Hokage's office, his 6 disciples waited with varied expressions. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes welled with tears, anxiety overwhelming him as he waved over an umbu, asking, "Where's Rin Shufang? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" Just then, from the end of the corridor, hurried footsteps echoed. It turned out that Inuzuka had brought Rin along. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't care about anything else. He grabbed Rin's sleeve tightly. "Rinken, the teacher wants to see you. You should go in quickly. Wait, don't rush." After saying that, he was about to let go, but anxiously tightened his grip on Rin's sleeve again. "Rinken, the teacher. The teacher is seriously injured. Don't say anything reckless." "Did you hear that?" The usually strong and composed Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed a bit lonely and helpless. Seeing the tears welling in his eyes, Rin silently nodded, and then pushed open the wooden door to the office. Outside the door, an umbu ninja immediately closed it behind him. Upon entering, Rin's gaze was instantly drawn to the massive penetrating wound on Senju Tobarama's chest, and he instinctively furrowed his brows. How is he still alive? "You're not me. How could you withstand such a fatal wound until returning to the village?" Just then, Senju Tobarama, who was leaning in the chair, slowly lifted his head, his crimson pupils locking onto Rin like a chisel. "I see confusion in your eyes. Shufang, Rin, are you curious as to why I'm not dead?" Upon hearing this, Rin felt a storm surge within, and the hair on his arms stood on end. This guy, why does he become more formidable the closer he gets to death? In an instant, countless thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. No, I can't lie, and my expression has already given me away. Lies are utterly meaningless. Thinking of this, Rin steeled himself and stiffly nodded. "Indeed, I am curious." Hearing Rin's admission, Senju Tobarama suddenly smiled, and the ice melted away. "Then can you share with this dying man the reason behind your curiosity?" Rin couldn't help but swallow hard, his voice a bit hoarse as he began. "The Gold and Silver Brothers, key figures from the land of lightning's cloud-hidden village, are known as the Two Lights in the Clouds, and they are staunchly militant. As for the second Raikage, his personality is steady and amiable. However, in the eyes of the Gold and Silver Brothers, he is seen as weak. Most importantly, the battle did not last long. Although both Konoha and the Cloud Village suffered losses, those losses did not strike at their roots. Ultimately, both sides still had the capacity to fight again. At this point, the Raikage chose to negotiate, which the Gold and Silver Brothers would absolutely not agree to." Here Rin suddenly raised his head, staring intently at the wound on Senju Tobarama's chest. "Lord Tobarama, did the second Raikage die?" Upon hearing Rin's question, Senju Tobarama couldn't help but clap, his eyes filled with admiration. "Shufang, Rin, impressive. Truly impressive. Just with this bit of information, you can deduce the final outcome of this negotiation." Rin did not respond, lost in thought, when suddenly his eyes lit up. "Is it the gold thread 7 stars sword and the red gourd?" Senju Tobarama shook his head, saying, "Amber clean bottle." Rin felt a flicker of confusion in his heart. It was a familiar name, as if he had heard it somewhere, but no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember. As Rin pondered, Senju Tobarama stared at him, the smile on his face fading as he sighed softly, and continued, "Although you didn't guess correctly, you can't be blamed. Your information is still limited. However, Rinken, your intellect has truly shocked me. Although you were already impressive before, now you are even more so. Frankly speaking, Rinken, when it comes to overall perspective and understanding of the human heart, my brother Uchiha Madara cannot compare to you. Hearing this, Rin immediately broke into a cold sweat, his mind roaring. Brother Tobirama, please stop praising me. If you keep praising me, I'm going to embarrass myself right here. Rin knew, the more Senju Tobirama admired him, the more dangerous his situation became. After all, I'm not a Konoha person. No, I can't wait to die. I need to perform and let this big brother in front of me win this round, so he can feel good before he dies. Thinking of this, Rin sighed and asked a question that was both foolish and wise. Then, why did Lord Tobirama summon me? Upon hearing this, Senju Tobirama chuckled lightly and asked with interest, with your intelligence, can't you guess? Hearing this, Rin fell silent, staring blankly at Senju Tobirama. Not knowing how long it had been, Rin slowly shook his head. In the face of a life about to fade away, all speculation is in vain. Living people can never guess the thoughts of the dying. At the same time, Rin silently added in his heart, any dying person is willful free, and their thoughts cannot be confined. No matter what reason I provide, the events will ultimately unfold in a manner I most dread. So this round you won. After saying this, Rin slowly and firmly sat cross-legged. In light of the fact that I have not harmed Konoha, I have 2 requests. As he spoke, Rin lowered his head, hiding his entire face in the shadows. 1. I did not betray the rain-hidden village. 2. I was simply killed after being exposed. 2. Just let Hanzo know. 2. Take good care of Ri. She is only 4 years old and loves Konoha. After finishing, Rin's straight spine slumped down, and he no longer made a sound. Seeing Rin's life force slowly extinguishing, Senju Tobirama sighed deeply. What a child who thoroughly understands the human heart. If only you were a Konoha person, how wonderful that would be. Rin and Konoha seemed like 2 magnets that could never come together, clearly having mutual admiration, but never able to unite. Initially, he chose to expose his schemes to survive. Now he was feared by the upper echelons of Konoha because of this very cunning. Especially at this critical moment, with Senju Tobirama on the verge of death, his concerns for Konoha's future would only increase his wariness of Rin. Not knowing how much time had passed, Senju Tobirama slowly lowered his head. Shufang, Rin, you may leave. Upon hearing this, Rin slowly raised his head, gazing deeply at Senju Tobirama, then stood up and left. Watching Rin's retreating figure, Senju Tobirama sighed, softly murmuring, I hope my brother is right, and don't let me find out you harmed Konoha, otherwise I won't let you off even in death. After leaving the Hokage building, the sky had turned dark. In a pitch-black alley, Rin looked back, his eyes on the not-so-tall but immensely heavy building. Gazing at the Hokage office still lit with lights, he sighed slowly. Senju Tobirama, safe travels. Time passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the news of the second Hokage Senju Tobirama's death and Sarutobi Hiruzen's succession as the third Hokage spread throughout the village. Outside the window, a torrential rain began to fall. Rin, dressed in black, sat in the corridor watching the raindrops patter against the rockery in the courtyard, observing the small lake ripple rhythmically. The Senju clan has officially exited the stage of history. These 2 Hokages from the Senju clan ultimately appeared merely as instruments of war. Thinking of this, Rin felt a sudden sense of loss in his heart. For some reason, perhaps it was the sorrowful atmosphere in the village that affected him, or perhaps he felt an indescribable admiration for Senju Tobirama, who had spared his life on 2 occasions. He was a transmigrator, one who knew the future, a transmigrator who was not foolish but somewhat clever, yet despite such advantages he still felt as if he were walking on thin ice in front of Senju Tobirama. This feeling was something no one else had given him since he transmigrated. What an impressive guy! Rin smiled and shook his head. Rin had never interacted with Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, but he instinctively believed that these 2 were not as remarkable as Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Madara was full of dreams and hatred, controlled like a puppet by Kaguya, completely unaware of his own predicament. Senju Hashirama, perhaps incredibly powerful and unwavering in heart, was in essence a simple man. Uchiha Madara was unexpectedly right about this point. As for Senju Tobirama, most of the named places in Konoha were established by him. The strength of Konoha's overall power was forged by his very hands. After the war, 20 years of peace were built upon the strong foundation laid by Konoha. He had dreams, patience for advancement, and the drive to implement those dreams. Just these qualities alone made him remarkable. Thinking of this, Rin couldn't help but chuckle, self-deprecatingly muttering to himself, stop thinking about these nonsensical things, it's time to go. As he finished speaking, he slowly stood up and pushed open the bedroom door. Inside, Ri, who was changing clothes, let out a shrill scream. Brother, how did you get in here? Quick, get out. Rin glanced at Aunt Akiko, who was holding a black short-sleeve shirt, then looked at Ri and disdainfully curled his lip. You little brat, have you forgotten? I was the one who changed your clothes yesterday, and now you're looking down on me. Ri stubbornly retorted. That was yesterday, today I'm a big girl. I can't let my brother see. Hearing this, Rin slapped his forehead with a dark expression. Damn it, I shouldn't have let you hang out with Yako and the others spewing such nonsense. Don't say I'm your brother. Even if I said I was your father, someone would believe it. Ri quickly hid behind Akiko, sticking her tongue out at Rinnegan. Hee, my mom wouldn't even look at you. Bastard. Rinnegan's temper flared, rolling up his sleeves ready to give this girl a dose of fatherly love for the day. And Akiko sat on the tatami feeling both amused and helpless. However, she couldn't deny it, Rinnegan was indeed too mature for his age, sometimes making people subconsciously overlook his youth. In the end, Rinnegan left the bedroom with a dark expression. In the corridor, Kato Ichihanki and Kato Dan were also dressed in black. Soon Akiko along with Ri walked out of the room. The five of them held umbrellas, stepping onto the street, merging into the black crowd. At the Konoha Ninja Cemetery, countless heroes of Konoha lay buried. At the innermost part next to Senju Hashirama's grave, a new tombstone had been erected. When Rinnegan and the others arrived, a large crowd had already gathered. At the forefront stood the family disciples and subordinate ninjas of Senju Tobarama lined up. Rinnegan stood not too close, only able to watch from afar, as one by one people with solemn or grieving expressions approached to lay flowers, placing small white flowers on the tombstone. The rain continued to fall, and after an unknown amount of time the funeral ended and the sky gradually darkened. The people who had come voluntarily departed in silence. Rinnegan held an umbrella, setting Ri down on the ground. And Akiko, could you please take Ri back? I suddenly remembered I have something to do. Upon hearing this, Akiko, still bearing a sad expression, nodded slightly and took Ri's small hand. Nodding towards the Kato family, Rinnegan once again fell silent, watching them as they leaned on each other, leaving. The sky had completely darkened. In the ninja cemetery, it was desolate, with only a small figure remaining in front of the tombstone. Tsunade, dressed in a black short-sleeve shirt and black skirt, had a numb expression on her youthful face as she stared blankly at the photograph of Senju Tobarama on the tombstone, with droplets falling from her chin, whether rain or tears she could not tell. Rinnegan's gaze swept over Tsunade's back without saying a word. His identity as an undercover agent destined him to stay away from Tsunade, the princess of Konoha. Stepping past Tsunade, Rinnegan slowly walked to the tombstone, gazing at Senju Tobarama's calm and handsome face. Expressionless, Rinnegan took out a pure white flower from his pocket and placed it on the tombstone. Then he slowly bent down, sitting cross-legged in front of Senju Tobarama's tombstone. Lord Tobarama, this time you won once, you should be satisfied, right? To be honest, at that time I truly had no idea what to do. Pretending to be foolish felt like insulting your intelligence, and the truth is, who knows, maybe I would be lying here with you now. Speaking of which, you are indeed remarkable, you managed to corner me. As he spoke, Rinnegan's voice grew softer, and finally a smile unexpectedly appeared on his bland face as he whispered in a voice only he could hear, "This time you won, I'll consider it as me owing you a life. If you ever need my help, just send me a dream." With that, he pushed himself up from the ground, slowly rising and turned. Just then Tsunade caught sight of Rinnegan's handsome face, and a flash of hatred suddenly ignited in her hollow eyes. She stepped forward and seized his collar, her eyes blazing with fury as she shouted at Rinnegan. "You, the spy from Mangekyō. Did you leak my grandfather's whereabouts and cause his death?" Tsunade's hoarse voice echoed in the deserted cemetery. Rinnegan remained silent, his cold eyes casually surveying Tsunade. This gaze instantly enraged her, and the little reason she had left vanished in an instant. Bang! Tsunade's fist struck heavily against Rinnegan's cheek. Unfortunately, she was too weak now, and her punches lacked power. Rinnegan's head turned askew from the blow, looked down at the ground, feeling no hatred, only sorrow for this girl and for himself. Tsunade did not stop gripping Rinnegan's collar, continuing to throw punches at his face. Tears mixed with rain flowed from her eyes. Why? Why do you all think about war, about enemies, about destroying others' families? Why? Yelling desperately, Tsunade gradually released her grip on Rinnegan's collar, collapsing to the ground, covering her face as she wept uncontrollably. Rinnegan remained silent, knowing that countless pairs of umbu eyes were watching him from around. Sadly, he found himself unable to utter a single comforting word to the helpless girl kneeling before him. With a self-deprecating smile, Rinnegan wiped the blood from his nose and turned away with big strides. He had already figured out why Senju Tobarama had revealed his undercover identity to Tsunade. Perhaps at that time he was not the Hokage, merely a simple grandfather. After all, his identity was truly not suitable for getting close to Tsunade. Senju Tobarama, what a meddlesome guy, he mumbled as he left the ninja cemetery. The rain continued to fall, and Tsunade remained kneeling at Senju Tobarama's grave. Her hoarse voice had long ceased to produce any sound. At that moment, the rain above Tsunade suddenly stopped. She raised her numb face and saw the newcomer. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood there holding a black umbrella, shielding her from the rain. Tsunade's delicate brows furrowed again. "Why? Uncle Hiruzen, why did you leave that despicable spy Rinnegan in the village?" Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a resolute expression, looked at the photograph of his teacher on the tombstone and sighed softly. "Before he left, Lord Tobarama instructed me not to tell you about Rinnegan. As he spoke, his gaze gradually dimmed. I understood his intentions. He didn't want you to have too much contact with Rin. So at that time I asked him why not let our generation accept him. Lord Tobirama was silent for a long time, then patted my head just like when I was a child. Later he allowed me to decide for myself. After saying this, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his gentle gaze towards Tsunade. Now I leave the decision to you. Do you want the village to accept Rinnegan? Upon hearing this, Tsunade suddenly stood up, raising her head, her eyes blazing with fire as she roared, "No. I will never accept someone who will only destroy peace." Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes dimmed, slowly nodding. "All right, then you won't need to know why the village decided to keep Rinnegan." Tsunade was taken aback. She didn't understand the difference between leaving someone and accepting them, nor did she know why she couldn't know the reason behind leaving Rinnegan. Thinking of this, Tsunade stubbornly shook her head. "Uncle Hiruzen, I want to know." Sarutobi Hiruzen said nothing, looking up at the dark clouds in the sky, speaking in an ethereal tone. Rinnegan, a spy from Mangekyō, the personal disciple of the leader Hanzo of the Salamander. He was sent to Konoha to carry out an undercover mission for the purpose of stealing information. He disguised himself as one of the two survivors from a slaughtered village in the Land of Water, a war orphan. His character is vile, cunning, and extremely greedy, assessed as a jonin, with strong physical skills, mastered magnet release, a bloodline limit, possesses a high IQ, and after we exposed his disguise, he immediately agreed to cooperate with the village using false information to deceive Hanzo of the Salamander, and capable of influencing Hanzo's actions. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, then added, "Is that enough?" Tsunade, gritting her teeth, was momentarily stunned. What does it mean, is that enough? This is far from sufficient. I must thoroughly understand this guy and drive him out of the village. Grinding her teeth, Tsunade resolutely shook her head. Seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen made no further comment, continuing to speak in an ethereal tone. Rinnegan originally came from the cult of the evil god, a child destined for sacrifice who suffered various abuses. He later found an opportunity to escape, infiltrated Mangekyō, and killed the cultists who had followed him. Thus he caught the attention of Hanzo of the Salamander and became his disciple. Later, due to his poor talent, he was neglected. Upon hearing this version, which was completely different from the earlier one, Tsunade looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in disbelief. But Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to look towards the horizon. Thus Rinnegan met his mentor Suikyu and inherited his surname. At this, Tsunade's beautiful eyes widened in shock. She understood clearly what inheriting a surname meant. Only if Rinnegan held immense respect for Suikyu would he inherit his surname. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not stop speaking due to Tsunade's astonishment. Later, this bond was noticed by the suspicious Hanzo of the Salamander. Rinnegan, in order to protect Suikyu, accepted the order and became a spy. He was sent to Konoha. Later, he moved to the Land of Water, encountering Mangekyō ninjas, slaughtering a village in the Land of Water, and he acted fiercely, killing the ninjas from his own village. And Rinnegan's sister Ri was saved during that time. Later, Rinnegan accepted the dying request of Ri's mother to raise this child, and gave Ri the surname of Suikyu. Upon hearing this, Tsunade was already too shocked to speak. She had no idea that behind these events lay so many compromises and grievances. Rinnegan, this guy is also just a child. Tsunade questioned herself. At her age, could she accomplish all this? Though she did not want to admit it, a voice deep within told her the answer. No, she couldn't. Whether it was the genius Orochimaru she knew, or the even more talented Kato Dan, or even Uchiha Ryo, none of these people could bear such a heavy past. Thinking of this, Tsunade couldn't help but recall Rinnegan's playful face during their time in the Ninja Academy. How could he smile like that? Sarutobi Hiruzen's narration continued. Later, Rinnegan disguised himself as an orphan, bringing his sister Ri to infiltrate Konoha. Due to our extensive intelligence on Mangekyō, we saw through his disguise as soon as he entered the village. Why didn't you kill him then? Tsunade asked anxiously. At this point, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed softly. He said to take good care of his sister, and that he had not betrayed Mangekyō, just that his disguise had been discovered. Hearing this, Tsunade's body, trembling slightly from the cold rain, froze. This guy, did he really not want to unload the burden of bonds and responsibilities, even at the point of death? Looking at Tsunade's eyes, which had widened to their limits, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly placed the umbrella in her hands and expressed his views on Rinnegan. Rinnegan, living in chaotic times at such a young age, to protect his sister, to protect the teacher of Mangekyō, to guard his meager bonds, he navigates through various schemes and intrigues. Ultimately, he is just a pitiful guy. With that, Sarutobi Hiruzen clasped his hands behind his back and slowly walked away. In the pitch-black night, amidst the fine rain, the empty cemetery was left with Tsunade, who stood alone, in confusion. The second Hokage, Chinsho Feijin, had died. Yet the entire village was not as sorrowful as expected. The grief of mourning the deceased could not dilute the hard-won joy and longing for peace. The departed are gone, the living go on. In the Hokage's office, Yuanfei, risen clad in the imperial god robe, stared with a pained expression at the reports spread across the desk. Within less than a week since the passing of the second Hokage Chinsho Feijian, the My Security Force had successively arrested 7 or 8 villagers for causing trouble while intoxicated. Moreover, a myriad of other trivial and redundant affairs came flooding in, leaving Yuanfei risen overwhelmed. For the first time, he truly experienced the immense pressure that had weighed on his teacher's shoulders. These political matters could not be resolved by sheer strength. On the contrary, strength proved particularly useless at such times. Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuehu Minyan clamored to join the administrative department to share Yuanfei risen's burdens. Zhimu Tuanzang stated, "Risen, you need an assistant to control the Umbu, and I am that perfect assistant." In contrast, the highly trusted Shodao Tsufeng said, "Brother Risen, I am tired, weary, and exhausted. I have over a dozen barbecue shops at home waiting for me to inherit." As for Yuzhibo Jing, since the death of his teacher, he had become utterly obsessed. He stayed at home all day making babies, incessantly mumbling about sending his son to be Lin Ren's disciple. He wanted Lin Ren to train his son to become the next clan head of the Yuzhibo, and the fourth Hokage to inherit Lord Zujian's will and abolish the cursed Yuzhibo surname. Whenever he thought of that guy skulking by the school gate every day waiting for Lin Ren to finish class, Yuanfei risen's head throbbed with pain. What left Yuanfei risen even more speechless was that the unreliable Yuzhibo Jing had actually teamed up with the equally offbeat Lin Ren, huddling together in secrecy all day discussing something unknown. "Every single one of them is just making trouble for me," he cursed under his breath. Yuanfei risen looked out the window. In the sky, a beautiful sunset cast its last. This was simply an enhanced version of Yuzhibo Ban. At the thought, Yuanfei risen felt a tightness in his chest. "Every single one of them is just making trouble for me," he cursed under his breath. Yuanfei risen looked out the window. In the sky, a beautiful sunset cast its last rays upon my. Yuanfei risen had no heart for political affairs. He stood up decisively and ordered an Umbu nearby, "Go to the cemetery, I want to see my teacher." With that, he walked out of the Hokage's office without further ado. Truth be told, in the first day or two of his succession, he had indeed felt the thrill of wielding power, but that thrill lasted only a brief while. After that, he was overwhelmed by boundless pressure and responsibility. And whenever that happened, he would go to the graves of the first and second Hokage, his teachers, and stay there for a while. Crossing the main street, he amiably played with several children and exchanged a few words with an older woman about postpartum care of sows. Then Yuanfei risen arrived at the My Ninja Cemetery. Today he was not the only visitor here. Lin Ren, who had mastered the multiple shadow clone technique, had already delegated the tiring blacksmith work to his clones. At the same time, he had also offloaded the boring task of accompanying his younger sister on shopping trips. Along with these tasks, the daily routine of attending classes also left him. Now he had entered retirement life. Yuanfei risen slowly entered the cemetery and finally got a clear look at this peculiar visitor. Lin Ren was sitting cross-legged on the ground facing the tombstone of the second Hokage Chinsho Feijian. In front of him was a low table. Drawing closer, Yuanfei risen could see the full shape of the table. It was a small, perfectly square table densely covered with black and white pieces. Lin Ren sat cross-legged, holding a black piece in his left hand, stroking his chin with his right, and staring intently at the table. Yuanfei risen slowly approached from behind Lin Ren. Yet the fellow showed no alertness at all, completely lost in thought. Ahem. Yuanfei risen coughed twice, interrupting Lin Ren's train of thought. "Lin Ren-kun, what are you?" Hearing the voice, Lin Ren instinctively turned around. Seeing it was the third Hokage Yuanfei risen, he immediately stood up. "Uncle Risen, in playing Go." "Playing Go? What kind of game? With whom?" Yuanfei risen asked curiously. "Playing Go with Lord." With that, Lin Ren pointed enthusiastically at the board and explained the rules as he knew them. "This is Go, very simple. One side uses white, the other black. Once a piece is placed, it cannot be moved. One side makes a move, then the other side goes." As he spoke, he gathered all the pieces into the bowls, then placed a black stone on the board. "See, once the black stone is placed, it can't move. Then these 4 points around the black stone are called liberties." While explaining, Lin Ren placed 4 white stones around the black one. When the black stone loses all its liberties, it dies. Having said that, he removed the black stone and then pointed at the spot where it had died. "This spot is forbidden for black to place a stone again. It's called a KO point. That's all, the rules simple, right?" As soon as he finished, Yuanfei risen nodded. "Compared to shogi, where each piece has its own specific movement, this is indeed very simple. How about a game?" Lin Ren chuckled inwardly. "Simple. I'm about to crush you." With that thought, Lin Ren moved the table and began a game right in front of the second Hokage's tombstone. It was more of a one-sided bullying than a proper game. Lin Ren set ambushes and played dirty tricks on the board, devouring all of Yuanfei risen's pieces. As for himself, even when surrounded, he left various KO points to prevent Yuanfei risen from capturing even a single stone. After losing several games in a row, Yunfei Risen's face gradually turned grim. He truly hadn't expected that while working he would be troubled by Lin Ren and Yuzhibo Jing's affairs until he was at his wit's end. Now that he was off work, he was getting thrashed by this same guy on the board. Seeing that Yunfei Risen was about to explode, Lin Ren hastily reached out and pushed away his own advantageous game. Uncle Risen, this is no fun. Go is all about mental confrontation. How about this? You pretend to be the second Hokage, Lord Feijian, and you'll dare to imitate Lord Zujian's intelligence. Hearing this, Yunfei Risen initially wanted to refuse, but then he thought about how effortlessly teacher Feijian had governed the village. Shouldn't he also learn more from his teacher? With that thought, Yunfei Risen slowly nodded. Let's do it. With that, they began another game. This time Lin Ren completely abandoned his previous sly style and charged straight ahead recklessly like a stubborn kid. Yunfei Risen, on the other hand, became much more cautious. With every move, he carefully put himself in teacher Feijian's shoes and pondered how his teacher would play. Before long, Lin Ren's black pieces were scattered and decimated by the white. On the verge of winning, Yunfei Risen's face showed no trace of joy. He became more and more shocked as the game progressed. This simple game, with its never-before-seen new style, actually resonated with the principles of the battlefield. In contrast, Shogi seemed somewhat constrained and not grand enough. Gradually, he began to get the hang of it. His moves became more and more adept. Lin Ren frowned, staring intently at his disadvantageous position on the board. Suddenly, he grinned and sighed. Indeed, Lord Feijian's wisdom surpasses that of Lord Zhujian. With that, Lin Ren changed his tone. However, what makes Lord Zhujian formidable is that his strength has reached a level where he can disregard rules and create new ones. As he spoke, Lin Ren quickly reached out and scrambled all the pieces on the board into chaos. Yunfei Risen, who had been staring at the board, was stunned, then shook his head helplessly and burst into laughter. To become the Hokage, Yunfei Risen was not stupid, or on the contrary, his mind was very sharp. He had already understood Lin Ren's purpose in inviting him to play Go. It was less about playing Go and more about Lin Ren subtly giving him advice. Knowing this, Yunfei Risen was not angry. He had never been an arrogant or power-hungry man, who otherwise he would not have divided his authority among Jimu Tuanzang Zhuanqin Xiaochun and Shuehu Minyan. On the contrary, Yunfei Risen was the one who truly inherited the will of fire. Therefore, he did not mind Lin Ren secretly advising him on how to become an excellent Hokage. It was difficult to say, yet simple. Either be like Lord Zhujian, overwhelming external enemies with overwhelming strength that defies all, or be like Lord Feijian, governing the village with calmness and wisdom. Yunfei Risen wanted both. At this moment, the third Hokage, who had never been ambitious, suddenly felt a surge of excitement. One more game? Lin Ren asked with a smile. One more game. Yunfei Risen nodded. In the next game of Go, the pace slowed down significantly. The fierce clashes of the previous game seemed never to have happened. The board was surprisingly harmonious. Taking advantage of the game, Yunfei Risen spoke casually. Recently, I heard you and Jing have been sneaking around together all day. Lin Ren chuckled. Don't blame me. He blocks me at the ninja school gate every day. I have no choice, he forced me into it. Hearing this, Yunfei Risen picked up the thread, as if chatting. What do you two talk about? Haven't you had enough talking all day? How could we have enough? We've long had enough, but that idiot Yuzhibo Jing is never satisfied. Lin Ren muttered inwardly, and then confessed, nothing much. That guy has gone crazy thinking about making babies all day. His wife is almost depressed because of him. Hearing this, Yunfei Risen instantly looked up, staring oddly at Lin Ren, who was still a child, and thought to himself, this guy talks like a damn old man. Unaware that he had been criticized, Lin Ren continued. He blocks me every day just to have me teach his son. He even says he wants his son to be as cunning as a fox, just like me. Uncle Risen, look, is that something a normal person would say? As he spoke, Lin Ren sighed with a look of grievance. Hearing this, Yunfei Risen also sighed, his face darkening. Also, he asked me how to instill the will of fire deep into a child's heart. Hearing this, Yunfei Risen suddenly became interested. He stopped playing and asked eagerly, did you have an answer? Yes. I told him to first have the child, then ask the Shanzhong clan to help stuff the will of fire directly into the child's brain. Lin Ren said matter-of-factly. Damn, I must be blind to ask you for an answer. Yunfei Risen's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Taking several deep breaths, he finally expelled the suffocating anger in his chest. This method is too shallow. Is there a better way? Yunfei asked shakily. Lin Ren nodded and said, Yuzhibo Jing's reaction was similar to yours. He also asked if there was a better method. I told him to first brainwash the child, and then send the child to the evil god cult. Maybe when he returns he'll be as smart as me, have Mangekyō like him, and have the will of fire etched in his heart. Perfect. Yunfei Risen had completely lost the desire to talk to this guy. Suddenly a question occurred to him. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. Lin Ren, what is your view on the will of fire? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Ren's hand, which was about to place a stone, froze. He slowly raised his head to look at Yuanfei Risen. Uncle, do you think someone with my experiences is still qualified to bear the burden of the entire village? As he spoke, Lin Ren scratched his head and added, the will of fire is an ideal, a goal. Uncle, do you think I would have such ethereal things as ideals and goals? What I have is just a little bit of emotion. That's what I would fight to protect. Lin Ren gave a free and easy smile, dropped the piece in his hand, and swiftly rose to leave the cemetery. Watching Lin Ren's dashing figure disappear into the sunset, Yuanfei Risen reached out and picked up the fallen piece. He then ordered to the empty surroundings, from now on no more surveillance on Shuafeng. Lin Ren, having given a slight nod to the Monkey King, Ren felt a sense of satisfaction as he walked home. During this period after the death of the second Hokage Senjutobarama, he had been living quite happily. Although it might sound a bit outlandish, Ren didn't want to deceive himself. He simply wanted to say the multiple shadow clone technique, forever a god. In his view, using the multiple shadow clone technique for battle or reconnaissance was simply a waste of Lord Tobarama's great invention. Isn't it better to use shadow clones to make money? Isn't it better to research other ninjutsu? Isn't it better to train various skills that he was too lazy to cultivate? This thing is simply the standard configuration for lazy people, a blessing for travelers. Thinking of this, Ren let out a slight sigh of regret. Although shadow clones are great, given his chakra amount, he could only produce 3 at a time, compared to Prince Naruto, who could create hundreds or even thousands. Ren was truly lacking. However, this also made Ren realize a disadvantage of being immortal: the total chakra amount. His current total chakra amount was roughly comparable to that of an average Chunin. After reaching this limit, no matter how he extracted or cultivated, this amount wouldn't increase, as if this was the cap of immortality. This suspicion was not unfounded. According to the chakra extraction technique, chakra is a form of energy synthesized from a person's spiritual energy and physical energy in a certain ratio. In other words, those with strong willpower possess more spiritual energy, while those with robust physiques have more physical energy. This is where the problem lies. Due to long-term high-intensity weight training, Ren's physical strength was only slowly increasing, and his muscle and bone strength was improving every moment. But the physical energy extracted from each of his cells seemed unchanged. He even suspected that in the original work, Haiden's chakra amount was only at the Genin level. After all, that guy seemed to lack a brain. The drawbacks of insufficient chakra were quite evident. He couldn't even think about using techniques like would release advent of the trees. However, Ren could still manage to use the Flying Thunder God technique with some skill. Thinking of this technique, Ren felt even more frustrated. Perhaps due to his complete insensitivity to space, cultivating this technique proved exceptionally difficult. With 70 or 80 shadow clones training outside the village for 24 hours, he could only manage pinpoint teleportation for a few meters, and even then, there was a high probability of splitting. To put it simply, the upper body would get through while the legs remained behind. Every attempt was accompanied by the demise of a shadow clone. Moreover, bearing the memories brought back by the shadow clones was quite burdensome. Even for someone like Ren, who was accustomed to losing his head, it was difficult to endure such continuous splitting pain, let alone an ordinary person without such special experiences. Experiencing the difficulty of cultivating the Flying Thunder God technique, Ren increasingly envied the talents of Senjutobarama and the future Minato Namikaze. Especially Minato, who had almost mastered the Flying Thunder God technique to an extremely profound level, able to cross the entire land of fire to quickly reach the battlefield. After all, the farther the range of this technique, the higher the difficulty and chakra consumption. However, fortunately, although the progress was incredibly slow like that of a snail, there was still some advancement. He believed that in the foreseeable future, he would become Hokage Mondo, able to go wherever he wanted. Fully embracing the spirit of AQ, his mood lifted once again. Stepping into the last rays of the sunset with light footsteps, just as he was about to enter his home, a familiar feeling suddenly washed over him, causing Ren to frown sharply. See, what is happening? Why did all the shadow clones training outside the village explode? Straining to recall the memories of the clones from earlier, Ren stroked his chin and pondered carefully. Based on the sense of compression returned by the clones, it should be an earth release or wind release technique. The range of the technique must be vast to take out nearly 70 of his clones at once. At this thought, a spark of curiosity arose in Ren's heart, who with nothing better to do would go after a bunch of shadow clones. Thinking that he was also quite bored, Ren decided to leave the village and confront this equally bored individual. Without wasting any time, he formed hand seals. Rat, dog, dragon, rat, dog, pig, snake, tiger. Shadow clone technique. With a bang, a clone appeared, and Ren pointed at the Kato household. You go back and sleep. After saying that, he tapped the ground with his toes, and his figure instantly vanished. To prevent this bored guy from running too far, Ren quickened his pace and rushed out of the village like a shadow. In less than 5 minutes, Rin managed to reach the area outside the village where the shadow clones were located from the Kato household deep within the village. At this moment, the place was in disarray, the ground resembling a place that had been gnawed by dogs, uneven and full of pits. Rin carefully examined the traces at the scene, attempting to find the whereabouts of this guy, when suddenly an incredibly faint and peculiar fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Such a familiar milky scent. Is this guy still not weaned? Just as he was complaining, Rin's eyebrows suddenly furrowed as a flash of memory struck him. No, it's Tsunade's scent. Without a second thought, Rin followed the dissipating smell and chased after it. There was no need to think too much. Tsunade was definitely in trouble. At this point in time, she should not have mastered her super strength yet, and wouldn't possess the ability to knock out all her clones in an instant. Most importantly, as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, she wouldn't be running outside the village at night. Unless she was kidnapped, the one who kidnapped her had to be at least a jonin. It was no longer a matter of whether to save her, it was a must to rescue her, and she had to be brought back safe and sound. Having been accustomed to the presence of the Earth Dogs, Rin clearly knew that they were no longer monitoring him. Just as he had just slipped away from the Umbu's surveillance, the princess of Konoha was kidnapped. This was as if yellow mud had fallen into his pants. It was not just shit, it was indeed shit. Thinking of this, Rin's heart tightened, and his speed increased further. Shadow clone technique. Rin formed hand seals, and with 3 soft thuds he poured all his chakra into creating 3 clones. Stay hidden and be ready to ambush at any moment. The shadow clones immediately slowed their pace, trailing behind Rin's main body. Then Rin once again mobilized his filled chakra. Sand and iron began to emerge from his back skin, coalescing into a sword larger than himself. Rin felt instantly relieved as the obscure feelings in his muscles dissipated and the blood flowing through his veins became lively. Expel the toxins and feel light as a feather. With a refreshing shiver, Rin pushed off with his legs, and his already uncatchable speed with the naked eye surprisingly quickened again. Having freed his body, Rin's base sprint speed had reached the level of the body flicker technique. Not far ahead, 3 figures dressed as ninjas were rushing forward. The man in the middle carrying a little girl with a high ponytail, it was Tsunade. Their direction was towards the northwest of Konoha, to the land of rice, where they would hand over the meat ticket to a boss who had offered a handsome sum. In other words, they were hired ninjas from a black market. Just as the 3 were hastening their pace, the ninja in the center, carrying Tsunade, suddenly frowned. Big brother, little brother. Someone is chasing us. How many? Asked the man at the end of the line. 1. Upon hearing this, Tsunade, who was feigning unconsciousness, suddenly froze. Her grandfather was from the Senju clan, and her grandmother was from the Uzumaki clan. Inheriting the strengths of these 2 great clans, Tsunade's physique was incredibly robust, making it quite difficult to knock her out. Naturally, hearing someone chasing after her made Tsunade feel joyous, but when she heard that there was only one person, her heart sank. Is it Uncle Hiruzen? Uncle Hiruzen, is that you? At this moment, anxious, Tsunade desperately hoped that the one chasing her was Sarutobi Hiruzen, but upon further reflection, she found her thoughts rather ridiculous. Uncle Hiruzen had just taken office as Hokage. How could he possibly chase after her alone to rescue her? Even if he did, there should be a large number of Umbu accompanying him. Thinking of this, an overwhelming despair once again surfaced in Tsunade's heart, and she couldn't help but feel deep regret. If only she had known, she should not have lingered by the Nanha River in the south, especially not wait until dark to return to the village. Quick, leave. Don't chase anymore. You'll die. Just as Tsunade was in utter anxiety, the 3 men who had kidnapped her landed. The bald man at the back was smearing oil paint on his face, his old and serious face looking extremely grim. Bing, you take the meat ticket and go ahead. I'll block the pursuers with E, and we'll regroup at the secret base on the border of the Land of Fire. No. Bing suddenly exclaimed, it's too fast, there's no time. After saying that, he cast a shadowy gaze towards the direction of Konoha. In that direction, the ground trembled slightly, trees burst apart, and wood chips flew as if a wild beast were rampaging towards them. Be cautious. A taijutsu ninja, the man named Jia said in a deep voice. Just as his voice fell, a handsome young man with a massive sword descended from the treetops. Boom. A loud crash echoed as the ground beneath the boy crumbled. Hey everyone, where are you taking our Konoha's princess of laundry boards? Oh ladies, where are you taking our Konoha's washboard princess? Rinnegan raised his head with a teasing tone, wearing a half-smile on his face. Hearing that familiar voice and tone, Tsunade, who was feigning unconsciousness, felt her vision darken. Why him? Damn it, he called me a washboard. The nickname she loathed the most made Tsunade grind her teeth in fury, trembling all over, nearly forgetting her kidnapping predicament. Bastard. He'll grow huge later and blind your dog eyes. Tsunade cursed Rinnegan in her heart, while Rinnegan, facing the 3 figures before him, felt his heart sink. The 3 men dressed in common civilian clothes formed a triangular formation, blocking Rinnegan's path. Though not a sensory ninja, Rinnegan could tell from their aura alone that they were formidable. Tisk, 3 Jonin, trouble. With his explosive power, he could easily handle 1 Jonin. Against 2 he might still win with some cunning and the advantage of his immortal body. But 3 Jonin made it extremely difficult. They could support each other using overlapping jutsu to restrain. Moreover, those who became Jonin rarely had weaknesses and were especially experienced. In the blink of an eye, a plan formed in his mind. As Rinnegan pondered, a blue-purple bolt of lightning shot toward him. Lightning released false darkness. Rinnegan frowned, vanishing instantly as the sneaky lightning struck empty air. Damn, a sneak attack. You can't play fair, you coward. From a tree branch a few meters away, Rinnegan glared at the 3 with contempt. Strong explosive power, not an ordinary brat. The leader Jia remained stone-faced, ignoring Rinnegan's taunts. His gaze swept over the ground where Rinnegan had stood, and he added rapidly, solid body taijutsu type. Keep your distance. Lao Air and I will hold him. Oh, Lao Sin, secure the hostage first, then assist us. Plan to end it quickly. After speaking rapidly, the 3 nodded in unison and scattered in an instant. Rinnegan didn't stop them, not because he didn't want to, but because he couldn't. Though the 3 had been clustered together moments ago, appearing as a perfect opportunity for a one-hit takedown, there was actually no opening to strike. If he rashly charged in Hiden and endured their jutsu, whether he could reduce their numbers was uncertain, but revealing his immortal body was almost inevitable. And his immortal body, as one of his trump cards, could only be exposed if he could ensure a kill. On the other side, Bing, carrying Tsunade, retreated to the edge of the battlefield. 3 silver rods were thrust into the ground in a triangle. Bing roughly threw Tsunade into the center of the triangle, staring down at her as she feigned unconsciousness. No need to pretend. Your heartbeat already betrayed you. With a sneer of contempt, Bing quickly formed hand signs. Lightning released lightning bind. With a crackle, a blue electric arc shot from his fingers, striking the 3 rods. Between them, 3 blue light screens appeared. The crackling hum of electricity filled the air. Seeing herself trapped by Bing's jutsu, Tsunade stopped pretending and rose swiftly, her face filled with seriousness. 100 meters away, Rinnegan, dodging various earth and fire jutsu, glanced at Tsunade and felt his heart sink. Damn, why did this girl wake up? How can I show off with my immortal body now? I can kill these 3 kidnappers, but I can't kill Tsunade. Just as Rinnegan was distracted, the ground beneath him suddenly turned slick. He looked down, his heart clenching. Mud swamp. Do you really want to stuff mud in my pants? Not far away, Jia knelt on one knee, hands in the boar seal, staring intently at him. Damn, 3 Jonin are such a hassle. As he complained, a wind sphere brimming with chakra shot toward him from another direction. In that instant, Rinnegan's hands moved rapidly. Substitution jutsu. With a bang, the wind sphere shredded the log into splinters. Rinnegan barely dodged that wind release and appeared on a distant tree, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. Close call. You really work well together. Hearing Rinnegan's compliment, Jia's expression remained unchanged, but he was inwardly shocked as he glanced at the dense cracks on a stone wall nearby. This brat had exceeded his expectations again. Not only was his physical fitness extraordinary, but his mastery of the substitution jutsu was flawless. Damn it, he looked barely 10 years old. Where did he find time for all this training? At 10, Jia himself had been a green genin. Yet this kid was going toe-to-toe with 2 seasoned jonin. If he hadn't been so proficient with the Earth Release Earth Shore Return technique, the brat might have succeeded in his aim. Still, he doubted Rinnegan could maintain peak stamina forever. Once the boy tired, they would have their chance. On the other side of the battlefield, Bing stared at Tsunade's cold expression through the cage and curled his lips in a cruel smirk. So cold-blooded, princess of Konoha. Watching your comrade fight for his life without a trace of worry. Tsunade remained silent, fixated on the battle, repeating a mantra in her mind. Rinnegan is a spy sent by the Hidden Rain Village, not a comrade, not a comrade, not a comrade. Suddenly the battle shifted. Rinnegan landed a surprise strike, obliterating Jia's head. But before Rinnegan could react, Jia's body turned into a clay clone, ensnaring him. A rapid wind blade then pierced his left shoulder joint, sending blood spraying. Seeing this, Tsunade gasped and rushed toward Rinnegan without thinking. But after only a few steps, the blue light screens between the rods blazed, accompanied by harsh crackling. Tsunade was instantly numbed by electricity and collapsed to the ground. Watching Rinnegan on the brink of defeat, Tsunade could no longer deceive herself. Sarutobi's words echoed in her mind. He's just a pitiful soul after all. Just a pitiful soul. A pitiful soul. At this thought, Tsunade could no longer hold back her tears, lifting her face from the mud. Rinnegan, run. Get out of here. You. Weren't you supposed to protect your sister? How can you die here? Tsunade's voice choked and grew softer. Hearing Tsunade's desperate cry, Rinnegan paused, momentarily stunned, and glanced in her direction. How does she know I'm protecting my sister? Ah, geez. Could it be Hiruzen, Sarutobi? Why can't you all keep your mouths shut? Seeing Rinnegan's momentary daze, Bing, who had been covertly watching him from behind Tsunade, brightened. Opportunity. Bing used body flicker to close in on Lin Ren, his hands forming seals rapidly. Lightning release false darkness. In an instant, a blue-purple lightning bolt struck Lin Ren, piercing his chest. Hit. All three kidnappers felt a surge of joy. But with a poof, Lin Ren transformed into a log. Shit, substitution jutsu. Watch for a sneak attack. Jia yelled anxiously. Before his words could echo, Lin Ren appeared behind Bing, fist clenched, aiming a heavy blow at the back of his head. Third, watch out. Jia cried out, forming seals instantly. In a blink, the earth rumbled, and a massive earthen wall rose between Lin Ren and Bing. Meanwhile, Bing didn't hesitate for a second. He dove forward without looking back. Staying away from this beast-like kid was their unanimous consensus. But unbeknownst to him, he was now only a step away from the log of Lin Ren's substitution jutsu. Seizing the moment, Jia and Yi launched a large-scale area jutsu at Lin Ren behind the earth wall. This time they would finish him off for good. The figure of Lin Ren, who had launched a sneak attack on Bing, was instantly engulfed by the oncoming ninjutsu. Just as Jia and Yi's faces lit up with delight, a soft thud rang out. The severely struck Lin Ren transformed into a plume of white smoke, dissipating rapidly. At the sight, Jia's pupils contracted into needlepoints, and he let out a startled cry. Damn! A shadow clone. Watch the surroundings immediately. Speaking rapidly, Jia swept his gaze over Yi and Bing, a foreboding sensation creeping into his heart. As expected, when his eyes landed on Bing, a chill ran through him. Bing stood exactly where Lin Ren had been struck by the lightning release false darkness, and the wooden log from his substitution technique had long since vanished. In its place was an arm drenched in blood. This not-so-thick arm protruded from Bing's chest, and in its blood-drenched hand clutched a still-beating heart. At that moment, Bing's face was rigid, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth. With excruciating slowness, he lowered his head and saw his own heart, the heart so vital to him. Night had deepened. For the first time, the bright moon peeked out from behind the clouds, casting its cold, clear light over the now silent battlefield. Through the treetops and leaves, the moonlight fell, illuminating behind Bing the grim and cruel sneer on Lin Ren's face. Stop! A piercing roar echoed through the forest. Too late. Lin Ren remained unmoved. With a gentle squeeze of his palm, he crushed the vibrant heart to pulp before the eyes of Jia and Yi. Far away at the edge of the battlefield, Tsunade lay weakly on her side, her tilted head taking in the scene. It felt as if a massive stone weighed on her chest, causing unbearable anguish. She had never witnessed such cruelty, or rather, as a student still attending the Ninja Academy, she had never had the chance to encounter such a bloody spectacle. Strangely, Tsunade felt no aversion toward Lin Ren, the perpetrator of this brutal performance. Gradually, she began to agree with Hiruzen Sarutobi's words. She found Lin Ren pitiable. What kind of reality could force a boy under 10 to harden his heart like iron? What kind of reality could allow Lin Ren to crush a person's heart without flinching? Cruelty is not innate. When the world inflicts pain upon one, only then does one return the world indifference. At that moment, Tsunade suddenly yearned to know Lin Ren's past, every detail of it. Shuafeng Lin Ren, if only you were a comrade of the village. On the battlefield, Bing, his eyes vacant, slowly collapsed, much like the numb Tsunade. Except he had lost even the privilege of breathing. He was dead. The kind even the reanimation technique couldn't revive, for his heart had been ground to paste scattered on the ground. Die. You must die. I'll smash every bone in your body. Die. Gazing at the lifeless Bing, Jia's cold expression evaporated, replaced by boundless fury. On the other side, Yi's expression was even more deranged. Die. Wind release wind cutter technique. Yi frantically formed hand seals, his speed nearly a blur. In an instant, a fiercely spinning gust of wind shot toward Lin Ren. With a cold sneer, Lin Ren vanished from his spot, his mind rapidly analyzing the situation. He had suspected earlier that these three looked alike. Now that Bing was dead, these two were reacting so vehemently. No doubt they were biological brothers. Excellent. Lose control, squander your chakra freely. Once you've exhausted it, I'll step in and finish off both of you idiots. Ninjutsu exploded, gales raged, flames burst forth, and the earth churned. Temporarily abandoning his offense, Lin Ren leaped about in the trees like a nimble monkey. Before long, the entire battlefield was blasted into a barren flatland by the relentless barrage. Damn it, stop running. Jia, no longer calm, clapped his hands together, his expression twisting grotesquely. It was clear he was going all out. Earth release, earth flow, river. Huh. Instantly, the battlefield's yellow mud surged, and the entire ground became viscous and soft. Lin Ren quickly leaped into the air, frowning as he looked down at the slow-flowing yellow mud beneath. Damn, this is tough. On the other side, he formed consecutive hand seals, his chest swelling. Fire release, head hard. Wind release, great breakthrough. The wind fanned the flames, and roaring fire swept across the sky. Midair and unable to dodge in time, Lin Ren also formed seals. Shadow clone technique. A puff of white smoke flashed, and a shadow clone appeared beneath Lin Ren's feet. Seizing the moment, he pushed off hard, propelling himself higher and barely evading the combined ninjutsu. Bastard. Seeing Lin Ren dodge, even his trump card, he already frantic, grew even more hysterical. His chakra was nearly depleted, yet Lin Ren remained full of vigor, dodging left and right, with his broken left arm slippery as an eel. He swept his gaze across the battlefield and spotted Tsunade trapped at the edge. A cruel smile curled on his lips. Big brother, hold him off. I'll be right back. Speaking rapidly, his eyes flicked towards Tsunade. Jia, his eyes bloodshot, understood immediately and mirrored the same cruel grin. With a burst of speed, he reached the edge of the battlefield. Meanwhile, Jia unleashed a relentless barrage of Earth-release Earth Dragon bullets. Lin Ren had no choice but to pull out his door-sized greatsword to shield himself, but the bullets pushed him farther and farther away. Because of the yellow mud on the ground, Lin Ren lost his greatest asset, speed. Without it, he could only summon shadow clones repeatedly to forcibly alter his trajectory. Now he stood before Tsunade, sneering cruelly at the helpless girl. As he pulled out the iron rod from the ground and stepped closer, Tsunade's heart grew increasingly frantic. Her body remained numb and stiff, unable to move even a fraction. Closer. He approached Tsunade, slowly drew a meter-long ninja sword from his back and pressed it against her neck. He turned his head toward Lin Ren, his face brimming with cruelty and vindictiveness. Kid, if you dared to chase after us alone, you must like this girl, huh? Hearing this, Lin Ren was thrown into pain. No way. Big brother, everything can be discussed. If you cut Tsunade down, I'll be in deep trouble. Damned if I do, damned if I don't. As he thought, Lin Ren summoned another shadow clone and used it as a springboard to dodge a volley of shurikens. Stop dodging. Otherwise I'll chop off this girl's leg first. He roared hysterically, his blade about to slice towards Tsunade. At this moment, Tsunade's heart was filled with despair. She took a deep breath and with her last ounce of strength screamed at Lin Ren, "Get out of here. You're not from Konoha. You don't have to save me. Get out." As she spoke, crystal tears slid down her. Hearing this, he whipped around, his face vicious, and kicked Tsunade in the face. The girl's pretty delicate face instantly swelled. Seeing this, Lin Ren's expression turned icy cold. He slowly landed, his legs sinking into the slippery yellow mud, his frigid gaze fixed on he not far away. He stared back unflinchingly, a dangerous smile of arrogance and cruelty on his lips, clearly confident he had Lin Ren cornered. Meanwhile, Jia seized the chance and threw a kunai. Clang! Lin Ren, his feet stuck in the ground, instinctively swung his door-sized greatsword and deflected the kunai. Seeing this, Jia's eyes blazed with fury. Damn brat, you dare block. He teach him a lesson. Slash the hostage's face. He paused briefly, then his eyes lit up as he brandished the ninja sword menacingly. Tsunade's heart was utterly crushed. She didn't want to die, and even less did she want her face scarred. Yet even so, she bit her lip hard, not making a single sound. She was afraid. Afraid that she would involuntarily beg Lin Ren for help, afraid that this boy would risk everything to save her. If possible, she wished Lin Ren would just walk away. After all, if he died, the fragile bonds he was protecting would vanish too. As the ninja sword was raised high and about to fall, Lin Ren's grim face suddenly split into a grin, his eyes blazing with a piercing light. With a sharp cry, another shadow clone he had prepared earlier appeared at the edge of the battlefield, not far from Tsunade. At that moment, the shadow clone raised its arm and hurled with all its might a square brick-like object. Scrawled crookedly on the brick were the words, "Mundo. Go wherever he pleases." Now, Lin, flying thunder god technique. The ninja sword was about to fall, but the brick appeared precisely between the blade and Tsunade. In that instant, time seemed to stand still. Lin Ren materialized perfectly above Tsunade, using the door-sized greatsword on his back to block the strike, but his two arms remained where they were. Having long lost his sanity, he could no longer endure Lin Ren's relentless tricks. He snatched Lin Ren's door-sized greatsword and swung again. With a thud, blood gushed from the deep wound on his back, bone deep. Lin Ren couldn't hold back and spat blood all over Tsunade's face. Their eyes met. Lin Ren's blood-flecked white teeth showed through a bitter smile. "If you die, I'll never be able to explain myself." Raising his ninja sword, he aimed at Lin Ren's heart and stabbed again. Puffed. The heart was pierced, and Lin Ren could no longer hold back, spitting out another mouthful of blood. Gazing at Gang's house, shrinking pupils, Lin Ren's face softened, and a faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Don't swallow my blood. It's highly poisonous." Lin Ren still remembered that scene from the Jashin cult. The experimental subjects injected with his blood had grass growing from their bodies, eventually turning into thickets of bushes. Gang's-ho stared blankly at Lin Ren's face, feeling as if time had stopped. Surging tears silently streamed down from the corners of her eyes. Lin Ren. For the first time, she called out his name. Gang's-ho struggled to reach out her hand, wanting to touch Lin Ren's stiffened face. Just then, he looked down at the pitiful pair, stretched out his foot, and with a disgusted expression kicked Lin Ren's. Even in death you cling to each other. How disgusting. Then I'll grant your wish and let you die together. As he spoke, he raised his ninja sword again, thrusting it at Gangsho, whose eyes were vacant. At that moment Jia rushed forward with Bing's corpse on his back, blocking a second brother. The obstacle is dead. Grab the hostage and complete the mission. We're still 2 hours away from the Land of Fire's border. Don't waste time. If Konoha's pursuers catch up, given our condition, we won't escape alive. Hearing this, he already exhausted sighed and nodded slowly. Just as the two prepared to carry Gangsho, who was like a puppet, the supposedly lifeless Lin Ren suddenly grinned his smile, like a corpse rising from the dead. In the distance at the spot where Lin Ren had fallen, two palms had somehow crawled together and were forming a hand seal in a bizarre manner. Sword come. With a mad roar, the massive door-like sword in Yi's grip trembled violently and slammed into him before he could dodge. Lin Ren had held back all along, keeping the magnet release as a hidden card waiting for this moment. Once the trump card was revealed, those two would surely be on guard. Zhao was far too skilled with earth release. Exposing the magnet release would have forfeited the last chance to turn the tables. That was why Lin Ren didn't even use the flying sword technique when he was being pummeled in midair. The two arms weren't left behind by the flying thunder god technique. Lin Ren deliberately left them to form hand seals unnoticed. Smack! A crisp sound. Yi's head burst like 10,000 peach blossoms. The door-like sword didn't stop, it swung toward Jia's head. Jia, being older and more experienced, managed to suppress his shock. His hands, stained with brains, formed a seal instantly, and he vanished with a body flicker technique. But Lin Ren wouldn't let him escape so easily. The lonely hands in the distance formed another seal. Damn your grandmother. Sword 23. In an instant, the massive door-like sword in the air disintegrated, scattering into magnetic sand and iron that transformed into 10 slender long swords shooting toward the spot where Jia reappeared. The speed of the swords increased dramatically. Jia, still dazed from the forced body flicker, saw countless flying swords hurtling toward him. Damn! Earth release, earth-style wall. In that moment, Jia chose his most familiar jutsu. The flying swords slammed into the rock-hard earth wall, sending debris flying. Unfortunately, the earth-style wall only covered one side. Lin Ren's swords came from all directions. Jia, draining his last chakra, conjured an enhanced earth-style wall. Suddenly, earth walls rose on all sides, forming a hemispherical mound that tightly protected him. The flying swords kept bombarding. In the distance, Lin Ren's hands changed seal, forming the Shin sign. The next moment, the 10 long swords split again, and countless short swords filled the sky, continuously assaulting Jia's earthen mound. Earth chips sprayed, yet under Jia's chakra reinforcement, the walls reformed. For a time, they were locked in stalemate. Still calling yourself Jia? Today I'll turn you into Red Center. His chakra draining rapidly, yet instantly replenished, Lin Ren licked his blood-drenched lips, determined to shave off that Jia's scalp. Inside the mound, Jia's veins bulged as he desperately squeezed out the last dregs of his chakra. He refused to believe that this brat who had fought so long still had chakra left, that this gravely wounded kid could hold on any longer. Lin Ren split his focus. One part controlled the flying swords to shave Jia's head, the other pondered the flaws of this sword 23 technique. As a variant application of magnet release, its full power wasn't realized. After all, Lin Ren created this technique not for show, but for future advanced applications of magnet release. As it stood, the power was lacking, and it demanded mental energy to control. The reason for the insufficient power was obvious: his own chakra reserves were too low. Currently, there were few ways to increase his total chakra. Either get a big sword like Samahata, or steal the Yin seal technique from Gangsho, or simply go big, capture a tailed beast, and seal it within him. Compared to the first two methods, Lin Ren was more inclined to become a Jinchuriki. He had a hunch that once he became one, he could let the tailed beast come and go from his body freely without dying. Then the problem arose: something that could enter and exit my body. Nine Tails with its gruff voice was out of the question. One Tail with its loose tongue and constant babbling was also no good. Three Tail had a shell with spikes, which was irritating. Four Tails Son Goku. I'm not your sister-in-law. Six Tails Saiken. That thing looked like a pile of white slime. Where would I even seal it in my body? Seven Tails Chome, an insect. Eight Tails Gyukiwell. Upon careful thought, Lin Ren was dumbfounded. What was left? Nothing much. Was he really going to learn the Yin seal from Gangsho and become a living power bank? Just as Lin Ren frowned in contemplation, Jia's semicircular grave mound stopped regenerating. With a thunderous crash, the mound collapsed, revealing Jia's corpse, his chakra completely drained. Without a word, Lin Ren reassembled the flying swords into the door-like blade and smashed Jia flat into a red center. After finishing everything, Lin Ren arched an eyebrow triumphantly and gave a playful whistle. Damn, I'm handsome. Then suddenly recalling something, he turned his head and saw Gangsho lying beside him. The girl was staring at him as if she'd seen a ghost. Oh no. Lin Ren's heart skipped a beat, and an awkward smile crept onto his face. So, could you help me pick up my arms? Lin Ren asked weakly. Hearing his faint request, Gang's-ho was momentarily stunned, then nodded furiously like a chick pecking at rice. Forgetting her numb legs, she stumbled to her feet and headed toward Lin Ren's lonely arms. Watching her shaky back, Lin Ren wiggled his toes and muttered, so awkward. But now a headache-inducing problem was right in front of him. His immortality had been exposed. What to do? No. This girl was already unlucky enough. Besides, the battle had been too loud as soon Konoha ninja would arrive. Although it was far from Konoha, they were still inside the land of fire. Any other ideas? Make her lose her memory. Damn, I don't have that kind of miraculous skill. Seduce her? That idea was actually pretty tempting. But this woman growing up would be a total spendthrift, completely opposite to my grand vision of becoming the richest man in the ninja world. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time. In that short time, Gang's-ho returned holding Lin Ren's arm. She pinched it with a dainty orchid finger, dangling it by the pinky, as if carrying a pile of dung. Lin Ren's face darkened instantly. Bastard. I risked my life to save you, and this is how you treat my two girlfriends and saviors. Hey there, washboard princess, help me, so my girl fry. Ahem. My arm's back on. As he spoke, Lin Ren struggled to turn over, revealing the ninja pouch on his buttocks. Hearing his words, Gang's-ho, unusually not angry, nodded seriously and reached for the pouch. Buttocks. A single Simbon needle and a thread. Clutching the needle and thread, Gang's-ho trembled as she approached Lin Ren. She didn't know that Lin Ren could easily do it himself, but because she had held his arm with such disgust, he wanted to mess with her. Simply put, his petty nature enjoyed using himself to gross others out. The work of stitching the arm continued. Tsunade was indeed a benchmark of medical ninjas, gifted with extraordinary talents. Gradually her hands became steadier and her expression turned remarkably focused. Soon Rin's arms were returned to where they belonged. Without changing his expression, he clenched his fists and couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. Tsunade, excellent craftsmanship. But are you serious about tying a bow at the interface of the stitches? Suppressing his urge to complain, Rin pretended to be faint from blood loss, sitting cross-legged with a weak expression, and sincerely said, "Thank you, Princess Tsunade." Kneeling beside Rin, Tsunade seemed not to have heard his words, still staring blankly at the gruesome wound. Even now, she had not adapted to such a brutal method of treatment. After all, when a normal person's arm is severed, it is indeed severed. Earlier, Tsunade had clearly seen Rin's heart pierced by lightning. She was not a fool. She was well aware of this boy's uniqueness. Yet, even so, Tsunade could not forget the scene of Rin suddenly appearing to block that knife. She also couldn't forget the sight of him spitting blood while smiling helplessly. As Tsunade's face turned increasingly rosy, Rin reached out and waved his hand in front of her. Princess Tsunade. Princess Tsunade. Is your brain malfunctioning? Tilting his head, Rin rubbed his chin with a puzzled expression. In the next moment, Tsunade couldn't help but roll her eyes. Although she didn't know why she rolled her eyes, she just wanted to. Clearly, it was a beautiful scene. Under the moonlight, in an empty forest, a chaotic battlefield, a young boy and girl sat facing each other. It should have been a gaze filled with affection, yet unexpectedly this guy came up and said, "Is your brain malfunctioning?" It completely ruined the atmosphere. "What's wrong?" Tsunade asked expressionlessly. Seeing that Tsunade had come to her senses, Rin awkwardly scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Can we not talk about today's incident when we return to the village? Although he knew the hope was slim, Rin still prepared to ask. In fact, he was already ready to escape. After all, the third Hokage had taken office, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, although somewhat imposing in his youth, was actually softer at heart. On the contrary, after aging, he appeared kind and benevolent, but in essence he was an old tough guy. This probably reflected the change in mindset brought by strength. When one is powerful, there is nothing to fear, thus able to freely express kindness. Yet when strength diminishes, one becomes distrustful of everyone. At this moment, since he had saved Princess Tsunade, Sarutobi Hiruzen would likely not make things difficult for Rin considering this act. With his muscles tense, Rin was ready to knock her out if Tsunade refused or made things difficult, then escape. Tsunade remained silent for a moment, then raised her head, revealing her delicate and beautiful face, staring intently at Rin. "So if I don't agree, you plan to leave Konoha?" "What the hell?" Rin was instantly shocked. "This girl, is she that sharp? Wasn't it agreed that big-breasted girls are brainless? How can you betray your character?" With his gaze dropping and looking into the distance, "Fine, whatever." Tsunade didn't pay attention to Rin's somewhat lewd gaze, or perhaps at her age, she couldn't distinguish between lewd and shameless. She just stared blankly into Rin's eyes. Avoiding her gaze, Rin sighed helplessly and nodded slowly. "What about Ri?" Tsunade asked again. Having seen many things, Rin sighed deeply once more, his expression suddenly turning somewhat desolate, as he self-comfortingly smiled bitterly. "It's fine, she knows where I hide my money, and 900 Rio will last her a long time. Besides, the children at the orphanage will take care of her." As for Uncle Hiruzen, I believe he will let Ri grow up, well considering I haven't caused trouble in Konoha. After hearing Rin's words, Tsunade's expression suddenly turned stubborn as she grabbed Rin's collar. Then tell me, why can't we tell Uncle Hiruzen about what happened tonight? Why do you have to leave Konoha if I don't agree? Hearing this, Rin forced a smile. Tsunade, this girl really hasn't seen darkness. Thinking of this, Rin gently pried Tsunade's hand away and spoke to himself while lowering his head. Since you know I came from the Rain Village, you probably also know that I escaped from the evil god cult. Tsunade nodded. I've heard Uncle Hiruzen say that you have suffered a lot. In response, Rin's lips curled into a slow smile hidden in the shadows. What kind of suffering? Tsunade was stunned. What kind of suffering? She had never thought about it. Perhaps in her mind, as a child used for sacrifice, subjected to various torments, was still the most painful suffering. Look, said Rin, raising his left hand and taking out a kunai with his right. With a swift motion, the kunai pierced through his palm, blood splattering. Is this called suffering? Rin shook his head with a smile. This doesn't even count as the faintest pain. After saying that, heedless of Tsunade's horrified gaze, the kunai flashed, and in an instant 5 fingers fell to the ground. How about this? Is it painful? Perhaps the faintest pain. Rin wore a smile devoid of warmth, quietly gazing at Tsunade. And then there's burning, slicing, drying, electrocuting, disemboweling, extracting the heart, sawing open the head, and so on. Of course, because I lack the tools and I'm afraid of pain, I won't demonstrate them all for you. Upon hearing this, Tsunade felt a chilling sensation rise from her back, rushing to the top of her head. She was just a child, as she had never seen such inhumane methods. She also understood that if she told Sarutobi Hiruzen about what happened tonight, why would Rin rather escape than stay in Konoha? This was a choice that didn't require choosing. At that moment, inexplicable feelings surged in her heart, overpowering her fear, and Tsunade suddenly hugged Rin tightly. I won't say anything, not even if I die. Come back with me back to Konoha. Holding Rin's head tightly, Tsunade spoke with unwavering determination. Hearing this, Rin grinned broadly, silently laughing. Damn, I finally managed to fool this girl. It wasn't easy. Indeed, dealing with girls requires activating their maternal instincts. As for married women, just pamper them until they become like children. The Sea King truly does not deceive me. But speaking of which, having a finger cut off really does hurt. Am I getting too cocky lately? Have I been getting less beaten up? You're pressing on my finger. Rin, held by Tsunade around his neck, weakly said. A vein suddenly popped on Tsunade's forehead. You bastard. At a time like this, you're still worried about your finger? A beautiful girl like me is in your arms. The atmosphere. Pay attention to the atmosphere. Don't speak. Tsunade stubbornly tightened her embrace around Rin's neck, feeling his warm body temperature and his heart that was reluctant to beat. Damn, has this guy's heartbeat stopped? This is truly a 359-degree angle of ruining the atmosphere. The remaining 1 degree is for the caged bird. Just closing my mouth can leave me speechless. Tsunade's face darkened, and she angrily pushed Rin away. Your heartbeat is gone. Huh. Rin was taken aback, then lifted his shirt to glance at the gaping wound on his chest, internally complaining. Isn't that obvious? It's been pierced through. Can it still beat? What kind of beating could it do? If it jumped, wouldn't it just leak blood? But looking at Tsunade's threatening expression, Rin shrank his neck and awkwardly smiled. How about you wait a moment? Maybe it will want to beat again in a while. Looking at Rin's carefree smile, Tsunade's heart suddenly softened, and she bit her lip as she took out the sewing needle and thread. Forget it, I'll sew it up for you. Just as she was about to start, Tsunade suddenly thought that if she became Rin's girlfriend in the future, wouldn't she never have to worry about this guy dying on the battlefield? Damn, can this work? Seeing Tsunade wanting to perform heart surgery on him, Rin shook his head repeatedly. He wasn't worried, he simply didn't trust Tsunade's skills. If the stitching is good, there's no problem, but if it's poorly done, he would have a heartbeat irregularity, and who could stand that? It would be better to just dig it out and let it grow back. Thinking of this, Rin suddenly shivered. Princess Tsunade, forget it, it will heal by itself soon. Upon hearing this, Tsunade suddenly became shy, speaking in a barely audible voice. Just call me Tsunade, or you can call me Shaogang. Rin didn't hear a word, only noticing Tsunade's flushed cheeks, feeling that this girl had a serious problem. Why are we blushing while talking normally? Ahem. Princess Tsunade, then we agreed when we go back. Before Rin could finish his sentence, Tsunade's long eyebrows suddenly furrowed, and she grabbed Rin's ear, shouting angrily, you are not allowed to call me Princess Tsunade. Call me Shaogang. Damn. Whoever marries this girl in the future will be the unluckiest. She's so violent at a young age, what if she breaks 6 ribs when she grows up? However, for the safety of his ears, Rin nodded repeatedly, like a chick pecking at rice. Shaogang, Shaogang, I will call you Shaogang from now on. By the way, doesn't your onyx have the hidden ability of shattered armor? How could you grab my ear so quickly? Hearing Rin's words, Tsunade finally released her grip in anger. Nevertheless, her charming appearance was still quite beautiful, especially her golden hair and proud high ponytail. For a moment, Rin was actually mesmerized. In the tranquil forest, everything fell silent as Tsunade leaned against Rin with her head lowered, her cheeks slightly pink, as if she wanted to rely on him until the end of time. Suddenly Rin was jolted and his gaze regained focus. More than a kilometer away in the grass, his shadow clone dispelled the shadow clone technique, returning with memories. It turned out that a large number of Umbu led by Uchiha Kagami were rushing over. At the same time, Rin sensed faint disturbances in the northwestern border. With this in mind, he realized that even if he did not save Tsunade, she definitely would not be taken away by people from other villages. However, not saving Tsunade meant there might be suspicions about him. But saving Tsunade using that body called Bing could completely eliminate suspicion. After all, Konoha possesses secret techniques to probe the memories of the deceased. This was also the reason why Rin had to smash the heads of Jia and Yi. These two had witnessed his special physique. Although they might not deduce the information about his immortality, cautious Rin would not allow any slip-ups. As for Tsunade, Rin believed that as long as she was unwilling to speak, no one could force her. After all, her grandmother Tsunade Senju was the wife of the first Hokage, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and a princess of the Uzumaki clan. Uzumaki Mido was still alive. Even if one did not mention Uzumaki Mido, simply based on her identity as the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, no one would dare to pressure her. He spoke slowly. Someone's coming. It must be the Umbu. Rinnegan said while right in front of Tsunade. He swallowed the iron sand that had scattered across the sky back into his body. The iron sand surged into his body. Rinnegan picked up the severed finger from the ground, and the iron sand flowed slowly, reattaching it. Only after everything was tidied up did he let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, if Tsunade hadn't woken up, he wouldn't have been forced to use the Flying Thunder God technique, turning his short-sleeved shirt into a sleeveless one. Just thinking about it made Rinnegan wince with pain. After all, a short-sleeved shirt cost 200 taels. That was enough for 20 skewers of meat and 60 dumplings. Damn, what a loss. He should have just stayed home and gone nowhere. As he pondered, countless figures suddenly appeared in a flurry. Leading them was none other than Uchiha Kagami, who had recently formed an eccentric duo with Rinnegan. Uchiha Kagami's face lacked its usual sunny smile. He stared at Rinnegan with a stern expression. The Umbu members swiftly moved forward instantly, taking Tsunade away from Rinnegan's side, while the remaining Umbu watched him warily. It is you, isn't it, Rinnegan? I spotted your shadow clone earlier. Uchiha Kagami spoke, his gaze quickly sweeping over the uneven battlefield and the corpses of Jia, Yi, and Bing. He let out a slow sigh of relief, and his tone suddenly carried a hint of teasing. Looks like you'll be spending 2 more days in the Konoha dungeon. Again. This. Rinnegan almost burst out laughing. This time he would definitely throw that specially made brick into the archives room. Just as Rinnegan barely suppressed his joy, Tsunade interjected. Rinnegan saved me. The girl's voice was remarkably calm. Hearing this, Uchiha Kagami was about to explain, but Rinnegan waved his hand at Tsunade. No. This is the Umbu's standard procedure. As law-abiding villagers of Konoha, we must comply. Uchiha Kagami and the Umbu present all silently spat in their hearts. Damn it, who are you trying to fool? Everyone here knew you were a traitor. Hearing Rinnegan's words, Uchiha Kagami nodded with a peculiar expression. By the way, Rinnegan, is it appropriate for you to be so well versed in this? Rinnegan raised his hands without any resistance, signaling surrender. Beside him, a man wearing a dog-headed mask reluctantly approached Rinnegan. Hey brother, dog missed you dearly after just one night. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the other Umbu behind their masks all shot toward Tugu. Countless gazes converged on Tugu. Instantly Tugu felt as if he had hemorrhoids, and as if a mole had grown on his, but nearly forgetting how to walk. Fuming, he placed shackles on Rinnegan, then pushed him like a wronged little wife. You bastard, I didn't watch you for one night, and you stir up such a huge mess. But his tone sounded more like a wife scolding her husband for losing money at mahjong. Tsunade watched, feeling a wave of unease wash over her. The Umbu dungeon. It was the familiar room 233, the familiar series of the Tale of Genji books. The only difference was that this time Tugu had lent him a color-illustrated edition. Rinnegan lay on the bed, his nostrils stuffed with tissue paper, reading with great relish. Just as he reached the fascinating chapter on the Rokujin residence, the cell door suddenly opened. Tugu strode over, snatched the color-illustrated book from Rinnegan's hand, and seeing the greasy finger marks on the pages, his face behind the mask darkened like the bottom of a pot. Sakura, Rinnegan, Lord Sarutobi wants to see you. Me? Rinnegan raised an eyebrow. Normally, with Bing's corpse and Tsunade's testimony, he should have been released after a few days in confinement. Why did he need to be summoned? Could it be to thank me? Thinking this, Rinnegan nodded reluctantly, and then taking advantage of Tugu's inattention, he snatched back the Tale of Genji. Brother dog, let me borrow it for 2 more days. No. Tugu grabbed the book from Rinnegan, formed a single hand seal, and used a body flicker technique to appear outside the door. Rinnegan stared blankly at his empty hand, then looked up at Tugu, carefully tucking the book into his chest, feeling utterly screwed. Damn it, buddy, are you that petty? Tuga chuckled. Lend it to you. Everyone knows you never return anything you borrow from Kato Ichiboku. Do you think I'm unaware? And you still haven't returned the set of the tale of Genji you borrowed from me last time. Miser, Rinnegan muttered, stepping out of the cell and following Tugu. Soon they arrived at the Hokage's office. After a soft knock and receiving permission, Tugu led Rinnegan inside. Entering the office, the first thing that caught the eye was the enormous desk, but it was no longer tidy. Various documents were piled high, scrolls lay open, and everything was scattered. Behind the mountain of papers, wisps of smoke rose steadily. Drawing closer, Hiruzen, Sarutobi, pipe in mouth, was tugging at his hair while writing something with a brush. Seeing Rinnegan enter, he immediately waved his hand at those around. The surrounding Umbu nodded in unison and left the Hokage's office. Rinnegan stepped forward, peering at Hiruzen Sarutobi through the towering stacks of documents. Uncle Sarutobi, is there anything you need? Hearing this, Hiruzen slowly took a draw from his pipe, stood up, and looked at him with a hint of appreciation. Rinnegan, thank you for rescuing Tsunade. At this, Rinnegan shook his head dismissively. No thanks needed. I was saving myself. Besides, even without me, they couldn't have taken Lady Tsunade away. Hiruzen's satisfaction deepened. Last night, the intelligence division had released their analysis. These 3 ninjas had been hired by a client codenamed Amaya to come to Konoha and kidnap Tsunade. The 3 were blood brothers, disgruntled with the rule of the Takigakure leader. They had defected from the village and took on mercenary work through the bounty exchange. According to intelligence from a mole in the bounty exchange, the client Amaya had close ties with the Land of Lightning. The Land of Lightning again. Hiruzen's brow furrowed deeply. The death of Lord Tobarama had been linked to Kumogakure of the Land of Lightning, and Danzo even suspected it was part of Kumogakure's sinister plot. They had feigned discord between Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and the second Raikage then suddenly attacked and ambushed Lord Tobarama with the 6 Paths tools. Honestly, Hiruzen had been reluctant to believe that the kind-hearted second Raikage could do such a thing, but after becoming Hokage, his perspective had shifted. Empathy told him that for the sake of the village and its comrades, if it meant eliminating such a great threat, he would be willing. Moreover, this kidnapping of Tsunade also seemed to involve Kumogakure. With that thought, Hiruzen's resolve hardened. Rinnegan, actually, I have a favor to ask of you. What favor could Hiruzen Sarutobi ask of me? What special skill do I have that would make the Hokage seek my help? Without a second thought, Rinnegan shook his head instinctively. Sorry, I can't. Find someone else. Hearing this, Hiruzen, who was puffing on his pipe, choked and coughed heavily, spraying pipe ash everywhere. Ahem. Rinnegan, don't you want to hear the request first? No. If I listen, Rinnegan shook his head so hard it nearly came off. No way, even if the reward was incredible, he wasn't doing it. And besides, it was bound to be bad news. Hiruzen was taken aback by Rinnegan's refusal. Suddenly his eyes twinkled, and he shook his head with a sigh. Oh, what a pity. Rinnegan eliminated 3 highly skilled, well-coordinated jonin. I was thinking that once you had some tangible merit for Konoha ID, make an exception and promote you directly to jonin. TSK, such a shame. Hearing this, Rinnegan nodded along, feigning regret. Yeah, TSK, a real shame. Shame your head. Everyone knows that Konoha's genin are the strongest. Don't try to stop me. I want to be a genin for life. Seeing that Rinnegan was mimicking him, Hiruzen's face flushed red from suppressed frustration. He took a deep breath, pushed down his irritation, and spoke again. I had originally planned that after this mission I'd assign you a two-bedroom, 1 living room apartment on Maple Leaf Tea Street. But now I think we'll have to put that off for later. Rinnegan laughed. Maple Leaf Tea Street was a nice area right next to the Hokage building, but a two-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. Who are you fooling? You, the esteemed Hokage of Konoha, the head of the Sarutobi clan. Is this how you test a cadre? What cadre could withstand such a test? His inner thought was a two-bedroom, 1 living room apartment on T Street, cost only 85,000 taels. He had easily made 4,000 taels just by feigning an accident at the Uchiha compound. Did this pittance think it would buy his life? Forget it. Besides, he had been earning a fair amount by using shadow clones to forge iron, totaling around 1700 to 1800. Combined with his previous 8000, he was close to 1 million. With 1 million taels, he could buy a 3-bedroom, 2 living room, 1 kitchen, 2 bathroom, 120 square meter apartment. Much better. Or he could use 1 million taels to buy land outside the village and start a business, and head be set. A 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment. That's for beggars. Seeing Rinnegan's contemptuous expression, Hiruzen's face finally darkened. Gritting his teeth, he made a decision. He'll add another 5,000 taels for operational expenses. Do it or not. No. Rinnegan shook his head repeatedly. He had come to loathe the term operational expenses, because whenever it came up, a 3-year commitment followed. After talking this long, Rinnegan would be foolish not to know what Hiruzen wanted him to do. The only things he was good at and good at well were being a double agent and an infiltrator. The thought of being sent from Mangekyō to Konoha as a spy and then being dispatched by Konoha to another village as a spy filled Rinnegan with instinctive revulsion. It wasn't about the spying itself. It was, how to put it, just disgusting. He couldn't imagine introducing himself like this. This humble one is Sakura Rinnegan. I am the leader of Mangekyō, the consort of the Hokage of Konoha, the consort of the Mizukage of Kirigakure, the consort of the Tsuchikage of Awagakure, the Umbu captain of Sunagakure, and the captain of the Raikage guard from Kimogakure. At first glance it sounds impressive, but on second thought, well, it actually is impressive. After all, he had achieved peace in the shinobi world, a feat that even Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha couldn't accomplish. Of course only in bed. No. Rinnegan shook his head violently, banishing that tempting thought from his mind. Seeing that Rinnegan was completely impervious to inducements, Hiruzen was utterly speechless. This guy, had he already forgotten that he was a spy? And he was refusing to leave. Ahem. At his wit's end, Hiruzen pulled out his final card, genuine emotional appeal. Rinnegan, my boy. Don't you want to know who orchestrated the kidnapping of Tsunade? Hiruzen's eyes flickered meaningfully. Rinnegan sighed helplessly. You're going to say it's Kimogakure, aren't you? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen instinctively stepped back, twice once again, stunned by Rinnegan. How on earth did this guy's mind work? Had he gathered intelligence from somewhere again? Or had someone leaked information? At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally grasped the true, astonishing nature of Rinnegan. Before he became Hokage, he had only found Rinnegan remarkable, but now as Hokage, he sensed an unsettling quality in Rinnegan. No wonder. This guy had always been impervious to lures, rejecting all benefits, making Hiruzen think he was indifferent to wealth. In truth, Rinnegan had long seen through his intentions. At the same time, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally understood the words of teacher Tobirama. Why must this man be kept away from Konoha's high ranks? His teacher had foreseen that when facing Shuafeng, Rinnegan Hiruzen would be overwhelmed by a crushing sense of intellectual inferiority. Ahem. Collecting his thoughts, Sarutobi Hiruzen cleared his throat and said, Rinnegan, where did you gather this intelligence this time? Rinnegan looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen as if he were an idiot. Uncle, are you tired? I think you should go home and rest early. Ignoring Rinnegan's sarcastic tone, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his hand. I'm not tired. Just tell me. Rinnegan pursed his lips in exasperation. First confirm what I can do. What can a brat under 10 accomplish? Rinnegan shrugged, spreading his hands. A spy. And can such a brilliant spy be sent to a small village? No. Seeing Rinnegan shamelessly boast about his brilliance, Sarutobi Hiruzen darkened his face, signaling him to continue, while mentally noting not to hit him. That narrows the choices: land of lightning, land of wind, land of earth, and land of water. In land of wind and land of earth, there's Hanzo the Salamander. Frankly, even if everyone else dies, he might not. Sunagakure and Awagakure pose little threat. Pass. Then there are the land of water and land of lightning. The land of water borders Yuzushio village of Yuzushio-gakure. To put it bluntly, Konoha and Yuzushio's relationship is I take the blame, you die. So Kirigakure isn't a major threat. Pass. That leaves only the land of lightning. Moreover, the second Hokage Tobirama passed away not long ago, so it's natural for his disciples to seek revenge. Hearing Rinnegan's rapid-fire analysis, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help nodding. This guy's casual words made the entire international situation clear, far more logical than that bastard Danzo's claims. Danzo had fooled him into believing Sunagakure was a massive threat that required vigilance. Kirigakure was sharpening its blades, and then he insisted their lack of fertile land would lead to war. Sarutobi Hiruzen admitted Danzo had a point, but at present Rinnegan's analysis fit the reality better. And 2 decades later, the Second Great Ninja War proved Rinnegan's words. Hanzo the Salamander became an unkillable boss for the 3 nations of wind, earth, and fire. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen silent, Rinnegan shook his head, sighed, and spoke first. Hiruzen, uncle, is there no one else? Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. There are but none as prodigious as you at this age. If they infiltrate Kimogakure, they can at most pose as merchants or residents. Humph. Rinnegan sneered, inwardly cursing. Quite ambitious. He expects me to worm my way into Kimogakure's high ranks. Doesn't he know those idiots are black and white? Do I have to get a tan? Thinking this, Rinnegan's expression hardened and his tone grew serious. Hokage-sama, what about Shuafeng Li? I chose Konoha to give her a happy childhood, not to make her wander and suffer with me. Seeing Rinnegan's earnest expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen also turned serious. He knew the moment had come. If he could convince Rinnegan to infiltrate the land of lightning, he could not only uncover its secrets, but also fulfill his teacher's wish to keep Rinnegan away from Tsunade, preferably severing any ties. The village and I will take good care of her, Sarutobi Hiruzen stated firmly. Hearing this, Rinnegan shook his head resolutely, his gaze locked on Hiruzen. That answer won't do. He knew this man had precedent even if that precedent wasn't his own. Naruto, the posthumous son of the Fourth Hokage, should have been hailed as the village's hero. But look at how instant noodles, expired milk called a demon fox a lonely childhood. In Rinrin's eyes, the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai was nothing but Byakugan. In front of this guy, every villager's Kekkei Genkai might as well be Byakugan. Yet the real Byakugan user Hinata was kind and gentle to him. What bitter irony. He couldn't interfere with Naruto, but Lee. He shuddered to think of such a fate. Anyway, according to Konoha Umbu's intel on Rinrin loyalty, he didn't care about Konoha, only those he cared about. Seeing Rinrin refuse Sarutobi, Hiruzen fell silent. Rinrin's hard stance was simple. He had a backup. A clone had already left the Land of Fire's border carrying a brick. Whenever he wished, he could fly away, leaving behind perhaps an arm or leg. They would grow back anyway, just a matter of time. And once his wings were strong, he could return to the village, and after all, he had left because he lacked power. Now strong returning would naturally earn him respect. As for the 8 gates, Rinrin thought Conan is so cute. Nagato is amazing. He'll follow Nagato and starve 9 meals in 3 days. When Nagato became the first Hokage in the sky, Rinrin would sneak into the archive, swipe the sealed scroll, and make a clean getaway. But Sarutobi Hiruzen's next words temporarily shelved that plan. I mentioned this to Tsunade. Hearing that, Rinrin grumbled inwardly, why must you tell that little girl everything? What he didn't know was that Sarutobi Hiruzen had already sensed Tsunade's unusual feelings for Rinrin. Before Rinrin could ask, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep drag from his pipe and continued. Tsunade said she can help take care of Lee and let her live at her place. Hearing this, Rinrin gasped. This was completely acceptable. Not only acceptable, it was the optimal choice. After all, who would dare bully the chubby little girl by Princess Tsunade's side? With that thought, Rinrin gave a thumbs up and nodded emphatically. Great, I think it's perfect. Also, from now on, I'm not her brother. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, pondered for a while, then finally understood, his heart a mix of emotions. Rinrin's move was clear, but he also felt himself growing further from this youth. Beyond severing his bond with his sister Lee, this gesture revealed not only infinite love for Lee, but also absolute distrust of the village and himself. Rinrin was certain his identity would be exposed, causing an uproar in the village, and ultimately affecting Lee. From where would his identity leak? Who knew his identity? The fact that he considered Tsunade caring for Lee a good thing showed he trusted her. But the rest, including Hiruzen, did he trust them? The answer was no. An unequivocal no. Rinrin, now in informant mode, thought fast and spoke to Sarutobi Hiruzen again. Hokage-sama, after I leave Konoha, please handle my communications with Mangekyō for me. There should be Umbu operatives who can imitate my tone. By the way, Tsuchi the dog can do it. Saying this, Rinrin scratched his head. Oh, and keep asking about Shuixion's recent state. Don't let Hanzo the Salamander think I've forgotten him. Watching Rinrin ramble like an old man, Sarutobi Hiruzen pursed his lips, suddenly feeling that before he became Hokage, he and Rinrin had been sincere. But now why had they descended into scheming? Thinking this, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and made a decision. Ahem. Rinrin. Hearing his name, Rinrin paused, looking at Hiruzen with slight confusion. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a long while before finally speaking. Rinrin Shuafang Shuexiong is dead. As he finished, Sarutobi Hiruzen fixed his gaze on Rinrin's eyes, his muscles tensed. He was ready to subdue Rinrin if he lost control. Hearing this, Rinrin froze, his mouth opening in jerky motions. In that moment, Shuixion's voice and visage flooded his mind. The stern, serious look when teaching chakra extraction, the awkward comfort when Hanzo rejected him, the eagerness like a child showing off a new toy when dragging him to Kabukicho, the lecherous smile when embracing Mia and Yukiko, the devastated look when learning Hanzo's plan, the worried, reluctant expression at farewell, and the furtive, comical way he shoved the secret scroll into Rinrin's hand. As he remembered, a crystal-clear tear slid down from the corner of his eye. So this is what loss feels like. Letting out a long breath, Rinrin wiped the tear from his eye in one swift motion, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and forced a stiff smile. Sorry, please excuse my outburst. Where was I? Yes, about imitating my handwriting. Thighs. Very simple. As he spoke, Rinrin's voice choked. Trembling, he jerked his head up, pursed his lips, and flashed a placating smile at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sorry. I am a bit out of sorts. Ill. Go back. Now. Clenching his teeth, he bid farewell in a gentle tone. A clear liquid, whether tears or snot, slowly dripped from his nostril. Step by step, more a shuffle than a walk, he reached the door, opened it like a marionette, and left the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared blankly at Rinrin's retreating figure. He wanted to say something, but the words caught. He had expected Rinrin to rage, to lose all reason. He had expected Rinrin to roar, to charge recklessly at Mangekyō. He had expected Rinrin to descend into darkness, to hate the world with manic fury. What he hadn't expected was that Rinrin would simply cry like a child who had lost his father. So helpless. The sky began to drizzle soon, turning into a curtain of rain that shrouded heaven and earth. Standing before the grand window, Sarutobi Hiruzen smoked his pipe incessantly. The soft crackle of burning tobacco was swallowed by the rain. He watched the child on the street staggering through the rain like a living corpse, the child who once always stood straight, but now hunched over, the child who trembled, collapsed helplessly into the rainwater, and wept like the child he was, Shuafeng Linren. In the darkness, a faint rustling sound muttered, occasionally accompanied by suppressed giggles that sent shivers down one's spine. Reincarnation he. Corpse. Impure world reincarnation. Shanjiu Banzang. Shanjiu Shinda. Giggle giggle. Yukaha Ban. Peach. My. The long night passed, and dawn once again spilled across the earth. Early in the morning, Lin Ren, clutching his head, as if hungover, walked out of the inn with a pained expression. Behind him, Tugu, wearing a doghead mask, followed with unsteady steps. Tugu's orders were to monitor, protect, and prevent any reckless actions by Lin Ren. And last night, he wasn't even sure if he had carried out those duties. Simply put, he had amnesia. Though he didn't know what happened last night, his instincts and every premonition in his body frantically warned him, don't think about it. Never think about it. And as someone who was both cautious and slightly timid, he naturally declared that he wanted to think. Lin Ren, walking ahead, turned his head and looked at Tugu, brother dog. Before he could finish, Tugu violently stepped back twice, swiftly and deftly covering his eyes. You, don't turn around, don't make that neck-twisting motion, I'm goddamn scared. Tugu shrieked. Lin Ren's face darkened. Damn bastard, I just turned my head, and you're afraid. But damn, you've got some high notes. After temporarily calming Tugu, Lin Ren took him to a grimy noodle shop. Boss 2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen. Beside him, Tugu tremblingly tugged at the boss sleeve, and added weakly, boss, I don't want any meat. No fish, no pork, nothing. Coming right up. Soon the noodles were served. Itadakamasu. Lin Ren split his chopsticks and lifted a bundle of noodles, ready to shove them into his mouth. Before him, Tugu shrieked again. You, close your mouth. Lin Ren was utterly speechless. I did let out something last night that shouldn't have been released, but you don't have to be this scared. And you call yourself an Under the dog mask, Tugu rolled his eyes, gave a prideful snort, carried his bowl to an adjacent table, and began slurping noisily. Lin Ren was left speechless. He simply ignored the guy, wolfed down his noodles, and recalled everything that had happened yesterday. Yesterday, Yuanfei Risen told him that Shuexiong was dead, and he was devastated. It felt like losing a father. Later, grief-stricken, he found an inn and rented a room. At that time, Tugu was crouched on the beam. Overwhelmed with sorrow, Lin Ren didn't notice Tugu's presence. He lay on the bed and unleashed that monster. Then Tugu, having witnessed it all, developed a stress-induced psychological disorder triggered by Lin Ren's slightly twisted movements. Actually, calling it a monster wasn't quite accurate. Lin Ren had simply temporarily set aside his morality, honor, responsibility. All the emotions, what remained was an absolute, rational, morally unrestrained, and utterly insane madman. Using this madman, Lin Ren came up with a brilliant idea, a way to bring Shuexiong back. The side effect was an indiscriminate mental contamination of everything around him. After all, in the face of anything incomprehensible, the mind is fragile and helpless. But humanity's strength lies in this. I may not understand now, but once you let me figure it out. Sorry now. Lin Ren could see that Tugu was in that state now, struggling to adapt to him. Simply put, the guy was evolving, mentally strengthening. As for the benefits, wouldn't being immune to Genjutsu count? After all, Genjutsu are created by normal, understandable shinobi. Being able to adapt and accept Lin Ren's mental contamination made such Genjutsu look like child's play. Glancing at Tugu, who was slyly stuffing noodles under his mask, Lin Ren felt he should ask Yuanfei Risen for training fees. After breakfast, Lin Ren walked out of the ramen shop, full of energy, and headed toward the Hokage building. In the Hokage's office, Yuanfei Risen, having just finished a loving breakfast prepared by People Lake, plunged back into his busy work. But he was soon interrupted. Lin Ren had arrived. Looking at Lin Ren, who seemed to have gained something, yet remained unchanged, Yuanfei Risen felt a flicker of curiosity. Lin Ren, are you already adjusted? His curiosity was understandable. Only one night had passed since yesterday, which seemed incredible to him. Still, he didn't doubt that Lin Ren's earlier grief was feigned. As someone with experience, he could tell the difference. But this boy Lin Ren, he was far too mature. So mature it was rare. With a silent sigh, remembering his responsibilities as Hokage, Yuanfei Risen slowed his speech and asked gently, Lin Ren, can you share your thoughts? Hearing that, Lin Ren's lips curled slightly, and with a gentle gaze he nodded. Simple, get stronger, then kill Shanjiu Banzang and Shanjiu Shinda. He wasn't lying, and there was no need to lie. He just omitted a tiny bit of detail. Mai was a crucial part of his revenge, and Yuanfei Risen was the longest-serving Hokage. Deceiving him would be utterly foolish. Hearing this, Yuanfei Risen slowly nodded. A perfectly normal choice. Knowing Lin Ren, this petty guy seeking revenge, was only too natural. Then is there anything I can help? Yunfei Risen started, but Lin Ren interrupted with a smile. Uncle Risen, no need. This is a personal vendetta. If you get involved, it changes the nature of things. With that, Lin Ren found a chair and sat down leisurely. Facing Yunfei Risen, he felt none of the pressure he felt facing Qinsho Feijin. It wasn't that Lin Ren looked down on Yunfei Risen's intelligence, but that this old trickster hadn't yet grown into a true old schemer. Uncle, I accept the mission to Yunin Village. You can tell me any specific requirements and intelligence. As compensation, can you get me Shuixiang's corpse? Hearing this, Yunfei Risen's heart clenched, recalling a sinister technique from the sealed book. It's possible, but Lin Ren-kun, what do you intend to do? Noticing Yunfei Risen's brief frown, Lin Ren sighed inwardly. The plan his darkened self had come up with was indeed good, but executing it always required countless lies. With that thought, Lin Ren sighed, his eyes filled with nostalgia and sincerity. I'd like you to help me bury him near my so I can visit him now and then. Hearing that, Yunfei Risen's relief was not complete, but a great weight lifted from his heart. All right, and the trip to Yunin Village? No problem, Uncle. You just handle the expenses and he'll take care of the rest. Oh, and keep contact with Yunin Village. Don't hesitate to use them. Lin Ren spoke in a calm tone. If anyone else had said that in front of Yunfei Risen, he would have scoffed, but Lin Ren's calm tone made it seem incredibly reliable. After all, this man was practically a miracle machine. Despite having his identity as a Yunin Village spy exposed, he still managed to stay whole and unscathed and might live comfortably and even save a lot of money. Such an impossible-sounding feat was orchestrated single-handedly by this man. Seeing Lin Ren take on the mission, Yunfei Risen let out a long sigh of relief, as if he could already see Yunin Village being infiltrated by Mai, and couldn't help but curl his lips. Shanjiao Banzang is a blind fool to not cherish such a MA's-level undercover talent. Now he belongs to me, Yunfei Risen. Great. After discussing details and agreeing to depart in 3 days, Lin Ren politely took his leave from Yunfei Risen and prepared to leave the Hokage's office. Wait, Lin Ren-kun. As if suddenly remembering something, Yunfei Risen agilely rushed to his desk, pulled out a scroll, walked to Lin Ren, and handed it to him. Lin Ren stared at Yunfei Risen with an ambiguous smile. Uncle, didn't I tell you? My feud with Shanjiao Banzang is personal. If you meddle, it changes the nature of things. Yunfei Risen suddenly shed his Hokage persona and became an ordinary middle-aged man. Smiling, he scratched his head, shoved the scroll into Lin Ren's hand, and chuckled. This is a little personal help from your Uncle Risen. Some research of mine on chakra nature transformation. Consider it my support. Looking at Yunfei Risen's hearty smile, Lin Ren was momentarily stunned, then a warm current slowly surged in his heart. His mouth spread into a grin, and he scratched his head, mimicking Yunfei Risen. Then I'll thank you, Uncle. After saying goodbye once more, Lin Ren left the Hokage's office. Back in his seat, a residual smile lingered on Yunfei Risen's face. He recalled what Lin Ren had said yesterday, from now on I am no longer her brother. And then thought of Lin Ren's bright smile just now. Suddenly Yunfei Risen had a realization. Lin Ren didn't distrust all higher-ups, nor did he distrust him. He simply didn't trust politics. 3 days later, Lin Ren, carrying a backpack and holding Li Yi's small hand, headed toward the Qinsho family mansion. In front of this ancient and elegant mansion, the wide gates stood open, and a girl with blonde hair tied in a high ponytail stood at the entrance. Beside her stood a dignified middle-aged woman. They were none other than Gangs Ho and Xuanhua Shuehu. Seeing Lin Ren's arrival, the slightly gloomy expression on Gangs Ho's face instantly bloomed into a brilliant smile, and she waved happily at him. Lin Ren, over here. Watching Gangs Ho frolic in the distance, Lin Ren turned his face away with slight exasperation and muttered to Li Yi beside him. Li Yi, this is your target. Be careful. This kind of madness is contagious. Hearing that, Li Yi tightened her chubby little face and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, big brother. I'll do my best, work my way into the Qinsho clan soon, and become Qinsho Li Yi. At this, Lin Ren's face instantly darkened. You little bastard. I told you to blend into the Qinsho clan to get a protective talisman, not to change your surname. A disciple betraying her master. While cursing Li Yi in his heart, Lin Ren's hands moved instinctively, giving the little girl a sharp rap on the head. Behave? Who told you to change your surname? The little girl covered her head with both chubby hands, looking defiant. Who said I changed it? My name is Shuafang Qinsho Li Yi. Hearing that, Lin Ren was utterly speechless. This child was beyond saving. Are you going to call yourself Shuafang Qinsho Yukaha Yamaka Narai Kimichi Aburame Inazuka Hyuga Li next? Damn it, your mother in heaven will strangle you. At that moment, Lin Ren fell into deep self-doubt. Was this the true king of traitors? To inscribe his great achievements into his name and pass them down forever? Thinking about it, Lin Ren shuddered and shook his head violently, throwing the terrifying thought out of his mind. Quick! Stop thinking. Shuafang Lin Ren. You've been poisoned by this little chubby girl. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ren adjusted his mood and stepped forward. Greetings, Lady Shuehu. Greetings, Princess Gangzhou. Hello, Lin Rinkuan. Xuanhua Shuehu smiled and nodded at him. Hearing this, Gangzhou glared at Lin Ren in displeasure, then composed her expression and gave a slight nod. Hello, Lin Ren. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Ren stated his purpose, entrusting Li Yi to Gangzhou. But before Lin Ren could speak, Xuanhua Shuehu brought up the topic. Lin Rinkuan, would you like your little sister to stay with us temporarily? Hearing that, Lin Ren was a bit startled, then a warm smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, and he nodded. Actually, in such matters it should be Lin Ren as the one making the request who speaks first, not Xuanhua Shuehu as the host. Clearly this Lady Shuehu was showing him a bit of goodwill. Maybe it was because he saved Gangzhou, or maybe she knew something. Either way, goodwill was much better than malice, especially for Li Yi. With that thought, Lin Ren patted Li Yi's head and introduced her. Yes, this is my little sister Shuafang Li Yi. Hearing this, Xuanhua Shuehu stepped forward, crouched in front of Li Yi, looked at her chubby little face, and smiled. I've heard from Xingzi that Li Yi-chan is a very well-behaved child. As she spoke, Xuanhua Shuehu extended a slender hand and softly stroked Li Yi's head. Li Yi didn't flinch, she just stared with big round eyes, looking innocently at the mature woman before her who seemed about the same age as Aunt Xingzi. Perhaps it was Xuanhua Shuehu's ability to sense malice that made her even more adept at expressing kindness. This elegant and graceful woman had an unimaginable warmth, and even Li Yi, who was usually timid around strangers, showed no fear. After stroking Li Yi's head, Xuanhua Shuehu slowly stood up and said half-jokingly, a few days ago, when Xingzi came back, she told me about Li Yi, how she couldn't bear to part with this dear child. A grown woman, and she even cried. Hearing that, Lin Ren lowered his head slightly. I was too stubborn. Then Lin Ren tentatively asked, Lady Shuehu, do you know the surname Shuafang? Xuanhua Shuehu's eyes brightened, she glanced at Lin Ren discreetly and nodded gracefully. Seeing that, Lin Ren's heart skipped a beat. It seemed this woman knew no less than Yuanfei Risen. He even had a feeling that if she became Hokage, she might handle things even more adeptly than Yuanfei Risen. Impressive. With a silent sigh, Lin Ren stopped hiding. Since you already know, I'll be frank. Li Yi has nothing to do with my background. She's just a pitiful little one. I promised her mother to take care of her until she comes of age. Beside him, Li Yi held Lin Ren's hand tightly, lowered her head, and mumbled, not until adulthood, for a lifetime. Ahem. Lin Ren cleared his throat and continued, take care of. For a lifetime. But I have things to attend to. You know, someone like me isn't free to do as I please. I can't drag her around living in constant fear. So I beg you to take care of her for a while. 3 years at most. As he spoke, Lin Ren opened the leather suitcase in his hand, revealing a neatly stacked pile of 1 million Rio. This is her living expenses. Please accept it. With a serious expression, Lin Ren bowed deeply. Beside him, Li Yi obediently followed suit, bowing. This girl at times was heartbreakingly mature. Seeing this scene, Gangzhou, who had been silent, pursed her lips and looked at her grandmother longingly. After all, in this household, her grandmother had the final say. Xuanhua Shuehu didn't keep Lin Ren waiting long. She nodded solemnly. Rest assured, leave Li Yi to me. Hearing that, Lin Ren let out a slow sigh of relief and with a touch of melancholy, placed Li Yi's small hand into Xuanhua Shuehu's. Thank you. With that, Lin Ren bowed politely once more, then straightened up, put down the suitcase, and walked away without looking back. Behind him, 3 women of different ages held hands, watching Lin Ren's receding figure. Li Yi could no longer hold back. Tears streamed from her big eyes, and she shouted at Lin Ren's back, Big, if you don't come back in 3 years, Li Yi will. We'll bring Miko and the others to find you. Hearing this, Lin Ren's steps faltered, and he stumbled, falling awkwardly. Seeing her brother's misfortune, Li Yi laughed mischievously, her chubby face a mix of smiles and tears, murmuring, Big brother, come back soon. Gangzhou watched the siblings, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Reluctant to see Lin Ren go, yet envious of their deep bond of blood. Grandma, I want a little brother or sister too, Gangzhou said, pouting at Xuanhua Shuehu. Beside her, Li Yi wiped her tears haphazardly, and her small mouth suddenly curled into a grin, just like Lin Ren. Sister Gangzhou, you should ask your parents. Grandma Shuehu can only give you uncles and aunties. Hearing that, Gangzhou's face darkened. On this little girl's face, she saw the shadow of Lin Ren, whom she missed so much. Truly these two were, but thinking about having such a little sister, Gangzhou's face darkened even more. Forget it, I'll just have a little brother. A little sister is not for me. Xuanhua Shuehu smiled, kindly holding Gangzhou's and Li Yi's hands as they entered the mansion. In the depths of her heart, a strange, enormous nine-tailed fox lay lazily before a huge iron gate, sneering arrogantly. Yo, little Shuehu, your granddaughter seems to have taken a shine to quite a remarkable fellow. Oh. Xuanhua Shuehu looked at the nine-tailed fox curiously. In her inner world, she was less dignified and more playful. Jiulama, what did you see? Hearing this, the nine-tailed fox said nothing, but slightly opened pupils slowly narrowed into slits. It's been too long. I don't remember. If you get a chance, you could plant that fellow in the ground. Maybe something interesting. With that, the nine-tailed fox slowly closed its eyes, assuming an air of silence. In the courtyard of the Qinshu mansion, Xuanhua Shu gazed at the gently flowing stream nearby and murmured softly, "Plant him in the ground." After passing through the dense forests of the land of fire, everything before him opened up. An endless expanse of green wilderness stretched out, with a few white clouds floating in the clear and bright sky. Rinnegan, carrying a backpack as large as himself, walked into the wilderness. The land of hot water. Back. The moment he thought of the land of hot water, he recalled the evil deeds committed here by the Hidden Rain Village. The Hidden Rain Village now held no ties for him. Only an endless, unrelenting hatred remained. A week had passed since Rinnegan set out. A few days ago, Go, who had been assigned to contact Rinnegan, told him that Shueishion's body had been secretly transported from the Hidden Rain Village to Konoha and buried in the Leaf Village civilian cemetery to the west of the village. Although not buried in the ninja cemetery as a ninja from another village, this treatment was already quite generous. Moreover, with the body in pure world reincarnation Rinne rebirth, all of that could be arranged. Given the black technology of the Naruto world, everything was possible. Next, it's my turn. Rinnegan was no stranger to infiltration. After all, he had successfully infiltrated Konoha before. But this time, Hiruzen Sarutobi's requirements were different from Hanzo of the Salamanders. Knowing Rinnegan's abilities, Hiruzen assigned him a mission that was even more challenging. Not only did he need to successfully infiltrate the Hidden Cloud Village, but he also had to climb into its upper echelons within 3 years and obtain intelligence. To be honest, it was a bit unreasonable. However, Rinnegan didn't mind at all. After all, he was like a kite. Once released, it was impossible to retrieve. Once in the Hidden Cloud Village, what did he want to do? It was all up to him. At this thought, a grin spread across Rinnegan's face. While the mission could wait, earning money and improving his strength were the most important things. As for the mission, he could just do it on the side. With money, he could cause trouble for Hanzo of the Salamander. By increasing his strength, he could later stomp him to death. Thus, the final problem came down to how to strengthen his power. Thinking of his destination, the Hidden Cloud Village, he immediately became excited. Among the secret techniques of the Hidden Cloud Village, what Rinnegan coveted most was not the lightning release chakra mode, nor the lightning release armor, nor the Kekkei Genkai storm release, nor the so-called ninja body art, but a time-space technique specifically designed for logistics, the heavenly transfer technique. In his memory, during the Fourth Great Ninja War, that beautiful dark-skinned girl from the Hidden Cloud Village had sent the Fourth Hokage and Tsunade to the front lines. In Rinnegan's view, this operation was an insult to the technique. The heavenly transfer technique, in his opinion, combined logistics tactics, surprise attacks, and targeted strikes. It was essentially a railgun. Moreover, it was a precision-guided railgun from 1,000 miles away. Combined with the markings of the Flying Thunder God technique, it was like a mundo carrying a cat with infinite firepower. Even if the enemy was right in front, he could combine it with control techniques like the shadow imitation technique to banish the enemy to the end of the world. At that time, with his stylish hair, he would sing, "I send you away, thousands of miles away, a piece of shit flies over." Wouldn't that be nice? Thinking of this, Rinnegan shook his head, speechlessly, looking as if he were disappointed at someone's failure. Of course, Rinnegan had an even more important purpose for this trip, the Two-Tails young girl. Matatabi. He had tried countless times to increase his chakra reserves, but the results were still unsatisfactory. His immortality completely limited his chakra reserves, and a mere Chunin-level base amount of chakra restricted his imagination. Normally, Rinnegan's ultimate goal would be to pilot a Gundam, the kind that could grab the Nine Tails with one hand, or become an earthly sword immortal, the kind that with a wave of a feathered fan launches 10,000 arrows. Although his style was a bit different from others, he had the magnetic release, so not operating like this would feel like betraying his childhood dreams. But his chakra reserves were so limited that they were only enough for him to wield a door-sized greatsword and unleash a set of flame-dividing, wave-swallowing ruler. Pretty weak. Muttering to himself, Rinnegan walked along a path through the fields as malicious schemes churned in his mind. Contemplating his next plan, Rinnegan bypassed the hidden hot water village located in the center of the land of hot water and headed northwest, arriving at the Land of Iron. The Land of Iron, as a neutral nation in the ninja world, was home to people who wielded a power called samurai. At the same time, the Land of Iron was also one of the largest iron ore producers in the entire shinobi world. The reason Rinnegan chose this place was precisely because of the iron ore. He needed money and extensive preparations rather than rashly plunging into the Land of Lightning. Doing so would only alert the Hidden Cloud Village, cause his plan to fail, and completely ruin his goal of improving his strength. Therefore, preparation was imperative. Another week passed. On the eastern coast of the Land of Iron, far from any village, a small wooden cabin was. The cabin faced the sea. Out across the sea lay the mountainous Land of Lightning. Early in the morning, Lin Ren, wearing a straw hat and a pair of floral shorts carrying a bamboo basket, walked out of the cabin and headed to the nearby beach. Taking off his straw hat and putting down the basket, he jumped into the sea with a splash, swam around freely for a while, then returned to the shore to sunbathe. Lin Ren was marinating himself. Since he was a spy, he needed to look the part. Lin Ren chose the most basic approach: skin color assimilation. Although there were convenient techniques like the transformation technique, they were only suitable for short-term infiltration as an inconspicuous villager. But Hiruzen Sarutobi's requirement was to become a high-ranking official. Therefore, using the transformation technique to fool would easily lead to problems. As for whether he could tan, he wasn't worried. Back in the cult of Jashin, he had undergone the process of being airdreed. However, at that time he was annoyed that he couldn't see his own hands at night, so he peeled off the black skin bit by bit. After sunbathing for a while, Lin Ren took out a palm-sized scroll from the bamboo basket beside him and started reading it seriously. The scroll recorded a large amount of intelligence about Chunin and Genin of the Hidden Cloud Village collected by Konoha's secret agents. Within 3 years, it was nearly impossible for an outsider to infiltrate the upper echelons. Therefore, using a substitute was inevitable. After going through it several times, Lin Ren found a person he somewhat. This person was named Lemui, an orphan 14 years old, arrogant and reckless, who had often argued with his teammates over missions. This guy was a fanatical admirer of the Third Hokage, extremely obsessed with ninja body art, and looked down upon all ninjutsu and jinjutsu except lightning release. At the same time, his interpersonal skills were poor. Aside from some interactions with his squad mates, he had almost no contact with neighbors or classmates. Of course, he had reason to be proud. Although he was a Genin, according to the observation of Konoha's secret agent, his taijutsu had already reached Chunin level. As for why he hadn't been promoted to Chunin, it was because his squad leader believed he lacked the ability to lead it. However, strangely enough, he wasn't particularly ostracized in the village. Seeing this, Lin Ren couldn't help but sigh. The Hidden Cloud Village truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 martial village. A guy with this kind of personality would have been ridiculed to death by everyone using the Kekkei Genkai Byakugan in Konoha. Unexpectedly, in the Hidden Cloud Village, just because his strength was decent, he could still get along well. My goodness. If Tsukumo Hatake had been born in the Hidden Cloud Village, wouldn't he have destroyed Konoha? At this thought, Lin Ren chuckled. Konoha was indeed the village with the most dark secrets. But what did that have to do with him? He was from the Hidden Rain Village. He put down this scroll and picked up another antique-looking scroll, reading it carefully. This scroll recorded some heavily guarded locations within the Land of Lightning. It was something Lin Ren had specifically asked Hiruzen Sarutobi for before his departure, with the purpose of finding the place where the Two Tails was sealed. After all, the current Hidden Cloud Village had no information about the Two Tails Jinchuriki aside from the Eight Tails. The method the Hidden Cloud Village used to seal tailed beasts was nothing more than the Amber Purifying Pot. And the Amber Purifying Pot had to be reserved for the Eight Tails, that was beyond doubt. If the Amber Purifying Pot were used for the Two Tails, what would happen if the Eight Tails Jinchuriki went berserk? Release the Two Tails again. Seal the Eight Tails back in. Obviously the Hokage would not do that. Then the matter was simple: the Two Tails must have a separate sealing ground. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye over a month had gone by. The familiar seaside remained unchanged, and the quaint little house was still there. In the afternoon, sunlight poured down upon the earth. Creak! The door of the little wooden house opened. Lin Ren, dressed neatly and full of spirit, stepped out of the house, casually pulling out a mirror. What the hell? Who is this black guy? Startled, Lin Ren hurriedly threw the mirror away, clearly shocked by his own reflection. However, this was of little importance. The key point was that after over a month of tireless effort with thousands of shadow clones, he had finally mastered the advanced skill of Flying Thunder God, the Flying Thunder God instantaneous rotation technique, just before his mind teetered on the brink of collapse. Moreover, during his last communication with the hidden village of Konoha, Lin Ren had clarified the method of future contact. This meant that there would be no connections in the village of Yuin. All his information would be transmitted within the borders of the Land of Soup. At that time, he would have his shadow clones relay the information. Furthermore, all outgoing messages would be conveyed verbally, without any written record. The response from Konoha was that Tucci, an old acquaintance of his, would serve as his contact, remaining undercover in the Land of Soup for an extended period. With no worries behind him and all necessary preparations complete, Lin Ren stood atop the door plank with his sword ready to embark on his journey. This time he would infiltrate the Land of Thunder from above. The Land of Thunder featured steep peaks that soared into the clouds with a temperate climate and the constant rumble of thunder. Entering from the sky, the likelihood of being struck by lightning was 100 times greater than usual. Precisely for this reason, the Land of Thunder was almost defenseless against aerial attacks. Although Lin Ren's skin was dark, his hairstyle was still lacking. It should be noted that his target, named Lime, sported a flamboyant, explosive hairstyle. Lin Ren's medium-length tousled hair was clearly not explosive enough. So what should he do? Hand seals formed, the great sword took flight, and Rinnegan stood on the flying sword with his hands behind his back, the corners of his clothes fluttering as he sped towards the other side of the sea. Soon Rinnegan, now sporting an explosive hairstyle, arrived at the first destination of his journey, the Wind and Thunder Temple. Built against the mountainside, it stood at the foot of a towering peak, its intricate beams and painted rafters exuding grandeur. From afar, a magnificent bell tolled. At this moment, the sky was gradually darkening, making it an opportune time for infiltration. Rinnegan descended from his flying sword and landed on the ground, approaching the renowned temple in the Land of Thunder with his smoking, explosive hairstyle. Secret technique, slippery ghost technique. He quickly formed hand seals, and a gray mist enveloped his body, merging his figure with the dense grass. At the same time, he formed seals again. Go! With a low shout, the gigantic sword took to the skies, once more racing towards the heavens. Watching the giant sword reach its designated position, Rinnegan slowly lowered his head and stepped forward, walking steadily towards the Wind and Thunder Temple. One step, 2 steps, he drew ever closer to the temple. At that moment, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a Yuin forehead protector sprang out from the red brick wall of the temple. Who's in the grass? The cold voice of questioning rang out. In the next second, 3 Yuin ninjas jumped out from behind the wall. Attack! Before Rinnegan could say anything, a kunai tied with an explosive tag flew towards him. What the hell? Brothers, are you that intimidating? With no time to think, at the moment of explosion, Rinnegan instantly vanished from his spot and reappeared on the giant sword in midair. On the ground, a violent explosion erupted and flames flickered in the dim twilight. Captain, did we succeed? Hearing this, the first middle-aged man to jump out shook his head gravely. No, the chakra suddenly vanished. It must be a clone. After saying this, the man referred to as the captain agilely leaped back onto the temple's brick wall. Go search that patch of grass. Yes. The other 3 nodded in unison. In the air, Rinnegan also furrowed his brows. A miscalculation. I didn't expect to make such a rookie mistake. It seems the trip to Konoha has made me a bit complacent. No, I need to adjust my mindset. He still remembered the lessons taught by Water Bear. As an undercover agent, one must fully understand the various customs and habits of the destination before infiltration, especially the general temperament of the people there. Rinnegan had reviewed plenty of intelligence about Yuin village from Konoha and thought he understood it well, only to find himself nearly at a loss. However, it was not too late now. What he needed to do now was to adhere to the second lesson taught by Water Bear, to align himself with the overall temperament of the village. Previously in Konoha, Rinnegan hadn't thought much about this, as that village was highly inclusive, allowing various strange styles to coexist. However, Yuin village was different. This village rarely produced rogue ninjas, and had little scandal, possessing a style completely distinct from Konoha. Yet the style here, as those older brothers below had already informed him, was summed up in one word: reckless. Thinking of this, Rinnegan's lips slowly curled into a smile, revealing an exceptionally white set of teeth. In that case, the battle plan needs adjustment. Speaking, he quickly formed hand seals. Transformation technique. With a low shout, Rinnegan transformed into an utterly unremarkable middle-aged man. Next up this. Muttering, he pulled out several bricks from his pocket. Aiming at the temple roof below, Rinnegan hurled the bricks. Here it goes. Whoosh! The brick spun rapidly, descending swiftly to smash into the ancient green-tiled roof. Bang! A heavy sound echoed. This spinning brick not only shattered the roof of the millennia-old temple, but also disrupted the tranquility of the temple. In no time, a bald-headed old monk rushed out from the main hall. A large bump the size of a peach swelled on his smooth head. Which wicked brat is this? Upon looking up, the old monk spotted the flying sword in the sky and the utterly featureless middle-aged man atop it. In an instant, the old monk's eyes widened, and he pointed up while shouting profanities. You little brat, come down here. Didn't your mother teach you not to throw bricks around? Hearing this, Rinnegan couldn't help but chuckle. Oh my, this bald donkey has quite a sharp tongue. However, Rinnegan did not retort. Instead, he maintained a straight face and quietly pulled out a stack of bricks from his backpack. When I can't win a fight, I can hurl insults, but when I can win, I strike hard. Here it goes. The bricks flew out in an instant, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound, crashing heavily onto the old monk's bald head. Oh, I dodged. The old monk twisted his butt, avoiding Rinnegan's brick, and then cheekily raised his middle. Stinky brat, didn't your mother teach you that bricks are for building walls? Come down here, and it'll give you a face full of zits. Meanwhile, the ninjas, who had quickly gathered upon hearing the commotion, stared at the old monk with speechless expressions. Master Chinkong, that's a middle-aged man, not a stinky brat. You should find a place to hide. Nonsense. Can't you see the transformation technique? The old monk puffed up his cheeks and glared, shoving aside a nearby Yuin ninja, pointing at Rinnegan and continuing his tirade. Get down here, you little brat. Let me fix your brain, let's call it even. Saying this, he weighed the brick in his hand. Rinnegan's face darkened. Even? I'll show you more than even. Muttering to himself, he swiftly threw the brick with lightning speed. Whoosh! The old monk tilted his mouth, looking disdainfully at the flying brick, not even thinking as he twisted his butt. Just as he brushed past the brick, a voice even more contemptuous than his rang in his ear. Flying Thunder God Strike. Clang. A sound reminiscent of a bell resonated. The old monk was instantly knocked to the ground by a middle-aged man holding a brick. In less than a second, the man's figure vanished. Seeing this, the ninjas were instantly shocked, and a young female ninja hurriedly stepped forward to help the old monk. But when she saw the old monk's smooth head, she couldn't help but laugh. As soon as the laughter rang out, the ninjas on guard in the sky turned their heads to look at the monk. The next second, everyone uniformly turned their heads, their faces flushed with embarrassment. Master Chinkong was helped up by the giggling female ninja, feeling dizzy, and hurriedly reached up to touch his head. Instantly, Master Chinkong's eyes widened, and then he looked up towards the sky with boundless rage on his "It by you bastard. Come down here. Today I will turn you into a Buddha." Rinnegan squatted on the giant, sword weighing the brick in his hand, and with a half-smile looked down at the old monk, responding loudly. "Master, you have a butt growing on your head." Upon hearing this, the old monk was utterly enraged, throwing the brick in his hand with all his might. Unfortunately, although his bald head could take a beating, his strength was lacking. His strength couldn't overcome gravity, and the brick fell to the ground again, nearly hitting his own people. Seeing this, the old monk immediately pointed at Rinnegan in the sky, cursing loudly with various "Did your mother not teach you" phrases flying out. Rinnegan remained unresponsive, allowing the old monk to curse. It was all just one retort: "You have a butt growing on your head." Seeing that he couldn't fight or curse back, the irrational Master Chinkong seized a nearby ninja. "Wind release, shoot that little brat down." Nearby, the middle-aged ninja glanced at the two large bumps on Master Chinkong's head, which were lined up like a butt, and upon closer inspection, one of the bumps even had words on it. It read, "Where do you want to go? Just go." Struggling to stifle a laugh, the ninja said, "Master, it's too far, but it's hard to hit." "Then shoot anyway." Master Chinkong's beard bristled with anger as he roared. Hearing this, the middle-aged ninja sighed, and quickly formed hand seals, pressing his palms together while pointing at Rinnegan. Wind release, gale, severing technique. In an instant, 4 or 5 beams of light shot from his fingertip. Meanwhile, not far from Yuin village, a figure like blue lightning burst out of the village, leaping through the mountains at a frightening speed. Seeing this, Rinnegan smiled slightly, forming a hand seal with one hand. "Goodbye, Flying Thunder." On the distant steep mountain top, Rin stood with a great sword on his back, pulling out an hourglass from his pocket and gazing at its markings. 10 minutes, huh? Though he was almost certain that the Two Tails was sealed within the Wind Thunder Temple, Rin still made a round of the remaining 4 forbidden areas. Among these 4 forbidden zones, aside from the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, residing in the Yunlei Gorge with ninja guards stationed, the other 3 were completely unguarded. Flying once more into the sky, Rin focused on the thunder roaring in his ears, casting another glance at the Hidden Cloud Village. He observed that Rain Hidden Village was faintly situated in the middle, while the Wind Thunder Temple and Yunlei Gorge lay to the south and north of Hidden Cloud Village, respectively. Seeing this scene, Rin was nearly certain that the Two Tails was imprisoned in the Wind Thunder Temple. However, he still needed to sneak into the Hidden Cloud Village. Thinking about the series of tasks he had to complete next, Rin felt a dull ache in his head. Although both jobs involved dark undertakings and intelligence gathering, being a ninja was vastly different from being an undercover agent. Ninjas only needed to infiltrate, execute theft, sabotage, and escape. Tasks that seemed relatively simple to Rin. After all, they could complete their missions without interacting with anyone. But as for undercover agents, it was all about lurking. Not only did they need to infiltrate, but they also had to blend in, and once they interacted with people too much, they were likely to reveal their flaws. Moreover, most ninjas' missions involved Hitandran tactics, which were quite straightforward. In contrast, undercover agents had to endure years of lurking, dealing with dirty and exhausting work, and the outcome was never guaranteed. Of course, if one possessed the might of Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, that wouldn't be called lurking, it would be called conquest. Reflecting on this, Rin felt that he should gradually transition his approach, aspiring to align with them and make the enemy kneel on the ground while singing conquest. The night in Hidden Cloud Village was quiet, save for the occasional rumble of thunder from the sky. Dressed in a black robe with a hood, Rin cautiously made his way along the foot of the mountains. Hidden Cloud Village was a peculiar settlement with all-important buildings perched atop the mountains, while the commercial and residential areas were established at the foot of the hills. This arrangement posed certain difficulties for Rin's infiltration. He had initially thought of using the slick ghost technique to sneak in, but recalling that he had been detected by sensing ninjas while outside the Wind Thunder Temple at dusk made Rin lose faith in this secret technique. Indeed, as his teacher the Water Bear had said, this technique worked wonderfully when there were no sensing-type ninjas around. However, once alerted by a sensing ninja, especially one with a wide range, it would be utterly useless. Rin rolled his eyes in exasperation. Clearly this technique was better saved for later when peeking at women's baths, as it was too unreliable now and seemed quite pathetic. So should he continue with the high-altitude dropping strategy? Would doing this regularly be too unethical? The people below weren't just square dancing antis. Forget it, the mission is the priority. Having concluded his thoughts, Rin wielded his great sword, staying close to the continuous mountain wall as he slowly approached the village. Just as Rin flew past the boundary of Hidden Cloud Village, suddenly countless flashes of electricity ignited within the village and bolts of lightning shot out, aimed directly at Rin. Simultaneously, a piercing whistle shattered the tranquility of the night sky. While Hidden Cloud indeed has an anti-air barrier like Konoha, Rin had no time to think further and instantly unleashed Jiraiya's signature technique, the throwing all. In an instant, countless bricks rained down on Hidden Cloud Village, each one bearing the inscription, "Where do you want? Just go there." Simultaneously, Rin formed a hand seal with one hand, activating the Flying Thunder God technique, making his figure vanish. As the bricks landed, a cacophony erupted, and soon half the village was thrown into a tumult of curses. When Rin reappeared, he had already entered the village, finding himself in a dark alley. Sorry. I disturbed everyone's sleep, truly sorry. Whispering, Rin tiptoed to pick up a brick at his feet, cautiously peeking out of the alley. In his perception, his Flying Thunder God bricks were being collected in large numbers to one spot. It seemed that Hidden Cloud Village was quite quick to react. However, having never encountered the Flying Thunder God technique, they had no idea, as long as he had one technique left, this village would become his backyard. Finding the right direction, Rin quickly dashed toward his destination, Reimu's home. Based on the intel from Konoha, Rin had located Reimu's residence on the outskirts of Hidden Cloud Village. Click, a light sound echoed. Rin used the magnet release Iron Man technique to unlock the door of the apartment. The place was small, less than 30 square meters, consisting of just a bedroom and a bathroom. At that moment, Reimu was still lying in bed, sound asleep. Rin activated the slick ghost technique enveloped in gray mist and quietly approached Reimu's bedside. This kid wasn't exactly ugly, but the arrogance etched in his brow made him seem somewhat unapproachable. Standing by the bed, Rin meticulously noted the contours of the guy's face and physique. Then Rin's skin began to ripple as dense iron sand gathered beneath the surface. It penetrated cells, tore through blood vessels, and ripped apart muscles and fascia, injuring its host, while simultaneously rearranging itself according to Rin's specifications. Soon a face identical to Reimu's appeared, the only difference being that this face appeared somewhat stiff. Rin gently pinched the cheek, frowned, and made various expressions with effort. In no time the flesh restored itself, adapting to the iron sand intermixed within, and his face suddenly became animated. Having completed all of this, Rin did not linger, leaving behind a concealed Flying Thunder God technique at Reimu's door before departing the village once more. Everything was already in place. Now he just awaited an opportunity, a chance that would capture everyone's attention, for him to shine on stage. On the peak, Rin looked down at Hidden Cloud Village, a cold smile gracing his lips. 18 hours had passed since the mysterious attack on Cloud Hidden Village, and dusk had fallen. The newly appointed Third Hokage had already spent 12 hours fuming in his office. Since morning, the Hokage's office, which resembled a gym more than a workplace, had been filled with guttural 148 remarks involved the attacker's mother, 3,200 concerned his female ancestors, now 3,201. Inside the Hokage's office, a slender fair hand, holding a pen, recorded the number 3,000. Its owner sat at a modest desk, idly twirling the pen with long, nimble fingers, while propping her cheek with the other hand, lounging lazily against the desk. She was a woman rare in Cloud Hidden Village for her fair skin and striking beauty. Her captivating large eyes, long lashes slightly upturned, held a hint of cunning. Most eye-catching were her two adorable big white rabbits neatly placed on the desk, impossible to ignore. Clearly they must have been quite a burden on her shoulders. Seeing the sky beyond the floor-to-ceiling window darkened, the woman in a tight short skirt and delicate vest stood languidly. Uncle, you've been raging for 11 hours and 14 minutes. In 11 more minutes, it'll be off work. The burly, towering Hokage swallowed the curse that was about to escape his lips, glancing helplessly at his niece. He sighed and asked Yawai, has anyone reported the attacker's identity? Yawai, gently massaging her shoulders, shook her head with regret. No, only 199 special bricks were found. According to the intelligence division, these bricks seemed to be the formula of some technique. What technique? A asked reflexively. Yawai brushed a strand of pale yellow curled hair from her temple and shook her head again. The intelligence division couldn't analyze it. Nothing unusual, just some specially arranged chakra attached. The Third Hokage kicked the sofa, which already overburdened, shattered into pieces. Yawai, standing nearby, didn't even flinch. She knew her uncle was exercising tremendous restraint. Had he unleashed his full fury, the entire Hokage building would have collapsed instantly. Uncle, don't worry. That coward hiding in the shadows must have some scheme. Once he shows his tail, we'll catch him. Raikage snorted heavily. Have the perception squads been dispatched? Yes. Fonglei Temple and Yunlei Gorge have also been reinforced. Before Yawai could finish, a loud knock pounded on the Raikage's office door. Enter. A roared. The door flew open and a ninja in Cloud-Hidden Village ANBU attire rushed in, kneeling. Lord Raikage, Fonglei Temple has been attacked again. What attack? Be clear. It seems like magnet release. Countless cylindrical iron blocks are falling from the sky, smashing everything. And the attacker? Demanded quickly, cursing while chasing Master Chinkong, pounding his bald head. There was something he didn't say. The two perception squads on site were struggling not to laugh, as Master Chinkong was practically a living Buddha. Hearing this, the third Raikage's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. That bastard dared to strike the Dharma-proficient Master Chinkong. Utter insolence. Fury blazing in his eyes, charged toward the massive floor-to-ceiling window, but Yawai stopped him just as he was about to crash through. Uncle, something's wrong. The attacker's behavior is highly suspicious. Yawai frowned, her 15 or 16-year-old face carrying a hint of authority. Uncle, send the Jonin squad. Send several. You stay in the office. The third Raikage frowned deeply, staring at Yawai. You mean the Eight Tails Jinchuriki? Yawai nodded rapidly, her chest bouncing. Clearly the Raikage wasn't stupid, just a bit reckless. After a moment's thought, the third Raikage nodded firmly. Just as he was about to order the ANBU, another Yanbu burst in. Lord Raikage. Eight Tails Jinchuriki. Speak. A spun around, bellowing. The Jinchuriki was attacked and has entered tailed beast transformation. How many tails? 1. Relief flickered across the Raikage's face. He quickly instructed the graceful Yawai beside him, send people to support Fonglei Temple. With that, he didn't jump through the window. Instead, he pushed past the ANBU and rushed out of the office. Though a strange feeling gnawed at her, there was no time to think. Yawai swiftly ordered the ANBU assemble all combat squads in the village. Jonin squad to Yunlei Gorge to support Lord AA Chunin squad to Fonglei Temple. Except for scouts, all other Yanbu returned to the Raikage building. Let's see what that mysterious bastard is up to. After issuing orders quickly, Yawai strode out of the office. In Cloud-Hidden Village, news hadn't spread yet. Ninjas in the village were still leisurely occupied. Suddenly the door of the Limu household was pounded loudly and urgently. Limu stopped doing push-ups and opened the door. Outside stood his squad mate, a Jinin named Ao Fu. It's you. What is it? Limu asked coldly. Ao Fu seemed unusual today. Usually silent, he was now visible. Hey, I came to tell you someone attacked Fonglei Temple. I'm going to take down the attacker. You. Limu sneered, shaking his head. Ao Fu didn't lower his head as usual. Instead, he frowned and glared at him defiantly. Yes, me. I may have been silent before, but not anymore. I'm going to catch the attacker, earn merits, get secret techniques, and become strong. With that, Ao Fu turned and ran. Coward. Stay home doing your push-ups. Ao Fu darted out of the apartment, heading toward Fonglei Temple. Limu, fuming at Ao Fu's contemptuous words, impulsively and arrogantly ignored his teammates' odd behavior. He quickly pulled on his ninja sandals and charged out. Bastard Ao Fu. He'll be the one to earn merits. Lord Raikage will surely reward me with the lightning release chakra mode. With that, he kicked off and raced toward Fonglei Temple. Confident in his taijutsu and ninjutsu, he was sure he'd outrun Ao Fu. What he didn't know was that his teammate Ao Fu had been dead for some time. Rinnegan had lured his target, a small wheat-ear fish named Limu, and during the commotion caused by his clones at Fonglei Temple, he slipped into the main hall. There he sensed an immense, scorching chakra. It was so obvious that even before stepping through the gate, though he wasn't a sensory type, the entire Fonglei Temple was in chaos. Endless clones emerged from empty space, swinging bricks at anyone in sight. And the worst part, when a cloud ninja defeated a clone, the falling brick would be caught by another clone from nowhere to continue its unfinished work. Soon the ground was splattered with white and yellow brains. It was Rinnegan's first time killing without mercy. He didn't know whether any sensory-type ninjas were among them, nor whether they could memorize his unique chakra. He dared not gamble. Though not bloodthirsty, he was ruthless when necessary. Only Master Chinkong's hard bald head was missing from the carnage. At that thought, Rinnegan narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the technique left on Chinkong's shiny head. Suddenly his eyes flew open, fixing on the Buddha statue at the center of the hall. He sensed that the seal he had placed was beneath the Buddha. Flying Thunder God. Rinnegan formed a hand seal and vanished. The next second he reappeared, stunned by what he saw, a vast underground space where 8 thick chains entwined with gale and lightning firmly bound an enormous blue cat. The cute cat lay lazily on the ground, its narrow pupils staring coldly at him. Two Tails. Having found his target, Rinnegan quickly cleared his throat, forcing a sincere smile, utterly ignoring the howling Master Chinkong beneath his feet. Ahem. Lolita. No. Miss Matatabi, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Wong Matsi. Sorry, got a little excited. Patting his forehead, Rinnegan ignored the two tails' increasingly icy glare and continued. I am Shimura Danzo. Pleased to meet you. How about going out for a stroll and a meal? If it were a lovely girl, the words might fit, but before him was a behemoth with teeth longer than his own. Still to Rinnegan, that wasn't a problem. Who said Jinchuriki and tailed beasts couldn't fall in love? What about a platonic spiritual romance? Well, maybe not. Regardless, today's date, you're coming whether you like it or not. Forced fruit may be sour, but I still want to taste. Time is of the essence. In Rinnegan's plan, the Raikage will inevitably head to Yunlei Gorge. This is not merely a matter of the Jinchuriki, but also because of the strength of the eight tails, which surpasses that of the two tails. Moreover, Rinnegan has received some unreliable information through the Konoha Umbu channels. The iron armor seal of the Hidden Cloud Village is particularly effective against the eight tails, but the slightly weaker two tails can easily slip away. It's obvious that a powerful eight tails capable of combat is a better choice than a two tails that currently can. This is a dead-end proposition. The third Raikage AI is bound to make the wrong choice. Most importantly, the Jinchuriki of the eight tails has already begun to undergo tail beast transformation. The current Jinchuriki is originally named Fukai, later renamed Barubi's father. If Rinnegan remembers correctly, this guy is not a perfect Jinchuriki. Thus, Rinnegan controls the Jinchuriki, managing the number of clones to regulate his tail beast transformation, facilitating the third Raikage Ace swift subjugation of him. Then the third Raikage will surely rush from Yunlei Gorge to Wind Thunder Temple. This will take about 20 minutes, adding up to 30 minutes on the road. Rinnegan has also left the third Raikage 5 to 10 minutes to subdue the not so seriously transformed Jinchuriki of the eight tails. 15 minutes have already passed, so calculating the Raikage should arrive at Wind Thunder Temple in 20 to 25 minutes. At this moment, the meticulously planned protagonist of Rinnegan's drama, Reimu, is playing on the rooftop with his clones while the Cloud Ninjas continue to rush over. Therefore, Rinnegan has only 10 to 15 minutes left to release the two tails. After all, he needs to give the two tails some stage and time to showcase her strength. It can be fast, but it can't be slow. At that time, the two tails will be unleashed just as the Raikage is about to arrive. At that moment, Reimu will turn to ashes in the flames, while the new Reimu will be reborn from the flames, saving his companions from danger. As the protagonist of the first half, Rinnegan is quite fond of this Mr. Reimu. He is arrogant and unruly, lacking friends, which greatly reduces Rinnegan's chances of being recognized by acquaintances later. Although he is a genin, his physical skills have already reached the level of a chunin, a person full of potential. His recklessness is the acting needed on the upcoming stage. Ultimately, his arrogant recklessness will turn to ashes before the might of the two tails, while the reborn Reimu will be an ambitious youth who has witnessed the power of the tailed beasts face death and awakened after being severely wounded. Knowing that his arrogance is insignificant, he becomes silent and reserved. Having experienced unparalleled power, he yearns even more for strength. Having faced the death of his companions, he cherishes life even more, vowing to become stronger to protect the village and his companions. Isn't this the so-called martial spirit of the Hidden Cloud Village? Before the two tails, Rinnegan lowers his head, smiling, as he murmurs, Teacher Mizukama, look how well I've integrated into the village's style. Isn't this the so-called martial spirit of the Hidden Cloud Village? Before the two tails, Rinnegan lowers his head, smiling, as he murmurs, Teacher Mizukama, look how well I've integrated. Yes, I am very sad, but I will shake my head because this is my weakness, and I won't tell you. Rinnegan said, are all humans like you? The two tails asked again, but before she could finish her sentence, she shook her cute little cat head to herself. You feel very familiar to me, but I can't recall why. No, that's not right. You're not human. Who exactly? One sentence after another. By the end, the tone of the two tails had become extremely cold. At this moment, Rinnegan's attention was no longer on her, as he was thinking about how to let her out. Yes, I am not human. Oh, I am Otsutsuki Umbrella, the third son of Kage Otsutsuki. Rinnegan said nonchalantly, suddenly feeling that Master Chinkong, who had been howling under his feet, had stopped. Oh, Master, you seem to know something. Hearing Rinnegan's teasing tone, Master Chinkong's head instantly shook, as if it were a rattle. No, I don't know anything. Rinnegan did not pursue the matter as time was pressing. He just kept the doubts. Bending down, grabbing Master Chinkong by the collar, and lifting him up, Rinnegan pointed at the chain binding the two tails, and asked, Master, how do you unfasten this chain? Master Chinkong trembled, discreetly glancing at the two tails not far away, and seeing the cold ice in her eyes, he immediately shook his head tremulously. I don't know. Seeing this, Rinnegan's eyes widened, drawing the giant sword from the door, and resting it against his neck with a sinister smile. Master, I'm quite curious, is your neck harder than your head? As he spoke, Rinnegan exerted force with one hand, swinging the giant sword down. It was clear that he was genuinely prepared to make a move, as a fierce, killing intent filled his eyes. At that moment, a cold and proud female voice sounded from behind Rinnegan. Stop. The giant sword in Lin Ren's hand instantly halted mere inches from Master Chinkong's neck. Cut the iron chain, and I can go out, the Two Tails spoke. Lin Ren's gaze moved back and forth between the Two Tails and Master Chinkong, wearing an expression of disbelief. With his eyesight and intelligence, how could he not see the glance Master Chinkong had just thrown at the Two Tails? It now seems that these two might have some clandestine dealings. Quickly scanning the iron chain, Lin Ren suddenly smiled and waved at the Two Tails. Hey, turn around and let me see behind you. What? The Two Tails' big, cute eyes suddenly widened, her pupils shrinking to the size of a pinhead, and flames burst forth from her body. Yet even so, she had no intention of standing up. What do you take me for? A sharp voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Lin Ren awkwardly smiled. Clearly this Two Tails, who had lived for an unknown number of years, knows quite a bit. Ahem, not that back, but that. Lin Ren raised his eyebrows, emphasizing heavily in an attempt to clarify. But everyone knows this kind of thing is impossible to explain clearly. Seeing that the Two Tails still looked angry, Lin Ren pulled out an hourglass to check, sighing helplessly. Stop pretending. I was the first in the rope twisting competition at Little Red Flower Kindergarten when I was a child. Do you really think I can't see that you have a large section of chain hidden beneath your belly? Aren't you embarrassed? Upon having her disguise seen through, the Two Tails instantly became both angry and furious. This guy full of nonsense deserves to die. Thinking of this, the Two Tails slowly exerted force with her limbs, her eyes fixed intently on Lin Ren, adopting a standard pouncing posture of a feline. She believes that in this small space, taking out this guy is a piece of cake. In fact, Lin Ren had sensed something was off long before Master Chinkong had stolen a glance at the Two Tails. A guard and a prisoner actually exchanging glances. The most critical point is that the prisoner is actually the one in control. Who would believe that there's nothing fishy going on here? Furthermore, with the Two Tails speaking to stop Lin Ren from eliminating Master Chinkong. If Lin Ren couldn't see through this, he would truly be a fool. Clearly the Two Tails is not locked up. These chains are all straightened by her own will, and she should also have a large section of chain hidden beneath her belly. Thinking of this, Lin Ren's mind became increasingly clear. The Two Tails has secretly controlled the host of the Wind Thunder Temple, providing herself with a quiet place to reside. Bored, she can also sneak out for a breath of fresh air. When things heat up, she hides away, relying on the hidden cloud village, who no one can do anything to her. As expected, none of these beings who have lived for countless years are simple. Of course, except for the bull ghost, this guy might not have much brains. With all his skill points and muscle, since that's the case, the problem becomes very simple. With that in mind, Lin Ren raised the giant sword, resting it against Master Chinkong's neck, smiling, as he said, "You Two Tails dance." Roar. A tremendous roar resonated through the sky. The Wind and Thunder Temple, an ancient temple rebuilt countless times, faced its inevitable fate, obliterated under the wrath of the Two Tails Juryu. Countless blue flames soared into the sky as Lin Ren discarded Master Chinkong, bracing against the surging heat waves, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Such powerful chakra. Come on, Juryu, unleash your fury. I will wait for you outside. After saying this, he formed a hand seal with one hand and vanished, narrowly evading Juryu's deadly claw. Roar. Another terrifying roar erupted, and the chains binding Juryu automatically fell away. Indeed, those chains had never held her captive. Flames surged and terrifying heat waves continuously erupted from the ground. At that moment, the clones engaged in battle with the ninjas from Yunin village suddenly launched a suicidal charge at them. Lin Ren had already reached the surface. As the director of this scene, he had to control the rhythm of the entire performance, so he also joined the fray. The role he assigned himself was that of the protagonist's companion Ao Fu. However, the real Ao Fu had already fallen into eternal rest. The ninjas from the Wind and Thunder Temple and Yunin village all wore troubled expressions. Among them, the ninja who knew the most information wore a particularly worried expression. The Two Tails was about to emerge. Meanwhile, Lord Raikage, who had gone to the Yunlei Gorge to subdue the rampaging Eight Tails Jinchuriki, was still unaware of when he would arrive at the Wind and Thunder Temple. However, the ninjas from Yunin village were still resolute. The captains of several small squads exchanged glances and quickly came to a unified decision. Everyone retreat from the Wind and Thunder Temple. Scatter in squads and engage the Two Tails from a distance. Taijutsu ninjas, follow me. When the Two Tails emerges, we will retrieve the Wind and Thunder chains from the main hall. This serious-looking middle-aged ninja with scars covering his face was about to say something more when he was interrupted by a violent tremor that shook the ground. Suddenly, a pillar of eerie blue flames shot up from the entire Wind and Thunder Temple. Within the flames, a pair of yellow-green heterochromatic eyes opened, and a massive figure, cloaked in blue-black flames, gradually emerged. The gaze swept quickly, and with a heart full of rage, Juryu instantly located Lin Ren's position. Tailed beasts identify humans not by appearance, but through chakra, which is the clearest way to distinguish one person from another. At that moment Rinnegan, embodying Ao Fu's form, stood solemnly behind. Limei? Come on little change, hurry and hit me. My skin is itching. Although he wore a serious expression, the teasing in Rinnegan's eyes was accurately captured, seeking death. Juria's heart surged with rage, and without a second thought, she spat out an enormous fireball aimed at Rinnegan. According to the first law of the ninja world, fire release will never kill a person with a name. As the massive fireball flew toward them, Limei and the surrounding ninjas from Yunin village immediately reacted, quickly scattering in all directions. Rinnegan observed Limei's movements and followed suit, dispersing in the same direction. Meanwhile, the other ninjas from Yunin village, under their respective captains' leadership, launched a fierce assault against the two tails. Lightning release, water release, all surged forth. Facing these obstacles that seemed like mere insects, Juryu paid them no mind. Her sole target now was Rinnegan. With her massive form agilely leaping, Juryu opened her mouth to unleash a fireball, a brilliant mix of blue and pure black, directed at the crowd. The fireball split in midair, transforming into numerous smaller fireballs that accurately shot toward the ninjas of Yunin village, while she herself charged heavily toward the direction where Rinnegan and Limei were dodging. Her enormous body and agile movements resulted in the outcome that with a single leap Juryu caught up to Rinnegan. Take this claw. With eyes ablaze with vengeful fury, her sharp claws tore through the air, striking heavily at Rinnegan. At this moment, Limei no longer displayed the previous arrogance and defiance. Before such overwhelming power, everything felt like a mere illusion. Limei, get out of the way. Rinnegan's performance as Ao Fu reached its climax. Roaring in panic, he seized Limei by the side and discreetly broke the fingers he was forming seals with. Thinking of using body flicker technique to slip away. No way. However, from the perspective of the other ninjas from Yunin village, this boy named Ao Fu had grabbed his stunned companion and desperately threw him out of the claw's range. Unfortunately, the boy's strength was limited. The companion he fought to save was still knocked away heavily. As for him, he lay forever beneath Juria's claws. Hero. Awesome. For the sake of his companions in the village. Incredible. In an instant, various praises surged in their hearts. Just a second before Juryu was about to crush him, Rinnegan's eyes flickered, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up as his right hand discreetly formed a seal. Ha-Flying Thunder God technique, mutual instant rotation. In a thousandth of a second, Rinnegan's main body and his clone exchanged positions, the only difference being that his clone held a lifeless body. All of this transpired silently beneath the massive claw of the two tails. Boom. A deafening explosion occurred, leaving a massive paw print. Juryu lifted her claw, her furious gaze fixed on the bloody, mutilated corpse that was sunk deep into the ground within her paw print. No way. This isn't that guy. Where is he? Not far away, Limei, who had been knocked away, rolled and finally crashed heavily against the foot of the mountain, stirring up a large cloud of dust. Although his entire body ached, especially his twisted fingers causing excruciating pain, confusion was written all over this guy's face. Ao Fu, what exactly is this guy doing? But before he could comprehend, suddenly a sharp pain erupted from his chest. He saw a pair of incredibly familiar hands reaching out from his chest, gripping a pulsating red heart. This can't. Could it be? My heart. Before he could finish speaking, he saw those hands, strikingly similar to his own, exerting force and crushing the pulsating heart. Rinnegan stood behind Limei, expressionless, as he leaned into his ear softly, saying, "I'm sorry, your role has come to an end. Now it's my turn to take the stage." After saying this, Rinnegan and Limei's figures instantly vanished into the thick smoke. 3 seconds later, a heavily scarred Limei, flames erupting from his eyes, appeared. At that moment, Juryu suddenly turned her head to look toward the distant dust. She sensed the chakra that was both very familiar, yet very detestable. Damn it, what the hell are you doing? Although she had lived for countless years compared to the cunning of humans, she was still too young. The most unfortunate part was that the one she encountered this time was Rinnegan, a human of extreme cunning. Thus, she ultimately remained a stunning puppet, unable to act on her own. Roaring, Rinnegan frantically howled, portraying the man who was saved by his companion, yet forever lost them. Monster! Come kill me. Just like you killed Ao Fu. Come on. In a hysterical roar, Rinnegan dashed out of the smoke, picked up a stone, and desperately hurled it at Juryu. Yet facing such a colossal entity as Juryu, such an attack seemed utterly ineffective and laughable. How could Juryu endure such provocation? She roared in anger and charged toward Rinnegan. She aimed to kill this guy thoroughly and forever. Meanwhile, Rinnegan, relying on the steep and towering mountains behind him, dodged desperately like a mouse. This scene, along with the previous one, was quite amusing, the weak ant provoking the powerful giant. However, in the eyes of the surrounding Yunin ninjas, this guy was simply amazing. Looking at the bodies of many companions around him, seeing Limei's disheveled, yet steadfast figure, blood surged within him. What about ninjutsu? Blast. Protect our companions. Hold on until Lord Raikage arrives. Seize the opportunity that Li Mei is fighting for with his life. Those skilled in taijutsu bring the wind and thunder chains. Damn it, hit hard. Cover him. Cover him. We cannot let him die for the opportunity Li Mei is fighting. On the battlefield, countless ninjas with red eyes and hot tears roared madly, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of ninjutsu against the two-tails Juryu. Juryu roared, her claws sweeping through the air, creating afterimages. Yet this bouncing fellow, like the slyest of mice, leapt and dodged, continuously toying with her by utilizing the towering mountain. Meanwhile, the attacks from the remaining weaklings felt like annoying flies incessantly buzzing at her. But whenever she thought of turning back to deal with these flies with a fireball, the little mouse would always timely halt, uttering taunts that the tailed beast could not endure. Meow meow, come on. Let's go home and play. Fat cat. Hurry up, you're dragging your fat down on the ground. Juryu, you're so cool wearing pants with an open crotch on the street. With a belly full of tricks bending down to show her behind. Rinnegan shouted loudly, his voice echoing. Juryu, who had never been provoked like this, felt she was about to explode with rage. Behind her, many Yunin ninjas were inexplicably excited. Even though they couldn't understand what Li Mei was saying, they were not fools. Every time the two tails turned back, this mocking voice would resonate precisely, and at that moment Juryu would turn her head, continuing to play the cat and mouse game with Li Mei. Look at those tank warriors and bear druids grinding for gear in dungeons. Open your eyes and see what real taunting looks like. You must attack the one with taunt first. Rinnegan's heart was already blooming with joy. Damn, our tailed beasts, so easily angered. It seems I had overestimated them before. Hurry. Come kill me. But it was all fun and games until Juryu suddenly stopped. Her beautiful heterochromatic eyes looked cautiously toward the direction of Yunin village. There, a tall man radiating blinding lightning charged forward with terrifying momentum. The third Hokage, the strongest Hokage in legend, unmatched in physical strength, considered the toughest. Disregarding the entwining wind and thunder chains, the two tails suddenly turned to face Rinnegan, opening her mouth wide. In front of her mouth, blue and purple orbs of light began to coalesce. Upon witnessing this, Rinnegan felt a chill run down his spine. Damn it. I may have gone a bit too far with the taunting. This guy is furious. Except for the 8 tails and 9 tails, tailed beast balls are not typically the primary attack method of tailed beasts, as the chakra consumption is no joke. Even with the vast chakra reserves of tailed beasts, forming 5 or 6 tailed beast balls requires a breather. Of course, that's excluding the 9 tails. That thing plays by its own rules. Aside from that, tailed beast balls have another drawback. The wind-up time is too long. If there were no outsiders present, and without boasting, if all 9 tailed beasts gathered to form tailed beast balls against Rinnegan, he wouldn't fear them. Flying Thunder God technique, anyone. But right now the Hokage was closing in, and the ninjas from Yunin village were staring at him wide-eyed. It's over. Barbecued. I've messed up. Charging towards the Hokage for protection was definitely out of the question, because behind the Hokage was Yunin village. Charging toward the feet of the two tails. Hiding beneath her massive body in the blind spot. That wouldn't work either. At this moment, countless wind and thunder chains were wrapped around the two tails. If she unleashed a tailed beast ball at her own feet, she would be perfectly fine, but those ninjas from Yunin village would certainly be in trouble. Thinking of this, Rinnegan had no choice but to brace himself and charge away into the distance. If it really came to it, he could only abandon this plan. After all, who would have thought that this little lad's temper was so foul that just a couple of words would make her want to form a tailed beast ball? A classic case of not being able to take a joke. Just pathetic. Soon the tailed beast ball formed, and the direction the two tails faced was precisely where Rinnegan was running in a panic. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion sounded from the sky. Then the speed of a blue figure rushing in from afar skyrocketed to the limit like a wildly flashing bolt of lightning. At that critical moment, a furious roar erupted. Hellpiercer, one book pass. Turning to sneak a glance, Rinnegan instantly beheld a scene he would never forget in his life. The third Hokage extended his index finger like an unyielding streak of lightning and struck the two tails right on the chin. Juryu's head was raised high, and her tailed beast ball shot skyward. This is amazing. Rinnegan, who had stopped, unknowingly stuttered as he gazed at this cool power. If Senju Hashirama summoned the great Buddha and Uchiha Madara unleashed the Goliath, their destructive energy was spread over a wide area. The third Hokage concentrated all his might into a single point, reaching the pinnacle of power. With the addition of the third Hokage, the poor little kitten barely had time to mew before it was tied up like a pretzel. Rinnegan watched this scene, slowly exhaled, and collapsed to the ground. It was over. The month-long preparation and scheming had finally come to an end. Thinking this, Rinnegan steeled himself, and without a sound snapped his own left arm. Gathering intelligence, selecting the target, reconnaissance, stockpiling shadow clones, training hard in the Flying Thunder God technique, calculating the timing, provoking the tailed beast. Every step along the way, if he made a single mistake, it would be total defeat. Moreover, the Naruto Kumogakure would inevitably conduct a massive internal purge of its shinobi. By then Rinnegan would have to activate Plan B. And Plan B was to use the power of two-tailed beasts to launch a direct assault. A direct assault would inevitably cause massive civilian casualties, which was not a pleasant prospect for someone who still had a shred of conscience. A shinobi's fate is to kill or be killed. That is an immutable truth. Therefore Rinnegan felt no psychological burden and showed no mercy when striking down Kumogakure's shinobi. Most importantly, his heart rejected such a brainless operation. Simply put, elegance. There must be elegance. Even if it meant gathering at the village gate and bringing our own cement, we'd still make sure our hair looked good before going. Soon the idle Rinnegan, who had been lying on the ground, was found by a grateful Kumogakure shinobi. Gazing at his pale face, his twisted and deformed left arm, his chest still seeping blood, and his eyes fixed on the sky, filled with endless pain. The circle of rough men around him all had red-rimmed eyes. This kid, even wounded this badly, he still fought to protect us. Damn it, something got in my eye. Quick, send our comrade back to the village. We must. Before he could finish, the shinobi was shoved to the ground by a fellow with equally red eyes. Bastard, what nonsense are you talking? He'll be fine. Soon a simple stretcher was made. A few people carefully lifted Rinnegan and rushed toward the village with swift yet remarkably steady steps. His gaze swept around, meeting only concerned eyes. Rinnegan let out a faint sigh deep in his heart. In the end, I am just a despicable, selfish, and helpless person. Soon Rinnegan was brought to the hospital in Kumogakure. Surprisingly, the hospital was in an exceptionally good location, actually built atop a mountain peak. Under the watchful eyes of a crowd of Kumogakure, shinobi Rinnegan was stripped naked, revealing his dark skin and pale buttocks. Then, still under their gaze, he was wrapped up like a rice dumpling by a pretty nurse at the shinobi hospital. Seeing the fair-skinned, beautiful nurse with a slightly flushed face and evasive eyes, Rinnegan immediately felt wide awake. To hell with despicability and helplessness. All I want is a pretty nurse. Imagining the gentle nurse holding a spoon and saying "ah" as she fed him, Rinnegan declared with a serious expression, this broken arm was totally worth it. Kumogakure Saiku. As for Konoha, what the hell is Konoha? Is it edible? Does it have curvy nerve? What? No. Only fat middle-aged ladies. Fuck off. While Rinnegan was blissfully enjoying the nurse's care in the Raikage's office, Raikage, who had just returned from the Fonlei temple, plopped down onto the newly replaced sofa, sprawled his arms wide, and assumed the air of a big shot. Yoi, how is that kid named Limuyi doing? Recalling his subordinate's report, and the brat who had tried to distance himself from the village, even when facing a tailed beast ball, the notoriously hardest nails, third Raikage, felt a flicker of softness in his heart. Strange as it seemed, the toughest and most violent third Raikage was exceptionally kind and caring toward the village's younger generation. Limuyi stood before the third Raikage, pressing a sketchbook against her chest, flattening her ample bosom, looking charming and lively. Uncle Limuyi has already been sent to the shinobi hospital and received treatment. By now he's probably bandaged up and sound asleep. According to the doctor's observation, the kid has a remarkably tough constitution, probably from years of taijutsu training. Also, the reports from the comrades who participated in the battle have been submitted. Hearing this, the Raikage slowly let out a breath and asked in a deep voice, "Let's hear it." Yoi hesitated, then spoke with a grave expression. When they received orders and arrived at the scene, both members of the Perception Squad and the monks of the Fonlei Temple had already been killed. At the scene, a large number of black-clad assailants attacked them. According to their analysis, they were all shadow clones of the same person. Shadow clones. The third Raikage's brow furrowed sharply. Konoha. Yoi shook his head slightly. It's uncertain. Many people can use shadow clones, but Konoha is highly suspicious. Humph. Hearing this, he let out a cold snort, his tightly knitted brows filled with anger. Continue. At the time, there were an extremely large number of shadow clones at the Fonlei Temple. It can be confirmed that the attacker has a terrifyingly vast amount of chakra. Most importantly, the attacker possesses some unknown space-time ninjutsu. Subsequently, the support squad engaged the attacker. Finally, the attacker's clones launched a suicide assault. Immediately after, the two-tails Matatabi broke free from its cage, and the support squad fell into a bitter struggle. Oh, there's one survivor, the abbot of the Fonlei Temple, Master Chinkong. But he knows nothing. What about the interrogation unit? Get them to question him. No can do. Yoi shook his head. The daimyo will not allow us to lay a hand on a venerable master, especially since Master Chinkong is the daimyo's retainer. Yoi finished speaking and stood aside in silence while the third Raikage stared into the distance with a furrowed brow. He was no fool. On the contrary, no one becomes a village leader without being shrewd. This assailant, who had never revealed his true form from beginning to end, must have some ulterior motive. Yesterday's commotion at the Fonlei Temple, today's disturbance involving two-tailed beasts. An unknown eerie space-time ninjutsu, a sudden attack with an unclear purpose, a terrifying hand lurking deep in the shadows. All of this made him feel as if he were caught in an invisible, yet extremely resilient net. No matter how great his strength, he could not break free. This feeling was something he had never encountered since succeeding the second Hokage and becoming the third Hokage. He even had a sensation that in some dark corner a pair of icy eyes were fixed on his back, sending a chill down his spine. Damn it. With a deafening crash, the newly purchased steel-framed sofa shattered again. Helpless. Too helpless. He couldn't even guess the assailant's goal. Does the Intelligence Analysis Division have any theories about the attacker's purpose? The Hokage's gruff voice rang out. They have some guesses. Yui nodded silently, then spoke calmly. The most likely possibility is the Two Tails Matatabi. From beginning to end, the attacker's focus was on the Fonglei Temple. The second guess is war, to provoke another conflict between us and Konoha. The third guess is a diversion to infiltrate the village. After hearing the Analysis Division's report, the Hokage stared at the village outside the floor-to-ceiling window and gave orders with a stony face. Bring the Eight Tails Jinchuriki into the village. Have him stay in the Hokage building. Reduce out-of-village missions for the next 3 months and reassign everyone to patrol the outskirts. Demand money from the daimyo. Say the Fonglei Temple needs rebuilding and the budget is huge. Thoroughly screen all outsiders. Start with civilians and have the Umbu monitor every newcomer. As for the Two Tails, temporarily seal it back in the Fonglei Temple. Select candidates and prepare a Jinchuriki. Hearing this, Yui hastily interjected, Uncle. The iron armor seal is very ineffective against the Two Tails. Doesn't matter. We must keep both the Two Tails and the Eight Tails inside the village. Otherwise they'll be attacked separately. At that, Yui fell silent. This was a last resort. His uncle, much like the Eight Tails, could easily suppress the slightly weaker Two Tails, especially with the aid of the wind and thunder chains. His speed would make sealing it manageable, but it would mean more civilian casualties in the village. After a long pause, the third Hokage suddenly seemed to remember something and spoke. By the way, once Lami's injuries heal, bring him to see me. Having said that, he let out a helpless sigh and muttered to himself, the village needs fresh blood. Yui nodded. Thus the command was given, and the gears of Kumogakure began to turn once more. Yunin Village Hospital. Rinnegan kept a straight face after enjoying the gentle feeding from the cute nurse sister. He lay down with an impassive expression. Although it felt great, he couldn't show it. This plan, leaving aside that last tail beast ball from the Two Tails Matatabi, was overall quite perfect. The 3 strategic goals Rinnegan had set for himself were roughly achieved. First, meeting the Two Tails Matatabi little sister offline. Although she wasn't very satisfied with this meetup, who cares about her? As long as I'm satisfied. So success. Secondly, infiltrating Yunin Village without leaving a trace. This was done fairly well. His current identity was decent, at least trust was not an issue. Lastly, the issue of status. He had actually pondered this for a long time. After all, with the rise in status, the accompanying attention and surveillance also increased. So Rinnegan chose the safest path, climbing step by step to the top, rather than directly replacing a high-ranking member. The benefits of this approach were obvious since he grew up through the ranks. Slight changes in personality were natural, and the likelihood of being exposed was thus minimized. After confirming there were no flaws, Rinnegan finally relaxed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a month had passed. During this period, taking advantage of the Flying Thunder God mutual instantaneous rotation technique, Rinnegan lay in the hospital during the day, enjoying services. At night, he let his clone lie there while he went out wandering. He planned to dig a huge underground cave beneath Lami's house as his secret base. This project was mainly carried out by a team of excavation shadow clones and a team of transport shadow clones working in coordination. In simple terms, Rinnegan had shadow clones dig the soil, then use the Flying Thunder God technique to transport it outside the village and dump it. Under the tireless night and day work of the shadow clones, a huge cavern space was completed. Finally, Rinnegan personally backfilled the entrance of this underground base so that no one would ever discover. From then on, entering and exiting would rely entirely on the Flying Thunder God technique. After finishing all this, the orderly shadow clone training began, and this time their target was chakra nature training. Rinnegan planned to engage in some lightning release training in order to later cultivate the lightning release chakra mode, becoming as hard as the third Hokage. Being strong is a matter of the version A, being hard is a matter of a lifetime. At the same time, To Go far away in Tang Country also received a message from Rinnegan. Because Rinnegan absolutely refused to put information on paper, To Go had to rack his brains and memorize the essay relayed by his clone. What disgusted him most was that in this essay of over 5,000 words, a third of the content was Rinnegan bragging about himself. The remaining third was urging Yuan Fei Risen to hurry up and pay his salary. By the time To Go, after immense effort, had recited the essay, without missing a word, Rinnegan's clone magically produced 3 scrolls and placed them on the table. Seeing this, To Go's face beneath the mask instantly darkened. This bastard, didn't he say writing scrolls was forbidden? Then what the hell is this? The clone inherited Lin Ren's annoying expression and chuckled. Brogo, this one is for my sister Li E, this one is for Lady Xuanhua, and this one is for Yukaha Jing. Don't mix them up and don't peek. Upon hearing this, Go's entire body emitted waves of black aura. He ground his teeth and said, "Bastard, is this what you meant by no scrolls not putting intelligence on paper?" After hearing this, Lin Ren was speechless and rolled his eyes without restraint. He pressed down on the scroll on the table. Then, "Should I read it out loud and you recite it entirely?" Go's expression froze, and beneath the mask his face was full of reluctance, but thinking that he would have to memorize 3 more scrolls, he felt a headache coming on. Forget it," Go said in a muffled voice, then snatched the scroll from Lin Ren's hand. Just when he thought there was nothing else, Lin Ren skillfully took off a huge backpack from his back and placed it on the table with a thud. "And all these are for my sister Li." Seeing this, Go's mouth twitched. With trembling hands, he slowly undid the buckle of the giant backpack. Inside the backpack, neatly arranged, were books of various thicknesses. "What is this?" Go asked help. Lin Ren scratched his head with an innocent look and said, "Nothing, just some books." "What books?" Go pressed on relentlessly. Happy Holiday Arithmetic Complete Set, a Little Paper Conqueror Test Papers." Wait, what nonsense are you talking? Forget it, I'll see for myself." Go interrupted Lin Ren and picked up a book at random. Until Lin Ren's clone time ran out, Go remained standing there staring blankly at the book in his hand, without turning a single page. This. He was completely dumbfounded. Just this one page of this book shattered his worldview completely. Needless to say, just from the books in this backpack, he could already foresee the scene of Lin Ren and Li E turning against each other's siblings at odds. But could this girl Li E outfight her brother? Go felt deep sympathy for this unfortunate girl. Shaking his head helplessly, he shouldered the heavy load and headed towards Mai. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. A journey that should have taken 2 days was delayed by this bag of knowledge. The familiar Mai village, bright and warm sunlight shining on the ground. In the afternoon, everything was so peaceful and harmonious. At the door of the Hokage's office, a masked figure, travel-worn, was gulping water. He drank so fast that much water flowed down his neck into his wide cloak. Go finished drinking. "Lord Risen and the advisors are waiting for you." Go handed the cup to his Umbu colleague, nodded slightly, then walked into the Hokage's office under his slightly pitying gaze. He pushed open the door. In the Hokage's office, Yuan Fei Risen was puffing on his pipe. Beside him, Shuehu Minyan and Zhuanxin Xiaochun sat calmly. Meanwhile, Jitsuin Tuanzang and Yukaha Jing, who had been in conflict recently, sat far apart, each occupying a corner of the office. Apart from Chiodao Chiefing, who had returned home to inherit the family business, the remaining 5 were all present. Having endured Lin Ren's torment, Go's mind was already as tough as iron. Unhurriedly, he carried the backpack to Yuan Fei Risen's desk and placed down 3 scrolls and the backpack. Before Yuan Fei Risen could ask, Go pointed at the 3 scrolls and spoke with neither servility nor arrogance. "These 3 scrolls are for Shuafeng Li E, Lady Xuanhua, and..." As he spoke, Go's gaze beneath the mask subtly flickered towards Yukaha Jing, sitting in the corner. "Lord Yukaha Jing's." Hearing this, Yukaha Jing, who had been sulking, immediately beamed. "Yo, that kid Lin Ren actually remembered me." He said it was rare, but the smile at the corner of his mouth revealed his inner delight. Still, he did not stand up, remaining seated. As a disciple of Qian Shou Feijian, he understood the proprieties. Yuan Fei Risen looked at the scrolls on the table, but did not reach out. He lifted his head to look at Go. "What about Shuafeng Lin Ren's intelligence?" "Lord Risen, shall I give an oral report now?" After receiving Yuan Fei Risen's nod, Go spoke with a strange expression. "Ahem. Currently in Yunin village, just entered the hospital, thanks for inviting." Silence, and absolute silence. At this moment, the Hokage's office had fallen into complete stillness as Go finished his narration. Infiltrating Kumogakure. In Rin's own view, the difficulty was nothing special, yet to Hiruzen Sarutobi and the others it struck like a thunderclap from a clear sky. More than a week earlier, Hiruzen Sarutobi had already received intelligence regarding the disturbances in Kumogakure. However, those covert assets were merely commoners, and the intelligence they gathered was extremely limited. This also made the whole matter appear shrouded in mist. Although relying on intuition, Hiruzen Sarutobi could confirm that these disturbances were orchestrated by Rin. What he hadn't expected was that this fellow had pulled off such a massive series of shocking maneuvers behind the scenes, enough to scare a person to death. A week earlier, the intelligence Hiruzen Sarutobi received was in the south of Kumogakure. The Wind Thunder Temple seemed to have been attacked. The day after the incident, Kumogakure mobilized a large number of ninja, with specific movements unclear, but a huge chakra fluctuation came from the south, and a tailed beast ball exploded in the high sky. Subsequently, the Raikage issued an order for full-scale alert. At first, Hiruzen Sarutobi thought that Rin's infiltration had failed, Although he was a ninja and not a professional spy, he knew that infiltration and undercover operations were best carried out silently. But after hearing Toga's oral account, he realized how gravely mistaken he was. The infiltration of a ninja and the undercover work of a spy. Though both are measures of helplessness when strength cannot crush the enemy, though both involve stealing intelligence and destroying the enemy's effective strength, yet the gap between them is even greater than the gap between a human and a dog. In Toga's account, Rin first selected his substitute targets through intelligence, then came observation from the shadows and countless preparations. Finally, he controlled his chosen roles using various methods to make these characters on the stage perform according to his desires. He gave the Raikage a choice: the 2 tails or the 8 tails. But this was not really a multiple choice question. The Raikage had no choice. He gave the 2 tails a choice: cause a commotion or continue to lie low. The 2 tails also had no choice. Her controlled proxy had a blade placed at his throat by Rin. He gave the character Laimui a choice: achieve merit and establish a career or stay home idle. Laimui also had no choice: his personality, the taunts of his comrades. All of it was meticulously studied by Rin. Hiruzen Sarutobi did not know how Rin made the 8 tails Jinchuriki undergo tail beast transformation, nor how Rin infiltrated Kumogakure, nor how Rin replaced Laimui. Suddenly he thought of something. There had been bloodstains in the archives. At that time, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who had just succeeded as Hokage, assumed that teacher Tobarama had entered with wounds to examine the sealing scroll and had ordered them cleaned up. But thinking back now, perhaps not. At the same time, the Umbu's records regarding Rin's time in the Umbu dungeon also featured a strange phenomenon. Late at night, standing before the door, his gaze seemed to pierce through the door panel, staring intently at the outside. Although he didn't know exactly how Rin had done it, Hiruzen Sarutobi believed that this fellow's objective had certainly been achieved. Thinking of this, Hiruzen Sarutobi suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. This fellow, had his cunning actually reached such terrifying levels? Shaking his head, Hiruzen Sarutobi cast aside the conspiracy theories surging in his mind, raised his head to look at the somewhat restless Tugu, and asked, "What is it? Does Suafong Rin have anything else to say?" Hearing this, Tugu squirmed, as if he had grown a hemorrhoid, looking somewhat embarrassed. Just then Danzo Shimura, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, let out a roar. "If you have intelligence, speak up. If the Umbu all behaved like you, how could they carry out missions?" The words were severe. Hearing this, Tugu seemed to make up his mind, and looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Lord Sarutobi, perhaps I could speak to you alone." Hiruzen Sarutobi's pupils contracted. He originally intended to nod, but considering it was a matter concerning the top echelons of Konoha, he changed his nod to a shake of the head. "No need, just say whatever it is." "Yes." Tugu immediately stood straight, as if he had taken a calming pill. Suafong Rin said, "Remember, it was he who said it, not me." Seeing the discontent in everyone's eyes, Tugu spoke solemnly. "You all behave yourselves, and don't leak my identity. If you mess this up, don't blame me if I turn around and pledge allegiance to the Raikage Big Brother." After saying this, he stiffly turned his head and stared at Danzo Shimura. Danzo immediately became anxious, jumping up as if his butt was on fire, and pointing at Tugu he cursed, "What are you looking at me for? I will never betray Konoha." Tugu sheepishly shrank his head and said aggrievedly, "Lord Danzo, it's not that I want to look at you. That fellow instructed me to look at you." After saying that sentence, "Damn it, this fellow, even when not in the village, can still disgust me half to death." At this moment, Danzo Shimura felt as if he had been screwed over. Hiruzen Sarutobi hurriedly coughed twice, his face twisted from suppressing a laugh. "Well, cough, cough. Well, Tugu, is there anything else? If not, you may go and rest." Hearing this, Tugu nodded aggrievedly, hoisted the huge backpack, and was about to leave. Furious Danzo Shimura rushed in front of Tugu, first glaring at him fiercely, then rudely snatched the backpack. "Is this what he brought back? Inspect it." With that, disregarding any rules, he roughly pulled out a book titled Happy Summer Vacation, almost tearing it apart. If only Ri were not here, she would surely jump for joy. He opened the book. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Danzo fell silent. His originally red face slowly turned livid and then ashen. Tugu watched Danzo's face change like a rotating light, feeling a strange trace of schadenfreude in his heart. This fucking moron. Even more useless than me. Thinking this, Tugu rolled his eyes under the mask and put on a weak tone, reminding, "Lord Danzo, perhaps you could turn a page." Danzo's pale face reddened again, snorted coldly, and threw away the books with utmost contempt. "Still cannot be taken away. Everything must be inspected." Seeing this, Tugu nodded repeatedly. He did not want to carry this huge load to the Senju household to find that little girl. If that girl made a scene, the whole village would probably spread rumors that Lord Tugu bullied a child. With these nonsensical thoughts in his head, Tugu bowed politely and left the Hokage's office. Hiruzen Sarutobi quickly scanned the office and saw that everyone's expressions were not good. Of course, except for that fool Uchiha Kagami, who was looking at the scroll on the desk with anticipation. Hiruzen Sarutobi wasted no words. He simply picked up the scroll and began to read. Rin was measured. The scroll's address to the three did not involve any intelligence, and he did not even write his own name. Extremely cautious. The one addressed to Ri was even more simple, merely telling her to eat well, sleep well, and remember to do her homework every day. Though the words were simple, Hiruzen Sarutobi could still discern Rin's concern from them. After all, having become a father himself, he knew that parental care is embodied in such trivial matters. Smiling, Hiruzen Sarutobi picked up the scroll addressed to Uchiha Kagami. At a single glance, his face darkened. It turned out that in the letter, Rin straightforwardly told Uchiha Kagami to find an opportunity to quickly break away from his surname and simply call himself Sharingan Glasses. The entire rest of the letter was filled with all kinds of nonsensical ramblings, causing Hiruzen Sarutobi's forehead veins to throb. Enduring with patience, he finished reading and quickly passed the scroll to Uchiha Kagami. Seeing this, Kagami took it and began reading with delight. Suddenly, he paused, his pupils contracting almost imperceptibly, then immediately continued reading as if nothing had happened, revealing no flaw. No one present detected his anomaly. Uchiha Kagami, though somewhat unreliable, possessed a cunning that rivaled anyone in the room. Unaware, Hiruzen Sarutobi then opened the third scroll addressed to Mito Uzumaki. In the scroll, Rin completely changed his usual tone. The entire writing was extremely humble and polite. Aside from greetings and concerns about Ri's life, at the end of the scroll, Rin also asked Mito Uzumaki how one could seal a tailed beast inside one's own body. Looking at this sentence, Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows gradually furrowed. Rin, this fellow was certainly not asking without reason. Could it be that this fellow had designs on the two tails? Thinking this, Hiruzen Sarutobi's first reaction was to send a message to Rin telling him not to do anything superfluous. After a moment of thought, Hiruzen Sarutobi reaffirmed his initial thought. He could not let this fellow act foolishly. After all, tailed beasts were one of a village's ultimate weapons. How could a spy like him even think of meddling with such a thing? With this in mind, Hiruzen Sarutobi prepared to personally deliver this scroll to Mito Uzumaki and entrust her to stop Rin's impulsiveness. The day after the earthy dog returned to the village. Just as he planned to take a good rest and enjoy a holiday, he was found by 7 or 8 masked Umbu, who handed him a huge backpack. Earthy dog, this is your mission. Seeing this, the earthy dog was speechless. He thought he had escaped, but unexpectedly he was caught. Reluctantly donning the mask and putting on a coat, the earthy dog slung the backpack over his shoulder and stepped out of his house. The 7 or 8 Umbu followed closely behind him. What's wrong, everyone? The earthy dog asked, somewhat confused. The Umbu all shook their heads in unison, saying, "It's nothing, we just wanted to see which child is so unfortunate." Phew, impressive. Last night the 8 of them stayed up all night, finally managing to flip through these books. As for whether there was any hidden intelligence, no one knew. They could barely derive answers from the first grade questions. But starting from the second grade, with the emergence of confusing concepts like triangles, quadrilaterals, and isosceles trapezoids, they became completely lost. Especially those symbols like XYZ and the ratio of the opposite side to the hypotenuse of any acute angle, a being called the sine of a denoted as sina. These things completely overwhelmed them. They expressed that this was much more difficult than ninjutsu. Normally second grade shouldn't be this hard, but these problems were recalled by Rin from his memories. They were not complete at all, and were filled with leaps of thought. Whatever they could remember they wrote down. If they couldn't manage, they just added some physics and chemistry, making a hodgepodge. Looking speechlessly at his colleagues, the earthy dog said nothing more, shouldered the backpack, and knocked on the door of the Senju family's old residence. After a while, an elderly woman opened the door. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for?" "Shuafeng Li." The old woman nodded at the words and closed the door to go inside. Soon after, a plump girl in a kimono holding a small windmill bounced out. In her other hand, she was holding Tsunade. "Tsunade, sister, hurry up, it must be big brother back home." Li excitedly tugged at Tsunade, running a little. The door opened again, and Li poked her little head out. "Where's big brother?" Scanning her surroundings, she saw no sign of her brother, and her little face immediately puffed up. The earthy dog stepped forward and set down the gigantic backpack, which was taller than half of himself. "Little sister Li, this." Before he could finish his sentence, Li interrupted him excitedly. Don't talk. Is big brother in there?" Saying this, she tiptoed over to the huge backpack. Li's eyes sparkled as she reached up to gently grab the edge of the backpack and carefully unfastened the buckle. "Found you, Jiang." But upon seeing the contents of the backpack, the little girl was so scared that she pushed the backpack away in fright. As the backpack toppled over, numerous copies of Little Scroll, Overlord, and Happy Holidays spilled out, joyfully scattering everywhere. Looking at the opened books, Li's smile froze, resembling a soulless doll. The earthy dog rolled his eyes in exasperation, utterly speechless. Tsunade stood to the side, covering her white forehead with her hand. It really is this guy's style? A month passed again, or it had been 2 months since Rin was hospitalized. His visible injuries had mostly healed. With the help of a flurry of adorable nurse sisters, Rin removed. Indeed, it was still as dark as ever without any fading. With a stern face, Rin quickly put on his clothes. The beautiful nurse sister, however, blushed, her watery eyes filled with an indescribable anticipation. After all, one sees many small elephants, but it is rare to see a big elephant. Putting on his clothes and bouncing around a few times, Rin clenched his fist with some excitement. He couldn't smile. He was playing the role of a guardian who had suddenly awakened, and guardians should not smile cheerfully, of course, excluding the little rascal Deadpool. After thanking the doctors and nurses, Rin stepped out of the ward. At this moment, outside the ward, aboard Awa, dressed in a sexy uniform and form-fitting skirt, was waiting. As Rin stepped out the door, their eyes met, and then Rin froze. His gaze involuntarily shifted downward, focusing on the woman's chest, and he was truly shocked. What the hell is this? Is that a tailed beast ball? This was Rin's first reaction. How could there be 2 tailed beast balls? This was Rin's second reaction. Awa noticed Rin's gaze and immediately raised her notepad to cover her chest. Envy. Rin felt that being indifferent wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Ahem. Awa lightly cleared her throat, giving Rin a stern look. Rin remembered his character's setting with his eyelids half-dropped, appearing as if he hadn't woken up, pointing at Awa's notepad. Excuse me, lately I've seen anything round and thought it was a tailed beast ball. Could you please keep your distance? Awa's face instantly darkened, and her expression of disdain fleetingly disappeared as she involuntarily took 2 steps back. Rin, you've wasted 4 minutes and 38 seconds of my time. 39 seconds. Now follow me to the Raikage's office. I'll explain the details on the way. Raikage. Office. A glimmer of sharp light burst forth from the depths of Rin's eyes. Murmuring, Rin took a step forward, following Awa's pace. The two walked side by side, quickly leaving the Hidden Cloud Village Ninja Hospital. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Awa, and I am the secretary of the Raikage's office. Rin lazily responded with a sound, glancing sideways. He only wanted to send a barrage of comments. I show off on Rin, genuinely envy the Raikage. Awa, unaware of Rin's thoughts, continued to speak. The first thing is, when you meet Lord Raikage, maintain respect. Yes. Rin nodded. The second thing is, your team has been disbanded. Your previous captain and another companion have been reassigned to other teams. Hearing this, he nodded again, like a heartless nodding machine. This wasn't strange. A 4-person team with 1 dead and 1 injured would not continue to undertake missions, would they? Impossible. This isn't the protagonist team. Awa, glancing sideways, secretly observed Rin. She had previously inquired about his personality from his companions and found him very peculiar because of this. This guy seems like a completely different person after being hospitalized. Previously, this guy should have been extremely arrogant, so why does he now seem like he can't wake up? No, something is very wrong. Realizing this, Awa decided to test Rin. Rin, aren't you sad that your team has been disbanded? Awa casually asked. Did they die? Rin turned his head, looking at this youthful giant with a flat expression. Not at all, they are still alive. Awa shook her head repeatedly. Oh, Rin picked his nose and said in a muffled voice. What's there to be sad about if they're still alive? Unlike Aofu, who is already dead. After saying this, Rin raised his head to gaze at the thunderous sky, his demeanor suddenly becoming somewhat profound, murmuring, people. In this life there is no time for sadness. Living does not require sadness, and those who have died do not know sadness. Hearing this, Awa fell silent. This time the list of casualties was compiled by her, so how could she not know who Aofu was? After a moment, Awa spoke again. Sorry, were you close with them? Not really. It's just that guy saved me, and I always felt like I owed him something, thus I thought about carrying on his unfinished. As he spoke, Rin chuckled self-deprecatingly, a worried face slowly emerging in his gaze. What is your dream? Awa's footsteps halted. She felt the heavy sorrow of this man. It's really amusing, saying he has no time to be sad while hiding deep pain in his heart. He's truly a man of contradictions. Watching Rin's receding figure, Awa murmured to herself. As Lin, Rin, and Iowa made their way to the Raikage's office, a serious discussion was already underway within. The third Raikage leaned against the sofa, a look of weariness etched on his not-soged face. It had been over 2 months. Countless Umbu dispatched had failed to find any trace of the infiltrator, while numerous spies from the villages had been captured instead. Among them were many who had been lurking for over 10 years, having established families in the villages. Their children, many of whom had become Jinin, truly regarded the village as their home. Faced with the children who admired him and cared for the village, even the mighty third Raikage felt an overwhelm. Pressing a hand to his brow, his face once again donned a serious expression as Ai addressed the Umbu kneeling before him. What news do you bring? Reporting to you, Lord Rakage, the information relayed by the spy from the hidden mist village indicates that the Three Tails went berserk, breaking free from the Jinchuriki's seal. Oh. The third Rakage's eyes brightened, his body slowly straightening. Given the precedent of the Two Tails rampage, he was very curious about this situation. Was it a natural rampage, or was someone behind it? I am not sure. The Umbu's head lowered even further. Hearing this, the third Rakage snorted coldly, saying nothing more. Such was the style of their village, where while others found it difficult to infiltrate, they themselves could not manage to deal with outsiders. Leaning back slowly, the Rakage casually inquired. Was the tailed beast captured? The Umbu nodded. It was captured, but it was the work of the Whirlpool Country's Uzumaki village. Elaborate. After the Three Tails went berserk, it first destroyed a large number of buildings in the hidden mist village, then rushed into the sea before the third Mizukage could arrive, heading westward. After crossing the vast ocean, the Three Tails entered the Whirlpool Country, where it was sealed by the Uzumaki clan, and returned to the Water Country. Upon hearing this, a hint of blue lightning flickered in the third Rakage's eyes as he murmured, the Uzumaki clan. This clan was indeed quite renowned during the Warring States period. Being a clan of Sagebody alongside the Senju clan, they possessed an extraordinary vitality and chakra that other races found hard to fathom. Meanwhile, this clan was also very adept at sealing techniques. Thanks to their mutually supportive relationship with the Senju clan, this clan, whose combat power was not particularly outstanding, had still managed to thrive. With this thought, the third Rakage suppressed certain unspeakable ideas deep within. Currently, all the villages had just emerged from war, suffering significant losses, making it unwise to resort to violence. However, it wouldn't hurt to capture a few people for some fun. After all, they had helped the Water Country seal the Three Tails. Helping to seal the Two Tails should be trivial. It wouldn't do to only assist the Mizukage's younger brother and not lend a hand to me, the Rakage. Just as the Rakage was mentally mocking the Uzumaki village in various ways, a knock sounded at the office door. Enter, came a gruff voice. A young man entered holding the hand of a child about 10 years old. The child had his head bowed with one side of his hair white and the other green, his face marked by profound sorrow. Upon seeing the child, the Rakage's expression softened. Fukai, what's wrong? The young boy slowly lifted his head, his handsome face streaked with tears. Uncle, my father is about to give up. Hearing this, the usually resilient Rakage let out a slow sigh. 2 months prior, when Rinnegan had provoked the Eight Tails Jinchuriki into tailed beast transformation, Fukai's father, an imperfect Jinchuriki, had already been facing the brink of bodily collapse. At that time, the third Rakage had ordered Fukai's father, his own cousin, to be brought to the Rakage building, precisely considering this situation. Unexpectedly, he hadn't even lasted a year. At this moment, the young man holding Fukai suddenly spoke to the third Rakage. Lord Rakage, I wish to take my brother's place and become the Eight Tails Jinchuriki. After a moment of silence, the third Rakage nodded. Just then another knock echoed at the door. Upon permission, Ioway entered with Rinnegan. Lord Rakage, Raimui has arrived. After speaking, he quickly scanned the office, standing silently off. In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on the silent figure in the center. Rinnegan felt no trepidation. He had visited the Hokage's office before, and not just a few times. Now he had also unlocked the Rakage's office. With this thought, Rinnegan couldn't help but self-deprecate. Why didn't they give me the ultimate check-in system? I would absolutely crush it. However, joking aside, he held no contempt for the Rakage's intelligence. Someone capable of leading a village might not have any extreme strengths, but they certainly had no weaknesses. Raimui, have you fully recovered? The Rakage did not wear a stern face, but instead asked with a hint of kindness. Upon hearing this, Rinnegan's eyes drooped as he weakly nodded. Noticing this, the Rakage's brow furrowed slightly. If he remembered correctly, Raimui should be a very proud and confident individual. How had he turned into this lazy and drowsy state? Did you not get enough rest in the hospital? The Rakage asked. No, I rested very well. The doctors and nurses took great care of me. Then why do you look so sluggish? Hearing this, Rinnegan chuckled internally. Here it comes. He knew that the Rakage, being so straightforward, would ask. Sure enough, my way of thinking has already adapted to the style of the Cloud Village, turning into its shape. With this thought, Rinnegan realized it was time for him to summon some energy. Furrowing his brow, pursing his lips, and brightening his eyes, Rinnegan looked down at his tightly clenched fists and said in a deep voice, because power must be reserved for training. Upon hearing this, the Rakage's eyes suddenly shone brightly. This explanation was not just satisfactory, it was highly satisfactory. After all, as the toughest of men, he disliked those who were lazy and soft. In his view, the men of the Land of Lightning should embody thunder, harboring fury and bloodlust within their hearts. So what are your plans moving forward? The Rakage sat up straight, asking gravely. Training. Am not strong enough, though I must undergo more and more training to continuously hone my body, so I can stand in front of my comrades. Upon hearing this, the Rakage burst into hearty laughter, his eyes alight with unabashed admiration. He understood that this guy had been eternally stimulated by the deaths of his comrades. Kid, do you want to become the Raikage? Hearing this, Rinnegan firmly shook his head, disregarding the Raikage's somewhat bewildered expression as he replied solemnly, in the past, I really wanted to. But now, I will carry the dream of the Alfu and become the strongest shield of the village. Rinnegan pounded his chest vigorously, lowly shouting in a somewhat cringeworthy manner, though he felt so embarrassed he could carve out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes on the floor. Yet he knew the apathetic Cloud Village just loved this vibe. As expected, the muscular Raikage erupted into laughter, suddenly standing up and striding over to Rinnegan. His towering figure exuded immense pressure as he slowly extended his fist. Come on, kid. Let me see your determination. Damn. For the sake of the lightning release chakra mode, my Chinibu spirit, arise once more. Revive again. Long live youth. Rinnegan tightly clenched his fist and firmly bumped fists with the third Raikage. At that moment, an overwhelming aura erupted from the Raikage, and with a powerful punch, he sent Rinnegan crashing against the wall. Then this fellow burst into a hearty laugh. Huh. Not bad determination. Huh. Rinnegan, looking utterly speechless, pulled himself off the wall. He knew that the Raikage had no intention of harming him, otherwise half of his body would have been obliterated. Moreover, he had been sent flying by a force that was firm, yet not sharp. This must be the Raikage's way of greeting. Clearly speechless, Rinnegan still wore an invigorated expression. Lord Raikage, I will definitely surpass you. After saying this, Rinnegan felt as if he had just eaten something unpleasant. Could this be? I do my utmost to perform for you like a guest in an emotional program, waiting to be chosen. With this thought, the frustrated Rinnegan silently pulled out his grudge book. Sarutobi, hi. Ahem. Shimura Danzo. It's all your fault for forcing me to infiltrate the Cloud Village, causing my principles to shatter into pieces. I will remember you. Seeing Rinnegan completely unharmed, the Raikage burst into another bout of hearty laughter. For some time now, such joyful laughter from the third Raikage had been absent from his office. After a while, the Raikage's laughter gradually subsided. Limuyi, although you acted recklessly during the sealing of the two tails, you also bought considerable time for your fellow villagers. After deliberation, the village has decided to reward you with a house. Having said this, the Raikage pointed a thick finger toward a spot not far from the window. There atop a towering mountain stood a cluster of residential buildings built into the slope. Only those who had made outstanding contributions to the village were eligible to live there. Look, Hiruzen Sarutobi, come and see. Now that's what I call vision. That's magnanimity. Just by taking the two tails for a couple of casual strolls, the third Raikage rewarded me with a top-floor viewing suite. Is this Kumogakure? Love it. Love it. Still, Rinnegan firmly shook his head. One reason was his persona, the other was that he had set his sights on the Senju clan's grand mansion. Once Mito Uzumaki and Tsunade became close, he could stay there permanently. And when Mito Uzumaki went to join Hashirama Senju and Tsunade ran away after her younger brother and boyfriend died, well, that grand mansion would surely bear the name Sakaho. With that thought, Rinnegan put on an inspired expression and said, Raikage-sama, I don't want the house. Please exchange it for money. I want to buy weighted training gear. Hearing this, the Raikage pondered for a moment, then looked at Rinnegan with satisfaction and nodded slightly. That works too. Away, take him to get the money. How much? 2 million Ryo. At that figure, Rinnegan's mind instantly calculated the exchange rate between the land of fire and the land of lightning. 2. That would be over 6 million Ryo in land of fire currency. See. Now that's what I call magnanimity. Hiruzen Sarutobi, I'm talking to you. To be fair, it wasn't just Kumogakure's wealth. The land of lightning's geography was unique. It only bordered the tiny land of moon. This meant that even though the land of lightning was roughly the same size as the land of fire, Kumogakure's border defense expenses were far less than Konoha's. Simultaneously, although the land of lightning was mountainous and rugged, its climate was not harsh, and its arable land was not much less than Konoha's. Most crucially, Kumogakure did not have as many clans as Konoha. With fewer people dividing the pie, there was naturally more to distribute to civilian shinobi. This also explained why the land of lightning was so war-prone, yet rarely produced rogue ninja. At least within Rinnegan's memory, the Akatsuki organization had members from every country. Even minor villages like Yugakure had defectors. Only the land of lightning had 0 rogue ninja. Whoever had the bigger fist became the boss. It was simple, brutal, yet utterly fair. Coupled with the money, only a fool would turn rogue. Watching Rinnegan and Away leave the office, the third Raikage recalled how Rinnegan had been blasted away by a shockwave, yet came out unscathed, and couldn't help sighing. That Limuyi kid is really tough. He's excellent material for learning the lightning release chakra mode. Then Fukai, who had been lingering in the office, spoke up timidly. Uncle, do you want him to become B? Hearing this, the Raikage's smile slowly faded. He was silent for a long moment before finally shaking. Leaving the Raikage's office, Rinnegan followed Away to her secretary's office next door. The room was small, Just a desk, a sofa, and a coffee table. Wait here, you'll get the money. Seating Lin Ren on the sofa, Wei went behind her desk to prepare the cash. Lin Ren resumed his casual demeanor, quietly taking in his surroundings. Maybe from all the talking, or maybe from the adrenaline of being a Chinibyu, a sudden thirst hit Lin Ren. Secretary Wei, can I have some water? Lin Ren pointed at the teapot and teacup on the table. The tea is cold, Wei replied without looking up, still counting money. Lin Ren shrugged casually. No problem. With that, he poured himself a cup and gulped it down. Smacking his lips, he offered a casual compliment. This water is pretty good. Where's it from? Hearing this, Wei's counting hand paused briefly before resuming. Bought from the land of tea. Do you like it? He'll give you a bag. Lin Ren waved his hand dismissively. Never mind, keep it for yourself. Soon carrying a small leather suitcase, Lin Ren walked out of Wei's office. He never noticed that the woman in high heels, whose footsteps made no sound at all, stood at the doorway, one eye fixed on his retreating back. Clutching his beloved money, Lin Ren left the rakeage building and found a blacksmith shop that looked thoroughly on. He planned to customize a pair of arm guards identical to the future Fourth Hokage. As time passed, Lin Ren's physique grew increasingly monstrous, and the magnet sand inside him had gradually lost its effect. Not only that, but the loose sand often got in the way, clustering in strange places and blocking the flow of various bodily fluids. Annoying. So new weights had to be prioritized. After briefly explaining his requirements and agreeing to pick them up in 2 days, Lin Ren left the shop under the blacksmith's peculiar gaze. Back at Lin Mui's small apartment, just as he was about to head to the bathroom, a knock came at the door. Clutching his rear, Lin Ren opened the door with a grimace. Outside stood 2 men and a woman politely waiting. Judging by their attire, they were village shinobi. Hello, are you Lin Mui? Asked the middle-aged man in the center. Lin Ren nodded, scratching his nose without any decorum. That's me. And you are? Nice to meet you. I'm Ryudo, the squad leader. He gestured to the arrogant-looking boy and the expressionless girl beside him. This is Kamado Kahaku, and this is Kamagawa Yui. We'll be your new teammates. With that, the handsome dark-skinned man smiled warmly, revealing a row of white teeth, and extended his hand. Lin Ren blinked for a moment, then extended his right hand, the one that had been clutching his rear, and shook it. Sorry, please come in. He welcomed the 3 inside. Lin Mui's apartment was tiny. Aside from a bathroom, there was only a bed and a low table. Seated at the table, Lin Ren scratched his head with droopy eyelids. Sorry, no one told me about joining a new squad. First meeting, and I have nothing to offer. Ryudo looked curious. Did Lady Away not mention it? No. Lin Ren shook his head. Ryudo gave an awkward smile. Maybe Lady Away was too busy. Seeing Lin Ren's half-asleep expression, Ryudo hesitated, then began explaining his own circumstances. Lin Mui, hey, race, how it is, I'm a Chunin, and the squad leader. Yui and Kahaku are Jinin. The previous member died on a mission, so the village assigned you to our squad. You know about the tailed beast rampage 2 months ago. The squad hasn't left the village for missions in a while. With the Chunin exams coming up in 2 months, we'll likely have to take on a lot of missions now. With any other Jinin, Ryudo wouldn't have said so much. But this was Lin Mui, the one who risked his life to save many comrades. Though not officially hailed as a hero in private, the shinobi who fought in the Two Tails rampage were all grateful and full of praise for Lin Mui. After listening, Lin Ren thought for a moment, and said in a lazy voice, So squad leader Ryudo, when do you plan to start taking missions? Hearing Lin Ren call him leader, Ryudo's eyes lit up. He tapped his fist and said firmly, the sooner the better. Lin Ren nodded slowly. Squad leader Ryudo, then let's make it 2 days from now. I ordered some ninja tools and can only pick them up then. After a pause, he added, There's no need to include me when you go to the Raikage office to take on missions. Just call me when it's time to go out. Lin Ren spoke flatly, implying he didn't care what missions they chose. This was part of Lin Ren's persona. Old habits die hard. Lin Mui wasn't the type to suddenly become polite and humble. Having experienced a comrade's death, Lin Mui had buried his arrogance deep in his bones. This was something Lin Ren had mulled over for a long time. Few people's personalities are perfectly consistent inside and out. Lin Ren's setting for Lin Mui was this: saved by his comrades, he reflected deeply, hid his grief, and outwardly appeared lazy and indifferent, but would occasionally show flashes of his former arrogance. At the same time, he detested anything that interfered with his training. The most logical persona would have been to discard the arrogance entirely, but Lin Ren considered, was the bond between Ofu and Lin Mui truly that strong? Was their connection deep enough to give him such a powerful shock? The answer was no. Details determine success or failure. Lin Ren thought, I'm meticulous, no one beats me on that. After settling the mission details, Ryudo led his 2 teammates out of Lin Mui's home. Walking down the street, the perpetually arrogant Kahaku suddenly spoke up. Lin Mui isn't what you described, squad leader. I thought he'd look down his nose at us, considering he saved so many. Ryudo smiled and shook his head. No, Lin Mui is still proud. Didn't you hear him say to just call him when it's time to go? What's wrong with that? The arrogant yet naive Kahaku asked, puzzled. It means he doesn't care about the missions at all, not even their difficulty. It means he believes his strength surpasses ours. Hearing Ryudo's explanation, Kahaku frowned and muttered, "Give me a break, he's just a genin." Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Rinnegan picked up his new weights. Looking at the arm guards, each as thick as half his waist, he nodded with satisfaction. With some effort, he raised his hand and gave a thumbs up to the terrified blacksmith. With the weights in hand, Rinnegan began his training in earnest. Because of his persona, he could train openly without sneaking around like he had to in Konoha. His training plan was simple: punch mountains. Monkey D. Garp had hammered himself into the ceiling of One Piece power by punching mountains. I'm going to learn that too. When I've pounded the land of lightning into a plane, I'll have mastered the art. Without further ado, he put on the massive arm guards and left the village, finding a towering mountain nearby to begin his training. Another 3 days passed swiftly. When Ryudo's squad went to the Raikage's office to accept missions, the Raikage chewed them out for not having a full team and refused to assign any. Frustrated, they went to look for their newest member, Laimui. They knocked on his door for a long time without response. Just then, an elderly woman next door poked her head out. "Are you looking for Laimui?" Ryudo nodded and introduced himself. "Good day, ma'am. I'm Ryudo, Laimui's squad leader." The old woman smiled and said, "That kid isn't home. He's training at Raito Mountain south of the village." Ryudo gave a slight bow and led the fully equipped Kahaku and Yui toward Raito Mountain. "What a pain. Why does he have to go so far to train?" Kahaku grumbled. "It's fine." Ryudo smiled warmly. Soon the three left the village and headed for Raito Mountain. From a distance, the trio could faintly hear a series of dull rumblings ahead. Exchanging glances, they quickened their pace toward the source. Rounding Raito Mountain, they finally spotted Rinnegan on the southern slope, his back to them. From afar, they saw him sitting cross-legged, his right arm, clad in a massive guard, raised high. Then with a heavy slam, his fist came down. The ground shook violently, and a thunderous roar echoed across. After that, the guy scratched his head in frustration, apparently dissatisfied with the results. Looking at the ground around Rinnegan, which was cracked and scarred from the impacts, Ryudo swallowed hard as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. This is a monster. Even in a village full of muscle-bound warriors like Mangekyō, this guy would rank among the top. Turning his gaze forward, the towering Raito Mountain now looked as if a giant dog had taken a bite out of it. A massive hollow was gouged out. Holy crap, this was his training. Terrifying. Beside him, the two younger ones were completely speechless, jaws dropped so wide that drool dripped from their lips. In that moment, any trace of arrogance or coldness vanished from their faces, replaced by sheer horror. They finally understood why Laimui didn't care what missions they took. Because this guy was a complete monster. Boom. Another tremor rocked the ground, and nearby Laimui scratched his head in frustration again. The thunderous noise jolted the three out of their stunned state. Swallowing once more, Ryudo wiped his sweat and led Kahaku and Yui trembling over to Rinnegan. But when they saw what Rinnegan was actually doing, their faces collectively darkened. The bastard Laimui had a huge pile of walnuts beside him. Walnuts, can you believe it? And this exasperating guy was raising his right hand and punching down on them. Boom. Another earth-shaking blow. The walnuts were crushed to bits, their stubborn kernels reduced to powder, as if declaring, "I'll shatter to pieces rather than let you eat me. If you want to taste, get down and lick." Then Laimui would scratch his head in frustration again. Sensing the three, Rinnegan turned around, scratching his messy afro-like hair, and gave an embarrassed grin at Ryudo. "Sorry, squad leader, I still can't control the force well." Looking at Laimui's awkward smile, Ryudo and the others were utterly speechless. It was explained clearly that due to the absence of others, Lord Liang did not allow Lu Do to take on the mission. Understanding the reason, Rinnegan nodded speechlessly and smiled at Lu Do and the others. "Captain Lu Do, wait for me. We can't waste this walnut." Saying so, he hurriedly began to search for a sack to pack the walnuts. Lu Do and the others were at a loss for words. This guy was hopeless. With such terrifying power, he chose to eat walnuts here rather than fight on the front lines. Indeed, the death of Ao Fu had hit him too hard, causing his mind to become somewhat abnormal. Filled with sympathy, Lu Do decided that during this mission, he must help to enlighten Laimui. After all, at such a young age, having mental issues would make it difficult for him to marry and have children in the future. Soon the assembled Lu Do team arrived at the mission release office. The mission release room was adjacent to Lei Ying's office, equally spacious, where Lei Ying sat in a large chair seriously examining a scroll. Knock knock. Enter. Lei Ying casually glanced at Lu Do's team, and his eyes suddenly lit up when he saw Rinnegan. "Laimui, come here." A rough voice sounded. Hearing this, Rinnegan lazily stepped forward and stood before the third-generation Lei Ying. "Lift your hand for me to see." Rinnegan immediately raised his arm. Lei Ying reached out, supporting the arm guard on Rinnegan's arm, weighing it for a moment, and a grin spread across his face, seemingly quite satisfied. "Not bad, kid. This weight, it's about a ton." Note 1 ton of iron is approximately 0.127 cubic meters. Linren scratched his head awkwardly at these words. Seeing this, Lei Ying continued to hold the arm guard and scrutinized it carefully, asking, "Can you adapt? Should I get you a larger one?" "What? Let me have it for free. If you say that I'm not sleepy anymore." "Of course I can adapt. Look." Saying this, Linren pulled out a walnut from somewhere and placed it in his left palm. Upon seeing the walnut, Lu Dou's face instantly twisted as he covered his forehead. "Damn it. This guy is at it again. Can you please leave the walnuts alone? Does the walnut have a grudge against you?" Unfortunately, his resentment did not affect the two individuals in front, who were remarkably in sync. Linren stared seriously at the walnut, his right hand gesturing up and down continuously. Meanwhile, the third-generation Lei Ying was fixated on the walnut, his eyes shining with intensity. "Huh." With a light shout, Linren's right hand descended with a remarkable rhythm. He was determined to showcase his powerful strength effortlessly to impress the third-generation Lei Ying. At that moment, everyone in the office focused their attention on the walnut, including the wildly complaining Lu Dou. With a loud splat, the walnut shattered into pieces. Watching this scene unfold, Lu Dou felt as if his face might split open. "Brother, can you be any more unreliable? This is the mission release room, a place of great seriousness. You're about to ruin Lord Lei Ying's vibe." The third-generation Lei Ying burst into a hearty laugh, giving a heavy pat on the shoulder of the gloomy Linren. "Lai Mui, go practice some more. Huh. Also eat more pork legs to bulk up a bit." Despite the laughter, Lei Ying was already very pleased with Lai Mu. This kid was simply born to be a martial art. Don't be fooled by Linren smashing the walnut. It was because his right hand swung down very quickly. If he had chosen to swing more slowly, he could have easily left the walnut intact. However, doing so would have been meaningless. It was best not to play tricks in front of someone as straightforward as Lei Ying. In a good mood, Lei Ying quickly issued 2 tasks. One task was to clear out a bandit den within the country of Suki as commissioned. The other was a task issued by the village patrolling the borders. However, this task was quite characteristic of Yunin village. It involved patrolling not their own borders, but the borders between the land of Soup and the land of Suki. Big brother Lei Ying stated, "My borders are mine, and your borders are also mine." Due to the time taken to find Linren and receive the tasks again, Lu Dou's team of 4 decided to depart the next day. Just as Linren was leaving the Lei Ying building, unbeknownst to him, 2 women were whispering to each other. The next morning, the 4 gathered at the village entrance and set off towards the south in the direction of the land of Suki. According to the mission description, the location of the bandits was right on the border between the land of Suki and the land of Thunder, atop a perilous mountain. At the foot of this mountain was an unimportant trade route. Relying on the treacherous location and controlled robberies, the bandits were living quite comfortably. However, unfortunately, Lord Lei Ying believed they had grown fat enough, and that it was time to slaughter them for their fat. This was also a common practice for the rogue village of Yunin, allowing rule-abiding bandits to rob foreign merchant caravans and then fattening them up. Nowadays, the irritable Lei Ying couldn't get any money from the irritable daimyo of the land of Thunder and had to prepare to slaughter these little pigs in advance for the new year. In contrast, the relationship between Konoha village and the daimyo of the land of Fire was much better. When they ran out of money, they could easily ask for more. One hand washes the other. This was also the reason Konoha produced so many beggars, such as Haruno Sakura Sakurakin, the Pink Demon, and the females of Team 7, among others. A typical case of picking up a bowl to eat meat and putting it down to curse. While thinking about irrelevant matters, Linren lagged behind the team, protecting Lu Dou's team's rear. Soon the 4 of them arrived at their destination, a treacherous mountain range. It was not a magnificent peak, but its steep cliffs were almost vertical to the ground. It is said that the bandits' lair is at the top of the mountain, and they usually go up and down using a basket. One must say that the bandits who thought to build a home in such a place were quite clever. When Linren first saw this mountain, he even suspected he had arrived at Zhangjiaji. Soon Lu Dou found a hidden wind-sheltered cave and began to seriously devise a battle plan. "First we gather intelligence, and then we will take them all at once." Linren nodded repeatedly in agreement, his face full of approval. "Great. A fantastic battle plan. Very characteristic of Yunin village. But Captain Lu Dou, have you considered that I can't swim and can't climb trees? What should I do?" The battle plan was quickly decided due to Linren being new. Lu Dou assigned him to guard at the foot of the mountain. Linren nodded nonchalantly in response. After all, it was all about mixing in, or it made no difference where he did it. Under the cover of night, the operation began. Lu Dou, along with Jie and Hupa, nimbly climbed the nearly vertical cliff. Linren watched their figures disappear into the darkness and muttered, "Go for it, Captain. I've already nailed down Newton's coffin board for you." Soon the sounds of battle erupted overhead, and Linren sat cross-legged on the ground, confused as he raised his head. Normally, shouldn't ninjas operate stealthily for assassinations? Why is it so noisy? Thinking for a moment. Oh, Yunin village. That's fine. Soon the utterly pointless battle came to an end and Lu Do and the others returned covered in someone else's blood carrying large and small bundles. Arriving at a nearby processing point to hand over their harvest, the Ryudo squad set off southward once more to begin patrol duties. A week slipped by and the team, which had enjoyed peace and tranquility along the way, finally reached the hot water village of the Land of Soup. Though called a ninja village, it was known as the village that forgets war. Rinnegan had been here before, but due to mission constraints he hadn't lingered and instead followed the Kato family's merchant convoy into Konoha. Now, after a week of roughing it in the wilderness, the four finally found a place to rest. As its name suggested, the hot water village was abundant with hot springs. Inns and hotels centered around thermal baths were everywhere. Across the entire ninja world, this village's prosperity was second to none. Hot springs, casinos, kabuki theaters, luxury hotels. Every conceivable den of indulgence was available. It was also the favorite haunt of feudal lords and wealthy merchants from various countries. Walking along the streets, Ryudo, Yui, and Kahaku gradually relaxed their taut nerves. Although the hot water village's combat capability was indeed zero, its rate of disturbances was remarkably. After all, one might brush shoulders with a feudal lord's son or a prominent merchant. In such a precarious environment, one would even hold in a fart and take it home wrapped in a pocket to avoid offending the high and mighty. However, as members of Mangekyō, Ryudo and his comrades had no such worries. Because the situation was like this. Normal village chief, what? You struck the water country's feudal lord. Terrible. Lock this guy up. Abnormal village chief. The third rakage, what? You struck the water country's feudal lord. Excellent. Finally found an excuse. Brothers, follow me. As dusk approached, lanterns began to glow. Rinnegan, trailing at the rear of the squad, was suddenly drawn to a dazzling spot. It was a vast courtyard with antique walls adorned with exquisite lanterns of various colors, each bearing the large character flower. Before the spacious entrance, carriages and pedestrians flowed incessantly. Men laughed, arms slung over each other's shoulders as they entered the mysterious compound. Rinnegan looked up, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth, and couldn't help but sigh. So this is the main branch of Hanamichi Ichim. As Rinnegan marveled, the ears of Yui Kawakumo twitched strangely. Soon the four found a cheap inn without hot springs. Inside the room, Ryudo addressed Rinnegan and the others with a grave expression. One day off. Gather intelligence on your own. Meet here tomorrow night. Remember, we are still on a mission. Do nothing unrelated to it. With that, he strode out of the room. Seeing this, Rinnegan rose and followed. Finding a secluded spot and carefully sensing the surroundings, Rinnegan formed a single hand seal and his figure vanished instantly. The next moment he materialized in a pitch-black underground chamber. Suddenly a mat kunai pressed against Rinnegan's neck, accompanied by a cold, yet somewhat familiar voice. Don't move. Who are you? Rinnegan slowly raised his hands and asked timidly, Dog brother, is that you? Silence. After a long moment, a candle was lit and warm candlelight replaced the murderous darkness. Don't call me dog brother. The kunai at Rinnegan's neck was slowly withdrawn. At the same time, a somewhat frustrated voice sounded from behind. Rinnegan scratched his head, chuckled, turned around, and threw his arms around Tsukinu. Dog brother, it's only been a month. Why be so distant? Remember when we shared a bed? Before Rinnegan could finish, Tsukinu clamped a hand over his mouth. Behind the mask, Tsukinu's face darkened again. He knew Rinnegan was referring to the time when he released the monster from his body. That incident had made him fall from the rafters in fright and had been held by that monster all night, nearly wetting the bed. Shoving the unpleasant memories aside, Tsukinu rolled his eyes silently and grumbled, what intel do you have now? None. Rinnegan shook his head bluntly. Then why are you here? I missed you. Staring at Rinnegan's earnest gaze, Tsukinu nearly spat blood. After heaving a couple of deep breaths, Tsukinu composed himself and pressed, what's the real matter? Rinnegan hesitated, then spoke. It's like this, dog brother. I have an idea. What idea? Tsukinu asked warily. Among all the Konoha ninjas who had dealt with Rinnegan the longest, he understood this guy well. Simply put, he knew Rinnegan himself wasn't dangerous, but whenever something weird popped into his head, he became extremely dangerous. Thus, the emergence of any idea must be stopped. Rinnegan stroked his chin, oblivious to Tsukinu's caution, and murmured, I want to start a company. What's a company? Tsukinu tried to divert. It means a corporation, Rinnegan explained. Are you short on money? Tsukinu interrupted again. Yes. Rinnegan nodded. So I thought. How much? Tsukinu interrupted a third time, trying to nip the idea in the bud. Rinnegan glanced at Tsukinu with a puzzled look, then began counting on his fingers. Not much, maybe 1 or 200 million in startup capital. Could you lend me some? Hearing this, Tsukinu's head shook wildly, backing away repeatedly. What the heck? Not much. 1 or 200 million. Forget it. Just spill your dangerous idea. Seeing Tsukinu shaking his head vigorously, Rinnegan didn't mind, and said with a dreamy expression, I plan to name this company Konoha Unlimited Non-Liability Company. And our company's goal is world peace. At this, Tsukinu was speechless. Unlimited non-liability. So, Rinjin's seductive voice rang out again. I want to invite you to join and become our company's first general manager. Although he had no idea what a general manager was, Tsukinu shook his head repeatedly. No. I live as a Konoha shinobi and die as a Konoha ghost. I want to join your irresponsible company. It's Konoha Unlimited Non-Liability Company. Rinjin emphasized. Besides, our company isn't an organization and it won't restrict your freedom. To be blunt, you can leave anytime you want with no worries at all. Even so, Tsukinu still shook his head. Seeing this, Rinjin put on a disappointed look, sidled up to Tsukinu, and slung an arm around his shoulder. Dog brother, don't you want to earn some extra cash? Not to criticize, but with your monthly salary of 10,000 ryo, what can you afford? You won't even be able to buy milk powder for your future kids. Tsukinu weakly replied, Rinjin, I earn 20,000 ryo a month. What? Hiruzen Sarutobi told me it was 10,000. That old man also said all A and BU members get 10,000, don't complain. Bastard, I've been cheated. Hiruzen Sara. Shimura Danzo, I've marked this grudge. Heaving a few heavy breaths, Rinjin forced down his dissatisfaction and mustered a mercenary smile. Fine, say you earn 20,000 a month, enough to support a family. But what about your companionship? You work in ENBU day and night and missions take you away for months, or even a year. What will happen to your child? What if your wife runs off with the neighbor? Think about it. What if you die in a mission? The neighbor will spend your death benefits, sleep with your wife, and beat your kid. Can you accept that? Overwhelmed by Rinjin's forceful argument, Tsukinu glanced at the spittle-flying figure and timidly replied, Rinjin, there's no one named Wong in our village. Rinjin was utterly infuriated. He never imagined he would be outsmarted by a taciturn dirt dog who secretly enjoyed risque books. Fuming, he viciously locked his arm around the dirt dog's neck. Fully embracing the spirit of if gentleness fails, ill, just take the pill. Force it. You crafty dirt dog, if you don't join, ill move next door till you change my surname to Wong and call myself Wong Rinjin. Hearing this, the face beneath the dirt dog's mask turned utterly dark. No, you can't live next door to me. I will. Rinjin said with a domineering air. If you dare live next door, I'll tell Lord Hiruzen about your space-time ninjutsu secret. Huh. If you dare snitch, I'll spread the news all over the village that you've collected a deluxe, colorfully illustrated edition of the Tale of Genji. After saying this, Rinjin sneered slyly at the sweat-drenched dirt dog. And there are yellow stains on your book. You looked at it too. The dirt dog trembled, but refused to concede. I don't care about face, you can say whatever you want. Rinjin declared proudly. Damn you, Rinjin, do you want the Hitaki clan to end with me? The dirt dog roared. Hitaki Kakashi. Rinjin froze, and a tragic name suddenly popped into his mind, Hitaki Tsukumo. What? Dog bro is Tsukumo. No wonder Kakashi always carries make out paradise. The root is right here with you. You sly dog hiding so deep. After roaring, the dirt dog himself froze. Damn, I've blown my cover. What now? With that thought, he slowly turned his head toward Rinjin, desperately hoping to see a trace of confusion on that face. But he was disappointed. Rinjin's mouth was split wide open, and he was raising his eyebrows smugly at him. It's over. My life is ruined. Rinjin, however, was thinking the Hitaki clan is wealthy. If I drag him in and fleece him, I'll have my... And maybe the reason he dared to commit suicide so easily was precisely because he had money. No worries about Kakashi's livelihood or marriage dowry, so he felt free to act recklessly. In that case, if I strip him of his money, his house, everything, wouldn't I be saving his life? Damn him a truce. With that thought, Rinjin sidled up to Hitaki Tsukumo, intimately pressing close, and speaking with a grin, Hitaki dog bro, you. My name is Tsukumo interrupted gloomily. Alright, Tsukumo dog bro. Hearing this, Tsukumo felt another wave of exhaustion and just wanted to bury himself somewhere. Tsukumo dog bro, listen to me. See, we've known each other for so long. Ever since I entered the village, you've been failing. It's called surveillance, Tsukumo thought, thoroughly speechless. You really can't spit ivory from a dog. Unaware of Hitaki Tsukumo's inner monologue, Rinjin continued on his own. I always knew you were following, but I never said anything afraid of hurting your confidence. See, am I not a gentle person? Later you didn't even bother hiding anymore, just followed directly behind me. I pretended I didn't see you acting blind, so as not to add to your workload. Tell me, am I not a gentle person? Later when I went undercover in Mangekyō and learned you were the intermediary, I directly asked Hiruzen to assign you to a nice place like Yugakure instead of sending you on dangerous missions to Kumogakure. Tell me, don't I care about you? The first part sounded reasonable, but the latter part felt a bit off. Unable to find a counterargument, Hitaki Tsukumo could only nod gloomily. Seeing this, Rinjin was overjoyed inside. Gotcha. Hand over the house car and money, you little rascal. Pressing his advantage, Rinjin continued, you know what kind of person I Rinjin of Shuafong am, dog bro. Given our relationship, would I ever screw you over? Absolutely not. So forget about the umbu. Once I return from undercover, let's go into business together and make 200 million. Hitaki Tsukumo's face beneath the mask was full of conflict. This was the basic rhetoric Lin Ren had devised after learning Tsukumo's identity. In the original story, Hatake Tsukumo abandoned his mission for his comrades. This showed he valued comrades above the mission. And what was the mission? The mission was the village's interest. In other words, he valued bonds more than the village's interests. This too was the essence of the Will of Fire. The Will of Fire was never about moral blackmail from the village. Its core was always bonds and people. So Lin Ren fully utilized his past life skills of negotiating with clients to persuade Hatake Tsukumo. Judging by the results, it wasn't bad. Perhaps the dirt dog was truly the one who regarded Lin Ren as a comrade. After all, it could be called day-to-day companionship without meeting face-to-face. After pondering for a long time, Hatake Tsukumo finally shook his head. Being a shinobi is my dream. I can't give that up. As for your Leaf Infinite Non-Liability Company, Lin Ren supplemented. Right, that no liability company. Is it real? Hearing this, Lin Ren rolled his eyes and nodded. They'll go back and consult Lord Hokage before giving you my answer. Lin Ren could only sigh helplessly and nod weakly. Having brought the man this far was already half the battle. For the remaining half, Lin Ren was currently powerless. But he quickly tossed his disappointment to the winds. If one try doesn't work, try again. Doesn't every HR professional recruit after several attempts? What if he changes his mind? Then as he was about to leave, Lin Ren pulled out a limited edition color-illustrated series, The Peerless Kabuki Courtesans of the Land of Hot Springs, and placed it on the table. Upon seeing it, Hatake Tsukumo's small eyes went wide. He pointed at the book and then at himself, asking excitedly, This is for me." Lin Ren snickered. "No, it's for my dearest comrade Jiraiya. Please take care of it." Lin Ren heavily emphasized the words dearest comrade. Then he raised an eyebrow and made a single hand seal. "But I have another set. An out-of-print one." The next second, Lin Ren's figure vanished instantly. Watching him disappear, Hatake Tsukumo pouted and snorted. "Let me first check if this bastard hid any intelligence in the book." Little did Lin Ren know this book was inspected 5 times by Hatake Tsukumo and then 12 times by Hiruzen Sarutobi. By the time it reached Jiraiya's hands, the illustrations inside had already faded a bit. But Jiraiya still happily took it home and studied it meticulously 50 times, laying a solid foundation for the future birth of Mangekyō Paradise. After leaving the base of Hatake Tsukumo in the village of Tannen, Lin Ren arrived outside the village. He simply formed a few hand seals and summoned a dozen or 20 shadow clones, gesturing for them to enter digging mode. As one of the most commercially prosperous towns in the entire ninja world, how could such a place not have its own underground base? Lin Ren was well prepared to approach Aunt Snake. No, at his age, he should refer to her as Sister Snake. Learning from Sister Snake and embodying the spirit of digging wherever he goes, he aimed to leave his footprints throughout the entire ninja world. Of course, this was merely the first step of his grand commercial blueprint. He had also prepared a comprehensive plan that included leveraging raising pigs and micromanagement. Certainly, Lin Ren did not deceive Hatake Tsukumo. His ultimate goal was world peace. The first step involved launching a large-scale attack on iron ore mines, frantically stockpiling iron, or to raise the costs of war. The second step was to establish a real estate company, building houses in Konoha, borrowing money from the Fire Nation daimyo through mortgage, and using the borrowed funds to construct houses. Then he would profit immensely, attracting numerous prominent clans of Konoha to invest, thereby diluting his own. The third step was to establish an insurance company under the real estate company, ostensibly providing various commercial insurances for ninjas, including, but not limited to, retirement insurance after the age of 40. This would significantly increase the death costs for ninjas and lower the mortality rate. Secretly, he would offer accidental damage insurance for houses, raising the cost of purchasing such insurance, ensuring that he would insure all the houses he built in Konoha, transferring all the money from his left hand to his right. Finally, he would wait for the Nine Tails to attack Konoha, causing immense losses, and then, through the high compensation from the accidental damage insurance, drain the blood of all the families in the shareholders' meeting. He would then use this money to compensate the civilian ninjas, achieving wealth redistribution and equalization. When it was all over, he would introduce an agent to control the cyclical operations above, and when Nagato attacked Konoha, he would siphon off the remaining blood of the prominent families. By that time, even if these prominent families did not comply, he would have reason to crush them. Superb. I am truly a little genius. Lin Ren patted his shoulder in encouragement. Revenge against the village caged birds' power struggles. It all comes from money. When they are cleaner than their faces, their sense of superiority will be sent to the mines to dig, ensuring they all behave more honestly than anyone else. Walking happily along the streets of Tannen Village, Lin Ren felt an overwhelming surge of power. As he strolled, he couldn't help but find himself at the bustling Hanamichi, First Avenue. Gazing at the imposing entrance of Hanamichi, First Avenue, Lin Ren furrowed his brows and spoke to himself with a serious expression. I really don't want to step into this filthy place. But teacher Suikuma often says that only by holding firm to one's beliefs can one truly realize one's nature. Never mind, let's consider it intelligence gathering with that. Rinnegan swayed his hips and walked into Hanamichi First Avenue with a flirtatious demeanor. Upon entering Hanamichi, Rinnegan was warmly welcomed by the ladies and walked into an incredibly spacious hall. Inside the hall, people were bustling about and laughter echoed everywhere. Rinnegan took a deep breath filled with the enticing fragrance in the air and couldn't help but smile. What a great place. Perfect for solidifying one's beliefs. At that moment, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. Captain Ryudo. The moment Rinnegan noticed Ryudo, the man also turned his head and saw Rinnegan. In an instant, the lascivious smiles on both their faces froze. Instinctively, Rinnegan and Ryudo simultaneously chose to silently look elsewhere, pretending not to recognize each other. It was just that the land of lightning had an abundance of little blacks, making the contrast of their darker faces less noticeable. Casually retracting his gaze, Rinnegan couldn't help but give a thumbs up in his heart. Captain Ryudo, you truly are something. Your nonchalant demeanor is very characteristic of a ninja. Before long, a night passed, easily brushed aside to avoid being harmonized. The next morning, Rinnegan exited the back door yawning as he stepped onto the street. After collecting intelligence for a day, by evening the four of them reconvened in a shabby inn room. Sitting around a low table, Captain Ryudo wore a serious expression and spoke solemnly. Have you all gathered the intelligence? Hearing this, Rinnegan and the others nodded. Seeing this, Captain Ryudo nodded in satisfaction and said, good. Then let me start summarizing the intelligence. Ketsu, you're responsible for taking notes. With that, Ryudo took out a blank scroll from his pocket and placed it in front of Ketsu. The intelligence I gathered this time primarily concerns Konoha. First, there is the restructuring of the teacher-student system in Konoha. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has changed the long-standing system of 2 teachers and 6 students in Konoha to 1 teacher with 3 students. It is said that Sarutobi Hiruzen is also preparing to accept disciples personally. The second piece of intelligence concerns the younger generation of Konoha, which the village is paying close attention to. In the Konoha Ninja Academy, there is a kid named Orochimaru. He is said to be a commoner ninja excelling in various abilities, and many refer to him as a genius. When Ryudo spoke the word genius, a hint of disdain crept into his tone. Watching Ryudo speak earnestly and confidently, Rinnegan covered his eyes. This guy must have gathered this intelligence even before engaging with the girls. Anyone with a brain would know that this kind of information could not possibly have been known by the geishas. Even if they knew, they wouldn't be saying such discouraging things while doing that kind of work. Thinking of this, an involuntary scene appeared in Rinnegan's mind. Ryudo grinning lewdly and embracing women on both sides while drinking had one lady say, "Sir, you're amazing. By the way, there's a genius from Konoha who's even better than you." Just thinking about it made his toes feel awkward. However, upon recalling the intelligence he had gathered, Rinnegan suddenly felt a wave of insecurity. Next, Amber and Ketsu also shared the intelligence they had collected, which was mainly about the movements of neighboring. Before long, all 3 had finished speaking and turned their gazes toward Rinnegan. Rinnegan felt a wave of guilt, but he pretended to be nonchalant and slowly began to speak. Recently, the iron price in the land of iron has increased by 8%, and the export volume has decreased by 10%. The Fire Nation Daimyo has issued an order adjusting the exchange rate between the Fire Nation and the Land of Lightning from 1 to 1. Due to the impact of war, the prices of crop seeds this year are not very favorable, with prices for various planting seeds rising significantly. The Land of Rice signed a supply agreement for live pigs with Konoha. The price of mercenaries in the Wind Country has decreased at the currency exchange. The faces of the 3 had completely turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Is this guy's style somewhat off? Why is it that I understand every word you say, but I can't comprehend it altogether? Too bizarre. As for Ryudo, he slumped to the ground, his heart filled with despair, staring blankly at the ceiling, mumbling to himself, "Rikajesama. Can I return this?" In the end, the dark room was filled with a strange tranquility. Jia held a brush, writing fervently. At this moment, she had no desire to speak another word to Rin, the eccentric person with a mind unlike any other. She only wished to complete her task. Soon Rin's words were transcribed onto the scroll without omission. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye a week had gone by. The Eri Ludo team also completed their patrol mission and returned to Yunin village. After reporting their tasks, the 4 members dispersed, each heading home. Watching her 3 teammates leave in a hurry, Rin rolled her eyes in silence and wobbled her way home. Just as Rin was returning Awa, he obtained the scroll. The scroll documented the intelligence gathered by the Ludo team. Sitting in her office, the youthful and voluptuous Awa, he slowly opened the scroll. She intended to read it from start to finish, but her attention was suddenly captured by the last recorded sentence. The iron prices in the Iron Country had risen by 8%, and the export volume had decreased by 10%. The currency exchange rate between the Fire Country and the Thunder Country was adjusted from 1 to 1. Due to the impact of war, the prices of various crop seeds had increased. The Land of Fields had signed a supply agreement for live pigs with the Land of Wood. The mercenary prices in the Land of Wind had been lowered at the exchange office. Looking at this completely offbeat intelligence, Awa's beautiful brows slowly furrowed. As the secretary assisting the Third Hokage in managing the village, it can be said without hesitation that all sorts of trivial matters in the village would be presented to the Hokage through her hands. This also meant that this sexy and alluring female secretary was not only highly sensitive to ninja matters, but also particularly attuned to economic and political affairs. Sensing the weight of this information, Awa bit her luscious lips, shifted her gaze forward, and began to reassess the intelligence reported by Rin. The export price of iron from the Iron Country had risen by 8%, and the export volume had decreased by 10%. Indeed, this was true, but it was not as thoroughly investigated as this person had suggested. However, what exactly was the Iron Country plotting? Why would they harm themselves like this? Thinking of this, the image of the Iron Country surfaced in her mind. The Iron Country, which was merely separated from the Thunder Country by a strait, is a permanent neutral country and a land of samurai whose greatest products are sturdy samurai swords and pig iron. It was precisely because of the massive iron ore trade that the Iron Country could sustain its neutrality. While pondering, Awa's gaze suddenly swept across the final line. The mercenary prices in the Land of Wind have been lowered. How come I didn't know? Where did this person gather this intelligence? No, wait. Suddenly a flash of insight struck her mind. The Land of Wind, Mangekyō, the bloodline limit of the Third Wind Shadow. Magnet release. Iron sand. In an instant, Awa's mind became clear. No wonder the Iron Country restricted iron ore exports and raised prices. This was to trip up the Land of Wind. The Third Wind Shadow uses magnet release to collect iron ore and sell it at a low price, causing dissatisfaction in the Iron Country. However, the permanently neutral Iron Country in the north is not a match for the Land of Wind, so they raise the price of iron. Such actions would inevitably lead to long-term dissatisfaction among their buyers. Some buyers would seek out the Third Wind Shadow to purchase iron ore, but the Third Wind Shadow is ultimately just one person, and her output cannot compare to that of the entire Iron Country. Would the remaining buyers who couldn't obtain iron ore harbor resentment against the Iron Country? After all, they are also merchants and buying iron ore is part of their business, and merchants despise not their competitors, but those who disrupt the unwritten rules of commerce. Thus, these wealthy merchants would unite to resist the Third Wind Shadow. Despite her great strength as the leader of a village, would the villagers not suffer? Could the impoverished Land of Wind still hope to import other goods? In a desperate attempt, they could only lower the mercenary prices in the Land of Wind, taking a stance of concession. At this thought, beads of sweat suddenly covered Awa's delicate cheeks. Great terror spread within her heart. This not only contained a fear of the power of money, but also a deep unease about this character named Rami. The intelligence from this Rami was not merely the few words on the page, it contained the treacherous situation lurking beneath the surface of the ninja world. Coming back to her senses, Awa patted her chest, and with a violent tremor her breathing gradually steadied. The adjustment in the exchange rate between the Fire Country and the Thunder Country, could it also be related to a treaty signed between the Fire Country and the Land of Fields? Though reluctant to admit it, she knew there must be some connection. After pondering for a moment, Awa fiercely suppressed her confusion, completely unfurled the scroll, and began to scrutinize it carefully. Skipping over the numerous task records at the beginning, an unusual sentence suddenly appeared. April 12th, Tang Ninja Village, Rami. So this is where Hanamichi Onchome is. Upon reading this sentence, Awa abruptly stood up, her beautiful light green eyes widened to their limits. Looking at those familiar words, an innocent face involuntarily appeared in her mind, and Awa tightly gritted her pearl-like teeth, uttering two words distinctly: Rin. Person. In fact, she had sensed something was off the moment Rin was drinking tea in her office. Normally, when someone enjoys good tea, they would typically praise it, saying the tea is nice, quite fragrant. However, in Awa's memory, there was a little brat who once said this water tastes good. Where did it come from? It was at that moment that Awa began to suspect Rami's identity. Over 2 months, nearly 3 months ago, the village was attacked, and it had been shrouded in a massive cloud of uncertainty from beginning to end. To this day, the mastermind behind it had not been uncovered. Yet amidst this chaos, besides many brave ninjas being rewarded for their valor, a little brat had emerged as well. That was Rami. And now this guy actually uttered the words, so this is where Hanamichi Onchome is. It must be known that during her undercover work in the rain-hidden village, the small shop opposite was indeed Hanamichi Onchome. At this thought, Awa's breath quickened, her heart racing like a frightened rabbit. She stood up, grabbed the scroll, and was about to rush out of the office to report to Lord Hokage. But just then she suddenly halted. No, I can't be this reckless. though her woman's intuition told her that Raimi must be Rin yet. All of this is merely her conjecture. It cannot serve as accurate evidence at all. If I tell my uncle about my suspicions, he will certainly believe me, but given his personality, he would undoubtedly storm out of the office in anger to confront that guy. By then Rin would surely escape, and without a doubt he would succeed. After all, based on the abilities of the mastermind behind the previous attack on the village, Rin definitely possesses space ninjutsu. And it is the kind that can teleport directly from the Yunlei Gorge to the Windlei Temple over long distances. If my uncle fails to capture him, and the matter escalates, will I have to explain this conjecture to the many ninja villagers? To say that I merely suspected the hero who saved countless ninjas because of 2 sentences. To incite Lord Raikage to capture the hero of the village. No way. Absolutely not. This would undoubtedly undermine my uncle's position. Even if those saved ninjas don't speak up, they will harbor resentment in their hearts. At this thought, Awa helplessly sat down. The sense of powerlessness from 3 months ago returned to her body once more. Silence again enveloped the not-so-large office. Not knowing how long had passed, just as the sky outside began to lighten, Awa suddenly stood up. After thinking all night, she had found a solution. This matter must not be known to my uncle, who otherwise with his temperament he would not be able to stay even for a second. The most crucial thing is that after a night of calm contemplation, she began to doubt herself again. After all this, Raimi, other than personality, had not changed in appearance at all. If I guessed wrong, the result would be that my position as secretary would be at risk, which is not a big deal. The most critical issue is that other families in the village also have an excuse to impeach Lord Raikage for nepotism. Although this would not greatly impact the position of the 3rd Raikage. After all, my uncle's fist is the strongest. But my own family would suffer significant repercussions. Can my uncle's son, my cousin, inherit the position of the 4th Raikage? That remains a question. But the 8 Tails will no longer belong to our family. For a moment, Awa actually felt that exposing Raimi's identity carried tremendous risks with more disadvantages than advantages. No. If Raimi truly is the Rin, I know the danger of that guy is too great. He must not be left alive. After returning home, Rin knew he had caught someone's attention, but he had no idea that this girl had been thinking about him all night. It was the kind where she thought and gasped. However, he still had his own affairs to attend to. Shimu Shoumao also knew how Yuan Fei Rijan had thought it over, and actually agreed to let Shoumao join. But Yuan Fei Rijan had only one request: Lin Rin needed to give him a hint about what kind of business he intended to do. Lin Rin humbly replied, "The general manager of my company is one of your ANBU. If you want to know anything, it'll be easy." In less than a night, hundreds of shadow clones appeared. Like a vast swarm of locusts, they flew into the territory of the Land of Iron. As expected, the export volume of pig iron from the Land of Iron would plummet. These shadow clones would continuously transport iron ore to the underground warehouse of the Land of Hot Water's Hot Water Village for Shimu Shoumao to sell. At last, the shadow clone technique and the Flying Thunder God technique had found their true purpose. Uniting mining and logistics, the first department of Konoha Unlimited Liability Company, the mining department, was finally established. Although there had been a minor mishap, the outcome was good. Lin Rin still remembered the mobilization of his countless shadow clones the night before. "Dear Lin Rin's, hello, I am Lin Rin." The original stood on the platform, making an impassioned self-introduction. Below, the dense clones crowded shoulder to shoulder. Lin Rin's, tonight Konoha Unlimited Liability Company is founded. First of all, I want to congratulate all of you for standing out among countless clones and becoming the first batch of company employees. Secondly, as long as you work tirelessly, I can strive to exchange for a BMW tomorrow, buy a villa the year after, and marry 2 concubines the year after that. Then the Lin Rin clones warmly greeted their ancestors and declared, "Why the hell don't you come down and you just order us around?" The original retorted, "If you can make more clones, you don't have to work either." In the end, all the Lin Rin clones were speechless and said, "This guy is shameless. We're disgusted by ourselves." After a busy night, Lin Run returned to Lai Muyi's home, contentedly sat on the toilet, and began a beautiful. Just as Lin Run was relieving himself with gusto, the door suddenly rang urgently. "Wait, him in the bathroom," Lin Rin shouted after opening the bathroom door. The knocking paused, then became even more insistent. "Sigh." He let out a heavy sigh, gave a slight push, and reluctantly tidied up, bidding farewell to the toilet to open the door. Outside stood Yawa in a gray and white uniform, her short bodycon skirt tightly wrapped, and the buttons on her chest seemed ready to pop straight into Lin Rin's face. Behind her stood 5 masked ANBU. "Secretary, is there something?" Lin Rin asked curiously, his gaze discreetly sweeping over the group. "Nothing, I just wanted to come see you." "Well, won't you invite us in for a seat?" Yawa smiled charmingly, her light green eyes fixed on Lin Rin's every move. Hearing this, Lin Rin scratched his head awkwardly and gestured with one hand, stepping aside to let them in. "Pardon me, please come in." Then Yawa along with the 5 nameless ANBU walked into the house without removing their shoes. The room was full of lived-in atmosphere, empty cup noodles of full trash, messy bedding, and dirty footprints on the floor, all betraying the owner's slovenliness. But this suited Lai Muyi's character perfectly. He trained frantically exhausted every time and crashed as soon as he got back, leaving no energy or time to care for his room. Seeing the interior, Yawai smirked coldly. She was also an undercover agent, or rather one of Kumogekyu's few professional spies. Such basic home arrangements didn't prove anything. Even now her suspicion of Lai Muyi outweighed her trust. Leading Yawai to the table, Rinnegan looked at his messy room and decided not to clean up, just scratched his head sheepishly and said, "Sorry, it's just me living here." "It's fine, that's normal." Yawai smiled, gently showing no disdain as she walked to the table and slowly knelt down. She planned to disarm Rinnegan's wariness with her spring-like warm smile and alluring figure. But her demeanor, seen by Rinnegan, who had watched countless films, only left him speechless. This character is breaking the role, isn't it? Clearly she was an aloof, domineering female CEO, but now she had turned into the sweet girl next door. Can't you just stick to singing in the Queen instead of going all love you? Yawai didn't know that one smile from her had triggered all this in his mind. She casually pulled a paper bag from her handbag and placed it on the low table. "A little tea for the first visit." Yawai added with a gentle smile, "I remembered you liked tea last time, so." Admittedly, most people upon seeing such a curvaceous woman with a mild tone would inevitably be charmed. Even if not completely, they develop goodwill toward this attentive woman. But Rinnegan's heart had more holes than a honeycomb, and he knew all too well that he was an undercover agent who needed to stay vigilant at all times. For now, he didn't know this woman's exact intentions, so he would have to play it by ear. "Thank you." Rinnegan curled his lips into a weary smile and took the tea, adding casually, "Actually, am not much of a tea drinker. My neighbor Granny, Zhilingzi, loves it." "Is that so? Then what do you like?" Yawai acted proactively, her beautiful eyes fixed on his soot-black face, looking expectant. Rinnegan's wariness shot up several notches. This woman was definitely trouble. Could it be that my submitted intel was so shocking she's fallen for me? No way. This isn't some trashy novel plot. A woman who falls for me easily would also fall for someone else. Most importantly, the Raikage might be a straightforward big brother, but his people would never be simpletons. Ahem. Lady Yawai. Just as Rinnegan was lowering his head to craft an answer that fit his persona, Yawai suddenly leaned forward, revealing a stunning cleavage. Rinnegan was stunned. This is something an underage kid like me should see. At that moment, Yawai extended her delicate hand and gently but quickly covered his mouth. "Don't speak. Tell me, am I beautiful?" Simultaneously, her other hand behind her back formed a single-handed seal. Bang! A soft sound. Yawai, who looked between a girl and a woman, had transformed into a mature, seductive woman in an off-shoulder yukata. The only thing unchanged was the two huge-tailed beast balls on her chest. Holy shit. Mangekyō, the Madam of AIM Free Information Office. Oh my god. No wonder those big white rabbits looked so familiar. At this moment, Rinnegan barely stopped himself from blurting out, "Wife." Magnet release face paralysis technique. He roared in his heart. His hands, hidden within the black robe, quickly formed seals. In an instant, the sand iron beneath Rinnegan's skin solidified, turning rock hard, preventing any shocked expression. No wonder when I first met the Ryudo squad and said no one told me about joining a new squad, Ryudo looked awkward and said maybe Lady Yawai was too busy and forgot. No wonder during patrol missions, I always felt that woman in the team staring at me all day. No wonder she brought nothing but tea for me. No wonder her tailed beast balls looked so familiar. Just as Rinnegan's mind was racing, Yawai stared intently at his expression. But his expression disappointed her. Aside from staring straight at her, there was not a trace of surprise on his face. Could I have guessed wrong? This guy is actually Lai Muyi, but after his comrade's death, his brain suddenly woke up. No. Impossible. After staring at my cleavage until dazed, he still stayed calm. Absolutely impossible. Such a person cannot exist. She guessed correctly, but Rinnegan had been wary of her from the start. In the end, he simply used magnet release to cheat. No wonder she was puzzled. Bang! A puff of white smoke dispersed. Yawai knelt across from Rinnegan again, her beautiful face full of confusion. Rinnegan then snapped out of it and awkwardly scratched his cheek. "Miss Yawai, who is that person you transformed into? Can you introduce me?" Upon hearing this, Yawai's mouth twitched and she forced a stiff smile. "She's my friend. You don't know her." As soon as she spoke, the usually listless Lai Muyi's eyes suddenly lit up. He hurriedly sidled up to Yawai, rubbing his hands together and grinning ingratiatingly. "Then, can you introduce us?" Hearing this, Yawai was completely speechless. Here sits a living super beauty, yet you prefer a fake, transformed one. Your fetish is really unique. She's out of the village on a mission. Maybe next time. Coughing twice, Yawai pushed away Rinnegan's approaching head and quickly stood up. "Since the visit is over, I'll take my leave." Gone was her previous gentleness, Her expression instantly turned indifferent with the decisiveness of someone using and discarding. Rinnegan speechlessly pursed his lips unconcerned and stood up to see Yue out the door. After bidding farewell to Rinnegan, Yue spent the day preoccupied with worry. As dusk fell and her work hours ended, she left the office punctually and returned home. Her residence was located in an upscale neighborhood atop a magnificent mountain peak. Even among this high-end district, her home was notably spacious and grand. After bathing, Yue draped herself in a loose bathrobe, her damp golden hair cascading down, and rubbed her sore shoulders as she slowly walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window in the living room. It was her habit. Whenever something weighed on her mind, she would stand before that vast window, gazing down at the glittering village below, lost in quiet contemplation. That day she had probed Rinnegan. The outcome was far from satisfactory. As a woman, Yue's intuition and sixth sense told her that Rinnegan was Rinnegan, the same brat from the Yuan village, the mastermind behind the recent attack on the village, or at least his accomplice. Yet her rational mind, honed by years of clerical work, argued otherwise. Rinnegan was simply Rinnegan. You have no evidence to prove he is not. His appearance, his behavior, his mannerisms, everything aligned perfectly with the village's style. The so-called evidence she had gathered failed to convince even her own reason. If Rinnegan were indeed Rinnegan in disguise, and she were not a member of the Yuan village, she would have marveled at the perfection of his infiltration. After all, she herself had once worked as an undercover agent, and thus she knew well the difficulty of such a sneaking into a village was simple, but surviving long-term within a fully established social network, the challenge grew exponentially. Take herself, for instance. To remain undercover in a tiny village like Yuan, she had exerted tremendous effort. To throw off suspicion, she had even wasted money leasing a storefront on the most expensive street in Kabukicho. Yet even so, she faced constant harassment. During inspections, her shop was always a prime target for searches. That was why, despite her stunning beauty, her business was so poor. Only a few regulars like Shui Xiong patronized her. The life of a spy was too nerve-wracking. She dared not interact with many people. Lost in thought, Yue let out a soft sigh. At that moment, a frivolous laugh suddenly sounded behind her. Sighing so young. Careful, you'll grow white hair. Who's there? Yue gasped, spinning around, her gaze sweeping across the spacious hall. Nothing. There was absolutely nothing. But she knew she hadn't imagined the voice. A chill crawled up her scalp. No need to think twice. It had to be Rinnegan or someone behind him. Warily scanning her surroundings, Yue, clad in her loose pajamas, slowly edged toward the wall. She knew a ninja sword hung there, a 10th birthday gift from Uncle the Third laying. Just then a sudden assault struck her rear. With a sharp yelp, the curvaceous woman leaped high into the air, utterly disregarding the accidental exposure. Turning back, she saw Rinnegan standing where she had been, staring at his palm with a baffled expression. Staring at his own hand, Rinnegan was speechless. Damn it. I only wanted to leave a flying thunder god seal, but you almost bounced my chakra back. Absolutely ridiculous. Clutching her collar with one hand, Yue glared at Rinnegan, her breathtakingly beautiful face flushed with fury and shame. No one has ever dared to bully me like this. You're dead. With that, she released her collar and began forming hand seals rapidly. Seeing this, Rinnegan quickly raised his hand. Hey, don't. I won't pay for any broken furniture. Too enraged and embarrassed to listen, Yue's hands flew through the seals. Rinnegan sighed inwardly. Sorry then. In a flash, he appeared behind her and wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Sorry. The next moment, both vanished from the spot. A dizzying swirl. When they reappeared, Rinnegan and Yue stood in his underground base. The vast subterranean space was empty, lit only by dim candlelight. Where's this? Yue scrambled to her feet, breaking free from Rinnegan. Rinnegan paused, then asked with a serious face, happy home. At that, Yue was speechless. She could now confirm with absolute certainty that this guy was Rinnegan. Not just because of the assault, but because of that infuriating, flippant demeanor that made her teeth itch. Still, she had to stall for time, to pass intelligence to her uncle. But with his uncanny space-time ninjutsu able to teleport directly to her side, even if she found the exit, could she escape? Damn it. Caught in a dilemma, her only option was to pacify him until daybreak. When the Liang noticed her absence at work, he would certainly send someone to check her home. Then the Umbu would report that she had taken people to confront Rinnegan that day. Even if you kill me, Yue will never yield for the sake of the village. With that resolve, she decided to give him no kindness. Rinnegan, however, had no intention of attacking. In fact, he was equally troubled, and his thoughts mirrored Yue's exactly. It was, as they say, an odd synchronicity between schemers. As he pondered, a crafty idea brewed in his mind. Soon a beautiful lie took shape. Rinnegan sat cross-legged on the ground facing the wary Yue and slowly began forming hand seals. Magnetic release, Iron Man technique. With a soft cry, the skin at his temples tore open and countless iron sand grains mixed with blood oozed out like flowing water coalescing into a blood-stained mask in his hand. Arms crossed, and pouting Yowei's light green eyes widened. Magnetic release. This guy actually knows magnetic release. And he hid the iron sand mask beneath his skin. A creepy itch crawled across her face as she instinctively shrank her neck, rubbed her cheeks, and clicked her tongue in disgust. No wonder he could keep up the guise of Lin Muyi. I knew a transformation technique couldn't fool Uncle's eyes. With the iron sand expelled, Lin Ren looked at Yowei with a knowing smile and snapped his fingers. Instantly a clone appeared behind her holding a chair. Then the clone vanished with a puff. Yowei cast a brief glance behind her, a barely perceptible sneer curling at the corner of her mouth, and sat down gracefully. Seeing this unflappable woman, Lin Ren sneered inwardly. Oh, putting on a high and mighty act. Your style clashes entirely with mine. How am I supposed to chat with you and break down your defenses? That won't do. Watch me shatter your golden body. With this thought, Lin Ren slowly rose to his feet and strode toward Yowei. Startled, she immediately stood up, clutching her chest and retreating several steps. What are you doing? Lin Ren said nothing, for the woman plainly acted as if he dared not kill her, as though she had already taken his measure. True, he had expended considerable effort to infiltrate Cloud Shadow Village, driven by a strong purpose that brooked no failure. But that did not mean he had no way to deal with her. With this in mind, Lin Ren quickened his pace. Seeing this, Yowei frowned sharply, a sudden foreboding rising in her heart. Indeed, if Lin Ren did not wish to be exposed, he could not kill her, because once she died, he would undoubtedly be the prime suspect. And the third Hokage was the kind who acted on suspicion. But what if this man gave in to his savage impulses? What if he went for broke? At this thought, Yowei gave a cold snort. The fierce spirit of Cloud Shadow Village ninja surged from the depths of her heart. Give in to savage impulses? Not unless I die first. And for going for broke, bring it on. With resolve firm, Yowei stopped retreating, released her grip on her collar, and swiftly formed hand seals. But the instant she began to form seals, Lin Ren's speed suddenly increased. Before her retina could even track him, he appeared before her and seized her hands mid-seal. So fast. This man is definitely above the rank of Jonin. Yowei had thought Lin Ren's only formidable skill was his space-time jutsu. Now she realized how wrong she was. His instantaneous burst speed rivaled the body flicker technique. This also indicated that his physique was far stronger than ordinary. Lin Ren looked at Yowei's stunned face and found it amusing. Back in Leaf Village, he had already overwhelmed 3 well-coordinated Jonin, Jia, and Bing, and rescued Tsunade. Now dealing with a mere whiteboard Jonin secretary like you is a piece of cake. More importantly, you'd better wash your backside thoroughly, because even if you flee to the ends of the earth, they'll find you. Back then, when he fought Jia and Bing, the Flying Thunder God technique was still unrefined. Otherwise, given its absurd speed, the whole encounter would not have lasted a minute. That was why Lin Ren coveted the Leaf Village's scroll of seals so much. Any one of the forbidden techniques recorded there once mastered could turn a ninja into a cage-level powerhouse. Of course, the dead demon consuming seal didn't count. Well, unless your chakra reserves were insufficient. Learning the dead demon consuming seal only made you a disposable cage-level powerhouse. While Yowei struggled, Lin Ren swiftly pulled a syringe from his tool pouch behind him and with lightning speed plunged it into her slender fingers. Crimson blood flowed into the syringe. At this, Yowei's pupils contracted to pinpricks. She screamed, flailing and kicking, struggling desperately. Lin Ren remained unmoved, but his voice was surprisingly gentle. Does it hurt? As he spoke, he lifted her finger to his mouth. As the blood entered his mouth, black and white stripes crawled over Lin Ren's skin, and the familiar dizziness returned. While Lin Ren was dazed, Yowei kicked him hard in the chest, breaking free from his vice-like grip. In a few swift strides, she retreated more than a dozen meters, rubbing her reddened wrist. Her face was as dark as water as she fixed her eyes on Lin Ren and said one word at a time, "Blood curse of the death god. You're from the cult of the evil god after all." Lin Ren suddenly smiled, his lips slowly curling back. "So it was you who took Jing Jinyong's scroll. I knew it. When I went looking for you later, you were gone. You ran away." As he spoke, he rubbed the wound on his temple, smearing sticky blood on his hand, and began to draw intently on the ground. Yowei watched Lin Ren without a word. She had read Jing Jinyong's scroll and knew everything about the blood curse of the death god, and she understood Lin Ren's strength. So she knew that if this former brat wanted to kill her, she had no chance to resist. But if she could preserve her honor, she would rather die under the blood curse of the death god. As a ninja, a Cloud Shadow Village ninja, she had that resolve. Soon a ritual array, a circle around a triangle, was drawn. Lin Ren sat down cleanly inside the array, pulled out a kunai, and gestured at his chest. Yowei, now resigned to death, suddenly let out a snort of laughter. Her light green eyes fixed on Lin Ren. "Lin Ren-kun, are you going to kill your own wife?" The words were spoken with a laugh, but they dripped with mocking. Hearing this, Lin Ren also laughed, a smile full of relief. "I'll finally admit you're my wife. So you've known my identity all along, and you still brought all those umbu to test me. At that the smile on Yawai's face vanished, replaced by a wintry cold on her stunning features. If you plot against my village, I don't care if you're my husband. Even my own son I would kill. Rinnegan stared at her icily beautiful face, and shook his head slightly. I don't believe you. But I know you're just talking tough now. So first a little lesson. With that under Yawai's frigid gaze, Rinnegan slowly extended both hands toward his own armpits. Giggle, giggle, tickle, tickle. The next second Yawai's beautiful eyes went round and her sensual red lips pressed tightly together. Stop, she cried, twisting her body in anguish, her face turning red. Rinnegan was unmoved as his wicked hands kept tickling himself. Get away. Ha! It's killing me, you demon, ha! Let go. You bastard, if you keep tickling you'll really— Looking at Yawai rolling on the ground hugging herself, Rinnegan grinned fiendishly. Still cursing me, eh? Yes, you bastard. Ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter, bas. Ha ha ha. She persisted, writhing like a chubby caterpillar. Her beautiful eyes were squeezed shut, tears at the corners, and an unstoppable smile on her face. Seeing she was still stubborn, Rinnegan tickled himself even more vigorously. After all, he was tickling himself, not assaulting her, so he had no qualms. Still cursing me, eh? Phew. Huh. Yes. You bastard. Yawai laughed, her golden hair strewn about her nightgown falling open to reveal large swathes of fair skin. Tears streamed down her face as she gasped and laughed, yet she remained obstinate. Seeing this, Rinnegan went all out, using the golden finger technique, his dexterous fingers dancing like a piano. In no time, Yawai, who had been rolling and laughing uncontrollably, lay on the ground like a salted fish, a stiff smile frozen on her face, occasionally twitching. Rinnegan released her, slowly stood up, and walked over to her. The once icy girl now lay limp, unable to move, staring blankly at the ceiling of the underground cave, her eyes devoid of light. Oh no! Had he gone too far? Scratching his head, Rinnegan considerately wrapped her nightgown around her. Just then the disheveled girl leaped up, ignoring her gaping collar, and grabbed Rinnegan by the throat. Bastard, he'll kill you. Her eyes blazing with fury, Yawai bit at his nose. No, no, no. Don't bite that. Rinnegan quickly extended a big hand and covered her face. He wasn't worried about becoming Voldemort. He was afraid Yawai would turn into a clump of weeds, because those who had swallowed or injected his blood had long since grown tall as grave grass. No need to eat. My blood is poisonous, you fool. Rinnegan scolded her like a husband, while Yawai hair wild howled in fury and shook her head like a berserkly kue. I don't care. You bastard. Back then I said I'd wait for you to marry me, and this is how you torture me. Rinnegan was dumbfounded. What? That was a joke. Besides, I'm not even an adult yet. How can I marry you? Ahem. Rinnegan shrugged helplessly. Stop messing around. Now I'm letting go. Don't try to bite me again. He slowly released his hand. There was no longer any coldness on Yawai's face as she lowered her head, glaring at Rinnegan like a wronged little wife. Seeing this, Rinnegan shrank back, looking puzzled as he took 2 steps back. Can we talk nicely? At this, tears of humiliation welled in Yawai's eyes as she stubbornly shook her head. Rinnegan said nothing. He retreated into the ritual array and without a word began to take off his shoes. At the sight, Yawai panicked and frantically nodded like a pecking chick. Seeing her nod repeatedly, Rinnegan put his shoes back on and muttered, Why didn't you do that earlier? All that saving face leads to suffering. The words were loud enough for Yawai to hear. Enraged, she shook with fury, grinding her teeth audibly. He summoned a shadow clone to bring a low table and 2 cushions. Rinnegan sat down first. Yawai, her long slender legs aching, moved slowly to sit across from him, kneeling cautiously. Tell me, why did you investigate me with your men when you knew my identity? Don't give me that for the village nonsense. As he spoke, he picked up a teacup, poured some plain water, and set it before her. Yawai lowered her head and shook it slightly. Damn, you're as stubborn as a donkey. No way to tame you. Rinnegan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately made as if to take off his shoes again. At the sight, Yawai looked as if she was about to cry, shaking her head frantically. He'll talk, but for fairness. You first tell me why you infiltrated Cloud Shadow Village. Her voice grew weaker as she spoke. She was truly terrified of this demon. The blood curse of the death god, used for tickling. What a disgrace to the cult of the evil god. But the most infuriating thing was that it worked on her unbelievably well. At the thought beside herself with shame, Yawai's pretty face turned as red as a monkey's bottom. Hearing this, Rinnegan released his hand, his eyes glinting. Fine, I can't push her too hard. Let out some line, play her for a while. After a moment of deliberation, Rinnegan expressionlessly poured himself some tea and began to speak slowly. Well, it all starts with you. Then Rinnegan recounted in full everything that had happened after Yawai stole the Rain Shadow Village intelligence unit's information. From Rain Shadow Village, Leaf Village, to Cloud Shadow Village, including his plans and actions. He told her everything except for Shuexiong's death. After listening, Yawai was completely stunned. She had never imagined that after she left Rain Shadow Village that brat who had insisted on marrying her had done so many breathtaking things. Suddenly a glimmer of understanding dawned in Yawaii's heart. This guy wasn't pretending to be worldly wise. He was genuinely mature beyond his years. At the thought, she couldn't help recalling the sweet nothings Lin Ren had once spoken, and her face flushed. But Lin Ren, as the 8th Dan master of killing the mood, stared at her and gave a cold laugh. You brought this on yourself. There's no escape. What do you mean? Yawaii slammed the table, her defiance flaring again. Hell, Lin Ren smiled. If you hadn't sold the stolen intelligence back, then Rain Shadow Village wouldn't have suffered so much. Then they wouldn't have sent me undercover to Leaf Village, I wouldn't have been discovered, and I wouldn't have been sent here to infiltrate Cloud Shadow Village. So you're the one who harmed your own village. Hearing this, Yawaii was struck speechless. What kind of thuggish logic was that? So by your reasoning, if you wreak havoc on another village later, I'm to blame. It's all Meiji's fault, right? What does Meiji have to do with me, Yawaii? At that thought, Yawaii, who had been somewhat deflated after Lin Ren's rebuke, suddenly straightened her back and said with righteous indignation, It's all Meiji's fault. What does that have to do with me, Yawaii? Will you return to my A? In the empty underground base, Yawaii suddenly asked. Gazing into her beautiful pale green eyes, Lin Ren squinted but remained silent. He knew his lie had succeeded. Lin Ren recounted his experiences, everything that had happened since he left the. Not a single falsehood was uttered, except for the death of Shui Xiong, which he deliberately omitted. This would lead Yawaii to two entirely different interpretations. Unaware of Shui Xiong's demise, she would believe Lin Ren was still a member of Yuan Village, forced to undertake the Mai mission against his will. Had Lin Ren revealed Shui Xiong's death, she would have inevitably concluded that he had become a loyal agent of Mai, serving with wholehearted dedication. Simply put, one scenario painted him as a cynical drifter, the other as a man with grand ambitions. This was his genius, uttering no outright falsehoods, yet every word was a lie. At this thought, Lin Ren shook his head with a bitter smile. That bastard Shui Xiong, even dead, still helps me. After a long silence, he slowly opened his eyes, fixed his gaze on Yawaii, and countered, Do you think I would return to my A? Hearing this, Yawaii nodded. Yes, you would. You left Yuan Village for Shui Xiong to carry out this infiltration mission, so you will surely return to Mai for him as well. Lin Ren felt a flicker of joy. Was his question really about returning to Mai? No. He was probing Yawaii's perception of him. From the very beginning, his goal was to establish the image of someone who cherished bonds, even though that was indeed his true nature. After all, people often stubbornly affix labels that don't belong to others while overlooking their genuine character. Now Yawaii's words had already taken for granted that Lin Ren was a man who valued bonds. This meant his objective had been achieved. Seeing Lin Ren silent, Yawaii, believing she had guessed correctly, chuckled softly and slowly pulled up her disheveled nightgown to cover her bare shoulders. What about that blonde girl of yours? How do you intend to proceed? Are you going to be tethered by Mai forever? Tethered. I like that word. It suits you perfectly. But you're still naive. With this thought, Lin Ren decided not to conceal his inner musings and spoke directly. Mai thrives on bonds and will perish by them. Once Li Yi has lived with Tsunade long enough, she will naturally become one of Mui's own. At these words, Yawaii stared at Lin Ren with a peculiar expression, muttering inwardly. This monster must have spent his entire life from the moment he left his mother's womb doing nothing but studying the human heart. Suddenly a thought crossed her mind, and she sneered sarcastically. I thought you were a man of loyalty, but it turns out you were already planning to abandon your sister and run off. Yet despite her words, the occasional sidelong glance she shot at Lin Ren betrayed her. Clearly she was eager for his explanation. Or rather, she sought to regain the upper hand in the conversation by provoking him. Unfortunately, Lin Ren, who had been scrutinizing her intently, had already seen through her little game. Instead of offering an explanation, he mirrored her sarcastic expression. Aren't you the same Miss Yawaii? You keep saying it's for the village. If you truly cared for the village, you should have reported your suspicions about me to the Third Hokage immediately instead of bringing a few umbu to test me privately. Bullshit. At this, Yawaii leaped up like a kitten whose tail had been stepped on. I couldn't confirm your identity, and you're the village hero. Heh. Lin Ren chuckled, his pitch-black eyes locking onto Yawaii's slightly evasive gaze. You feared the hot-tempered Third Hokage would kill me outright, causing resentment among the ninjas I saved and ultimately damaging your uncle's position. The Eight-Tails Jinchuriki is the Hokage's cousin, and you are the Hokage's niece. If I'm not mistaken, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki is about to break down. Who will be the next to inherit the Eight Tails? That child named Fuka-e, or his uncle, the Hokage's younger cousin? Upon hearing this, Yawaii's beautiful face flushed crimson, then she gritted her teeth and stared defiantly at Lin Ren. So what? The logistics office is run by my aunt. What's it to you? Damn it. You're truly a stubborn mule. Even Madara wasn't this arrogant. Lin Ren was utterly speechless. This woman was simply, nothing. I have nothing to say. At this, Yaoi pressed on relentlessly, placing her hands on the table and leaning forward, revealing an impressive cleavage without concern, and thrust her face provocatively close to Rinnegan. Say it. What about my family? Seeing her becoming cocky again, Rinnegan darkened his expression and silently began to remove his shoes. At the sight, Yaoi's face flushed crimson. You can't outtalk me, so you just bully me. Oh, ha ha ha. Rinnegan, big brother. I was wrong. Don't tickle my soles. Watching her roll on the floor, clutching her feet, laughing until tears streamed down, Rinnegan finally let go. Are you going to behave? Panting heavily, Yaoi quickly sat up, covering the exposed opening of her chest, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes as she nodded repeatedly. She was truly afraid of this guy now. He completely disregarded martial ethics. Fine, let's continue our earlier topic. I have no particular opinion about your family. On the contrary, I can understand you quite well. Good, thank you. Yaoi nodded perfunctorily with a peachy blush, sneering inwardly. This guy was so presumptuous. Even within her own clan, very few understood her, let alone outsiders. Even Uncle the Third Hokage only acquiesced. He didn't truly understand. After all, Uncle once wanted to seal the 8 tails into this very guy and make him be. One could tell from the delighted expression on Uncle's face when he first met the guy. Rinnegan smiled softly, ignoring Yaoi's perfunctory attitude, and continued. I have seen 3 types of people. The first, those who place the clan within the village, treating the village as their bloodline. The second, those who place the clan within the village, using the village to protect their bloodline. The third, those who love only themselves, regarding everything as something to borrow or exploit. Of course, I have no opinion about this type, but as friends they are the most dull. You belong to the second type, deeply loving but not broad-minded enough. Hearing Rinnegan say she loved deeply Yaoi, he felt a surge of joy. Unexpectedly, this guy actually saw through my essence. Impressive. But when she heard the latter part, she couldn't help rolling her eyes. Thrusting out her ample chest, Yaoi glared defiantly at Rinnegan. Punk, my mind is super broad, okay? Rinnegan picked his nose, sneering inwardly. Indeed, but compared to future Tsunade, you still fall short. Watching Rinnegan absent-mindedly picking his nose, a bold idea suddenly flashed through Yaoi's mind. If only she could tether this guy to Cloud Village. She could get Uncle Hokage to beat up the Yuin village and snatch back that hypocritical old lecher Shueishion. No, Yaoi was unaware of Shueishion's death, not because the Yuin village had hidden the news well, but because the mighty Cloud Village simply wouldn't bother about the life or death of a mere special jonin from a small village. With this thought, Yaoi's eyes sparkled. She crawled on her knees, slowly approaching Rinnegan. Little brother, what intelligence did I send you to collect in our village? All intelligence regarding the second Hokage Senjutobarama, from the peace talks to the ambush, whether there was a conspiracy behind it, and intelligence on Kinkaku and Ginkaku. As Rinnegan spoke, Yaoi's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. She subconsciously patted her chest, causing a tempestuous swell. Thank goodness. Though it was important intelligence, it wouldn't affect Uncle's position. As the Hokage secretary, she was entitled to some classified information, including intelligence on Kinkaku and Ginkaku. But concerning the full details of the ambush on Senjutobarama, Yaoi suddenly felt aggrieved. Mai was too unreasonable. Their own second Hokage had also been killed in a sneak attack, and they wanted to know what conspiracy lay behind it. Rinnegan, unaware that Yaoi's mind had wandered so far, in just a few words continued on his own. And another thing, the reason behind the kidnapping of Mui's princess Tsunade. Tsunade? Princess? Yaoi pursed her lips, feeling inexplicably bitter inside. Alright, now that you know my goal, you can rest assured. Rinnegan sighed, looking weary. Rest assured. Yaoi's gaze, however, lingered on his fingers resting on the sole of his foot, and she nodded obediently. It's just, I have a small request. Go ahead. Well, I want to assign an umbu to follow you. Hearing this, Rinnegan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ever since he had time-traveled, he had been monitored by the cult of the evil god, then by the Rain Village, and later by Dog-san from Konoha. Now you want to monitor me too. At this rate, in another 10 years, the entire ninja world will know that I sing. No way, absolutely not. At the thought, Rinnegan shook his head vehemently. Seeing this, Yaoi pouted her cherry lips and tilted her head stubbornly. Fine. She's acting up again. Rinnegan reached out to tickle his own foot. Alright. Yaoi quickly interrupted, muttering. You always bully me. I must have been blind to fall for you back then. After muttering, Yaoi lifted her head, looking at Rinnegan with pitiful eyes. They'll compromise. They'll give you the intel, but you let me send someone to follow you. Hearing this, Rinnegan's face instantly twisted into a mask of pain. Holy crap. This woman is too crafty. Why can't she just give it a rest for once? You're driving me crazy. At the thought, Rinnegan's anger surged, and he roared at Yaoi. Damn it, if you want to follow, then follow. Hearing this, Yaoi's beautiful eyes lit up. Whoa, such a good thing. Immortal body. Locked in. Keep him as a white-eyed pet. Throw him onto the battlefield during war, and no worries about him kicking the bucket. Perfect. Yue nodded vigorously, tears of gratitude streaming from the corners of her mouth. Seeing this, Lin Ren immediately guessed her intentions and completely gave up covering his forehead. Damn, you big-chested freak, you're just as bad as Hiruzen Sarutobi. Always trying to rope me in. Can't you do something useful with your time? After pondering for a moment, Lin Ren lifted his head and shook it slowly but firmly. No, go cool off someone, you little brat Lin Ren. How can you go back on your word? Yue said indignantly. Hearing this, Lin Ren nodded calmly and said, yes, I'm going back on my word because I have no shame. Seeing Lin Ren's smug, shameless expression, Yue trembled with rage and pointed at his nose, cursing, you jerk, you toyed with my feelings. No more intel, nothing at all. Just kill me and let me be abandoned by your heartless self. Lin Ren had lost all patience with her. Seeing that dawn was approaching, he simply spread his hands. Fine, I'll let you go. From today, I renounce this identity. Just wait. Wait for the round-the-clock bomb attacks that won't let you get a wink of sleep. Starting now, if anyone in Mangekyō can close their eyes and sleep, I swear, I won't be called Suifong. Seeing Lin Ren completely lose his temper, Yue shrank her head in fear. She knew she had really pissed this man off. Lin Ren decided not to argue with her anymore. He made a single hand seal and instantly appeared behind her, placing his hand on her shoulder. Flying Thunder God technique. A dizzying whirl of space, and Yue found herself back in her own home. Without thinking, she spun around and hugged Lin Ren tightly, using her chest to tackle him. Lin Ren, stop. I won't follow you and I won't send anyone. No bomb attacks, please. You just bomb me with your chest. Lin Ren felt the sensation with a strange expression. He had to admit this feeling was truly suffocating. Cough. Well, fine, since you're so sincere. Reluctantly, he pushed Yue. Yue made a hand seal and vanished again. Looking at the familiar room, feeling the empty embrace, the disheveled Yue suddenly curled her lips into a sly smile. Humph, man. At the same time, Lin Ren stood silently behind her, grinning. Humph, a woman playing tricks. Although it deviated slightly from the plan, it was more or less the same. This was why Lin Ren had submitted those seemingly unreliable pieces of intel. A civilian ninja trying to infiltrate the upper echelons, already firmly controlled by the Third Hokage family, was incredibly difficult. So he needed a stepping stone, a nail driven into the high ranks. And Yue, this exceptionally intelligent, yet slightly selfish woman, cold on the outside but warm inside, fit perfectly into his plan. Originally, he assumed that after reading the intel, she would either recruit him as a subordinate or give him a warning. He never expected Yue to be Mangekyō. Truly, what a small world. Fortunately, the outcome was good. Time flew and a month passed. During this period, apart from being occasionally harassed by Yue, Lin Ren had been training intensively. He wasn't just training, he was putting on a show of desperate effort. His reasons were threefold: first, to show the Third Hokage his resolve; second, to make his future display of power seem less abrupt; and third, simply to temper his body. Lin Ren remarked, if a task doesn't bring 3 or 4 benefits, I can't be bothered to do it. Just like a job that doesn't pay 3 times the salary, I can't be bothered either. Around this time, the Chunin exams in Mangekyō were about to begin. Lin Ren received notice that the exam would start in 3 days. Hearing this, Lin Ren immediately went to inquire about the exam content. As it turned out, it was completely different from what he had imagined. No written test, no wilderness elimination, just battles, and more battles. Lin Ren could only nod helplessly in acceptance. Well, this is very Hokage-like. However, he later learned that smart people in Mangekyō were considered special talents and were usually recruited through special channels. The rest had to rely on their fists. Still, many who were confident in their strength also participated in this brutal exam. After all, the Hokage ruled with an iron fist. Even if those specially recruited talents climbed to the top, they would at most become the Hokage's advisor. Overall, it was a form of fairness within unfairness. The entire Chunin exam consisted of 3 parts: ninjutsu, nintaijutsu, and taijutsu. Upon learning this, Lin Ren went to Yuei's house under the cover of night. At that moment, the woman was wrapped in a white bath towel, her shoulders partially exposed, casually drying her wet golden curls. She had been quite content this month. Lin Ren hadn't caused any trouble and her life had returned to the peaceful routine of going to work and coming home on time. Hey, is anyone home? Lin Ren knocked politely at the door. Under normal circumstances, he was very courteous. He wouldn't use the go anywhere anytime seal on her buttocks to appear behind Yue. Inside, Yue put down the wet towel, adjusted her bath towel, and walked out of the bedroom. Who is it? A cold voice sounded. It's me, Raimui. Lin Ren answered loudly. Hearing this, Yuei's cautious expression brightened, and she ran through the living room and hallway to open the door. Welcome home, my master. Yue bowed slightly, revealing an abyss of cleavage directly facing Lin Ren. Seeing this, Lin Ren rolled his eyes in exasperation. What the hell? I didn't stare into the abyss, but the abyss still stares back at me. However, since he was here to ask for a favor, he couldn't afford to look displeased. Well, there's something. Rinnegan stood outside the door about to speak, but was interrupted by Yue. Come in, my master. Hearing this, Rinnegan shook his head and instinctively stepped back. This woman was off. Ever since last time she had been very off. Come in. A coquettish voice rang out, and then a jade-like arm stretched out grabbing Rinnegan's collar. But she couldn't pull him. Rinnegan chuckled. You want to play the I fell? You're on top of me. What's that hard thing in your pocket? Game. Dream on. Aren't you afraid I'll smash your head with my 2 unarmed guards? Cough. Enough nonsense. Do you have any crank lightning release ninjutsu? Lend me one. Rinnegan looked at Yue, whose face was flushed from exertion, and sneered. No lending unless you come in. Yue pouted, completely lacking the demeanor of an ice-cold beauty boss. Hearing this, Rinnegan quickly stepped inside with his left foot, knocking Yue to the ground. All right, lend me the Sitting on the floor with her towel, Askew Yue looked at Rinnegan, standing bolt upright in disbelief. She felt utterly exhausted. This man is a total steel snakeskin freak. Sighing, Yue stood up helplessly and asked, what ninja lightning release? Hearing this, Yue walked briskly into the living room and asked casually, are you a lightning-natured? Rinnegan closed the door behind him and followed her, nodding. In his mind, he added, not before, but I am now. Sitting down on the sofa, Yue crossed her legs, looked at Rinnegan, and her eyes suddenly lit up. Borrowing a ninjutsu, sure, but you have to kiss me. Confirmed, this woman is after my body, trying to trap me into being her loyal servant. At that thought, Rinnegan nodded decisively. He clapped his hands together with practiced familiarity, a technique he had performed thousands of times, coming to him effortlessly. Shadow clone technique. With a soft poof, a shadow clone appeared. The serious-faced Rinnegan pointed at Yue and said, go give her a kiss. The shadow clone rolled its eyes and shook its head weirdly. I won't go. I just brushed my teeth. Rinnegan's face darkened. This. Well, I guess it runs in the family. Watching the original and the shadow clone argue, Yue was furious. Her towel-wrapped chest heaved so much it nearly burst open. Get lost. I'd rather die than let you kiss me. Hearing this, Rinnegan dispelled the shadow clone in exasperation. Seeing Yue shaking with rage, he gritted his teeth and hardened his resolve. To become a chunin. For the mission. Bring it on. Hiruzen. No, Danzo, you made me sacrifice my dignity. I'll remember this grudge. After registering the grudge, Rinnegan made a single hand seal, instantly appearing behind Yue. He closed his eyes and planted a kiss on her cheek with a dreamy expression. Then with a shush, he vanished. When he reappeared, he was already sitting on the sofa across from Yue. All right, hand over the ninjutsu. Hearing this, Yue, whose cheeks were flushed, jumped up and shouted, that doesn't count. At this, Rinnegan's face turned completely black. Doesn't count. Do you want me to summon 1,000 clones and kiss you until you look like a pig's head? Hearing this, Yue instinctively shrank back, stroking her red cheek and whispering softly, it can't count. You took advantage of me and still want my ninjutsu. Isn't that just using me? You have to promise me one more request. Hearing this, Rinnegan felt a wave of exhaustion. This woman is really a handful. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had passed. The Chunin exam commenced as scheduled. Early on, Rin wore the distinctive white armor of Yunin village underneath, which he donned a plain short-sleeve shirt and casually wore black capris. After stuffing 2 slices of bread into his bag, Rin stepped out. Stumbling slightly, he arrived at Yunlei Gorge. Ever since the Eight Tails Jinchuriki returned to the village, this place had become a favored training ground for many ninjas. Indeed, this vast gorge had also become the competition venue for this Chunin exam. It was said that there were over 30 genin participating, among whom were several prodigies whose strength had already reached the level of Chunin. On a makeshift high platform, Rin sat cross-legged on the ground, casually picking his nose while holding his sign. Hey! A clear voice rang out, followed by a light tap on Rin's shoulder. Turning around, he saw Yue standing behind him with a sunny smile, her hands behind her back. What number? Hearing this, Rin expressionlessly raised the bamboo stick in his hand. Number 31. How many participants are there in total? Yue crossed her arms and squatted beside Rin, looking curious. Today, however, this girl was not dressed in her usual seductive work attire. Instead, she wore a striking the black short dress, paired with white armor around her waist, and holy stockings, instantly attracted the attention of numerous ninjas participating in the exam. Upon hearing Yue's words, Rin scratched his head. It seems like there are just 31 participants. Are you taking a break today? Yue chuckled lightly and shook her head, saying, not at all, I'm here to supervise on behalf of Lord Rakage. Impressive. Rin expressionlessly gave a thumbs up. Seeing this, Yue smiled, brightly blooming like 100 flowers. Around them, many contestants immediately licked their lips in anticipation. Soon the first round of ninjutsu matches began on the spacious platform below. 2 genin simultaneously retreated, quickly forming hand seals indicating that both were preparing long-range ninjutsu. Clearly the genin on the left with blue hair was sealing much faster. Water release water chaos wave. As the words fell, a torrent of water burst forth from the blue-haired Jinin's mouth, washing away the other, who was still forming seals off the stone platform. What? Rin was dumbfounded. Is this the strength of a Jinin? I was just about to praise how great you need, and yet this is what I get to see. Yawai cast a somewhat awkward glance at Rin. Both of them just graduated this year, and haven't participated in any missions yet. It's fine, I can understand. Rin nodded. Perhaps this is the style of the Land of Lightning. When they were Jinin, their strength was weak, yet they chose to clash Hiden, making them seem utterly pathetic, but later as they gradually grew stronger, they became monstrous beings who ride bicycles and tear apart enemies. Great, I successfully tricked myself. With that thought, Rin decisively covered his forehead. How can I obtain a Chunin headband? Yawai, who was sitting next to Rin, softly replied, scoring first in the ninjutsu exam, first in the taijutsu exam, or being in the top 10 on average will do. So that means I just need to get first place in one of the exams? Rin asked with a peculiar expression. Yawai nodded adorably. Damn, I got tricked by you. Clearly I could become a Chunin just based on my taijutsu, yet I ended up asking this beauty for lightning ninjutsu, and owe her a favor. Thinking of this, Rin felt he had been greatly cheated. After adjusting his mood, Rin looked down as the second exam began casually chatting. By the way, why did Lord Rakage send you? Doesn't he usually come himself? Upon hearing this, Yawei's face immediately showed distress. Don't mention it, he went to the daimyo, and won't be back until the day after tomorrow. Before she could finish her sentence, Yawai suddenly covered her mouth in shock, looking at Rin with wide eyes. What she saw was Rin's grin and his pair of eyes that seemed to be smiling yet not. Hee. That's what you get for always trying to hover around me. You let something slip. Stretching his arms in a lazy yawn, Rin got up with a mischievous smile, preparing to leave. Just then Yawai, looking frustrated, suddenly reacted. She sprang up, stretching out her arms to block Rin's path, her ample chest jiggling. Where do you think you're going? Yawai said nervously. For others, it wasn't a secret that the third Rakage left the village to go to the daimyo for money. But this person in front of her was different. He had a record. He attacked the 8 Tails Jinchuriki and unleashed the 2 Tails. Looking at the visibly anxious Yawai, Rin raised an eyebrow and said, Where can I go? I'm going to train, he said, stepping to the side to bypass the girl. Seeing this, Yawai became completely anxious. Although Rin had been very well behaved this past month, she didn't dare to take a gamble. Even if she had a tiny bit of affection for this guy. With that thought, Yawai no longer cared about the strange looks from those around her. She hugged Rin's waist tightly, burying her face in his chest. Don't go. A voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz rang out. No. Rin shook his head resolutely. There would never be a better opportunity than this. As an undercover agent, not only did he need to prepare adequately, but when the moment comes, he must seize it without hesitation. Surrounding them, the participating ninjas looked at Rin with angry expressions. Although they couldn't hear Yawei's, they clearly heard Rin's unyielding rejection. Bastard. Let go of Miss Yawai. A jealous young man rushed out, pointing at Rin and cursing. Seeing this, Rin cast an odd glance at him and slowly raised his hands. You should be saying that to her, not, but you bullied Miss Yawai. The young man persisted. Reluctantly, Rin pointed at Yawei's shoulder and said, Miss Secretary, could you help me explain? Just then Yawai suddenly lifted her head from Rin's embrace, her big eyes brimming with tears, completely ignoring the gazes of those around her. Just don't hurt the village. At least for these 2 days, I'm begging you. Her voice was very low, but Rin still heard it. Looking down at the woman with tears in her eyes, Rin rarely frowned. Is this your request? Upon hearing this, Yawai nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. Alright, I promise you. Let go now. Hearing Rin's agreement, Yawai slowly released him, her tear-stained eyes, tightly pressed lips, and the corners of her mouth trying to lift. She smiled, but also tried to please him. Seriously, it looked so ugly, not at all like her. Rin didn't speak, wanting to reach out to wipe away her tears, but paused, letting his hand drop. I'm leaving. Leaving behind a brief farewell, ignoring the envious and resentful gazes from those around him, Rin exerted his legs and instantly transformed into a shadow, leaving Yunlei Gorge. On the deserted mountaintop, looking at the distant rolling mountains shrouded in a sea of clouds, he shook his head in frustration. What an annoying woman. Forget it, this is a rare opportunity. I should go find a cat. At the Wind Thunder Temple, still a construction site. Go, a frivolous voice rang out. A brick shot through the air, and a jonin wearing the Kumo Ninja Village headband dodged with a face full of terror, stepping